Mama said his words, oh, so many times. I'm thinking you knew better than the other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the roll of this shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, that we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should I recall the sirens and how that things went down? Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. On a cold plate.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. I'm your host Sophie and we are back for week 3. So we are day 1 of week 3. It's time for these teams to start getting it together. This is a very important week because it's time for people to secure their slot at the Bali Major, which is happening pretty soon. And that's going to be really hype. And the Bali Major looks like the beach that we're on. And today at the beach, I have my amazing panelists here with me today. Aurora and Adam, how are you guys doing? Feeling good? Feeling good?
It's a sunny day.
Sunny
I'm
day?
ready for the Indonesian teams to get together.
That is true. We got 2 Indonesian teams to start us off. But anything you guys miss about last week? Are you guys feeling sentimental now that it's almost over?
No, I feel like the teams really need to back up. Because that was already the end of week 2 and I still feel quite a few teams are not getting it together. Yeah.
That's true. What about you, Adam?
I mean, I like this tiebreaker thing we're going into. There got like 3 teams at the bottom, kind of tied right now. 3 teams at the top as well.
Yeah?
Or 2. Yeah, more tiebreakers. That's all I want.
Yeah.
Make it go on longer. It'll never end.
Yeah. At the top, it's like Bleed Town, Blacklist, and at the bottom, it's Boom, SMG, XERXIA. So those teams really need to win some games. Are you guys... I feel like we haven't been as impressed with the gameplay this season. Is that a fair statement to make?
I think maybe because we're already quite used to most of the teams. But yeah, definitely this season, not all of them are giving us like the wow effect, you know?
Right.
Yeah, the thing is, the teams have been on a downwards trend. It feels like I think talent, we expected a lot from them. And, you know, they look good in a lot of their games, but they don't look like wow. Or maybe we're just too used to it, you know? You watch someone slam dunk enough times, it just gets kind of,
That's true.
Bleed, on the other hand, is probably the team I'm most impressed with. Obviously, they're like 0 losses right now. I think in the first week, they look like they just were getting there, you know? But in week 2, they showed up. And it feels like they're not going back down anytime soon.
Yeah, week 2 definitely did show up. We got a lot of exciting things that happened last week, so let's take a look at them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I love
Great
1v1s.
Yeah, you love 1v1.
Bullying kids.
Bullying kids?
Yeah. Or being a kid again and getting bullied. It's a win-win for me.
They've caught a Q as well with the global silence and the stun. Out comes the duel. Do they really have enough? No, they don't. Javis is going to lose the duel. Plus 28 damage now for Corden. It's a huge Earth Splitter. If they slept the deuce up, no saves in for her. Q's going to be able to get off a blast up, but they just can't keep her covered her long enough. She gets off a snake. It's going to be able to cut through DJ. Corden out of mana, disarmed as well. I can't believe it. They're trying to keep her alive. The deuce is dead though, but Javis on the buyback, cleaning up. And Talon, they're going to take down 4. They forced Jackie to buy back even, Winter.
I mean, that was like, what, 4 buybacks? 3 buybacks?
What the heck? Okay, Bleed, they really want this. They don't want to give this one up.
SCN needs Mushi back.
He is back though.
Back on a good team.
Oof.
Bob is flexing the 18-minute haste rune. So now the next rune could be anything. Oh, but be damned, you haste rune, says FBZ. Yopaj jumped in as well, caught by the pit of mouse. Also catches Natsumi. He leapt into that one quite literally. And look at 2 heroes. The double leap in. It's like a circus, and it is a circus because it's the C region, Jonathan. And somehow Execration, no, they're winning the fight. It's pretty easy when you have like 40 monkeys, even if you were disarmed by the taser. He's about to hit his level 30 talent. Bob, a pretty fancy juke there on the sleight of fist.
Oh!
What? Oh, I cannot believe what I've just seen.
They need to be able to
They
respond to
buffed
it.
Ancients a while ago, didn't they? It's got a ton of armor now. Oh my god, Natsumi.
Oh my, what are you doing?
Natsumi!
What the fuck are you doing?
Natsumi! When will you learn?
Why?
When will you learn?
Oh my god! Let's skip this. Let's see what the second option is. This is very possible. KP can't carry 4.5 Filipinos. You know why it's 4.5? Because Mike is half. You know, he's not fully Filipino. We saw what happened to Blacklist up against XERXIA. You know, at first we were believing like, oh, 4 Filipinos plus KP up against Execration. They beat them. This time around against XERXIA, from Div 2, looked really shaky up against Boom. All of a sudden, all the issues come back. What are the issues? KP, he can't do all the heavy lifting. Not enough. You know, the weight grows. Filipinos are just really having, we're just really having. Too much weight.
You are really happy, John.
In Your Dream now has his BKB. He's going to play for a double BKB. He goes for Palos. Palos popping his ultimate, laying back into the Dragon Knight, finish him off. Bloodseeker left alone against the entirety of the team, trying to fight through them. The Blood Mist is going to work. Blood Mist is going to work. He's killed two. He's stuck inside the Pogs, though. The Scythe is up. The stuns are in. He can't get off another BKB. There's nothing left for him. A second life goes out. He runs at him. He runs at him. He needs to be able to finish him. He kills him. He's going for Bob as well. The throne is 1,000 HP. He's the god again. Your Dream holding on to a Dream right now. He's going to be able to finish off Bob. An ultra kill for him. Shakes is going for it. Shakes is going for it. A couple more hits. Oh, the glyph. In Your Dream fights through it, but no, he dies, and that is it.
The savior. Oh, another Lotus. Oh, but it might not matter. The damage, the tech, he's the follow-up. Gordon's still alive at the end of the day. The Doom this time, Winter. It's on to Natsumi, but he also got off the strength gain. Jackie at least free in this fight.
Can I bring it down?
And look at this. Gordon is jumping around to the back lines. That's FBZ. Zephyr dead as well, as Natsumi will fall. Jackie has 35 stacks of Essence stolen, Winter.
Oh, they have Hex.
That's
Your punch is Hex.
That's 35.
Oh, he gets the hack.
Oh, but he preempted it. Natsumi is in. Did manage to morph into the Slark. Let's see what else they can find. For now, it's going to have to be Dubu, but they're going to pull Ice back into this fight. Corden still available as well as Ice.
Oh, BKB
out. The damage not sufficient.
Oh no, the buybacks just for one kill.
Out of this area, and Roshan is all of execration. Xerxia hiding on the side, though. Initiation with an AoE on it. 2 heroes, 3 heroes. Oh, Snapfire jumping into that one. Tino pops his cheese, pops a refresher, has a pit. He sends it out. Gets out. They got what they wanted out of that. Oh, it's actually going back in. Hits the life steal. Takes him away. Can they get him? They got him with the silence. BKB immediately goes off from Yoga. Nullifier on him.
There's the RP.
He does not have buyback. Another skewer back, this time on a Rapido. Palos follows it up again and again. Skewer after skewer, saving these openings.
We're all smiles right now, Raven, but I gotta ask, Monday, the 2-0 against Xerxia, what happened that series?
I don't know also. It's like the Xerxia suddenly become the best team in the world, you know? Like, we want to gank the offlane, but we cannot kill him at all. It's like, they keep reading our moves. I don't know what happened.
It's not the most potent thing. They're coming now back as Show comes. Oh, they used the ulti on him.
Skewer.
But in trouble is Jabs. He's used already his ultimate here. Frost Shield is not dispelled, though. And there's going to be that Tombstone RP onto 2, but 23 Savage is immediately going to be able to dispel it. Jabs now with the BKB, still continuing to fight through this one as the Chain Frost bounces around between the illusions. Look at the damage as well on that thing. In Your Dream is falling low. 23 Savage has got him dead to rights. Makoto as well cleaning up as Ollie and everyone else will wipe Army Geniuses off the face of the map.
Since they've started integrating Malaysian players, when's the last TI that China won, Adam?
Right. You know what the answer to that is? I've got nothing to say. It's currently on LGD. Second place once again. Dude, do you know where this guy came from? This guy came from a team with me and Winter. That was his team before LGD. Do you know how hard that is? He jumped from freaking Alpha X hashtag in Thailand to go to China, and then boom. Second place TI. My man's driving his Lambo right now. Can't hear you, vroom vroom.
4 players are doing the carrying on Bleed. Winter, you have to defend that Corden is doing the carrying on Bleed.
What?
You have 1 minute, Winter. Meanwhile, Adam, you are going to...
I'm done. Fuck. Defend Corden? Now you know why Winter didn't make it in bullet chest. Goodbye, Winter. It was fun.
Easiest defense of the hot take of Winter's life.
Oh my god.
Bye, Winter.
I hope everyone enjoyed those highlights, but here are our Division 1 standings. We talked about it a bit at the start of the show, but let's talk about it again. We have Bleed standing right at the top with 4 wins and 0 losses, followed by Talon, XERXIA, and Blacklist Rivalry. Both have 3 and 2, so this is a very important week for them. Then we have SMG with 1 and 3, Mansion AG with 1 and 3, Boom with 1 and 3, and Xerxia with 1 and 4. So it's looking like the graph is pretty split. We got a split right there in the center.
Execration or Blacklist can take a game off Bleed, we might actually see some ties for first place.
That's true.
The bottom's more interesting to me though. Once again, Boom fighting for relegation.
Oh no.
Zersha a bit less surprising, but I will say they've come a long way from the team they were in Div 2. I actually think they've improved a lot. They just have some problems closing out games. We see them with a lot of leads in their games, which I think is a big win for them so far.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, I feel like even if Zersha and Boom are the ones that get relegated, it's not that bad because at least it also shows that the other teams in Division 1 are really like worth it to be there, I guess. Let's take a look at this. Oh, well, yeah, SMG, I mean, a little sus. Let's take a look at this week's schedule. We have on Monday, AG versus Boom, Bleed versus Blacklist, SMG versus Zersha. On Wednesday, SMG versus Execration, Talon versus Boom, Bleed versus AG. And on Friday, we have Bleed versus Zersha, SMG versus Boom, and Talon versus Execration. So this is our last week, our last full week of games. Aren't you guys so sad? Wait, crying. Sadness. Any games that you guys are particularly excited to watch?
Bleed and Blacklist.
Same.
That is, yep, that's fair actually.
I feel like Blacklist has been a team that for week 1 they looked really good. Week 2 they looked kind of lost, but they kind of brought it back on their series on Friday, and I'm curious to see what we get today.
Yeah, I liked Raven's interview. It's funny what he said. He was like, Zersha's all of a sudden the best team in the world.
It's not our fault.
I mean, Zersha did look clean that game, to be fair.
They did, but I feel like Blacklist also didn't really try anything. You know, he said like, "Oh, we tried to kill the Doom and stuff," but I don't remember that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, so it's gonna be quite an exciting week of matches. These teams really need to amp up their game to be able to qualify for Bali. I mean, obviously the teams on the lower half, I don't think there's really a chance for them to qualify. But for teams like Bleed, Talon, Blacklist, and Execration, between Blacklist and Execration, they both really need wins. Like they cannot afford any more losses for the rest of the season. I mean,
feel like Blacklist would stand more of a chance against Execration, because Execration, they've won quite a few games, but it was more like their opponents making like a series of mistakes where they cannot close a game, you know, and then it's just the mental damage that carry on to the next game that Execration took, you know, by landslide.
Yeah, funny enough, it's both teams, Bleed and Execration, they have like one hard team to play and then one, you know, less hard team to play. So it's kind of even odds there.
It's week 3. Teams have had the weekend to kind of prepare. I think that's a big difference in this current schedule. We have these 3 weeks. You have a lot less prep time for your opponents. And I think Execration is one of those teams that excels when they are ready for their opponent. You know, they play like their drafts. And I think that's been their story so far. When they get to play what they want to play, they look pretty good.
Yeah, actually, Army Geniuses still... Boom also still technically has a chance to go to the major as long as Execration and Blacklist take a loss. Then there's still like a coping chance there. And I'm still hoping for them because, you know, you got Indonesia teams. But speaking of Indonesia teams, we got AG versus Boom coming up right now. Very exciting series we got. What do you guys think about this series?
I mean, I just hope to see Boom kind of sort out their main issues from the last 2 weeks, because honestly, there were games that they actually played pretty well, pretty fine. But like from the mid game onwards, they kind of don't know what to do. Like don't know how to lead from there, and that's kind of like Div 2 pattern I see. Because Zersha has the same thing. Like they lead really well from the early, and then suddenly they just couldn't close the game, you know. But I mean, just Natsumi kind of need to, you know, like.
You can say, you can be honest.
I mean, because I was very...
Tell us how you feel.
Yeah, tell us how you really feel. Or
I'm just very affected by the Monkey King games, you know. It's not like because you jump into the box and then die. But it was more of like, if you're picking Monkey King, why can't you just use the hero properly? Like, why do you have to buy Fury on that hero? Like, for both games as well. Like, you already had one chance, and then you still bought Fury in the second game, where you're not supposed to drag the game. You're supposed to, like, close the game before their draft actually like come online. But like he's not doing that, and he's just the same for the last few seasons. So that's why I feel like he is the one that needs to get in the zone.
I think it could be the formula of their team, you know. It's like we want our carry to play this way, we want our offlane to do this within certain minutes. I think it's kind of common for a Mushi team. Not that I think he's at fault, but when you have players that have a lot of different ideas, it's easier to bring things together when you just set up a system like that, you know. And maybe in their system, Nasumi is this late game daddy that he's trying to farm for.
Yeah, but then what happened to the bad rider like who bought Octarine to just, you know, like keep farming for the next series? I don't know.
Yeah, late game daddy. That's a nice.
That's from you.
What's that?
Yeah,
that was like
you
last
talking about
season,
Jackie
right?
last season.
Yeah, that was the last season. Come on, that's old.
That's
no one
old.
says that anymore. But interestingly enough, both these teams are sitting at 1-3. But for me, personally, I feel like Army Geniuses just look better. I mean, they're sitting at 1-3 as well, but I feel like they just play stronger. They're more convincing in their games for me.
I feel like both of the carry players have somewhat the same problem. Like they can't close the game and they prefer to play like the late game. But what's different is the 4 on the AG side is much more confident when you see them play. Like they wouldn't make mistakes where suddenly like the Kite Hunter tries to ravage Ember, and then like they already lost the ravage, they should just chill, calm down, and then suddenly the Pango starts rolling. You know, you wouldn't see that on AG. I mean, so far they haven't been doing that kind of mistakes. But like Boom is like, we feel strong, we should be doing this, but then like we are not hitting our spells correctly. You know?
What do you think, Adam?
I think I'm a bit more biased towards Boom. I think their early game has a better setup. I think AG, my main issue with them has been their early game so far.
Yeah.
I think they've looked a lot weaker in lanes than they have in Tour 2. And on top of that, I feel like they have not found themselves as a team, at least last week. They've played so many different heroes on so many different players. They've been trying stuff out. DB has been land and sky from Tour 2.
That's very true.
Tsunami said it as well. I think it just doesn't feel like he's in that game right now.
Yeah.
Most games. And I think AG has to find something to rebuild their confidence. And hopefully they found something over the weekend.
Do you think it's because of the new patch that they're feeling uncomfortable or look kind of unsure of how they're playing?
I think it's very possible. I'm not sure how their team dynamic works because I think they are very talented players and Claire's a really good coach. So it's kind of surprising to me that they haven't found an identity for themselves yet. I think it could just be the same problem as Boom, which is the lack of adaptability. So you're trying to find a formula that works for a team, but they just can't seem to find it yet.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how contrasting they look compared like last season to this season. AG, I really thought that this would be their season, you know, because like after having the Division 1 experience, they'd be able to, you know, work with it some more. But let's get our draft going to see how this game is gonna go. We got Techies, Coddle, and Beast. Monkey. Or is not happy.
I mean, the hero is fine. Just stop buying Battle Fury on this hero. Like, if you want Battle Fury, pick a better hero to utilize the Battle Fury.
I think two surprising out of the teams. I like the Magnus ban from Boom as well as the Pugna. I think it's DB's most comfortable hero, like both of these heroes. I also think Boom does not play either one, which has been the approach for bans against AG. I think Talon did the same. They took out the Arc Warden and Pugna. Meanwhile, for AG, the Timber and Doom bans are just FBZ targeted, I guess. They probably planned for this Beastmaster trade. So the two, I would say the 1 or 2 OP offlaners in Magnus and Doom are removed and they get the Beast. So I'm kind of curious what FBZ is going to end up playing here.
AG is totally not worried about the barrier. Like, oh, you can have it, because you're going to farm for next game anyway.
They banned Kunkka. It's funny because I feel like a lot of times we've been saying how Kunkka's not really a great hero right now.
But it's like a Boom thing. Because they used to flex this hero on like, all 3 calls. And then we saw them pick it last week too. So. But yeah, like I agree, because this hero is kind of slow in terms of other setup heroes. Like you need to like land your Exma and then your ship and then your Torrent. It's more of like a counter initiation hero. It's not like an initiation hero, yeah.
It's a Yopaj special. On top of that, Boom really loved the hero. It gives them this dual combo kill setup that they like a lot. So just Techies Kunkka, you know, you probably can kill anything on the map. I've not seen many people play a hero, but I think Nothing to Say from LGD has been playing the hero a lot as well. They're like the only 2 players that are kind of playing Kunkka right now.
Ursa and Ember banned.
Probably just banning matchups for the Monkey as well as the... I want to say Pango that will come out for Boom. I think it's just a Yopaj hero, and usually we see this Ember ban into the Pango pick.
They might be just trying to deny it from AG as well.
Meanwhile, AG just trying to protect their Beastmaster, the Kunkka, the ENG. I wonder what X-No is going to end up playing here. Because Monkey +1 can be a really strong lane. Like, CM still in the pool. The hero's been pretty popular. CM Monkey is just, well, run you down. You have Frostbite for the creep later. I wonder how teams are approaching this Beastmaster now, because a lot of the times we see this beast go for these Vanguard Aghanims now instead of the Helm. And conceptually, the way you deal with that is very different from how you deal with him when he plays with units.
I want to say Slug, but like even Slug, you feel very difficult in the early game against him. Like you can't do anything in the lane, and then later on you have to buy this Mage Layer thing on him to fight the Beastmaster, which is very, very forced as a carry.
You don't think the Monkey is for Natsumi?
I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know, like I just...
You're in denial. You don't want to believe it.
I don't know the Sea Fury Monkey King, you know? Like, I hate it so much. Just hate it.
Close your eyes. It's coming. Tidehunter ban. Alright, so they probably think there's not many offlaners left, which is kind of true.
They got Underlord still.
Oh, that's true. Does FPZ play Underlord?
I think anyone can play Underlord.
But it's not really his style, right? Because
yeah, that's true.
he's the actual daddy in
When I think of
Esports.
Boom, I think of like how they play the map, because I feel like their drafts always are drafted to play the map in a certain way, you know? Like you have this guy that protects Natsumi, and then you have this two-man kill squad, you have one lane pusher that buys team items, which is usually FBZ. So Underlord does fit that. Just not sure if you can blind pick. I guess you have techies, so you're pretty damn strong.
What happened to my boy Enigma?
Died.
He's gone.
Died it.
Forever gone.
Back to the universe.
Back to the universe.
Back to the black hole. Got caught in it.
He sucked himself into the black hole.
It happens.
Silencer. All right.
It's probably a setup for Yoei's hero, maybe something like a Storm Spirit that will come out.
So would this be a 5 Silencer and 4
Yeah,
Bottle?
for sure. It's just a hero that lets you initiate for free, pretty much, you know? Like
Right.
you find someone with this Hawk, you go in and then Global Silence, and, well, you feel good. Call Storm, Call Beast. Sorry, Storm Beast, also a very nice combo, you know? It's their draft is just looks very well set up for a Storm Spirit right now, and Boom also kind of like catch.
They reply with Lich and Brewmaster.
I kind of like their lineup better now because they can sort of run at Army Jesus, but like that's been how they play, right? They want to run at them. Then again, this Monkey King, if he's buying Fury, he cannot run at them. Sorry, but like, just stop buying Fury.
I don't like the Brew pick. I don't think it goes well with Monkey King, but I guess it does. It is a hero that's good against this Silencer and Coral. You know, you can't really protect your supports against them unless they pick like some Sweat Luna kind of hero. Something to just kill the Brewlings, but it's not a very popular pick right now.
I think when I see Boom's lineup, it's just like very difficult to take a fight into them. Like you have this Chain Frost, Techies obviously, and then Monkey on the trees, you can't ever really get him. And then this Panda just, you know, like making your supports don't have a game.
Yeah, but his Panda's gonna have a tough lane, I think. And AG, they go for his Faceless Void, so again, punishing this lack of lockdown for Boom. Like, if you look at AG's drafts right now, it's very... The way they want to fight is very in-out-in. We call it a small ball. It's like a basketball term where you just poke and get back, you poke and get back, you know. You want to force reactions. And Boom has this lineup where once you press your spells, you kind of want the fight to end.
Yeah.
There.
Faceless Void.
New hero. I can't say I was expecting it, but I guess they just want to scale. And it's a decent lane against the techies, because obviously you can time walk the mines. The sticky bomb.
Little bombs. Okay.
I think in general, it's just pretty good control against the Panda as well because of the time dilation, and then like when he outs, you out, and then his Panda, his Brewlings can't do anything.
We're we're looking at 2 mid lane last picks. What do you guys foresee for these teams?
Kind of like DK for Boom right now. I feel like they need a hero to force something tanky, because I think there's a world where FBZ goes for these team items and then they have Frost Shield on top, they have this Blink Stun, Initiation, Tower Pusher. Another hero I can see from them is probably OD. I don't know if it's too far-fetched, but it is a chrono save. Probably annoying against the Global Silence. Nah, actually, it's a bad idea. I like the Dragon Knight the most.
Quap Band.
Tinker Quap.
Do you guys say Queen of Pain, Quap, or QOP?
I say Quap.
Same.
I say quad, but like,
Or Queen.
You call her Queen?
yeah,
some
queen.
people
Oh, really?
call her Queen.
I never call her just Queen.
I think it's more of like what someone calls it, then I'll just follow,
Oh,
like if someone
yeah.
says Queen's doing this, then I'm like, okay, it's Queen now.
Okay, it's good.
Also, Void Spirit still in the pool.
What about SF or Boom Esports?
It's okay, I just don't think it helps address their problems.
Oh, AG Band Storm.
Lack of stuns. They need that kind of hero to force fights Puck. Puck was a really good ban, even though they have last pick.
All right.
I guess it's just pretty annoying because the supports can't deal with Puck either.
What else would be a Yoei hero here?
Can't really think of any. They kind of banned them all out.
It's gonna be reactive to what Boom pick here. They don't really have a hero that they wanna pull together a draft. I would assume Void Spirit's the hero that's going through both teams' minds right now.
Okay, I might be stretching this a little bit too much. What about Invoker? I mean, it's kind of brain dead, right? Like FV,
It's a
Beastmaster.
pretty good Invoker game for AG. I just don't know if you wanna pick it. Yeah, with this Void Spirit coming out,
Yeah.
I feel like you'll just get ran at.
Oh. What do you guys think about that? I feel like that's a very interesting pick here.
Can see it actually. Buy Arga and make this void useless.
It's very unexpected, but yeah, I agree with her. It's probably just an answer to the Void Spirit, if anything. I also feel like AG, they have a draft that they just want to win their lanes and stand there right now. And Boom has a pretty hard time killing Morphling until the Vessel comes out on FBZ, probably.
Really, they don't have enough damage to burst somewhat before the global comes out, you know?
Uh-huh. So what does Morphling do for the team, like as a mid laner?
I mean, one thing is for sure he's gonna have a free farm lane against Void Spirit. And another thing is look at Boom's supports. They can't kill this Morphling, no way, unless maybe you smoke and then like this Takis has the range to land a stun on the Morphling. But still, like I said, they have a burst issue. They don't have the damage to kill this Morphling before the Global Silence comes out. And then it's also a great hero to just stand in front and soak all the spells and then pressure the tower, you know, because you have Beastmaster, you have Collar, and then like the FE really just wants to stay behind so that when everyone comes out, you go in and then you chrono the right people.
So which draft are you guys liking better as a whole?
I like what AG has. I think the Morph pick is good because Yopach is the one that has to move on Boom. And he's going to be able to apply this pressure mid lane where it's harder for the cores on Boom to move towards middle. I'm curious to see how Boom adapts, but I do think AG's draft looks better to me.
I kind of like Boom's draft because it feels very efficient in terms of like the phases of the game, like the early to mid, and then the mid game. But then, yeah, it's like, I don't know how are they going to close the game against F3 and Global Silence kind of thing. Yeah, so
I like Indonesia's draft better.
Oh,
Yeah.
so AG has
Fair.
more Indonesians though.
That is true. That is true. All right, well, let's get our game 1 of week 3 going. Over to the casters.
That's right. Thank you, Soph. It's me and Avery going to be taking through this first and second series actually today. It's our 2-series day, Avery, and it's a very important pair of series. AG and Boom, both 1 and 3. It's pretty much very improbable that you're able to get to the major off of 4 losses. So losing this series is going to all but guarantee you're not going to the major and might be heading down to the lower division for next year.
This is a battle of not getting relegated. I think the major is a little too far off for both these teams considering the performance so far, unless something radical changes. Just hoping not to go to Div 2, I guess, for next year. I don't even know if teams will be the same next year, but it'll account for whoever's on the roster.
Probably not. I mean, very likely if you head down to lower division, you are assuming that your lineup is not good enough for the C qualifier, in which case I would anticipate some changes pre-TI qualifier.
Gotta bring Anna and Thompson back in, you know? I wonder who will be the lucky C recipient of them this year. the Thompson lottery.
30 seconds.
You never know.
Maybe it'll work for us, guys. It didn't work for those other guys, but it'll work for us.
Eventually, if you jam them on enough teams, the magic can be recreated.
It's like they're arrested to development Tobias Funk. You know, it's like teams delude themselves into thinking that if they just pull in these ringers who have won TI before, that'll work for them. But of course, they're deluded fools. But it might work for us.
Exactly. Just because no one else has been successful shouldn't stop you from doing the exact same thing.
True. All right, well, lineup-wise, what are you thinking about this matchup? Because Army Geniuses went pretty damn greedy. They drafted a Faceless Void and then went back for a Morph plane. Why do you think that is?
Dags, I guess. We're going to see how strong it really is. I mean, Morph plane has always done well versus the Spirits mid in general, even without the Ags. I think this hero dominates them in the CS, at least historically. The spell steals are always incredibly good versus the Ember. The Void Spirit, pretty good as well. Not as good as the Ember one, but it's up there. Generally, it's just a hero who sits there. The Spirit hero can't pressure him, can't kick him out of lane, and then you feel bad in the game. It creates this wall of pain you cannot run into. And now with the Ags, you steal 40% of all their stats, as I was reading before this game. And that sounds pretty good. You're removing half his HP, half his damage. Sounds kind of low-key nasty, to be honest. So we'll see if Yoei eventually goes for that, what he decides to do here. But to me, this is a Morphling pick that is designed to shut down Yopaj's early laning phase momentum, be this brick wall that, AG's lineup is a bit greedy in terms of all three cores need a lot. But if you cannot stop them getting that because they're very difficult heroes to run into, that's how I kind of see their lineup functioning. And if you're Boom, you got to get aggressive. At some point early in this game, like 10 to 15 minute mark, you got to start taking the fight to AG here, messing with the stacks that could come out from the Beast Coddle, messing with the Morphling, just running him out of lane, potentially killing him. Because I don't think you really want to go ultra late game here. It looks pretty terrible.
Now, before anybody says 40% of their stats, what the hell? That's crazy broken. It's because the fact you don't get the other part of the morph. You don't get the attack speed stolen if they're agility hero, or the status resistance if they're strength, or spell amp if they're intelligence. So there is a trade-off there, but still think stealing 40% of the stats off of the Void Spirit probably makes him extremely sad, but we'll see what exactly Yoei does do in this game. If he builds an Ags at all, I'm sure he does. Most Morphlings do. And when he does do that, who does he target in these fights? Because stealing away a bunch of attack speed away from Monkey King is also going to feel really good.
Monkey King 1 is okay. It's definitely not the worst to steal in this game, but you got to think they're trying to target Yopaj here, especially since it's Yopaj.
That's true.
You got to deal with this man, or he deals with you. Maybe not lately. Oh, that's on top.
That is a beautiful stun from Zephyr, and that's going to set up the first blood. FBZ makes sure he snags the last hit on that one. Bari's to fall, and the off lane for Boom already with a very nice start.
I mean, this is an absolute dog of a lane. Silence or Faceless Void, like, I guess you have one play and you can fight with time dilation, but in your dream, opting not to go for that, I do think it's a little bit of a mistake. I think these Void players just underrate time dilation, like being able to spam it 2 times every minute for basically no mana cost because you don't need your mana anyway. It's a significant damage spell, and it dissuades aggression. You can combo with other slows. I really think In Your Dream should have it on this lane. I don't think Bash is doing anything. Who are you going to bash this lane? What is it doing? I mean, I guess you CS faster. Maybe you just give up on the lane because your lane's so bad, but that's where the greed sometimes hurts you.
Yeah, giving up on your lane as a Faceless, like, this is not a hero that I think of like giving up on the lane early, you know? Nice, lands another stun In Your Dream with no walk up. Cannot walk away from that crash alive. Zephyr help set up yet another kill for FBZ. So FBZ is going to be very, very big. We're already pretty much guaranteeing that off of the laning phase. And it looks like the other lanes are not going so well either. Looks like DB, I mean, he's getting to a point now with those axes that he should start winning the lane, but it didn't start out well. Natsumi's top CS. Mid is fine. Yoe is 19-3, and it's probably going to get better over time, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's just not a winnable lane for Yopaj. This is the one thing AG are going to have going for them. But these silence are looking rough. You even have Ancients already blocked by Boom off the back of the runes. And another kill. There's Dilation, though. Might get the return.
He needs a bash. Jesus. Where is these bashes? Finally gets it in the end.
So
at least this time it's a trade-off, but it's still FBZ getting bigger and bigger.
He's a big boy. Vanguard already done with max stats here. You gotta remember, this hero is also universal and gets a significant amount of damage per level, which kind of makes Brewmaster pretty interesting in my mind in terms of what we might see from this hero 6 months, a year down the line. Could be some very interesting right-click builds, especially with Drunken Brawler being guaranteed. This hero might just be a beast of a laner. I think he's a very unexplored hero right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not the right click that I really think of. It's the Aghanim Scepter that I think of that's kind of unexplored, but I would agree. I'm not sure if I agree with him being some sort of right click hero, but
actually, I disagree entirely. I think to me, the Ags has been explored and it is not proved fruitful and competitive. So I think it's the right click that's unexplored. I guess we'll have to see who's unexplored becomes explored.
I don't know. I feel like I have not seen that many Brewmasters like really utilize the Ag Storm Panda, you know? I think that is real.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things people want to be good, but it's just not. And the people who try and convince you it's good are like the people who spam Brewmaster in pubs for like 8 years. And they're like, guys, I'm telling you. Trust me, the 10,000 hours I put in this hero are worth something. It's really good, guys. I don't believe this, guys.
You don't need to bring up monkeys forever like that. Come on.
I didn't name any names. Big shield rune for Yopaj. That is a good one to get here. You can use it to just find some momentum on this map. I mean, maybe versus Morph it kind of sucks, but when Boom are winning 3 lanes, you're getting power runes on top of that. Start thinking about this 7-minute wisdom rune. You have very strong side lanes going for you. You need to maybe just contest it.
Yeah, I mean, if especially since the Morph lane is not a lane that you can get a kill out of, I would love to see, like, what are those moves that we've seen before where, like, the support smokes out the mid laner and they go take the opposing wisdom rune. I think that's always a nice play. Instead, he's going to go bottom for the kill onto DB and should be able to pick that one up. The dive at top, though, is fruitful and gets the kill in the Faceless Void. Back into Jokum they go, and Yopaj and Natsumi should be able to get that kill. So they could probably go for the wisdom rune if they wanted to, as long as they don't get juked.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, he pushed him away right before the Resonant Pulse can land, but Natsumi will get him eventually. All right.
Doesn't take the rune. I was going to say, this type of timing gank actually seems pretty nice because you have 6 on mid, you bring your mid bottom, kill their off laner, and then go steal their 7-minute rune. I actually kind of like that timing move right there. At least the concept of it. It aligns pretty well. You get 6-minute power rune, you get level 6 on mid, and you just make that gank into another objective, which kind of makes the move worth it, even if you don't connect.
Yeah, and then you can be back to mid in time for your next power rune.
Exactly. Still isn't running even, so Boom clicking on all cylinders here, and Bruce split top for In Your Dream again. This could be his 3rd death. Gotta help this man.
He does have a time walk. He gets the low ground. FBC does not know where he went to, so for now, he's going to miss out on the kill.
All right, that micro was not inspiring, but
no,
we'll see what happens in the later fights. DB clearing through some stacks, but not as many as he would have hoped for. Decent blocking action done by Boom, and forcing Jokum to play bottom a lot from the lane pressure. Just stopped a lot of the stacks being created in the first place. There's a decent economic advantage going for Boom right now. And if you're AG, you just got to play around Yoe. I think he's your only strong hero. Does have a haste rune as well. In Your Dream is feeling the pain of that though, and he is just getting run down.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Smack.
It's a rough one. TB comes out. Yoe is going to show up here, try and get the kill on Zephyr, who does not have a level of taser. He went for the higher damage buildup. So likely died here as he tries to jump away. Yoe is easily able to follow through. Okay, when your Morphling is your strongest hero early, like when you play this mid Morphling, is it a hero that you can actually play through all that much?
I mean, if you go phylactery, it is.
Yeah, I see that. Is that a thing?
It is now.
All right.
I mean, it works on either of your strikes. That sounds good.
Yeah. Cool. So it's kind of like you basically have an ability that's on a 5-second cooldown in some ways, right? Two abilities on a 10 seconds, so you can basically use phylactery every single time it comes off cooldown.
You just keep striking people and they keep taking bonus damage. Let's see if it works. It sounds kind of cool in principle. You can just go fight. It's also an item that allows him to be a hero they can play through because you have a lot more early game damage and slow.
Yeah, for sure.
Sounds kind of cool.
A cool idea. Let's see if it actually pays off. The blast comes just a half second too late. It hits DB and he'll die as a result. Does manage to get off the roar and a lot of magic damage over to Natsumi. If only there was a core to help out on this greedy dive from Boom, they could potentially punish the enemy carry.
The Yoe TP.
I mean, even in your dream could have TP'd and done a 3-man chronosphere and gotten at least one kill out of it.
I thought that is definitely a fight you go to here. I mean, that's just a free monkey kill. I feel like Natsumi was hella overextended, and you're going to have to do that for your DB Beast at some point because he's just getting pushed out of lane. Now he's just going to go top and kill some mud golems. I mean, this feels awful. You're basically sacrificing bottom tower if we want to push for it. I feel like AG are missing some responses in this early game, but they will go to their mid-morphling with the catapult. I do think they recognize they have to play through Yoe here at some point, and phylactery is up, so the barrage begins.
Let's see how Yopaj is able to put up with this.
Oh, he's got dodge. Yeah, he got dodge that one.
Man, the damage is adding up for sure.
Yeah, Yopaj is feeling this right now. He doesn't know what happened.
Under attack.
You know, all these universal heroes, surely shouldn't Morphling be a universal hero? With his whole, like, with the skill set that they gave him, this whole steal stats from the enemy sort of thing.
But Morphling's an agility hero, Cap. What are you talking about?
I know, I'm saying they should have made him universal.
Oh, he got Morph off.
He did. And that's a dead techies, and now he's going to turn to the Void Spirit, grab Yopaj. And he does have Dissimulate, so he can still get over the cliff here, down into the river. Should be okay. Tries to help Alvarez, but that TP's not going to make it. The Chain Frost actually bouncing all the way back to the Coddle. He's going to try and keep an eye on the power runes, but it looks like Boom have probably secured it. Oh, and it's a big one. Arcane rune for Yopaj.
Very nice rune for him. Laughing his way to the bank on that one. Despite these phylactery procs. I guess it works with your Morphle too. There's a lot of single target spells for this here.
Hey, do you think the power rune cycle, how you can't have the same runes spawned, do you feel like that is something that mid laners really keep track of and make calls as a result of that? Like, because there's a decent chance he knew he was like probably an arcane rune coming up, right? With the 6, 8 minute and 10 minute.
I haven't really seen anybody actively think about it. I think it's one of those things you maybe feel it more. Like you notice it was like an illusion, then a regen. You're like, all right, I'm getting a good one next time or something. Sure. I mean, I used to just call double damage runes all the time.
That was your like special player power?
No, I just called it every time so we'd go and contest the rune. Otherwise, people don't go.
No. DD's gonna spawn. Go get the power rune.
Yeah, that was just my way of getting people to the rune. I was never right.
I thought your power was being able to predict the rune. It seems your power was
nobody could predict the runes
and lies and gaslighting people.
That's half of captaining. Yeah, you're catching on. Brawl tosses a Tormentor in the air. Why'd you do it to him, man?
Sad.
Not deserve this fate. It lasts so long, too. He's still in the air. He's just spinning.
If you click on his portrait, it's like blurred out.
He can't even move now. He's motion sick. God damn, I forgot that last like mega duration on creeps.
Yeah.
What's that even useful on? You toss a boar in the air forever or something?
You can toss a ancient in the air when he gets the helm of the overlord. That's not the worst.
I guess that's true.
Pull back, trying to blow him up. Oh, it's a Dagon game for Yopaj. Didn't notice that one. The first showing of it is not effective enough to get a kill.
I feel like every time I see this build, it can't kill anybody. I don't know if you feel like that, but
I do feel like that, yes.
I feel like we've seen this build so many times, and every time I see it, it's like, oh, he barely lives. Oh, he barely lives. And then it's, I don't know. Is this like people play this in pubs, so they must be killing people with it. Maybe in competitive, people just buy more survivability items and stuff, you know? Like Yokum already had a fluffy hat here. Maybe your Coddle in a pub doesn't have a fluffy hat, so he dies, and then you get snowball. Either way, this build has not impressed me. They're just going to take the fight with Global.
Oh, great Global silence timing there. Waveform through 2, get the kill on FEC. Zephyr's going to try and bounce on it. Oh, it got him that time.
Yeah.
Surprised him, and the Chain Frost is going to be able to destroy DB. Sticks with him throughout the whole thing, clears out his Zoo. And Yokum, well, there is going to be another grab, and Natsumi actually cut across the map to join in on that fight, helping clean up the fourth and final kill. A 2-for-4 exchange to the favor of Army Geniuses.
The Beast betrayed the Beastmaster there. X-Nova puts him in his place, collects all the bounty as well. That's a value, Chain Frost. And honestly, I feel like this Lich hero has looked really good in a lot of the games I've seen him. Like, he just deals with a lot of the offlaners really well. It's hard to beat him on lane. I feel like the strong laners are very valuable right now. They can also contribute in other aspects, which he definitely does. The Frost Shield's going to be annoying. He has good talents. This is a hero I definitely expect to see on the rise as we go into Bali. I think Liquid were already playing him a decent amount too.
Ooh, guy in your dream, boy. Zephyr has just had his number this game.
Yeah, he has nowhere to go on this map. And the problem with Faceless Void in a game like this is when you die on lane a couple times, the burst is going to be there for most of the game because this hero doesn't generally build survivability early. It's like a couple Ogre Clubs and that's it. He's squishy. He just gets melted. Yopaj is even going to go second item Ags here. That is just going to hurt him even more in these fights. And there's a Vessel up on FBZ. Man, they are really itemizing to destroy this Void and more. And the problem is all the items that are destroying one are going to destroy the other. The Vessel's good versus both. The Silence is good versus both. The burst damage from the supports is going to be very good versus both.
And they would have been good against Drum's build on Brewmaster, or excuse me, Beastmaster as well, if he had gone that route. Now he is going the Helm of the Overlord build instead. I still don't know exactly when you do which build. Because I do not like playing Beastmaster. I'm not really a micro guy. But the Drums Beastmaster looks sick. I would like to play that version of Beastmaster.
Well, what's stopping you?
Fear of
Global
microing.
silence, apparently. And there's a Chrono.
Okay, that is in your dream, trying to put X-Nova in his place. Gets no bashes out of it. Does get the time walk away from a lot of that damage that was cutting in. He's got another time walk thanks to Yokum, which he's going to need it here because he is in a nasty position. The rest of his team is joining in on this fight, though. DB has the roar. They're going to put it to use on a Natsumi. Try and blow him up. They do manage to get him. FEC, he's going to be the next target here with his ultimate now down. Mines going off, doing a bunch of damage, but not good enough to slow down Army Geniuses as they find a fight to turn it around. Even after a Chronosphere, that was frankly lackluster.
Definitely underwhelming. I'm kind of surprised that fight went that bad for Boom. I mean, I guess Chain Frost kind of got thrown out and didn't hit anything. And you have like Pavis finished on Yokum, so your sustain's a bit heavier. But still, maybe just level 1 Brawl being at its weakest point right now. You really want to get the spell to level 2 as soon as possible. Damage scale is just insane. Decent defensive fight for AG, as both their carries will gain some time to farm. Which is what they want. They just want time. Isn't that what we all want, Cap?
More time? Yes. Now that I'm in my 30s, true.
I want less time, actually. I'm on the trade. Anybody wants to.
Just what would you trade it for? Because it is valuable. You can't just give it away. You could get something big from it.
Not like a couple bags of Pop Rocks, man. Whatever happened to those? Those were pretty good back in the day.
Yeah,
Yopaj, double damage. Time to go. Time to slay. He's looking for some more time of his own.
Yoey, TP out. He's good. He's good. Yokum covers him nicely with a blinding light. Turn around blast. Just want to remind you, we are covering Southeast Asia. I feel like Pop Rocks may be a thoroughly American thing.
Maybe I'm wrong. International frenzy.
I feel like they're not, because they're dumb enough that Americans would enjoy them.
All right, well, what about Dippin' Dots? Surely that is international.
Well, that company's defunct now or something, so...
Is everything from my childhood bankrupt? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
That is part of growing up, is realizing that everything you grew up with is now dead and gone.
But I grew up with Dota.
Well, you got another 5 years of that.
Are you telling me Dota's dead and gone?
Top tower is under attack.
In 5 years, yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, not for these players. They will be immortalized as the smoke comes bottom. Who's going on who here?
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, turning into the techies to try and kill the techies is a bold move, and Yoey does manage to get that kill, but his team is in serious trouble. The global silence goes out, trying to get a bit of a breathe. Enough time, Natsumi does manage to get off his ultimate, but Yoey jumps in with the blast off as techies gets him with that bit of magic damage. Yoey putting in some work now with the phylactery morphling, is going to chase after FBC. Doesn't really stand. Wait. Okay. Yoey just walked away from him.
He didn't want that
kill.
He didn't want that panda.
The TPO? No way. Oh my God, he got out.
The evasion. Just enough. Man, this phylactery morphling is destroying the fights, man.
Dude, you can't get away from this guy. Like, extreme mobility combined with a slow like that every 5 seconds.
Plus a good chrono. Now, these fights are looking hard. I feel like Boom lost so much momentum in this game. They went for Nestle Monkey. He has 0 charges. They went for Mech Pavis Techies. They're losing their early fights. This Vessel for FBZ is still at 0 charges because he didn't die there. I mean, the lives and the deaths are not going away.
Yeah, to get a shard for techies.
That's an okay one here. But I feel like these fights are becoming very difficult. You're playing into some heavy scalers, some big beefy dudes. You even have the Golem aura up from that Helm of the Overlord. You have heals coming in from Coddle with Pavis and Glimmer of his own. Another Glimmer on Varize. I mean, there's so much innate tankiness in this lineup now that is suddenly coming to life. And you're kind of just all magic damage on Boom. I mean,
yes, and that's
one right clicker.
The super scary part for me is when DB gets this pipe with all the sustain you're talking about. Then that Dagon is really going to look bad.
It's tough. You have your Ags on Yopaj. I mean, you got to make Slen have 1 Sags. He'll get 3 of them.
That is a big hit. That is just beautiful from Zephyr. Oh
okay.
My God, what a smoke.
Radiant's top tower.
Well, I said that to get Slen. I mean, that was something. I think that definitely qualifies as something.
That was a lot of something.
That was a conga line of pain right there. Even the Golem didn't survive. That's how you know it was rough. Oh, you got to find the silencer too. That's just 4 for 0. Basically just team wiped them. Goddamn, Yopaj.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The idol does it again.
My idol. All right, never mind.
And silence on it.
You got something bigger.
Oh, in your dream. It's a team wipe. That is just straight up a team wipe now. Oh my God. Yopaj and Zephyr just destroyed Army Geniuses. It's 2 versus 5.
They're just 2.5 with the X-Nova. Man wiped them across the map.
Watch that one again. Pretty as a picture. Look at them line up.
What do you think he's thinking right there? He's like, oh, the dream, the prophecy. Can't ask for a better Ags timing or better supports to follow a clump like that up. That is something AG have to think about this game. Like, you do not want to clump versus Techies Lich. The AoE magic damage is severe, and it will punish you.
Okay, boom.
We're gonna Roche.
Breath of life back in them as they take the Roshan.
Radiant.
That was a big breath of life. This game was getting out of the reach. Now you got significant gold impulse. Aegis on Natsumi would be the dream here, so you can just go in and have a second life versus the Morph and the Void damage, which has been a big problem for me. And you got an extra Kaya on Yopaj, so that adds
All right,
damage.
you guys need to finish this up. The Hawk is seeing all of this, and they do get it finally. Army Geniuses. They cutting across a bit too late to stop Roche, but maybe they can get a pick somewhere. And that's going to be on X-Nova if they get anybody. Time dilation to slow them down, and yeah. I'll get that one. Boom. They're more than happy to make that kind of trade-off. You talk about we went from Aghanim Scepter complete on Yopaj, and then that sequence of events happens. Now he has a full-out Kaya.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
tower
the
is under
damage
attack.
ramp. It's real here. They're gonna need to keep playing with this, though. I mean, it's a 1K net worth lead after all of that. So that was how necessary that was. Otherwise, I think that Roche definitely goes AG's way, and you're in a troubled scenario as the Ags is approaching for Yoei. And he is going to be really strong with that Ags. He's top net worth, he's top damage, he's top involvement. He's about to be able to just Ags Morph on your Void Spirit and remove so much of that impact that Yopaj is having in these fights if you get it. That's a big problem for Boom, as he is carrying them in the damage department right now until you get the late game Monkey King for Natsumi. Still, the window for AG looks pretty strong here. Pipe completed for DB as well. That is another big vehicle to try and fight through here. I guess you have AoE Dispel from FBZ to get rid of like a lot of these random buffs, but it doesn't get rid of everything all the time. Does the Panda Dispels still deal bonus damage to the summons of Beastmasters? It should, right?
I feel like they got rid of some of the additional damage on summons on Dispels, but I don't know if what they did with the Storm Spirit Panda one.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle
And the other
tower
big one is
under
Sinister Gaze. Bet you forgot about that interaction. You can Sinister Gaze this gold into its doom.
What? Oh, because it lasts 2 times longer and deals 250 damage a second? I'm not sure if that's worth it. Global Silence used to stop the initiation there of Natsumi. Decent use of it.
He is DD. This is a fight you want to take. But that's not a Wukong that is going to do anything.
Yeah, he felt pressure despite the fact having an Aegis. Really don't think he needed to worry too much, but... Okay, well, Army Geniuses, I think they got more out of that than they probably should have.
This is also kind of the window where Boo want to fight with that Aegis. Start getting Deso charges up.
Yeah.
Start getting Natsumi up to the higher net worth chart here where you can deal with the double carry that is coming soon. Because Ags is finished for Yoei. That's a big deal. And BKB is almost finished for In Your Dream. Another pretty big deal here in terms of item timings for AG. Both their carries hitting very strong power points. You want to get this ball going as soon as possible if you are Boom. What's wrong with Sinister Gazing and Ancient Creep, man? That's what it's designed to do.
It is. Oh, I've been using this spell wrong the whole time.
Yeah, you fool. Look, he's gonna gaze it here. Gaze it. Come on, X-Nova, gaze it.
Wait, so how long would it last? It would last 4 seconds and do 1,000 damage.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Damn. I mean, it just sounds like Lich should be a farmer. Mid-Lich.
Been saying that for years.
Is that while you were playing the Lich?
That's
God,
right.
I don't know. I feel like this hero is pretty good. Maybe we should. Maybe I should play mid this time. Oh no! The dissimulate on the Chronosphere. What a fast timing now to go for the punish.
No
Even
one's
worse to
home.
hit him with the blast off. He's going to be chained some. Oh, what about the strike though? Nice turnaround, big hit. Natsumi helps there, but at the same time gets Primal Roared, and now In Your Dream starts going back to work and gets the bashes too. Oh man, Yoei did some work in that one. Turns into the Monkey King, hits a beautiful boundless strike that will win them this engagement. No contest. Yopaj, at best, he can limp away with a haste rune, and he will, but that fight was Yoe.
Why were they so clumped? Like, why were both boom supports so far up on that chrono that didn't hit anybody? That's my big question here. I feel like the boom formation, we'll have to watch that fight again, but I feel like the formation just collapsed for some reason, and they got mega punished. That should have been a fight they win. They have Aegis there, the chrono whiffs. You get brewed off, and your result is nothing? Are these drafts that one-sided that they can't find a single kill out of all this?
Yeah, they definitely messed something up there.
I mean, this game is, based on what I'm seeing in these fights, man, this game looks impossible. Like, they can't kill anybody, I guess, unless they get the jump, which is just proving to be difficult with the Beastmaster vision. You have Global to bail out the jump anyway and maybe just turn. That's very tough. You have to find the right targets. You have to combo something, and you have to get a better Wukong, man. That might have been the shortest Wukong in the entire history of Monkey King. Wow. Like 0.1 second.
Well, he's going to work on Scotty, up that survivability a bit more. Good item versus the Morphling for sure. Let's see if he gets to that point, though.
I'm worried about the tankability here. AG are just itemizing to survive because they have the double right-click carry, so they know they're going to probably win the long fights. They can just sustain the heroes, and that's kind of what's happening. Like, this Monkey King is not winning the man fights versus Void or Morph. It just doesn't feel like it's happening.
Do you think this build on Void Spirit scales, as well as the physical damage that has been kind of all the rage right now?
Definitely does not scale as hard, no.
Yeah.
I think maybe the single target burst is a little better. I mean, it should be on the initial jump on a core. So if you get that, that is a way to win these fights. And I mean, you just delete Morphling, you can probably take the 5-on-4. But if you don't get that jump, then this build definitely feels worse in terms of the overall longevity. Looks like AG just won a 5-mana down mid. They got their double BKBs. They got every utility item in the book. They got their lizard.
Can't forget the lizard. Ready to give that frenzy to somebody out.
Did you give it to the Morphling? You give it to the Void. That's a tough.
I give it to the Void for sure.
Oh,
he's just trying to play he's just trying to turn into a spellcaster in these fights, you know?
I don't know about that boundless striking. Get in there and just start doing some right clicks. Unsuccessful smoke though.
But it seems kind of chill for them, you know? Like, now they've got themselves on the enemy side of the map while In Your Dream pushes out bottom. There's no rush for them, right?
I don't think so. I do wonder if Monkey can ever get tanky enough to go in with Frost Shield and survive the fight, but I have to expect at some point a Nullifier will come out and just dissuade that point from being an issue. Then you're kind of relying on the initiations, which I feel like have been the issue for Boom. Again, you're fighting a Beastmaster Vision and Global. Nothing's easy here, but I think if they want to win the fight, they have to be the ones starting on AG and not the other way around, which has been. So this is a smoke designed to accomplish that. It is a long way to go here to the bottom corner of the map where they are waiting for the Roche respawn. And this is a tough fight. This is into a setup formation for AG with Observer on the edge, Mines in the back, Hawks everywhere else. Like, you got to take a good angle here. Maybe just pre-brewing ult and send something in. That's another route you can go.
Smoke's gonna break.
Pop. They
saw the Monkey King. They have a really good idea. Already getting the D ward off. Throw out the ultimate to dissuade the Brewmaster a little bit. FBZ. Unsure if he should pop his ultimate just yet. Army Geniuses start pushing forward, but they don't want to leave their formation here. Reminder of where they're strong, even if they've lost their vision.
Yeah, you do not want to chase away from the pit, away from your vision.
And into a Wukong's command, potentially.
Yeah, remember the AoE counter initiation for Boom is still incredibly good. That's what was punishing AG earlier.
Yeah.
If you fight into them, you clump, suddenly Techies Lich are going to punish you hard. You definitely want to
straight up doing Roshan without having a ton of vision to back it up. They just backed away too long. Boom. Failing to contest.
This is the problem. If you get there first, you just control the momentum. Yopaj fishing. Doesn't find anything.
Only finds the boot. Kyoe turns around, bound the strike right back, and that's caught inside the chronosphere that they threw out.
Sets it up for him.
In your dream, trying to go for the techies, and the turnaround hits from the blast off at the same time. So Wukong's command does go out. Natsumi getting torn a new one, does manage to be able to get a heal out, and Yoe is forced to be able to walk away. Beastmaster is going to be in some trouble here, pulled back by the Sinister Gaze, eliminated in your dream, bounces forward to try and finish Eknova for that one. Hit bound the strike onto Natsumi. Natsumi responds in turn to be able to get a full heal, so they finish off the Lich instead, but Natsumi got blown up by that magic damage. Where did that come from? Yopaj, he's trying to put his own magic damage onto the supports here, but as you would probably expect, this team fight does go the way of Army Geniuses with these two cores, the Morphling and the Faceless Void, just too tough to handle at this point.
Just way too tanky between the Cheese and Aegis, so that's not doing you any favors either. And that's another decent fight for AG, as Boom just do not have the sustained damage to take these engagements, even with Yoe leaping into a setup like decent Wukong.
Yeah.
That's like best case scenario for Boom here. They just still couldn't capitalize on it. Just too damn tanky, man.
And Natsumi hit like a full heal when he was at like a quarter HP on a boundless strike. Then,
he got off
and that still wasn't enough either.
I don't know what can go better here. You also got some pretty decent tornadoes on the Faceless Void. So you're ignoring him. But if the Monkey King cannot start just man fighting the Morphling and walking him out of the fight, it's pretty hard for it to go well. That has to happen at some point.
Well, time to go back from some more Daggons. Take a second Tormentor. That'll be a shard for the Lich.
What if you could disassemble Phylactery?
That would be broken.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you, Avery. Don't think we need more broken things in Dota, but
I thought that was the goal. If everything's broken, nothing's broken.
Sometimes is kind of a design philosophy, yeah.
That's what my psychologist told me.
Tier 3 tower under assault, Army Geniuses. They have really, really good poke in this regard. What did Adam call it? Small ball?
Yeah.
Do you like that?
I still don't know if I agree with that. But
okay.
I mean, I like basketball analogies to Dota, because I always talk about how they're similar, but
yeah.
that one's a little bit of a stretch. Let's see if it grows on me, but small ball in Dota, I don't know. Small spell in Dota? There ain't nothing small about this AG lineup right now, though. Big damage. They're gonna try and leap into nothing.
And nowhere
and they got Chrono.
Nice time walk away and then reversed it to hit the 3-man Chronosphere. They do have a Wukong's command set up around that one, but it seems like Morphling doesn't really care. And Faceless Void can get out of it.
He definitely doesn't care. He doesn't care about any of this. He got 80% physical resist.
56 armor. Yeah, I think you're right. He doesn't care.
I don't think in your dream, I don't think Natsumi can do anything. And meanwhile, in your dream is just destroyed every fight. Yopaj has to make something happen, but the roar.
Boundless strike for boundless strike. Yopaj gets away barely with the dissimulate. Natsumi battles it out and does manage to take away the first life of the Faceless Void, but he is limping on low HP and he will not be able to make it back. They're gonna have to blow through buybacks to stop this one. And, well, frankly, they are running low on spells. No Wukong's command up, no Brewmaster ult. Really nothing left in the tank here except for whatever damage Yopaj can put out, which is certainly not a threat to the cores. Zephyr pulled back in. Nice blast back, going for FBC. Well, the blast off does land on a DB before Zephyr inevitably dies here. Jump forward, buy in your dream, trying to finish off FBC. Couple of disarms. Nice boundless strike too. Held in. Wukong's man is going to go out. Natsumi getting shredded in this one. Has to walk outside of his own circle because Yowei is just too much of a threat right now.
I thought Monkey King was supposed to be a decent answer to Morphling. It looks the other way around. Nobody does not care about anything that Natsumi is presented with this game. They're just going to walk the throne and AC helping this push out. Where's the Morphling answer? It's the last pick, so I guess they didn't have any. That's
and he tried with the magic damage build on Void Spirit maybe, but seems they could not come up with an answer. Natsumi whiffing the boundless strike. You know you are very far ahead when you just straight up march through the tier 4s, go straight for the throne against a team that is actively defending Global South. Oh, and the 4-man Chronosphere. It's a beauty. It's going to be Zephyr going down first. A boundless strike over the top of that one. Quickly finishes off another 2. And even fountain farming at this point in time. GG is called. Army geniuses. I mean, it was a little bit of back and forth for the first 20 minutes. There was some moments there where Boom, I mean, they had some good plays, but the inevitable win for Army geniuses. And it does make me feel like kind of what you were alluding to earlier, Avery, maybe going back a bit to the draft.
I think this is just a lineup that has to snowball like way harder than they did, right? Especially if you're going magic damage, Void Spirit, you have Techie's Lich, and then you have this Panda. Panda's a weird hero, man. There's not a lot of people playing it. I feel like his scale is kind of there in the ultra late, but for a long period, it's pretty whack. So you better be winning fights with this hero. And the second you lose one of those fights, and then you're still level 10 on FPZ, and you have to try and take another one, that fight is the one that just becomes impossible for Boom here. They never get over that hurdle, and then double carry off to the races. I mean, Yowei 15, 2, and 9. Yopaj 10, 2, and 6. I mean, 15 is larger than 10. So, you know, that's all I'm going to say, you know.
All right, good enough. We'll see if the analysts agree. Is 15 greater than 10? Back to you.
15 is indeed greater than 10, Cap and Avery. But, you know, Adam, it was like you said prior to the game that Boom, they're pretty strong in the early game. You were convinced by their laning. But it all came crumbling down on the side of Boom.
I think Avery was right. Like, they just had this lineup where they tried to play at pace, but they couldn't keep up in network. We saw even Zephyr taking over FBZ kind of just became a support Panda. And they just took one chrono for AG.
Yep.
Felt like Boom was doing everything right. I think, I'm not sure if this was if Natsumi's item build was a problem. Like, I know it sounds like a meme because you're talking about Belfry, but I feel like if you go this build, once the Morphling gets X, you actually can't fight outside of your Wukong. You're actually so down.
I actually feel like it's because how he uses Wukong, like he wasn't being calm enough. He was using it when his team has no lockdowns.
Yeah, but his team doesn't have stun.
Yeah,
There's like so little lockdown. No.
Then just don't use it. Like, you are already not going to be able to utilize your ulti, then why still use it and then like allow this AG to think, oh, he has no Wukong, now we can keep going. But I feel like the reason that they didn't make their lineup work was that they didn't threaten the Roche. They had that sort of Monkey King, right? So they definitely could make a play where they make AG think we are going to do Roche. Like, ultimately you won't do it as fast as possible because you only have like the Desert on the Monkey King and like your other heroes don't really do well in Roche. But still, like, you need to force them to come into your vision, you know. Right now I feel like they are just walking into AG's vision, like into the Hawk, into this Chrono Global Silence combo. Like, they just couldn't do anything. But yeah, I mean, like, the draft, it's kind of like Doom already, but still, why buy that so and then not threaten Roche, you know?
Yeah, they had the Solar Crest as well. I mean, I think they were in a good position to take the game. I just think it reached a point where it was really hard to initiate. Like Yopaj went for his bursty build, but they just couldn't follow up. You know, we had this Glimmer Cape coming out from the side of AG, and it looked impossible to kill this Morphling or Faceless Void, and the fights just kept turning on them. It was also not realistic for Natsumi to like hit towers, right? Because if he gets Chronos, they kind of just lose as well.
I think Yopaj was also kind of just trying to tackle the issue where this global silence is going to come out. He needs to kill the hero that they jump on fast enough. But still, I feel like they really needed a nullifier on him. I know, like, I understand what he's trying to do, but still, like you said, one Glimmer Cape solved the problem. So yeah, it's just not enough.
I have a question. Why did Yopaj go for the magic build?
It's like he wants to burst the hero that this techie gets onto before the global comes out. But it's too far into the game already where they don't even need the global to prevent their heroes from dying from the first initiation from Boom. So like it's from the early on they just didn't do like I said, like they need to threaten Roche. Because if they reach a point where they are taking Roche just because they don't want AG to take it, like you are already losing in timing.
And here we have Yoei as our match MVP going on mid lane Morphling. Never did I think I would see that in anytime soon, or at least for a while, but he didn't. He owned.
I mean, it's a pretty common answer to the universal heroes right now. I think typically we see it more against Magnus, but it was really nice against the Voice Spirit as well. And Boom did have this solo core, and you know, the eggs, it looked like it had a lot of impact on fights in Natsumi. It was super easy to cast it on him. There was no Lincolns, nothing, and he just didn't have attack speed, no eggs, nothing. Just they felt like they outscaled super hard on AG.
Yeah, it felt like also the game just ended really fast. You had like one good chrono and then the second chrono in the fountain.
Yeah, it just reached a point where Faceless Void could go in and not care about anything anymore.
Yeah. Well, that was just game 1 of our first series of today. We will see who wins game 2 right after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. We are in the midst of some hot games located in Indonesia, as we have our two Indonesian teams. We got Boom Esports and Army Geniuses battling it out for a win right here to possibly secure a chance at the Bali Major, because if you lose this, you are for sure not going to be able to go. But I have my panelists here to talk about last game and what happened exactly.
I mean, I really don't like the Monkey King coming out on the 8th pick, because when you have the number 8, right, you want a hero that the team can play around. Like Monkey King is not really the hero that you can keep playing around with. Like he's more like a CC damage type of hero, but he's not a pillar, you know. Like he is the one that reacts to the pillar.
Right.
I feel like Boom has a good idea, you know, like how to use their players. I think they're kind of matched and they did well early game. I just don't like the fact that they're so all in. Like, I want them to scale. You know, I think playing fast in Dota now is about taking map fast and moving fast. It's not about breaking the ancient fast, you know.
Right.
Like you get this early game advantage and then you get like some 50k goal lead if you need to, you know. That's how Dota is right now. It's not easy to end the game. People are scaling, people are better at the game, and I feel like this all-in idea is just very, very, what's the word? Self-harming.
Right. They were just YOLOing into fights.
Yeah, it just
too
felt
early.
like they needed to fight with this timing, and I kind of get it, but it also has to be clean. Because you lose one fight, you saw there, the game just, it's 50-50 again. That's how Dota is right now.
But Army Geniuses, they look good. They look like their former selves, I would say. They all played fairly well.
It was
Didn't see
good to see them back. I think they're kind of, I think their draft didn't really need to come together, if that makes sense. They had like very individualistic roles. Like the Void is going to play his game, Morph's going to play his game, the Beast's going to play his game, you know? And I think that's where AG shines, when they all can do what they want comfortably.
They're all just doing their own thing and they come together at the end. Yeah. And that's kind of what we saw from them Tour 2 as well, right?
Yeah, I think that's just their natural play style, because I think Aurora mentioned it before, where they don't have like this timings where they sync up very well. But if they all play this way, which is a bit greedier, and they apply pressure on the map while being greedy, they do get to that point where they're ready, you know, as a team.
So the Monkey didn't buy Battle Fury this time. You're happy about that?
I mean, you can see they kind of did the early phase much better than his previous Monkey King games. Like they were just having this Monkey King in the draft and then playing the game as a 4-man. Like you're not supposed to do this hero this way, you know. It's just that I'm very proud of him. Like he bought Echo Saber and then the Soul, but it's just he didn't think of doing Roche with it. Like he's just like, okay guys, what do I do now? Okay, let's play together. Okay, let's fight them. But they were not in a position to fight because both of their supports, they are not exactly the heroes to run in. Sure, their 3 cores are the heroes to run in, but like I said, you have Global Silence to deal with, you have Hawk, you have FE's Chrono, and you are just begging on killing the Morphling like instantly. Like there's no way that's gonna happen.
Right items, wrong movement.
Not the suitable movement.
Not the suitable movement, okay. But what do you guys think that Boom need to do to fix up the way they're playing? Do you think it's like a communication problem? Or
I just want them to scale.
Just scaling is the issue?
Like, it's okay to, you know, play on your timings. I think they're doing the right things. They're trying to make it work, but execution's not fully there. They just make mistakes. I think they're trying to do the right thing most of the time. But I want them to scale into the game. I don't want this FBZ dominate his lane into 10k net worth at 15 minutes, you know, like if you gotta keep going, everyone's gonna need to try to carry a game in their own way. I think especially against AG, who's like triple core greedy, sometimes 4 cores, you know, Sijo can get a lot of net worth as well. You don't want to put yourself in this position where if you lose one fight after winning for 20 minutes, you just suffer.
That's true. Yeah, that's like what Avery said, that they had this draft where they needed to snowball, but they weren't able to achieve that.
Yeah, it's just really hard in Dota right now to do it. It's really hard.
Well, let's see if they do get another snowball draft or if they don't with our draft for our second game today. Pugna, Beast, Timber, and Doomband, and AG pick up Techies.
All right, Magnus is in the pool now for AG, so I think Boom need to open with something that's good against the Magnus, or they need to take it themselves. But I don't know who plays it on Boom. I know Yopaj used to play it, like way back, and Asumi used to play it way back, but I don't think I recall an FBZ Magnus ever.
I feel like, because FBZ, when I think of FBZ, I just think of those like blink, initiate kind of off-lane heroes,
The
Mars, Tide, those
Yeah.
kind of heroes.
Magnus kind of is. I mean, I guess it's not that anymore.
Oh yeah,
It's a
that's true
strong hero.
actually. The Harpoon.
So with this Magnus coming out, I think AG might actually just go for the Morphling again. Or they'll take an offlaner. I think Tide's pretty okay here. You just want something to make the draft simpler. Morph's like a reaction that's really good against the Magnus in game throughout, but if you don't pick your offlaner here, you might actually have no offlaners left in the pool.
Yeah, I agree. It's just I was thinking, like, whichever team that takes the Magnus has to think about this Bloodseeker hero, you know? Because against Magnus, Bloodseeker is really good. You rupture him and you feel like he can't do his thing as a Magnus. But also, if you're not taking the Magnus, you also have to think about the Bloodseeker because it's Magnus plus Bloodseeker. It's really, really annoying to play against.
Wonder what AG is thinking about right now.
What would you think? Your AG think?
I think they should just go for the Morphling. I think it will look good on the hero. I think the hero plays well against the style of Boom, where Yopaj wants to be this moving hero. And it's also kind of a flex pick for them. Because in your dream, does play the hero as well.
It's true.
I think it makes the draft simpler. Like, you know, this Magnus is going to be offlane if you pick Morph. And Magnus doesn't like laning against Morph as well at some point.
Did you like the phylactery on the Morphling? Really cool.
I don't really know how impactful it was. I felt like it was cool, but I didn't really think it was like, wow, this is game winning. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's okay because now you don't really pump your Morph attribute so much, right? So you are playing on your second spell, which is the Strength and Energy Adaptives, right? And Phylactery like fits very well with that because one of the things is you still want to do damage on Morphling, but like you don't want to be that kind of Morphling where you just keep on just buying right-click items that's like your carry can do that for you, you know? But as a mid hero, you kind of want to play around your spells a little bit more.
It's a good answer.
The Morphlings here.
Water Boy.
Oh, they're banning mid heroes though. I expected some like Naga PL kind of bans, you know? I feel like that's more Boom, where they want Natsumi to play this kind of scaling core. I think PL has been his go-to. It's also pretty good against the Morphling.
I think maybe Puck is just annoying to lane against as a Morphling if they are thinking about putting this Morphling at mid.
Is it annoying? How come?
Because this Puck doesn't really care if you play at the shrine. Because you have phase shift, right? And she is constantly going to just try and push out the lanes. And then later on, when she does her thing, you are kind of not able to match up to her pace. And you're kind of also very threatened if, let's say, this Puck can coil you. This Magnus is gonna, you know, like, do his skill thing. And you can't do anything in the fights.
Alright. What else do you think they need to ban for the Morphling though? Is there any other like matchup, like some OD or something? I feel like Boom need a hero that kind of deals with this Morphling right now. But it's hard to pick some like Void Spirit Pango kind of hero right into this.
I think Pango isn't that bad at all. Because you can build Diffusal. And Pango can always lane, I feel, as a mid.
Even against the Adaptive Strikes map?
Yeah, I mean, you just have to buy Tangos. But the important thing is reaching your level 6, you know, because this Morphling can't really do the same as like other mid heroes does when they are 6. So you can just kind of capitalize on that and destroy the other lanes.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm trying to think of this Rubik pick. I wonder if it's just a block pick for the Magnus. I feel like we haven't seen this hero in such a long time.
It's more like a cuckoo thing, I think.
Maybe. It's also decent against techies actually. It's not that hard to lift techies mid-suicide and all the spells you steal are kind of nice.
It's true.
It's also a big Zephyr hero.
Yeah, I feel like we don't see Rubik as much, like, except for
Just
anyone
gone,
on Blacklist.
right?
Yeah.
Anyone that plays a different role when they transition to support, they play Rubik.
Well, I think let's see a Boom make it work.
I don't mind a Tinker on Boom. Because right now this Morphling is kind of just very vulnerable, right? Sure, you need to ban the PL or like maybe even anti-mage or Slug, but I feel Tinker is actually really, really annoying to lane against as the Morphling. Because like he's just constantly going to spam you. And he's also one of the mid heroes that can just, oh, I'm level 6, haha, bye, and then goes to side lane and spam and spam and spam, make your side laners feel like, you know, it's the end of the world, they can't lane anymore because their HP is constantly always low. And then he can just come back to mid again to defend the wave.
Do you think it's too greedy for them to pick both Tinker and Magnus?
I think it's fine, honestly, because Tinker is just gonna drop all your HP, you know, and you need to have like such a good early phase to not suffer against that and be in a position where you can take something. When you're against a Tinker in a draft, like you just feel like you need heroes that can stop this Tinker from doing his thing. And right now, like they already have like what, Techies and Morphling, which is not really the heroes that can control Tinker, I feel.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Ooh,
Okay, never mind.
Marathrum.
This one hero is enough
the
to
Space
control
Cow.
Tinker.
Yep.
I feel like this hero is just in a really good place right now. But AG picking it here, I wonder if it's going to be a Jokam or a DB hero. Because Boom does have the carry pick right now. I can see some like Naga or PL still being really good. Or dare I even say it, Monkey King again.
Yeah, I feel like this Spirit Picker pick, we only saw it kind of close to the end of last week.
It was the beginning of this week, I think. No, AG played last week.
Started.
You're right.
Adam!
Good morning.
What time zone are you in?
Morning. It's been a long weekend. What is the
Grimstroke.
out of Blacklist book? So the Grim's probably a pre-answer to the Illusion heroes that they expect.
Like a TB or PL or
Yeah,
something
TV,
like that.
PL, Naga, you know,
Right.
Grim's just good against it. It's also a really nice combo with Spirit Breaker, Inkswell, Room Room.
Vroom, vroom.
I wonder what Boom's gonna pick here. I feel like you need a Nullifier hero. Because Purge, right? You see Grimstroke Bara, you want Purge.
Uh-huh.
It's a Nullifier hero. Why is it Natsumi Monkey King once again?
I mean, he can build Radiance into Nullify.
Radiance? Oh, like this. Wait, what? You disassemble Radiance?
Yeah.
Why don't you just buy the Nullifier? Isn't it cheaper?
Yeah, you can. I mean, depends on how you...
Are going.
I think you can go for the Radiance, because it's pretty easy lane, I would say. Silencer plus Monkey King against whatever Armgenius is gonna have. This SB might be a mid too though. Like I feel like they're gonna see this pick from Boom.
That is very possible, yeah.
Oh, there it is. You're
Go for the
losing hero.
Naga anyway. I think the nice thing about Naga against Spirit Breaker compared to all the other Illusion heroes is Song is not affected by status resist. So you can kind of wait out Bulldoze.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then, you know, you just drop an RP on him. Like, a Spirit Breaker hero is not a... You don't want him to pinball around fights. It's so hard to play when that happens. You want to... Once he comes in, you want him to die somehow or other. It's also a hero that helps Boom play the map because Rubik's Silencer Magnus ain't the best at that.
AG Band Monkey.
Although I would say Boom is kind of lacking the hero to play all these other 4 heroes. No. Like, Magnus don't want to be the first one in there. Obviously not the supports. And then
You don't think
Naga
Magnus
also don't
is
want
like
to be...
an initiator now with the Harpoon? Like, you just rush Harpoon, right? 2k HP,
You
no
can,
pairs.
but like you're also laning against... Like I just
Quite
feel
okay lane, no? I might be wrong. So I feel like the Morph's laning phase right now, he's not the best against heroes that buy ring. And I guess
Yeah.
on Magnus you can do that, right? Like we see FBZ go for Vanguard.
Like with how this Naga came out, I feel like this morphing is gonna stay mid though.
Possibly. See a Quap and Monkey King ban.
It might
I
be
wonder
a
if
bit
that just
too-
means Spirit Breaker mid, like you said. They're just gonna pick some Underlord or something. Underlord looks kind of crazy here. What else is good against the Naga? Darkseer? I can see a Darkseer for AG as well. Darkseer Grim's not a weak lane. You kind of enable your Spirit Breaker super hard. You buy team fight items against this greedy Boom draft.
What do you guys think can fill in the last picks?
I feel like Boom's pick's a bit complicated. I kind of like Quaswax Invoker, but it's weird with their supports. I think it's good for the game, but weird with their supports.
I feel like it's.
Elk ban.
I want to say Pango, but like, it's just the brain just.
It's against Soulbind and
Yeah.
Speedbreaker. It's just, I think it's a good pick too. I can see Tiny as well. I think a nice answer to Speedbreaker is this like super high physical damage. You know, you have Empowered Tiny. Yopaj is really good at it. I think a pick got better now, even with the Storm coming out.
That is a classic Yopaj hero, actually.
Yeah. But I feel like not a lot of people have been playing this hero and it's kind of dead right now.
That's true. Let's see if they have the same thought as you. But it does make sense. I do understand.
You have Empower too and Global Silence, so you're super enabled this game. You scale well, you play on the map. Boom needs someone to run around.
Oh, there's
Go for
your Invoker.
Invoker. They make sense too. I just don't like it with their draft as much as the Tiny. I think it's good against AG's heroes, but not the best with their own heroes. I say that, then there's going to be some 5-man RP into Meteor. And be like, who's this guy
I know,
talking
he's
about?
gonna buy Sha and then make the 5-man RP.
Oh, the vacuum.
Song into EMP into RP.
Oh.
That does sound cool.
Yeah, Boom has some good team fight, actually.
I think Boom's draft is super cool, but I like AG's draft a bit more.
Same. I just think like they have the what do you call it? The illegal core combo, you know, like Magnus, Invoker, and then Naga, who also kind of need time.
I feel like if Naga was a different hero, like some Monkey King there, like I can kind of see it.
Okay.
I do feel like Boom's draft is a bit harder to pull off, though, because you need a lot of situations to go just properly.
Yeah. And it's like a lot of setup, right? Like, are your lanes going to be good enough so they can play that way or not?
Okay, with this Invoker coming out, I hope DB just recognize I am gonna charge this Invoker. Even if I am the offlane, I am going to charge this Invoker. Just make this Invoker have no lane.
Yeah. So we also rarely see FBZ Magnus. Do you think he's going to be able to pull it off?
That's true. That is a new one. I feel like it's not a hard hero to play. I just hope they can come together because I feel Boom has this problem that if Yopaj is not having a good game, no one really is making moves on the map.
I feel like FBZ is going to have to play the Harpoon, what do you call it? Playstyle.
Yeah.
And then this Naga has to somewhat skip Manta and buy the Orchid straight. I feel this is how they are going to approach this Storm Spirit problem.
So you're saying that Boom has a cool looking draft, but whose draft do you think is the more promising for a win?
I think AG.
Yeah,
AG.
I go with AG.
It's just too easy for the SB and Storm to play together.
All right. Well, these two teams really need this win to be able to potentially, possibly qualify to the major, but also no one wants to get relegated. So we shall see with our casters who is able to take game 2.
Oh yes, this is a very interesting one because Yopaj is playing Invoker, one of his most successful heroes of all time, Avery, one of the most successful Invokers in the world, and they haven't played it a whole lot lately. There's got to be a reason for that, right? Is Invoker good?
I know. This hero's absolute terribleness incarnate.
Okay.
I've not seen anybody be able to make this hero work. I mean, Arteezy said it was the worst hero in Dota. That's all I need to know.
Okay. Arteezy's word is law? Is that what you're saying? You approve of everything Arteezy does?
I mean, I heckin' love Arteezy, so if he tells me Invoker's the worst hero in Dota, I'm going to believe him.
You approve
I don't know how I would
playing,
know that, but...
playing on a Smurf?
No, we don't need to talk about that. It's SEA here, Cat. Far away from those travesties of
Me and Avery duo queued and we got into a game against we got into a high MMR game against Arteezy and it did not go well for us. So
the problem with
that's the
Invoker
context
is
of that.
He's just really slow. Like, I don't know what you do with this hero in the first 15 minutes other than just farm. If you go the Quas Wex into like Vessel build, it doesn't feel like you do any damage. So those are your like two choices. You want to be fast and have no damage, or be slow with damage. I just feel like neither path really offers that much. In the ultra late, the hero's kind of the same hero, but he also lost like some good talents. He has this EMP shard, which is okay, I guess, but I don't know. I have not been convinced by this hero at all. I am worried. I also think this hero is insanely susceptible to just being run at mid, and AG have an incredibly good lineup for doing that with Techies, Breaker, and Storm, especially since the Breaker is versed a Naga, who DB probably won't be able to pressure Natsumi much in this game. So what's his next best option? Well, his next best option is just run at mid and ruin Yopaj's game. And like the second that happens, I feel like Boom can't do anything about it. They have Rubik Silencer. Two very greedy supports in the sense of they offer no early game real skirmish power or damage to like counter ganking some 3 or 4 man mid. I really think this is like a huge window for AG to abuse, and if they do, they might just win the game off it. Now, Quaswex is less susceptible to that because you have Tornado. The Tornado's been buffed, but I still think it's possible. We'll see how AG chooses to play it. They tend to be pretty static laners, I feel, so that might not even be a factor in this game, but I still do favor them. I think outside of the Naga pick, they're looking pretty good. But Naga can do Naga things.
On the opposite side of things, I am hot on this hero right here. The DB's playing Spirit Breaker. I think this hero is the bee's knees right now, and so do the pros playing it in these pubs. It is one of the most successful heroes on Dota 2 Pro Tracker right now, and it's doing very well in just general Dota buff terms across all the entire player pool. And people have kind of figured out a cool build with it too. It does the Vanguard Arcane Boots break apart into Octarine, then you can go Aghanim Scepter, and you have a charge up every like 5 seconds almost or something like that. It's a lot of fun, and it's a pain in the ass for the enemy team to deal with.
It is a very strong build. The Octarine Ags, Kaya Sange, Shadowblade is just disgusting in the late game fights. You have Permanent Bulldoze. That's like the most annoying part.
Yeah.
Sometimes you like Yules him, he comes down, he has another Bulldoze. What am I doing with my life? So this hero is very terrifying. His scale is crazy. His map pressure is crazy. He is just a very strong hero. I agree. I think Naga can pose big problems for this hero. This is one of those carries that can counter you with the sleep and then just exit that with like Bloodthorn Nullifier in the later stages and just get melted. Like, this matchup does hurt in some ways.
I feel like Spirit Breaker can counter Naga in the same way in that it does very well at dealing with the lane pressure from Naga Siren, right? If you get to the Aghanims completion, you've got to charge always up. Like, you can push out the lanes that Naga Siren is trying to push out with their illusions.
Yeah, I don't think this matchup's like terrible for Breaker. I think he's actually better than a lot of melee strength offlaners who in general just kind of don't do anything. But I think Naga has some good like counterplay when Breaker charges in, and then you just counter him and you just slice and dice him. I think that aspect can be pretty scary, because if you're going this Octarine, Ags type scale build with Breaker, you don't really have a defensive item. It can be hard to deal with. You need your team to bail you out. But if you bail them out, then I think you're Gucci. I just have a lot of faith in Naga right now. I don't know. Maybe my faith in Naga is too high. Every game I look at, I feel like in some ways Naga can always win it. I don't know if that's weird to say, but like this hero just doesn't care about much of anything in terms of her illusions. Like, what kills Naga illusions with Heart, Manta, +1? I don't feel like anything does.
I will agree with you in that a Naga game does typically feel like it is always winnable. And this game is definitely that kind of game, because I do feel like his other cores will scale pretty nicely as well, right? It's like, so the game can be drawn out, and Mag can get really big, and Invoker, you already talked about the scaling potential of Invoker. It's still kind of the same as it used to be in that regard. So yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, I think Boom can definitely win the late game. It's not straightforward, but they definitely have a lot of power hidden in these heroes, and literally in power as well. And that goes a long way.
Tornado EMP with a zap there from the Fade Bolt, and that'll secure first blood. Yopaj gets it off of a gank, and that gets even worse for Army Geniuses as Yokum ends up dying in the bottom lane as well. So it's not so good.
Very static early game from AG. I mean, they had like a little rune contest, but we see the first gank mid, it's Boom, not the other way around, which, I mean, it's hard to gain Quaswex Invoker with the lineup. I'm not saying it's necessarily the go-to here, but I do think AG sometimes are a very slow early game team, and when your pressure point is like the first 5 to 10 in terms of Invoker, I want to see them get to that at some point. I'm not saying that what's happened is completely against that philosophy, but I don't think this is a game where they necessarily want to just sit on their laurels and watch 3 boom cores farm, like, from this moment onwards. I think they want to get some play
dies again to the rotation from Zephyr, then you'd be...
It's trouble.
Pretty concerned.
Yeah, it's trouble, because now Yopaj is going to have a very nice start. It's going to give him his earn charges. He is already pretty much uncontested in this game. I mean, 6-minute rune is also a pretty big point here. You need like both supports to contest these. As Yopaj is getting
still going for it. X-Nova, he knew about the Rubik being there, but he probably didn't know about the silencer cutting up the right-hand side, and is going to be able to get the kill on Yoe again, and Yoe doesn't even get the experience for the eventual kill on Zephyr. That is possibly the worst part of that exchange.
Earn charges for Yopaj, +2 int, taken away from Storm Spirit. That is some value intelligence right there. True. Man's got an ego. And you're getting solo XP for Naga, which is, again, the best part of this Naga Spirit Breaker matchup is you are ultimately free farming for a lot of this game. Like, Breaker does not apply any pressure to Natsumi here for a long, long time. So you're going to have really good Naga timings. And that's where Cyril's terrifying. Like, Cyril with good timings. It is a menace on the map. It makes the game very hard to play. Puts a lot of pressure on your supports, especially if they're having a rough early game because you're losing mid. Boom in a pretty solid position here coming out of the early game. This is what happened last time, and that, of course, pretty much crumbled for them. That's something to think about. You want to follow it up with a better transition than last time. It means getting wisdom runes to fight.
Vares, he gets spotted trying to steal some and will be punished because the skewer is there to be able to stop him. So they get the wisdom rune. And they get some extra experience from a Techie's kill. You know, I occasionally will glance at chat. I don't usually bring it up in the middle of a cast here, Avery, but somebody did say Grimstroke is a dumpster hero. And that is a statement that I do kind of agree with. Do you agree with that? Like, is this hero viable right now? Why are we seeing it here in this game?
Yoe is ticking out.
Okay. Bye, Yoe.
He's dead for a 3rd time, having a very rough game. Yopaj giving him the revenge. Well, honestly, Cap, that was my alternate Twitch account, so I do agree with that statement.
Yeah, all right.
Glad you're reading my messages. That was a test one. Did you see the other message I sent you?
I mean, that was one of the few intelligent chatters I saw, so it makes sense now.
I wrote a couple Cap, you stink in there, but I think they got timed out.
Something about talking out my ass or something.
Yeah, there's some auto mods in there. So what can you do? I mean, Gurman is not that bad. Come on, this show is not dumpster tier.
Okay.
I mean, he's like the guy next to the dumpster, but he's not.
He's sitting outside the dumpster. He goes dumpster fishing sometime, but he's not. He doesn't live there permanently.
Exactly. And so that's just good living right there. Okay. I mean, the hero has problems. He's pretty slow. His laning is pretty mediocre. His scale is okay. He has some solid talents. His shard's still pretty good. His ags can be useful in certain games, useless in others. He needs a lot of levels. That's his biggest downfall. This hero is level hungry all the time. His ult's not really useful in a lot of situations. He has cool cosmetics. I feel like there's some stuff going on.
Okay, pros and cons. I heard a lot of cons, but then I heard cool cosmetics, so that's definitely one in the pros category.
That's what sold you.
I mean,
good combos.
One thing I was kind of leading to was that I think for this game, I thought you would pick him because the Inkswell couples really nicely with 3 cores that are very mobile, right? Spear Breaker, Morphling, and Storm Spirit. But he is opting for maxed out Stroke of Fate right now, which just means he's going to be even slower, I guess, in his synergy combo anyway. The Strength Morph is already out in your dream. He could be okay here. Vares is going to try and bail him out with the blast off, and indeed, in your dream is out. Vares is dead, though. A 1-for-1 exchange off the rotation from Yoe and Yokum.
Excuse me, a 1-for-1? Would you like to try that again, sir? Would you like to try that again? A 1-for-1 even exchange? Would you like to try that again, sir? I'll give you one more chance.
What?
the 3-for-1 exchange because you got 1 hero, but you got 2 int on the board. Up to 6 here for X Nova. He's raking them in. Yeah, you didn't think about that one.
I didn't.
That is not an even
no.
exchange.
I checked the fight recap. I was like, it was a 1-for-1, right?
I like my job. Anyway, Yo is try and recover in this game. It is going to be an uphill battle for the Storm Spirit here, but maybe that Inkswell is something that can bring him back. This is kind of the problem with Grim. I'm talking about, oh, he has great Inkswell combos. He's leveling Stroke. I mean, if you don't level Stroke, you can't shove Waves, which can lower your levels overall. But if you do level Stroke, then your combos are worse, right? Because you want level 3 on Phantom for the upgraded silence, and you want level 3 to 4 on your stun, so you can chain it properly. That's what I'm saying. This hero just needs a crap ton of levels.
Yeah. Okay.
Generally,
so
I
in some
actually
ways,
feel
this
like
build right now is an investment for the future.
Yeah, it just says he wants to get farm. Like, I think this build is okay this game because I think the early Inkswells are not good. The point where you want Inkswell in this game is later on, when Breaker and Storm are powered up. That's when you want higher Inkswell points. The early game, they're not that good because you're playing into a Tornado Invoker anyway.
Sure.
Who's just going to insta-dispel at every fight. You have Global. These combos are not necessarily reliable. You just want to get Stroke, prolong this game, and kind of hit that mid-late game as strong and high level as possible. You could max Phantom. I've experimented with that build. I think it's a little underrated, but not that good versus Naga. Like, Stroke is much better versus the Illusions and the Wave Shove. That's the biggest factor.
DB in some trouble. No levels of Bulldoze yet, so he was out there for the full period of that ensnare. And his phase boots wearing out. The Illusions blocked him in. He still has a flower, though, so should be fine in the end. Seems like the Vanguard Spirit Breaker with 1600 HP is just a bit too tanky.
Those are all of Yopaj's urns. Expensive gank attempt as a 12-minute rune. They're smoked top. But they cannot kill FPZ Mag here. He is way too tanky. And it'll be Arcane Rune bottom. The rune that Yowie dreamed of turns into his nightmare as Child Carl laughs in his face.
I would say Yowei's dream is Yopaj's reality.
That's true. Yeah. He is my idol.
He's all of our idols.
Who do you think Yopaj's idol is? Has anybody ever asked him that?
Probably Thompson. It's always Thompson.
That's a good one. I feel like it's Pup.
Wait, didn't he? I think he talked about it. No, he talked about it at that one tournament.
I feel like he did, yeah. What did he say, though?
I think he said Miracle because Nikma was there.
Oh, yeah,
and they
he
played
did
them
say
in the
Miracle.
playoffs.
That's right. I mean, Miracle's everybody's idol.
Bari had his TP canceled off of the cold snap. So sadly, he'll die in the corner around the Roshan pit. Meanwhile, Army Geniuses are setting up for a mid gank that is a little bit too far and too deep, so
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, if I were in a room with Miracle, Yopaj, and UCAP, and I had to choose 2 idols, I'd choose you twice.
Wow, thanks.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So like different aspects of me? Or?
Are fortified.
Just like the way my humor, the way I make you laugh.
Dire's top tower.
No. Oh, like give me that in.
You like my casting a lot?
Give me +2, baby. No, not really. +2, baby. He's grinding them up. Some good into steal from these heroes, let me tell you that.
Yeah,
it's a pretty slow game, but I think in a way both teams kind of wanted a slow game here. You want to farm with this Naga, hit really good Naga timings with a pretty greedy Tricore outside of Yopaj running around with Witchblade. He's having some decent tempo. And I think AG, I don't know, they wanted mid to go way better. I think Yowie, he's having a very rough game. That is the one aspect that does not feel good, but I do think when you play Morphling Spirit Breaker, it can be a little clunky. You need like your first set of items to really go fight. So don't blame them for just trying to get there. Global for the Morph. He did not get Morph off.
He's taking a lot of magic damage already. The RP goes up, but the Morph strength has already kicked in. It's too much, and he's actually going to chase after them here with the attempted skewer, denied by the Tornado. But the charge is still coming through for Yopaj, and they've got the vision for him too. They still have the ultimate. They pull him back in with the blast off stun to follow it up. Could drop a couple of mines, and Yopaj does eventually die. Costs him a lot of spells, but they get him in the end.
I was about to say that chase does not look very good, but of course you have the ultimate chaser. The dog. Or the cow. Without a bone.
You are really bad at identifying animals in this Dota universe.
Okay, that one,
God.
that was not an animal identification. Whatever, man. I give up. As the cow will charge across the map.
The cow jumps over the moon.
I mean, he's not really a cow. He walks on 2 legs.
Yeah, but he does move. Nice tornado. EMP follow up there, but Yopaj needs some help, and he doesn't have any. It comes far too late. Natsumi shows up with the song. I mean, it was a nice combo, but he was literally out on an island. Nobody else was there for him.
Yeah, where were the supports?
Oh, what a regen room. Yo, wait. He picks it up, but he doesn't get to use it, or at least not for long. Nice
Zephyr.
catch from Zephyr.
What a ball steal right there. Sends it back his way. Says, what's up, nice rune. Be a shame if someone canceled it. Turns out okay for Boom, I guess. I mean, Yopaj's pretty sad because you want to snowball off the Switchblade build. Otherwise, you're not farming anything outside of heroes. Farm rate is pretty damn slow. Just needs the supports with him on plays like that, and they'll turn out better. Still, Natsumi walks in there, gets a kill, walks away, level 13. He has been absolutely untouched this game, and it shows as Orchid Manta completed. Oh, this is such a scary hero when you hit these timings. It's absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
He's an insane threat on the map right now. You cannot deal with the illusions yet. You don't feel like you're necessarily scaling well versus him because your Storm is just too far behind. Oh man, if he gets to a good hard timing here off this Orchid, Boom are in an incredibly solid position to just win the game off the Naga timings alone.
Well, we're going to
else.
put the Spirit Breaker to the test in this game. Oh, and he doesn't get off the bulldoze in time. He's not going to die, but he is going to take a decent amount of damage. Natsumi, maybe he's in trouble, actually. Charged up, controlled up. Global Silence is there, but at the same time, so is the Silence of the Ghost. He's got to get rid of that one. Still doesn't have Song, but because the Global Army Geniuses do start retreating, jump away, hit by a cold snap, Yoei, zipping. Only has a little bit more mana to work with here. Charge in from the other side, DB, bulldoze, ensnared, lasts long enough, he'll kill him. And Army Geniuses struggle to find an opening here to actually wedge themselves in and get a good team fight.
Invisibility.
It's just tough. You don't have the best lockdown either. It's a problem with their lineup because these charges and storm dumps, they're hard to go in versus global and tornado RP turnaround. Like, there's a lot of turnaround for Boom. AG just having trouble initiating. Yopaj gonna find another free support down here as Varize goes down. Map pressure building up, and the pickoffs are building up. In your dream, gonna try and return.
Oh, Yokub tries to juke him, but runs back into Yopaj, but he does have help. In your dream's on his way. He's already killed one.
He's in trouble.
Next Nova, he's got to wait for him. Inkswell stun. Oh, didn't go off, or goes up a little. Oh man, that was some damage.
That's why you max stroke right there, Cap. You see that?
I guess so.
I mean, you're a man of stroking, but that was how you do it.
Yeah, I could learn something for sure. I've done a lot of strokey in my time, but
watch the replay later. Let me know how it goes.
All right.
Well, you got a bulldoze steal. That's not too bad.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'll just watch the clip. I only need 30 seconds anyway.
All right. I mean, now you're just taking it too far, man. This is, you know what? I'm gonna take one of my idols. I'm gonna give it back to you, Yopaj. You don't deserve it.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
12-6, you got it. That was a good one. 12-6, a 5,000 net worth lead as DB goes for it here, goes for it all alone. What was he going for exactly? I'm curious. He still gets a charge, but he's slowed down so much.
The cow don't stop. Once the cow go in, the cow's in. You can't cancel it. The button's gone. His keyboard lag. I've been there.
Okay. I will just say, I played this matchup earlier today, the Spirit Breaker versus Invoker. And the slows are very debilitating. And I will just say one thing that I found was actually super helpful was the upgraded drum boots, the bongo boots. That actually helps Spirit Breaker get in and out of those slows so much.
That actually, yeah, that sounds pretty good. It's also just a good item on a hero. The problem is you want to get this like Octarine Ags, you know? You don't want to build
Yeah. He's got to get Ags, and then maybe he can go back for the drums, but it's awkward.
The bongo boots are also pretty bad versus Naga with sleep and snare. It's a tough itemization. It's a tough Spirit Breaker game, honestly. It's not that straightforward.
No.
He has to deal with the Naga map pressure. Then, while he's dealing with that, if he wants to fight, he has to charge in his Invoker, which is one of the best answers to this hero. Kind of have him on both fronts, and this Naga pressure is picking up, man. It is hard to play the map right now for AG. They're getting very heavily constricted, and the pickoffs are just coming to life.
Yeah,
where are you going?
Again. He tries to get out of the map, is immediately denied by Boom, while Natsumi consumes more and more space with the heart now picked up. It is...
It's terrifying, man.
They're beginning to... I feel like this is getting close to tap-out territory. You're running out of oxygen. If you're Army Geniuses, you got to get this group loose.
These are the Naga games that I don't care what Naga's playing against. I feel like, in theory, this is a one game for Naga. When she hits this heart timing as a third item at 21 minutes, it's impossible. Nobody can deal with the illusions. Name me a hero outside of, I guess, Pugna and Lion that you can deal with them on the map. There's nobody. And it gives you just such a huge window here to build net worth lead, commit to Roshans, take towers, farm enemy side of the map, because you're forcing AG out of whatever area you want right now. The rest of Boom can clump, so you can't just run into that ball.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Natsumi is a big problem right now, and there's not an easy solution in the near term. You have late term solutions. You go late game between the cores with the breaker magic damage. You can get an Ags in your dream.
Ow. Charge kind of screws that up, but I don't think it's going to matter. DB's dead either way.
11k gold lead. This is going to continue to accelerate very fast. You're going to get your Tormentor stolen.
One goes next.
Oh my god. 4 int a kill. This is where you buy boots of travel and you start jumping around.
A stolen charge is also going to be really rough.
You have global.
Zephyr giving the vision for him, has the global silence. Needed to be able to protect him. RP turnaround for FBZ, catches the Morphling and pulls him back into his demise.
14k. Remember what I said was 11k? No, it's 14. That is how fast his lead is growing. Charge is way better for Boom here than it is for AG, because they have the Naga pushing everything in, which just naturally creates the split up. And the second you catch someone, it's just a better space cow.
Yeah, you remember how you said, you know, like, game is kind of slow, but it does seem like both teams are okay with it? Well, it seems like one team walked away with a much better setup from that slow start of this game.
I mean, AG wanted... I think they were okay with a slow early game as long as Yoei was in a position to make something happen after. But they're not okay with what happened in that early game if Yoei just gets destroyed like that on lane and they have no playmaker. Because Breaker cannot be a reliable playmaker in this game. Into the Quaswex Invoker. Now Breaker becomes a reliable playmaker if the mid lane goes better, because then the Invoker is behind and Yoei's ahead. And he can just be jumping the Invoker and you can take the fights off that. Since that never happened, you just gotta force some go here. And
Ace while stun. Trying to go for it. They have the skewer back on Avaris at the same time. He blasts off in place, hitting the stun onto the Magnus. So maybe they can get 2 off of this one, thanks to the Soulbind holding him in. But the song resets things, and Yoei is running out of mana. He's running out of health soon. Song expires, but the ensnare now on top of Yoei. Do they have anything to help him out? Big stun by Zephyr with a stolen blast off once again. With the blast off from this guy, whether it's a Rubik or a Techies, he's still getting it. And this time it's in a winning game. Is In Your Dream is fighting for his life up against the Naga Siren right now. Tornado comes on through. Actually helps out a little bit. Turns into the Naga. Gets the ensnare onto the Invoker. Back in the Morphling. He's silenced up, but they do have the DB charge. That helps. Stun, throw back. Zephyr finishes off the Morphling by tossing him back into the arms of the Naga Siren. That was an okay fight for Army Geniuses, but it didn't work out in the end with their carry dying.
I mean, they did a decent job taking that fight while ignoring Naga the entire time. A tough hero to ignore, dealt 4,200 damage there. But they got some big prizes for sure. That is a tough fight that does yield some reward with big 4 kills. And you'll take it if you're AG. A very, very formidable window you're also pushing into here with this Naga having such a fast item timing. Level 19 now for Natsumi. And you're closing in on Ags on the Breaker and the Morph. You're closing in on Ags on Yokum. And an Ags for Yoe is on the horizon. So quad Ags here in the queue for AG if you can get to it.
Funny part is, I feel like the Ags is like the start of something, but you still need one more item on all of these heroes.
From memory.
And meanwhile, they're just getting picked apart by this FBZ Harpoon Magnus, finding openings all over the place because he can just roll around with the team while the Naga Siren controls the map.
I actually like the Mag build this game because Naga had such a free time, which I think she should. You just want a hero that can help enable the pickoffs and play with Yopaj. I don't think you need the auras. You can always get the auras later here with the Naga later timings. Nobody wants Aegis apparently. All right, that's cool. I mean, normally we leave cheese in the pit, but
oh my god, they're actually going to leave it.
I mean, why doesn't somebody from AG just walk there? Because they know.
I mean, they probably expect.
But you don't see it. It tells you somebody picks it up. So they know nobody picked it up. Look, you just got it.
Okay, Yoe got it.
This is so stupid. What?
And they tipped Natsumi because they're like, buddy. It was all a bait.
What the hell was that?
He's going to get skewered. No, the charge. Perfect timing from DB. Arrives in just the nick of time to be able to bail him out. Bulldoze, Glimmer Cape gets him away from the ensnare, but not away from the Inkswell. That stun lands. Sunstrike over the top, extra bit of damage, but not quite enough to finish up DB. So ultimately, the outcome is the same as if the Aegis sat there in the pit.
Stupendous.
Nobody died. Nobody got a kill.
Why did nobody won it? I don't understand.
I don't know, but Rubik? Oh, the song save. And it stopped the Spear Breaker charge too, but this is the Storm Spirit's going to come in, finish him off. Bari's going to die into the Naga Siren on the outside of that. The supports are both just getting pummeled by these mobile heroes.
Yeah, you're out of mana.
And the RP lands on Tony. He's actually morphing. Oh, disaster. What a great stun, though. Stun after stun. Well charges. Thanks to the Naga Siren illusion, they were actually winning that fight. If only the Morphling didn't morph into agility, they would have won this.
This fight's going amazingly. The Dark Portrait's still fighting. It's like, yo, where's my carry? What a clowny game, honestly. I mean, I don't know what the hell that sequence was, but I guess it ended up being pretty good for AG because they got rid of that Aegis timing, or I guess Boom got rid of it, and then
yeah, they threw it away,
and they threw that Aegis in the dumpster where Grimstroke was standing. Yoe looked down inside the dumpster. Yoe looked in the dumpster and said, "Hey, wait a minute, I'll take that. One man's trash is another man's treasure." Makes it work. Really get a decent fight with that Dark Portrait. That didn't look too bad. I mean, this is Butterfly Naga. This is when you want to be ending the game with some solid timings if you're Boom, not going even in fights. Big amount of space and a lot of time bought here for AG to continue to start to farm the map up, and they're starting to get their Naga answers. The mid game, very difficult, but now you have that Ags morph to steal Naga, steal stats. You can always do it off an illusion here until he has Lincoln's, which Natsumi's not buying. You have the Ags on Spear Breaker to help deal with the map pressure, extra damage, and you have that Dark Portrait.
Do you have to build Lincoln's in this matchup as Naga?
I think it's good. I mean, it prevents him being able to easy steal it off the illusions. There's a Lincoln's on Yopaj, so he can also throw it on Natsumi. It's also just a good Lincoln's game because it blocks the Storm Jump, it blocks charges. Lincoln's is always a very strong item for Spear Breaker. and you're blocking the Morph here, as well as Dark Portrait, in theory.
My understanding of the matchup is that Linken's was like a requirement for Naga in this matchup. Maybe I'm wrong, but that was my understanding of it. So I was curious what you thought.
I mean, Dota's always relative. It depends if you can jump him first. Your team can deal with certain aspects of it. Maybe you don't care about the illusion. It's not like the Naga illusion is going to kill Natsumi. It's going to kill his team. So if his team doesn't care about it, then it doesn't matter. But generally, yeah, I do think the Linken's is good when the Morph goes Ags. It just makes his life very difficult.
Yeah.
But he will opt for the Hex here, a more aggressive item, but also a way where he can go in and be a threat of his own. Dark Portrait does go out, and we'll run in.
You know what? The Ag Storm Spirit. Okay, Yoei is going to show, so they should know about this. Oh, look at that jump. FBZ, you play, but it doesn't catch, and now he's going to be inside of the base, gets a 4-staff down, and the song save as well. But still, AG, they got a lot out of Boom in that. Not enough for them to chase forward because these illusions are in their way, but they don't have to worry about a sieging high ground right now, I don't think.
Like, there are going to be a lot of illusions in the fight. It's going to be very chaotic. You're going to have the Naga illusion spawned by Morphling. Then you're going to have the Dark Portrait Naga illusion. Then you're going to have Naga's Naga illusions. And then her Manta illusions. Then you might have Morphling Naga Manta illusions.
Don't forget about illusion runes.
It's true, we can have a couple of those.
Yeah. Any other illusions?
No, I was looking pretty hard, but I think that's it. But basically what happens is all these...
Wait, no, Rubik can steal from Morphling.
I don't think it works like that, does it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. If he turns into Naga Siren and then he pops Mirror Image.
I guess you should get it,
yeah.
All right, well, there's a lot of illusions. So basically, when all those illusions go into each other and start smacking each other and no one knows what's going on, the fight will likely come down to, do you get a big RP or do you get a big charge connection into an ult? That is the big factor. Like, whose supports are going to get jumped on first and die? Where's this Hex go from Natsumi? Another very important factor, if he gets Hex off on the Morph or the Storm before a BKB or some defensive item comes out, it's pretty big. And we have Ags done on Yoei, so the quad Ag strategy, it's fully online, Cap. We are 4 for 4. We're only missing the minefield that's coming later. If you get a big Vortex pull into a charge, into an Inkswell, oh baby, you cannot clump on Boom anymore.
Oh, they're going for it. They're going for DB. They got him with the tornado, and they're already TPing onto the outpost. He's in trouble. He's in an RP. And the Ice Path, even if he could get up, he'd still be slowed down a bit too much. So, nice pick off for Boom, and that'll help them get some control back into this game and another chance to be able to siege the high ground. And that siege is all the scarier when you get the 20 talent on Magnus. The plus 375 skewer range, so he can take you from your base and send you a long, long ways away.
He also has BKB, so is there anything that interrupts Blink BKB skewer here? Not really.
No.
I mean, you can throw a Soulbinder.
Breaker ultimate, Soulbind maybe.
Yeah, the Soulbind, I mean, there it is.
Got him.
Welcome to pain, Mr. Breeze. It starts with them.
Like Collapse should be back with this new Magnus, right? Because maybe you don't have the same kind of horn toss, but now your skewer effectively goes farther thanks to Harpoon pulling heroes out of position even further.
Sure, Collapse isn't sad about it.
Has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire structures.
Maybe that's why he said he liked the patch. I bet you read that interview.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I did not see that interview, no.
All right, well, I'm going to give my other idol to Miracle again. You're back to 0.
That was...
Double damage. Kills.
Idols come and go. What can you do? Easy come, easy go. Next Roshan up in a minute and a half. So That's what we're going to be waiting on. I assume Boom is just going to chill out and wait for that. It is going to be a nighttime Roshan. So that is to the advantage of Army Geniuses because their outpost is up there, so they can buy back and play for it. But it's still really hard against a team that's preemptively set up for it.
They only have they only have like they're missing the two big buybacks is what I should say, which is the Morphling and the Spirit Breaker. Yoi's buyback is pretty valuable, especially if he goes in to set something up and dies.
They're going through the outpost. That is a bold move. It's going to work, I believe. Oh, they didn't quite spot the silencer. It did not work. And now they're going to get sandwiched because the ward got put up on the high ground right before, and now this is going to be Vari's dead right away. Still, though, Army Geniuses can still hold this bit of territory. They have the initiation after all. They're going to go for the buyback TP onto the outpost with the initiation onto FBZ, but the Magnus just too tanky. Meanwhile, DB tried to charge in through the side, got stopped. Charge does go out, stops FBZ. Once again, Natsumi's going to call it quits, though. He had that illusion on him. They're going to chase after Global Silence after the zip in. RP hits on the Storm Spirit that don't want to fight. FBZ goes for the TP out, but nice use by In Your Dream, turning into the Naga Siren. Still got the Storm Spirit, but he managed to stomp that TP away by using the ensnare from the Aghanim Scepter Naga to be able to get that kill. Zephyr charges through with a stolen charge. Still going to be caught by the ensnare. Buybacks all around. Big tornado, not enough to be able to save the Rubik, though. That's going to be gem dropped out as well. Varis can't really grab it, though. And it's going to be a dieback here. Tries to give him the Inkswell stun, but the illusions by themselves. No commitment needed from the side of Boo.
They have charge vision.
Now DB still going for it. They're going after X Nova with the Dark Portrait. The Glimmer Kit does not give him the invisibility in time. And they found the real one. Real Natsumi. Put in here. Managed to get the Yopaj Invoker as well in that grab. But no. The side plus the Orc get a ton of damage onto the Storm Siren. Safe though. Oh, that Inkswell stun, that did something different. Gave him a nice little heal and a Dispel that saves his life.
These fights are so chaotic for Boom. That's an FBZ dieback. That's an X Nova dieback here. They make that Yoi buyback work on their dire outpost, like you said. And I mean, DB, he just baited out so much attention at the start of that fight and lives on 400 HP out of 3,600 after the Hex. And suddenly, the fight is just way too chaotic for Boom to focus on. We don't see a clear, good RP into Naga follow-up. Natsumi's doing his own thing. He's 11-0. But it is not enough to fight through all of these cores that are just shredding his team. You have double Hex up for Boom. Surely they can find something with the lockdown and be able to commit here. This is not a Roshan they want to give up. Naga Illusion scouting everything. Illusions on illusions. This Dark Portrait's been nasty. There's just too many Nagas.
Problem is, there is more of them on the side of Army Geniuses than there are on the side of Boom. And that might just be them losing control of Roshan as a result of that. As you said, you build this Naga to hit a certain timing, and you may have whiffed that. Now the game has gotten a little hard. Zip on out. Storm Spirit zipping past the instant Hex. Once again, this time around, he doesn't have the Inkstable, but he does get off his BKB. His Global Silence immediately afterwards, though. Charge on through. DB giving him a bit of breathing room to work with the Storm Spirit. Not able to re-engage as the song goes out. Reset things, pull down the Morphling and try and reset the charge, hitting the illusions, trying to deal with these as quick as possible. Well, Natsumi chases after Varis, deals with the wards, gets rid of the vision game. All important to stop that initiation from Army Geniuses.
I mean, AG are starting to get the damage to kill these Naga illusions. One charge, one stroke. They're almost gone.
Yeah.
You gotta start to feel good about that if you're AG here, because that's like the final piece of these team fight puzzles. Everything else, you're outscaling Boom right now. The scale is just not coming from the Invoker Mag in these engagements.
It is a massive increase in damage when you get the 20 talent and the Yashikai at the same time. Massive increase in movement speed and damage on that movement speed. You're right, these charges are destroying.
His Timeless Relic plus that Inkswell, he is going to be fast, and he's going to be a diesel train. Diesel train coming for your booty, Cap. You better watch. People about to disappear.
Oh, keep an eye on my booty. Thank you. As we're going to watch Boom. It's been a full 5 minutes. Nighttime Roshan turns to daytime. And Boom, retreat through the gates. What does Army Geniuses do? I mean, it's a death sentence sometimes to go through that side portal without vision. Do they run across the map? And can they even get there in time? They're going to try. They're going to follow Roshan through the side portal here.
This is
and Boom are
insane.
going to see this. Oh my God, they're going to see this.
What the hell?
Give him the vision. BKB goes out from DB. Managed to get a charge onto 2. The rest of the team is following through. They're going to go for the silencer first. The Harpoon goes out. Managed to miss that one. Manta dodge onto the side. Silencer still up. Global Sound as a result. And Yoka wins through the side portal and dies as a result. A 2-man hold in by the song.
He has RP.
NBC, he's ready to go.
Can he time it?
Off the song. Get the timing. Oh, he hits the Storm Sphere. The BKB goes out for the Storm, but the physical damage may be too much. No, the charge on through. DB helped him out just yet. Now the soul line. They buy back, grabs the 2 of them, holds them together, rips them apart. Natsumi desperately trying to create more illusions, but the AoE damage
back through the gate
with the low HP Naga Siren. It doesn't last for long. The Soulbind hits Zephyr. They actually managed to do that. They YOLO through the side portal, and it all works out okay for Army Geniuses. Unbelievable.
I don't know how that works. You're going through the portal one-on-one. Your techie's just suicides. He literally just hurls his corpse through the gate so his team might thrive. You have a 5-on-4, and you get nothing. You get nothing out of this. You get a Grimstroke buyback. They're gonna find Yopash. They have Gem. What are you doing here, son?
Dying.
Meditating. Okay, I mean, you got the full team wipe. That was a streak. Couple streaks in there too, because Natsumi was 12-0. Somebody got a lot of gold off that. It was Yoka. 1,300 gold kill with 1,300 to the team.
Wow. Has been killed.
He's got a shiny new item after that one, depending on what he wants here.
Apparently it's bots.
There was once a 14k gold lead in this game for Boom. A lot of it was on Natsumi, and with that death, I don't know if they're going to be able to bring it back. The scale is starting to hit, and it's starting to hit hard. They don't have answers for In Your Dream Morphling. He seems to be a bigger problem. He's killing heroes faster than Natsumi can. Sometimes the issue with Morphling, you get dragged around. It's hard to stick on heroes. Especially when Ags is draining your attack speed, draining your stats. There's a Dark Portrait killing somebody else. Very tough for Natsumi to have the impact he was having earlier. At this point, you need big RPs. FBZ has got to come through now for Boom. No way around it.
Well, he is going to have the chance to shine here. That is... I mean, Magnus is great at being able to siege and pull heroes out of the base, but it's even easier when you can push them into your own base. So FBC will certainly have a chance to be able to do just that as we're going to watch the tail end of that last fight. The charge on from perfect. DB was, perfect time.
And part of me feels like the Invoker impact is just too low. Like, there has to just be more damage coming out from him at this point in the game, right? I feel like Storm needs to die there. You get that RP, he's getting hit by Naga the entire time. You have a Quaswex Invoker, just... I mean, you're not even Quaswex at this point. You are Lake Game Invoker, but... he hasn't really itemized to be the crazy right-clicker, I guess. There's no Cataclysm, there's no huge burst damage coming out from Yopaj that you want to see during that BKB interval.
Yeah. And you could go that route. I mean, there is the Song of Siren that sets up Invoker combos pretty nicely.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, you just need something.
I mean, he has the +2 Chaos Meteors. That'll help a bit. And the initiation, okay, a pickoff.
Yeah, but Bulldoze.
Bulldoze.
You gotta tornado him.
Yeah.
I mean, he does have Lincolns, he does have BKB. I guess you can always get it off. Just an annoying hero.
But if you tornado him and then he BKBs, you could... Oh, you can ensnare him because he doesn't have Ags yet.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a problem. Big problem. And Naga Siren has kind of capped out. It doesn't get too much bigger than this. I mean, he can get Aghanim Scepter, he can get Moon Shard, but he completed a Bloodthorn. That's his newest item, and now he's 6 slotted, truly.
Bloodthorn is insanely high damage on this hero. with all the illusions and the single target burst. It is a big item for Natsumi. You were talking about that single target damage when heroes get RP'd, stuff like this. I mean, this is your best bet right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You can also just throw this out in people's BKBs now.
Radiant are scanning.
I think it's all about the jump. You get a big vortex, you get a big RP. And how much do you get out of that? Like, Boom need to get a lot out of their RP, whereas AG are kind of just fine poking with some illusions. This Dark Portrait Magnus, I guess. No, why not? Send the Illus in. I am the Naga now, sir. Oh, there's that skewer they're looking for.
They need to get a soulbind, but they can't really get that deep into the base, or maybe they can. Charge on through, they manage to grab two. The song is going out, but FBC still dies. He does have a buyback though, and they are all so close to the fountain. Oh, they are so close to the fountain. He can feel it, he hit the opening of the song. The blast off comes in, where's this going back? They are all going to the fountain. It feels everybody. Let's go to the fountain. It's a day off indeed for RB Geniuses, as they are not going to be hitting the barracks. They are not going to be taking the throne. They are going to be going to the fountain time and time again. As In Your Dream is going to be pulled back yet a third time, potentially not needed. FBZ doesn't need to hit a third skewer.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. What just happened? AG, the one spell you have to think about in this game is reverse polarity, and you did not think about it, and you got mega goddamn punished on that base push. Goddamn. I mean, could have that fight gone any worse? Is my only question. I don't think so. You give them a free skewer on your Morphling going high ground. He has Aegis. You just don't want to clunk here. That's it. I get this full of BKBs. You get a free Magnus pick. But then you got to respect the buyback. And I mean, you're just stuck in song. And there is no way home. Perfect timing by FBZ. A redemption RP into the fountain. And then he brings In Your Dream back again. Whew. That's one way to get some extra damage your Invoker was lacking.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, DB back inside the real game needs some help, and he gets the charge. Okay, the blast off lands onto the Rupik, who came a tad bit too far forward.
He felt
and
the brunt of that
get
charge.
a pick, a punish there.
That down. How much damage that do? Just a little 640.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Not bad.
Not too snap. Oh, what's the word I'm looking for?
Snazzy?
I was gonna say snazzy. Is that actually the phrase?
Yeah. I mean, it's not
weird.
I don't know if too many people say that, but snazzy is a good word.
I mean, AG are licking their wounds as they thought they were ending the game there. And is that enough to turn this for Boom? That's a big question. I mean, what are you getting off that? You got a nullifier for FBZ. He did have to use buyback, so if you find this mag again, that could just be the game. But he also has level 25, and he's debating talents here. He's going to take in power damage. I mean, you got to understand why.
I would have gone the RP personally, but I can get it. I can get it.
I mean, this talent is the better talent on paper, but when this game feels like it's all on RP and you just want to maximize it, I was also kind of feeling this RP duration.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, having extra right click will be big, and I mean, Natsumi needs to spend his gold. He ate a moon shard. He has another 8.6k.
Yeah, he's going to try and eat an Aghanim Scepter. But it does go down to what we were saying, right? He is kind of capped out. All the items that he can get have a limited return on them.
I mean, the Ags is still good for the BKB and snare. It's been really annoying for the Storm BKB jump. And I also think this shard is not bad either. Like, if he had shard in that base jump, FBZ might live. He died during the sleep to the proc off of Inkswell. Like, this Naga shard does heal a significant amount of HP on these big core heroes with 3,000-4,000 HP. It's very cheap. I mean, just buy it, man. You have 9.4k. Like,
that's a good point. Yeah, that Hag shard is legit this late into the game for sure. Xnova tries to go for the D ward instantly. caught
cannot go for that.
by Army Geniuses. You can't go blind into these high grounds. You have to expect Army Geniuses around and protecting their vision. But they're going to go for the skewer back on a DB, straightened up into the scythe off the nullifier, so it's full duration. Global silence.
He's too
trying to cover
tanky.
it even further. They couldn't do enough. DB is going to go back into it, charge out onto FBC. Jumping forward is the Morphling, but Song. It's going to allow them to be able to reset TP out. The charge is still going off, though. Going deep inside the base, trying to cut in from behind.
Oh, that's FBC's buyback.
Target they want to go for it. Buyback on him, and he's dead. They get it. 2 minutes on the clock.
No
You're
BKB.
dropping down on Army Geniuses, though. They're going to lose DB for it. He has buyback where the opposing offlaner does not.
That's a good. I did not think they were going to find that kill. That is a big kill to get. Dissuade the end game push here. That potentially could come out.
That was actually pretty scary. Good thing they killed that Rubik because he stole Yokum's Dark Portrait. So he created a Morphling Dark Portrait that was doing a lot of damage.
All right, that'll finish up Natsumi's Ags. Eats it instantly. Can he put it to use? Can he get this big ensnare? Can he get the bigger reel in?
The reel in.
I mean, you laugh at Reelin, but if there were ever a game where Reelin might actually win you a fight, it's this one. Because you're sleeping everybody on the jump in from AG. If you reel in just a little bit, that it's enough to get them in the RP, that might win you a fight.
He got grabbed on the TP in. The global silence is used. The tornado. Oh, it hits him. Can they get it with the ensnare? Running back, Yoei pops his BKB and does manage to get out. In Your Dream steals the Naga Siren.
Let them fight. Illusion on illusion.
Every single time, it feels like in that illusion battle, In Your Dream comes out on top.
Oh, they're just smoking in. This is super aggressive. They know there's no mag, but you don't have to
This is their
fight
last
there to
moment.
start.
25 seconds till he's back up. They got to make something work. And Roshan's just going to spawn as he enters the pit.
Do you force it 18 seconds on the mag counter?
I think you have to.
They want the fight. They want the charge. They're trying to get the vision. The charge is coming through. It's coming fast.
Yeah,
it's real damn fast.
He sees Zephyr. They go for it. The blink away. No. DB chases after him still. But the turnaround scythe, Bloodthorn used onto the Storm Spirit. He needs help. He doesn't have a BKB. They need a little bit more damage. And they're surely going to get off the Chaos Rider. No. Zip away.
How is he alive?
Over time is still not enough to curse. And they finally finish him off. FBC arrives just in the nick of time. But his team needs help. Natsumi needs help. He's trying to get up on Song. He gets up. The BKBs are still up. They expire soon. DB's going for it. He's at his ultimate, but he can't get it off. The Storm Spirit's gonna bots 2 onto him, but the global silence hits him. Another chance for Natsumi to be able to get away. The initiation is not there, and FBC is indeed left behind after the first kill on the Storm Spirit. The second life will catch him out.
At least you get a Storm buyback out of that fight, but that is going to be Roshan going AG's way, and they're going to put that Aegis straight on Yoei. And jeez, plus an Ags for somebody else. I guess Varize gets the Ags by default since all 4 were purchased earlier. Here's a minefield sign for you. Double how the hell did Yoei even live through the double meteor at the start of that? I thought he had like an Aeon disc or something. He wasn't taking damage.
I mean, the second meteor I don't think landed. And the first meteor, yeah, I mean, the damage on meteor is just kind of pathetic, it feels like now.
Is this spelled that bad? How's it that bad? Maybe he just needs the 25 talent here. Or something else. I don't know. DB is just walking through him. You are no man's land, son.
Charge got him. Zephyr. Picked off here. Big kill. Every kill is big, but this one is a dieback.
It's 100 seconds, no Rubik. I don't know if Rubik is the most influential at this point in the late game fights, but he's still a lift. Sometimes that's all you need. Do AG feel confident enough to try and go higher on this game? That's another question. What's going to prompt it, right? The last time that happened, it did not end well for them, as they all ended up in the fountain off of some skewers. That's a tough cookie to crack. Tough nut to crack. I don't know. I don't know who's cracking cookies. I mean, it could be a fortune cookie.
Perhaps.
It could be a fortune cookie, and inside the fortune is, I see a fountain in your future, in your dreams.
Oh my God. They got him on the side. Hit him with the RP on the Storm Spirit jump in. The blast off trying to dissuade as much as they can. FPC is dying fast. He had a skewer up, but he couldn't get unstunned. It just lasted too long. And this time they dive in around the tier 4s, but with the skewer already used, the tier 4s are nothing compared to the power of the fountain.
No way. 2-man again. 3-man charge.
Oh, these charges with the grabs of the Storm Spirit just look too good. Even with the buyback available, it's over.
FBZ no buy. That skewer was their last hope. And as you said, that charge is way too damn good at this point. Nothing you can do to stop the Space Cow from sealing your fate. Damn, what a late game pullback from AG. This game looked really rough with the Naga timing, but Boom could not capitalize on it. And this late game Invoker did not impress me, man. Yopaj just didn't get anything off. I mean, he has full refresher here. He's kitted, but it just didn't feel like the damage was there. And he's a Hex into the Spirit Breaker with Bulldoze. It's, I don't know. I'm not saying he necessarily misplayed this late game, but it didn't feel like Boom could just latch onto a hero and output the physical damage needed to bring them down, whereas AG are just creating Naga illusions off 3 heroes. There's charges coming through. You can't stop the breaker. This Dark Portrait is destroying your supports on the back line. There's random techies jumps. It's so much chaos that is eventually just overwhelming for Boom in this late game.
I did not want to bring this stat up. You know, during the game, I didn't want to jinx Yopaj too badly, but this is now his 6th loss in a row on Invoker. He hasn't gotten a win on this hero in 10 months, and they haven't played it in 3 months. His hero is just not working out for them. It's probably not working out for a lot of people, and it's showing why in this game, I think.
I agree. If your idol Miracle is not playing it, I do not recommend.
All right. Well, Army Geniuses managed to pull out a 2-0 over Boom Esports. That puts them at 2-3. And they have a matchup still waiting for them. They've got some hard ones too. They've got Blacklist and Bleed, who both look in pretty decent shape. Bleed especially so. Undefeated Bleed in this season right now. So they got to keep going, and they got to build some momentum fast if they want to be able to have a chance at making it to the major.
All right, there you guys have it. AG are our victors of this series against Boom. Do you think what's going on with this Invoker? Is it just cursed? Do you guys think so, or is it misplaced?
They just didn't have the lineup for it, right? Like, it was supposed to be Purge for like Spirit Breaker and Inkswell, but they couldn't force the early fights. I think he was doing okay, like he owned his lane, but there was no transition, you know? He bought this Hex, he was like late game Invoker, but it didn't feel like he could fight. Like this Dark Portrait was doing 10 times more than him. I feel like playing against Storm Spirit Breaker is so hard as Invoker. They just get on top of you. Morphling as well. It's not easy to cast spells on them. And it also felt bad because he couldn't like buff up his Naga, you know. His Naga was losing to a Dark Portrait too. It was just a really tough game, I think.
Yep. I think early on he just gave like 2 kills to Army Geniuses for nothing. I feel he shouldn't try to do too much because he already won the lane, he dumpstered the lane, and this Storm is kind of useless already. So what you need to do now is just wait for the right timing to group together and take a tower, not, you know, like feed this kind of unnecessary kills to the Storm for him to get back up. And then after that, it's just the butterfly effect, you know. Like, why did the Naga, if anything, right, he thinks he should follow the poke, right? It should be Skadi because that's a Morphling. But I don't know, like, why did he have the idea on the butterfly?
I get it, the butterfly effect. Good one, Aurora.
I feel like there was a world where this Magnus, he was so high in net worth, like they could just play around him. Like instead of playing for his Naga to hit buildings, like he could just poke with illusions and protect with song. He just electrocuted his Magnus he was so strong once he had the BKB. I feel like they could have just sieged more. I think the Aegis hurt them a lot. I don't know what was happening there. Just waited for Natsumi to take the Aegis. It's like when your players tell you like, I don't want the Aegis. I don't want the Aegis. All right, I'll get it. And then
I think they're all
like, oink.
don't deny it, be careful. And then everyone just forgot about it.
Yeah, I mean, well, the Spirit Breaker also, DB played really well. He's like a better version of Magnus.
I mean, honestly, when I think about SB versus Illusion interaction, right? As long as you're patient enough to charge the right unit that will make all the illusions go kind of AFK for that moment, you're fine. Like, you're not really that afraid of illusions. And it's just, I mean, with the way how Boom drafted, I mean, I get it, you don't want to give AG the silencer because of your Magnus, you know, but you can buy so many items on this Magnus to just get rid of the global silence. It's not that big of a deal, but because they picked Magnus, Rubik, and then silencer, it just gave like AG the chance to pick a hero like Spirit Breaker and just keep running you down.
There was the one sliver of hope where he RP'd them into the fountain. It was a nice RP, but yeah, it just wasn't enough. Oh, there it is. And the skewer. That was the biggest copium ever.
Yeah, this felt really hard. This Spirit Breaker hero is not some hero you want to go late game against. He scales so well with items. The problem with the hero is that he's easy to bully early and he doesn't scale as fast as other heroes, you know, like compared to Magnus. Like, you will say Spirit Breaker is a better Magnus. He charges like every 6 seconds with his Octarine build, but the hero takes a lot of time to get there in comparison, and Boom just didn't seem to be able to abuse that.
Yeah, I feel like they also didn't really address this Morphling. This Morphling was picked so early, and then, I mean, yeah, sure, you have a Naga, but like, if you're planning to take a Naga, then maybe not take something like a Silencer. Disruptor wouldn't be too bad. I'm not sure if it's banned, but I still feel like the Silencer kind of ruined everything.
Here's DB as our match MVP on the Spirit Breaker, causing absolute chaos throughout the whole
It's been a
map.
long time since we've seen his name up there.
That is true. This is like his redemption game. I feel like, you know, we were really harping on that DB Jokam lane for the longest time last season. We're like, oh, they're, you know, one of the best off-lane duos in the region. But then this season, it kind of felt a bit lackluster, but here we're back with DB.
I also think this hero's kind of emerging from the unknowns right now. So a lot of people don't expect it. Like a late pick Spirit Breaker where you can't pick this like Shadow Demon anymore. It feels very weird.
Yeah.
You know, like we saw Boom have like some Invoker to address it, some Naga, but at the end of the day, the Breaker was a menace.
Well, we do have an interview now with Yoe from Army Geniuses. Hello, Yoe. How are you?
I'm back again.
You are back again. You're doing fine? How do you feel after winning that game? Now you guys are the better Indonesian team, even though you're Pinoy.
I mean, we feel positive about the wins, but we're still not satisfied with our performance. Something like that.
That's humble.
But we're still like, yeah, that's it.
Can I ask why you feel that way, or more into it? Like, how come you guys are having so much trouble finding yourselves right now compared to where you were in Tour 2?
Yeah, I think this is not an individual problem, but I'm just gonna say honestly, the team has kinda lost for now, honestly, and we're just trying to take it back, like time by time. That's it.
That's good. What changed for you guys? Like, when did this start? That was it the new patch that really affected you guys?
Yeah. But we don't know, like, we have some good ideas, but it's kind of maybe complicated, or maybe like each of us cannot maybe catch up the meta like faster, something like that. Because we have different ideas and we try to put it together, but sometimes it's not working, you know?
Yeah, it takes time. But you guys look better than you did 2 weeks ago, you know? So it's going well, I would say.
Yeah.
Keep it up.
We have each other on back, that's it.
Sounds good. Hey, Yue, can you tell us more about the Morphling fate in the game 1? Because I think it's like a brilliant 24 fate.
Actually, I don't play it in pubs. I think we have just conversation with my coach, and yeah, we pick it like no hesitation, you know. Even we didn't play it in Scream or in pubs. Like, it just come out of nowhere, something like that.
Why did you build Factory on
Before,
Morphling that game?
I think the morphing, I think I just don't know. It's like the coach tell me that like, do this. He got trust on me, then I do it. The team always sometimes the team don't want, then the team agree on this because like do whatever you want because like the draft makes sense also, and what we're having a discussion is makes sense also. The Phylacrity is like I'm surprised the damage is big.
Oh, I thought
I got nothing.
I thought you were on that. I have a question. Who is like the shot caller on your team? Like who is the captaining voice?
It's me basically, and sometimes it's in your dream.
Naks naman. So good.
Yeah, but for Indos.
Is
do you
it
guys
hard?
do they? Oh, what was it? What were you gonna say?
No, it's
I was gonna ask, is it hard being the only non-Indonesian on this team?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that.
no, not really.
You guys
It's like no difference at all because they can they can understand English. That's it.
Oh, so you guys basically communicate in English most of the time?
In no, not really. They just speak. It's like I'm Somel budget version for now. Like they can talk bahasa while in the game, something like that. But overall, when I'm talking English, they will talk in English also. But
So
when they're having a plan or like if it's part of the team team plan, they will speak English, and I will just answer also.
So have you learned some Bahasa?
Of course, many things.
So what's your favorite Bahasan word or phrase?
What's my favorite? I think it's the basic one. I mean, Makasi is the very basic, but I learned a lot, like because the Indonesia and Philippine is just
Close
almost
enough.
the same,
Okay.
similar. Like there's a term right in Tagalog, kanan, which means here in Bahasa, kanan also.
Okay.
Like that.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us on this interview, Yoe. Congratulations on your win again, and take care. We'll see you soon. All right. So Army Geniuses, they still can possibly qualify to the major. They have to win literally everything, though, and they're kind of relying on Execration or Blacklist to lose a series so that they're at 3 losses. But I mean, it's still possible.
Not the spot you want to be in, but that's a reality. And I think for them, judging by your interview, they seem to be happy with how they're improving, and they just want to focus on getting better as a team, So anything other than that's a bonus.
Yeah, and Yoe, he's just always seems like such a good guy. Like he's always
happy.
Yeah,
Man.
he's
John
always so
said it's
happy.
like Filipinos just always happy.
Yeah, that's true. We are a very happy bunch. But anyways, you know what else makes me happy is a Bleed Blacklist series that's going to come up after the break, and we also have a special guest for you guys. So stay tuned.
Oh no. Be careful, child. Never play with fire. Mama said his words. Oh, so many times. Thinking you knew better than the other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure today will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and Avengers served on a cold plate. You hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. And the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. I'm your host, Sophie, and we are back for a very exciting series. We got Bleed versus Blacklist coming up, and I would say it's quite the special series. And because it is a special series, I have a very special guest. Not only do we have Winter, but we have the famous Zeal here. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
Doing
Just
fine?
relaxing after getting kicked.
Okay, well, are you excited to be in our panel today?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah?
I'm excited.
Have you paneled before?
No, this
No?
is my first.
First time, nice. And how are you doing, Winter?
Had my lunch, so I'm good.
You good? Happy? Not hangry? Tummy's full?
No food means angry winter.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's some luck, I would say, behind paneling on the CDPC. As you know, KP, part of Blacklist, finding his success now after being a guest panelist. So, you know, if you're going to go back to another team, I think you're going to have some success too.
Yeah, I'll follow the trend. That's why I'm here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No, Mike was the first one. Then he went
We
to
don't
Black.
count Mike. That's not guest paneling. That's just paneling.
Okay,
you know.
fine.
So
But everybody went to Blacklist.
that is true. They all did go to Blacklist. So I don't know. I mean, we wouldn't see KP and Zeal on the same team.
Maybe I'll change roles.
Maybe. But yeah, let's talk about this Bleed versus Blacklist series coming up. And I want to ask you a question, Zeal, because you know you're an offlaner. How would you rate these two offlaners against each other? You have Ice versus KP. Tell me your honest truth.
They are both like very experienced offlaners, and they have a lot of voice like in the game. I'll say that KP might be the more sacrificial one compared to Ice, but they're both doing very well. Like from the last tour compared to this, they're doing pretty well.
Would you say that they need to be in totally very different environments, you know, in the team for them to work, you know? Because both of them, you said that KP is more sacrificial, so he plays more for the team, but Ice is obviously a little bit more greedy.
Mm-hmm.
So do you feel like the team that fits Ice would not necessarily fit KP, or you feel like KP can be both?
I think KP can be both, but maybe it might not be natural, but I think he can work on it. Yeah, KP has the experience to do it. Yeah.
Well, Bleed is currently sitting at 0 series losses, so Blacklist really need the series to be able to secure themselves into the Bali Major. So this is going to be a huge one that they cannot lose. Also, you just don't want to have those extra losses. But for Bleed, do you guys think that they are currently the best of Southeast Asia?
Right now, based on points, yeah, sure.
Not based on points.
But based on what? Potential?
Yes.
Based on potential, I'm still definitely going to say Talent. I'm not going to say Bleed. Bleed is just currently having a really good run. Talent, I feel like they are fatigued from playing so many tournaments. They don't really have a lot of time to train in between events. So they are, not really dealing with the new patch as well when we started this tour. But right now, there have been a lot of improvements, I feel like, from Talent. And if they continue this way, I think Talent is still the strongest team in SEA.
Would you agree, Zio?
Yeah, I agree with Winter. I think Bleed, maybe having a new coach, they have like more new ideas and they feel fresh. And maybe Talent has been on like multiple tournaments. Maybe they are like maybe more relaxed or like maybe they are more burnout. But I still think that Talent is a good team. Yeah.
Yeah, because I guess it doesn't really matter if you're the best in Southeast Asia if you go to LAN and you drop out group stage, right?
Yeah, but you still have to get there. You still have to get to the LAN. So you have to defeat the SEA teams first and then figure out how you can improve,
Yeah, you got to be top 3 in C to go to the major. But Blacklist Rivalry, this is a team that has shown a lot of growth and a lot of potential this season compared to last. How do you guys think they're going to do against Bleed?
So far, I feel like Bleed is like doing better, but Blacklist also they have shown a lot of improvements since they added KP. I think the team is a lot more balanced. Before, we always have the criticism that they have 3 cores that all just want to hit creeps. Nobody's really playing for the team, and everybody's just playing for themselves. So it's pretty difficult to find the right balance. And with KP, like Nicholas mentioned, KP brings a lot more balance to the team. He's less greedy and it makes it easy for, I feel, especially for Carl. Before we have a lot of, especially me, I criticize him a lot on his mid play. Like he's always hitting creeps, and when he's rotating, he doesn't really feel like he wants to rotate, but he's just rotating for the sake of rotating. And right now he's making more correct rotations that feels right. Maybe it's because of having a new teammate like KP brings a different dynamic. Before they were all speaking Tagalog, and they say that they speak a lot of rubbish, So
Basura.
Yeah.
What do you think, Zio? Do you think Blacklist have shown some improvements throughout the season, or do you think they're getting worse, or where's your point on them?
I think like they have been focusing more on mid now, so enabling Carl actually enables like the side lanes too. And I think recently Blacklist has changed how they play their carry. Their carry is more active right now because I think this meta it motivates teams to like play together early and take down objectives faster. That's what I think. Yeah.
So is Raven like a kind of carry that would want to play early? Does he fit that play style?
I think that Raven used to play a bit like more selfishly and farming and maybe a more safer side. But right now I think like he's starting to move towards the new style of carry where you try to connect to a team earlier. Yeah.
But would you say it because before he had Cuckoo off lane? Because when your off laner tends to farm and then you got nothing to play with, then you also have to farm.
Maybe a mix of both, since it's the new meta and he has a new offlane to adapt to. So maybe it's the new meta.
And do you think that he can actually do that even with Terrorblade? Because Terrorblade seems to be I would say one of the strongest carries right now.
I think he will be able to do it. I remember like some games he actually like take Twin Porters to get the objective and continue farming, like using his meta early and continue farming. Yeah, he does that in few games, I think.
I have a question for you, Zio. What do you think about the change from Cuckoo to KP? Would you say it's an upgrade?
I'll say maybe the team needed a captain figure on like position 5, and last time it was AU playing it, and maybe the voice wasn't as clear as Cuckoo. Now that they have changed Cuckoo into post fight, there will be more voice. Maybe it will improve the team's dynamic more. And having a player like KP, he will try to like move the team around to like to play with him. Yeah.
What do you guys think is one of the largest issues that Blacklist has though in their playstyle? What are their biggest errors?
Right now,
Right now.
I think the drafts have definitely been better than before. But most importantly, it's like the balance between the cores. Before, everybody was more greedy. Everybody's farming. Right now, I just feel like everyone has a better direction, better idea on what to do, and the moves they are making on the map, it's much more natural.
Right.
So before, it's like you can see, like especially on Carl. I keep going back to Carl because usually when he's playing those heroes that need to move, he's not really moving in a way where I feel like he's natural. It's natural for him, you know. It's more like he feels like something needs to be done and then he makes a move, or either he does it way too late, or he does it in a way where it's so bad for his own game and he's playing a hero that needs to be farming as well, and then it ruins his own game, and then in the end everybody has no game, and
So
then
it's
they just lose after that.
Not so impactful, right?
Yeah.
For rotating. What would you say, Zio, is one of the biggest weaknesses of Bleed?
Biggest weakness of mid, maybe when their side lanes doesn't go as well and they need Cordon to rotate more. And then maybe it's the same thing like how Winter said it, right? Maybe sometimes Cordon's rotation is not natural, but if they are able to do it like naturally and not maybe do better in side lanes, then they will do well.
I mean, tell me a little bit more about what you said to me just now. You said that when you're playing with Cordon in a pub, you feel like he's different. Like, what do you feel like is different from him in the pub and what you're seeing in the actual official game?
Cordon in pubs, maybe he's a bit more like fierce, or maybe he does things more naturally. Maybe that's because there's no, he's not afraid in pubs. But maybe in a tournament match,
too much expectations.
Stress, over rotations. Yeah.
So it's like a confidence thing. He just needs to be more confident in himself.
Yeah, I think he's a good player. He just lacks confidence.
Aw. Well, I feel like that's
3
so
tours.
sad.
You
Yeah,
feel like
3 tours together.
He didn't have enough time to get used to it. 3 tours.
Maybe it's the mental side. It's not really the skill problem.
You feel like because he's put around very experienced players that all played TI, whatever, coach TI, and then he feels like he needs to be able to stand up to a lot of expectations.
Yeah, maybe that gets into his head a lot, right? Like playing with too much experienced player makes you have this mental side problem.
Well, let's get our game going because we have our draft ready for Game 1 of Series 2. Let's see our draft. Our bans are Techies, Enchantress, Spiritbreaker, and Batrider.
Yeah, so Bleed has first pick, Blacklist has overall last pick. So they go for the Beastmaster over the Doom. Would you say Doom, the nerfs that Doom got recently, do you think that the Doom is actually just not as good as before, or you feel like the hero is still the best offlaner? Because a lot of the offlaners say that Doom is just the offlaner, you just open your draft week and you don't care what's your matchup because you can farm regardless.
I think Doom is still very strong, right? But I think what makes Doom strong is, I think if you focus on teamfight items like Guardian Grips and Crimson Guard, I think it has less more risk on the game, because nowadays the offlaners are just matching auras, and Doom as a hero, you generate goals faster, so you get your aura items faster.
Yeah, how about Beast? What's the difference between having a Beast on your team, compared to having a Doom?
So Beastmaster actually has tower pressures, and there's 2 ways of playing Beast. You can actually go the new build, which is Vanguard into Axe, and the other build is Helm of the Overlord, where you can threaten tier 2s and objectives faster. Yeah.
Against BLCK, what would you say is the optimal build for the lane?
Vanguard is pretty good since you are able to sustain the lane, and if you get through a lane, eventually the rotation will come in and you get to kick off the BLCK, right? You just don't want to lose too much HP or status before your mid comes for a rotation to get this BLCK out of your lane.
So you just want to be able to sit and farm and wait until the rotations happen for you.
Yeah.
And whereas for Doom, it's more you just need to find a way to survive in the lane, and you have no tower pressure, so you're just farming and waiting. Yeah.
What do you guys think about this Dusa pick? I feel like we haven't seen it much anymore, but every time we see it, it's very underwhelming.
I mean, it's with Beastmaster. I think the pairing is pretty good. In the game, the aura benefits the Dusa a lot, and Bleed has been doing this first pick off lane and then the 8th pick the carry a lot. And I'm quite a big fan of it because I feel like the 8th pick is your strongest pick when you're first pick, and you have to try to somehow fit in a hero, if possible, a win condition hero.
It sets like if he picks like a 5-8 course, it sets the tone of the draft, right?
So you need to ban Grimstroke, right? You ban Darkseer, then you need to ban Grimstroke. It's one of the other heroes, or Shadow Demon, I assume.
Maybe not Grimstroke, because Beastmaster is pretty good against Grimstroke, right? You have vision over him, and you can always have like mid heroes to jump him, right? And maybe
Diffuser heroes?
Diffuser heroes, yeah. But you already have a Bloodseeker, right? You don't really want to put a pause 3 Bloodseeker against Medusa. It's not really good, I believe.
So you feel like the Bloodseeker is more or less locked in as a carry against the Beastmaster lane?
Yeah, because the Thirst is actually very good against the WoW X spam. You can actually sustain the lane and possibly win the lane as well.
I mean, with Lich, you're pretty strong, right? Like, it doesn't really matter what pause 4 the Beastmaster has in the lane. That lane should be very favorable for you. Maybe Skywrath is probably the only pause 4 that you're worried about as Bloodseeker. Sky Beastmaster.
Yeah. I think Sky is pretty good against Lich as well. And Tekis is banned, so... Yeah, I'll see like maybe Bleed will focus on this Skywrath. And I remember one game that Bleed actually played against Medusa, and they had this Elder Titan, right? And he was like stomping the Medusa, and he couldn't wake up.
Yeah.
It's a pretty huge
so
counter.
It's a good ban from Bleed.
That was crazy. Well, yeah, I remember what game was that? That interaction was wild.
Yeah, because you don't wake up.
Can't hit the HP.
Yeah, you don't lose HP.
Yeah.
Oh, so they go for Wind Ranger. Is this
Diffuser carrier?
Might be a pause 4 hero for them.
Yeah, and sort of a Diffuser carrier as well against Medusa.
I mean, would you say that it's still like possible that the Wind Ranger goes to like a Coral, or you feel like it's more set in stone that the way they open their draft, this Wind Ranger is going to be a support?
If I remember correctly, KP doesn't really play it, but maybe this game is the game that he shows us that he can play Wind Ranger as well.
What do you feel about Wind Ranger as a offlaner? I've seen some teams, I think in Western Europe that did it. I can't remember. I think it was Toby from Entity. And personally, what do you feel about like offlane Wind Ranger?
I don't think it's that consistent. And in some games it might work, but I feel like it doesn't really suit the role as an offlaner.
My universal hero just go damage. You want to be a core, like mid or carrier. Because the way the hero works right now is that you just get a lot of damage when it comes to late game, just from the stats, and you're so tanky because you get to build strength items.
Yeah, you can get stats item for the damage, but I really don't think that it fits the criteria of an offlaner. You know, you don't really have like good initiations. Like maybe some other heroes, like maybe Beastmaster is just one row and you have auras. And Wind Ranger doesn't really provide you that thing.
It's more like you have another carry, would you say?
Yeah, but I don't really buy in offlane Wind Ranger.
You have the battery here for Dusa and Coddle.
Yeah, the gas station. That's what they call it in China.
Gas.
And you have the Coddle Amber combination.
Yeah. So far, Bleed's draft.
I mean, they already got Coddle Amber, so good.
Yeah. Looks good, yeah.
Yeah, looks good.
You have faith in them.
Yeah, I really feel they really should prioritize that. Just give him the Pango, Amber, or Pup. Like his Void Spirit, I would say that maybe some games you can give it to him, but overall I feel like his best heroes are those 3 heroes and they should really stick to it.
Yeah. I have to agree with you there.
And so Blacklist, what do they go for here? So they go for
Dragon
Knight. They go
Knight.
Dragon Knight. So they're trying to play a very fast-paced game because you have DK and Bloodseeker cores, and you're gonna more or less gonna be trying to outpace the enemy. You take towers early with the Dragon form. You win your lane with the Bloodseeker, and you're trying to run them over. You get all the tier 1s quickly, control the map, and keep farming.
Yeah, it's also a flex pick, right? You can put Pot 3
Offlane.
Dragon Knight, yeah, and it keeps your draft open. But in my opinion, I think it's pretty much set that this DK is mid against the Amber. It's a good matchup for him.
And would you say it's like at least 6-4 for DK, or just a slight advantage for DK?
Maybe 6-4 is fine. I think it's 6-4 for this matchup.
I mean, is there a way that the Amber can play to make it 5-5? But you need your supports to take your rune to take runes for you.
I think the support rotation matters a lot, but if it's a pause for quarter, I don't think the rotation really matters. But the quarter can actually like push the.
Yeah, he's gonna
Dragon
stack
Wave.
ancients anyway, right? So for the beast, and then he can just control the rune. I mean, I would say that maybe you start prioritizing controlling the runes at 6, the power runes. But sometimes I feel like teams even send their supports at minute 4, but I feel like minute 4 is too early because the lanes are very unstable still, and the supports need to be in the lane to especially help the offlaner. And I don't like the supports leaving the lane too early. And does it trigger you in the lane if your support goes for the 4-minute rune? Unless you're in a situation where you already have your Vanguard and then you can sit in the lane alone, and then your support is allowed to leave and control the runes.
If the wave is fine and the lane is not that difficult, I think the support can like move to mid.
So it depends on whether the wave is near your tower.
Yeah.
All right, what do you guys think could be their last picks?
Okay, so they ban out Tide, Magnus, all the team fighting heroes because right now Blacklist they don't really have like a team fight hero. I mean they still have Brewmaster. KP loves that hero. That hero is pretty good against, I would say, Medusa. Just keep tossing her up in the air and focus on the other heroes. For Bleed, I guess they kind of need they're gonna need like some
pause 5
hero, melee hero. Do you think they need like something that can give them stuns, or do you think they need something that just needs to secure the lane for them, like some undying? Or there's no undying, they ban it.
They can't really like. It's actually a blind pick, right? So the best bet is to pick a strong pause 5 that can fight into Wind Ranger, because that's the only thing confirmed, right?
Oracle.
Oracle, it's not bad. Maybe Abaddon, because the purge against Dragon Knight and the shield and Mistcoil is pretty good against Rupture as well.
That's true. But Bleed look like they're lacking hard stuns of it. I mean, they have Roar.
Chains. I mean, they have chains.
Yeah, they have chains and Roar, but.
And Chakra. I mean,
I think a safe will be pretty good too. Like, Abaddon is actually pretty good. The thing about Oracle I don't like is you can't really save the Medusa. You're not healing his mana, right? With Phosphorus.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Abaddon might be better since it's melee, and maybe a lane is pretty weaker, but it fits their lineup pretty well. Like they need a save.
How about going for something like a Phoenix, like just more team fight? Would that be okay as well for Bleed? Because team fight wise, Medusa plus the egg, you're just gonna win all the team fight.
I think Phoenix is also a good pick. It's Dragon Knight hates playing against Phoenix because you can't really like Sunray, yeah. Dragon Knight lacks damage, and it's very hard to disengage as a Dragon Knight against Phoenix as well.
Wow, okay. Witch Doctor. So a very, very strong lane.
That's a Dubu hero, right?
So do you try to get a lot more items on the Witch Doctor or the Kotal? I mean, I feel like sometimes it's good when you're rich as Witch Doctor. So they finished their draft with the Elk. Very mid-game.
I assume this is Alchemist carry, offlane Bloodseeker, KB special.
Oh.
What's the lane gonna be like for him? Do you like the lane against the Witch Doctor plus Dusa?
I think it's more favored for Blacklist. But you can't really contest Medusa, but KB will do fine in the lane.
Yeah, so what should you do as the Bloodseeker this game? What kind of items are you looking to get?
I think try to scale as a core. I don't think going anything like Crest, I don't think it's his job, since there's like Lich can afford like Sora Crest and stuff. So I think KP can go for the Maelstrom, Athos, something like that. Because they actually like some damage as well on their draft, right?
Because Dragon Knight doesn't give a lot of damage.
So no one carrying auras?
I mean, the Lich is probably gonna just try to buy some small little aura items, I guess.
How does the Dragon Knight and Ember Spirit match work? Dragon Knight just doesn't die, I assume?
Yeah, but Dragon Knight will farm a little bit more, because you can just stun and deny and farm creeps, so he will definitely have that advantage. And like what Nicholas mentioned just now, the support rotations are going to be crucial because it's important for the Ember. He's going to have a slightly harder lane, but he needs the support to try to help him out with controlling the runes.
Since this is like one of the first times we're seeing Witch Doctor, what do you guys think of this last pick?
I think it it amplifies the damage against Dragon Knight, right? You have Melodic, so the damage actually adds up with the Melodic with Flame Guard on Ember. So they will have like Q threat on the Dragon Knight.
It's kind of like similar to what we talk about the Sunray, but Witch Doctor is way stronger than Phoenix in the lane. So the early game is much more stable.
So I'm sending you guys over to the lovely Cap and SVG to get this game started.
Thank you, Soph. And we got a chance to listen to our lovely panel with Zeal on it, which if I known he was going to be on, I would have started tuning in way sooner. I just heard when it was going to be on, so I was like, I'll miss the pregame panel, no big deal. But now that I know Zeal's there, I'm going to be tuning in throughout the entire break. What about you, Avery?
I always watch the panels. I didn't know we weren't watching panels. I'm going to change my third idol from you to Zeal, by the way. I have a joke.
All right. Oh, God. Is that a knock-knock joke? It's all I can handle right now.
Yo, I was playing a pub the other day. I told my teammate, pick Witch Doctor. And he said, I think either is fine. You're going to think about that one for a while.
Don't laugh at that.
Get back.
Chat,
get back to me.
Do not.
Did you get it?
Do not laugh at that.
Did you get it?
Do not enable this, man.
Do you need to explain that one?
Just spam cringe, please.
That's a very technical joke.
It's a very highbrow humor here on the stream. Thank you so much, Avery, for rerunning Dota jokes from the 90s. Thank you.
90s were a blissful time.
The kids don't even know Dota 1 existed back then.
That's why they were blissful. Who's your X Factor game? I'll give you a chance to tell me who it is, and I'll tell you why you're wrong.
Wait, sorry, say that again? What? Hello?
Did you die?
No. What was the question you asked?
Hello?
Oh, hello?
Oh no. Is it just me? What's happening?
I don't know what's happening, but Avery cannot hear me. I don't know if the stream can hear me. Maybe production can let me know what's going on, but... Okay, apparently the stream can hear both of us. I don't know what happened. Avery's internet must be lagging or something. I don't know what's going on. But either way, we're going to continue with this game of Bleed versus Blacklist, where we're going to be seeing the Raven Alchemist in play here up against a Beastmaster Coddle, which is going to be a beast of a lane, no pun intended, actually. That's going to be just constant axe spam, which I can imagine is going to be super annoying. We got Carl versus Corden mid lane matchup, DK versus Ember Spirit, and then our top lane is going to be the Bloodseeker, which has a Tim's Wind Ranger with it, up against a Witch Doctor and Medusa, which I have not seen a whole lot of Wind Ranger support. I don't know if Avery has seen this. I've just been seeing tons and tons of Wind Ranger carry. Everyone's playing this mid or carry nowadays. I don't really see it support too often.
That's just me playing that you're saying.
No.
If you play Wind Ranger, you got to carry the game. Right, did you answer my question? I must have drawn this lane. I couldn't hear.
I did not hear your question. Like, I legitimately just, you said it and I didn't hear it.
All right, I was going to say, well, it's kind of pointless now, but I was going to say, who's the X Factor in this game? We're looking at all 10 heroes.
Who is the X Factor? I don't think KP, he's not playing against a bunch of heroes that have a whole, like, rely on the mobility, so I'm going to not say him.
Yeah.
I mean,
think
it's
about
an
this carefully,
game.
Which hero?
Is it Witch Doctor?
Which hero is the X Factor?
I hate you.
I'll tell you mine.
Really? Okay, go ahead.
I'll tell you which hero is my X Factor.
Stop it!
It's Wind Ranger. I think Tim's is the X Factor. I'm looking to him. Right. I think Wind Ranger is best on mid and 4. Those are actually my two favorite roles for this hero. Because I think on both, your job is to build damage and slay all day. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And I think you can do it pretty well from both roles. I think the way the farm distribution works and like the threat on the map works just feels nice. Then you can have like a 3 who builds auras. You can have a carry who still carries the game, and you're still a pretty good initiator. Because I think both the initiators in the meta are from 2 and 4. I think this hero is a guy who just runs in and like starts fights with Shackle. So that's how I kind of view the hero. But I think everybody has their own version. But I'm really looking at Tim's. I want Tim's to just build. I want to build Maelstrom, Diffusal, honestly. Just build it and kill some people and carry the game. Take some weight off KP's shoulders.
Aren't his cores already kind of greedy though? They're going to be taking up a lot of farm on the map. Is there enough time and space for him to build that kind of build?
Yeah, there always is. You just got to play well. I mean, that's Wind Ranger. You don't pick Wind Ranger to build it. Like, you don't pick Wind Ranger to build mech. That's what I'm saying. You know.
I will tell that to Seb. Well, you know, Shard and
I don't even know what you're talking about. When did Seb ever win anything with Wind Ranger?
Okay. just a major.
That was a
fluke. You won one of those once upon a time.
That was a fluke.
Agreed. Glad we agree on something finally.
I mean, also, he just abused Broken Shard and immediately got nerfed, so it doesn't really count either. That's just an honest Wind Ranger. I kind of like both drafts here. I actually don't think this is an outdraft by either team. I think it really just comes down to like who executes getting their items and using them on the map first. I do feel like Blee got away with a crazy tri-core with Coddle though. That is something to think about. Like the lane with Beastmaster with permanent axe spam off Chakra is insane. The mid game with Ember with slight chains off Chakra is insane, and then the late game with Medusa with multiple snakes off the mana gas station is insane. So you cannot really ask for a better Coddle game here for DJ. Another reason why I think Tim's needs to step up her Blacklist to kind of, you know, even that 4 position battle out. And we'll find out which 4 positions better.
Thank you, Avery. That's wonderful. I mean, at least on the side of Blacklist, you do have some giga scale going on there as well, right? I mean, hell, if you get enough farm on Raven, you might even be able to pass over Negative Scepter over to Carl's DK, which I know you are a big fan of this hero going late game.
Oh yeah, I think Black Dragon always gives you a chance. It's just so stupid what you can do with it. But Manta Axe Dragon Knight, it makes the fights goddamn hard. He takes so much harm.
Got him in the end. Right before he dies, Bosku collects the scalp of Ice Size for a first blood. Well played.
Bosku? You mean Raven? Oh yeah. Well yeah, he collects Bosku.
I'll take that. Yeah. I mean, Bosku made it happen, all right? It was the acid spray last tick that was given over to Raven, but like Bosku was the one putting his body on the line and getting the kill before he died.
I mean, it's better it went to Raven. That's like,
oh yeah,
that's a great tick out to the acid. Better than Bosku getting it for sure. Lich Alk, very strong combo in its own right. Like, this is a very interesting draft. I feel like both teams got a lot of like these small combos that are nice. On one side, you have this Coddle Medusa. On the other side, you have this Lich Alk. Kind of some cool parity. Bosku is feeling the pain of that double damage, which Gordon Slight stole from him. So I guess he did it to himself.
That's true. yeah, he should have just not gone to the rune to not allow the slight steal.
I mean, he wouldn't have gotten it.
So that's a good point. I have legitimately seen that mind game actually play out where somebody stops going to the room because the slight's going to come in. Just trying to get the Ember to miss the timing on being able to steal the room.
I mean, it's a big rune because you did this huge level advantage on Carl. Like, he was a full level ahead of Gordon. You had this DK versus Ember timing, which you want to abuse, but instead, it's just getting worn out here, and the net worth difference not too big despite the denies, which were getting that XP differential. So Blacklist not able to take advantage of it mid.
Big damage on Ice. It's building up, but they do have the cast. A beautiful cast that bounces back and forth. Still enough to be able to get the kill on the Beastmaster and Raven. Thinking Chemical Rage. He is maybe going to be fine. Oh, that blast almost nicked him. If it had maybe the Maledict, maybe. It's only level 2 Maledict. It wouldn't have been that much damage.
Nah, spells pretty garbo until level 3 and 4. Tim's gets a D-ward mid. Nice XP for him. And where'd those Wisdom runes go? They got split. So Tim's is pretty low level here, just giving a lot of solo XP to KP, who's already level, which will force Jackie into the jungle. Pretty solid early game here from Blacklist. I think their early game is definitely stronger. But they did kind of miss this DK Ember window mid, which I think is a little sad for them. They still have a decent level advantage through Carl, who played that lane pretty well. But I think if you really want that like 6 versus 5 kill, that's what you're really looking for with this matchup. And the fact that Corden got out from that is good omen for Bleed, even though he's behind. I think you expect to be behind out of his lane.
Yeah. It's got a little stacks to farm, thanks to Dubu.
The big question, Cap.
Yeah.
Which
I
carry?
Swear to God, I'm going to hang up on this call.
You can't do that. We're getting paid. Now, which carry would you rather have accelerating at this point in the game? Because both of them have kind of had free farm. You have 50 CS on Jackie, 46 CS on Raven, plus that first blood definitely helps. And
100% Alchemist.
Go pretty fast.
100% Alchemist.
Are you saying that just because he got this Golem Satyr camp down bottom that he's?
I mean, that is a pretty big acceleration.
Oh my
that
God.
is so much.
These camps are disgusting.
Oh, and he got a double Satyr. Oh my God, that's so much farm. He got Satyr, Golem, Satyr. That is insane RNG.
Like, who are these people? Honestly, I've never gotten this once in my life in like 20,000 hours of this game. Raven's like, oh, I'm just gonna walk over here and get 16 creeps on my single medium camp. Well, thank you, Mr. Gaben.
what do you do? What will you do if the 10-minute spawn is golems again?
I'm gonna leave the call.
You can't do that. We're getting paid.
Well, yeah. So he has another golem camp and another Satyr camp. What is this? What the hell is this? Hello?
You know how they say when you're good enough, you make your own luck?
If he gets another Satyr spawn, I'm disconnecting. All right, I mean, it's all right. Those are pretty good too, but Jesus, this guy was on par to equal that Arteezy Alchemist game, which was one of the most ridiculous I've seen. He's still very wealthy. Okay, the thing is, I think the Medusa does have a very good matchup for Salk. I think in the late game, it's a pretty difficult hero to fight through, just because it's a Scotty buyer with insane HP. You can't really jump. I think you still have some build ability with like the Mjolnir Abyssal build, which I don't really see people go too much, but I still think it's viable, especially with the corrosive weaponry. We'll see what Raven decides to go, because his itemization and how fast he ramps it is very important to Blacklist here. They will get mid tower for free and continue to push their advantage as much as possible. They want to get as much damage done while they're stronger on the map. Get those diffusals up. KP is building diffusal.
That's for me why I think the Alchemist is scaling in like early start is so important, because I mean it's kind of the same for every Alchemist game, but like you want to hit that like undefeatable, like no matter what the matchup is, you can win the game sort of Alchemist, right? Where you're just like, I am 10,000 net worth ahead of any hero in this game, and you could just go gangbusters. And because the rest of his team scales pretty nicely, it's not like he's gonna fall off super hard. Maybe he might fall off a little bit, but his team will pick up the pace if we go like 40 minutes plus.
I mean, their scale is significant. As long as Tim's gets farm, I don't even think their late game is worse. I actually might favor it. I feel like they have 4 cores plus a Lich with no clear diffusal. Or no clear nullifier buyer. Like if you look at Bleed's cores, they don't really have a clear hero that wants to buy nullifiers game, which always sucks versus Lich, because this Frost Armor is really obnoxious in the late game. Just scales with everything. Can't fight through it. It lasts forever now. The spell lasts.
Carl, he's gonna need some help. He's gonna go for the straight TP out. They are out of stuns, but
buy some fairy fires.
It's not enough. That Maledict is only level 2 still, because he's got 2 levels of Voodoo Restoration.
Can we talk about something? It's not a witch doctor joke. Why is Spark of Courage like 2 tiers better than it should be compared to every other tier 1 neutral item? What is this item?
That was a bird.
How is this a tier 1 neutral item?
It was being
damage and 7 armor.
It was being underpicked, and then they over buffed it. It's like a classic situation.
Yeah, but this is absurd. I'm pretty sure Carl only lived mid because he has the 7 armor.
Yeah. I mean, buffing it from 10 damage to 18, like almost doubling the damage, I feel like is a little extreme.
What the hell is 18 damage, man? That's insane.
Yeah, it is.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower.
All right, well, Raven is fat as hell. He is, he's been so good this game. 13 minutes in, he's got a Radiance and another 1,000 golds and an Ogre Club.
He's also done solo Ancient Staff, which means he's very high XP. He's almost level 12 already.
Yeah.
So it accelerates you even faster because you get more levels, more acid spray sooner, into more Ancients sooner. You're not taking away small camp farm from your team as well. It just makes even better. Even if the Ancients are less efficient for Alec overall in terms of the gold, they're better for the XP, so it kind of evens out somewhere. He's definitely out farming him, so it's just gonna be a question of what Blacklist can get done with the Alchemist timing and maybe what they can get done with the lack of Cordons, as he has had nowhere to go, no space on this Ember Spirit after a rough laning phase with the counter pick. Is he gonna have impact in this game? It's getting worrying. Like, where is he going to find the space? Where is he going to find the camps? When he has an Ags Beastmaster, a Medusa, a DJ? That's a lot of farm taking.
I've been thinking about this build for a while here from Dubu because, I mean, first of all, he was in lane with the Medusa, so what the hell does Voodoo Restoration do for you? But as this game is going, he's got all these tanky heroes. Isn't Maledict's really good?
I'll answer that in a minute.
Dubu. Shackle. Oh, nice shackle off of the board. The Chain Frost gets thrown out. That's still not enough. Okay, the Voodoo Restoration, as soon as I mock it, immediately comes in clutch for Dubu, and he just lives through all of those spells thrown out from Blacklist.
Okay, at the end of that, I think we saw why Maledict is not actually that useful right now, because they don't have any damage to put into anything. Like, Maledict is only good when you have damage on the rest of your team. That's why I also think conceptually Witch Doctor is kind of a bad support in some ways, because he doesn't usually help your win conditions. Like, he kind of just does more of what your other heroes already do anyway, but doesn't, like, he doesn't amplify it, you know? It's kind of weird, but the one spell that I think is very good is the Restoration. And I actually think, before I started this game, I was thinking, you know, which build is Dubu going to go here? And I was thinking 144 is actually just the standard now. Like, straight up. I feel like I'm going to go 144 in almost any game. Just because I feel like when you're picking Witch Doctor, you're picking him for the heal. It's his best spell, honestly. Maledict is super low cast range. You need other damage to follow it up. Cask, also low cast range. Kind of hard to get good bounces in a fight, but Restoration is always there for you. You know what I'm saying? It's just always there when you need it, and you can buff it up with Locket. It's just a nice, reliable spell. Terrible with Medusa, though. You are correct.
Yeah, that part was a little questionable for me. Carl looks for his opening. Because he did not go Blink Dagger second item and went BKB instead, couldn't get the initiation in there, but he's got the BKB now complete, so he does still want to fight. He is strong. See whether or not Bleed goes for it. They're going to go for it onto KP. The stun goes out. They have a nice cheese. Be able to bounce around off of the illusions, too. Ice has taken a lot of damage, but they will still kill the Bloodseeker, and Ice stays alive. Now with the heals kicking in from Dubu, as well as the Coddle, they are going to be plenty healthy for them to be able to assault the mid lane tower.
Just too angsty from Blacklist. Raven is finishing BKB.
It's just an awkward timing fight. Also on cooldown, so...
Yeah, because he ran in earlier. I also just don't like this Diffusal pickup on KP. When is he ever going to get to use Diffusal in this game? And is that his job? I don't think it is. I feel like his job is to be tanky, run in, and be an annoying frontliner. Maybe have some control for Ember or just build auras. Like, go the... You know, like, I'll tell you, if Ace were playing this Bloodseeker, he'd have, like, Breeze Prisoner. Which I'm not saying just makes it autocorrect, but I think when you play this offlane Bloodseeker, you have to recognize where you can get in and deal damage. I don't see him ever right-clicking Medusa and not being a game changer in these fights. Like, sure, you have some attack speed, but I feel like this is just a dead item on him.
Yeah, I have a tendency
you're also playing the out game.
Yeah.
Like,
I also think that his Rupture is pretty low value this game, so I think as a hero, he feels pretty bad, so why not just focus on the items that enable everybody else's heroes?
Exactly. It's a great Greaves game. It's a great Crimson game. Even an okay-ish Pipe game. Lotus, not bad either. Halberd, pretty good, right? Like, there's a lot of really good utility in this game that nobody else on his team is going to build because Tims is going for that damage. Another reason why I just don't like this Diffusal, because Tims is going to get one. So you have 2 high damage supports who aren't going to get those big auras up. You're just not going to have them for the entire game with an Alk who wants to fight with his timings at a certain point. Now you're going back for the Crimson, but all of these auras are going to be delayed for a damage item that helps you farm a little, but isn't crazy on this hero. So, I don't know. I really don't like this pickup by him. I think it's going to cost Blacklist some decent like tempo here, and Jackie's just going second item Butterfly anyway to deal with all the right click coming out from Blacklist. So
I think Bleed have something very cool going on. With this timing of the Butterfly combined with the drums of Beastmaster, the trio of Witch Doctor, Coddle, and Beastmaster could literally just clump on top of each other and run into a fight, and the heal, the sustain that they have together is insane.
Yep, it's going to be a problem. You don't have any anti-heal right now. You just have damage to throw in there. Double sustain supports plus tanky frontliner, plus this Beastmaster who's going to have a pipe soon. Yeah, this is a scary 5-man ball, and a 5-man ball that can very easily go early high ground here if you give up some bad kill. They were thinking about it. Wave is getting cut. Raven continues to find his farm, but honestly, he's kind of at the point where he's finding parity with Jackie. Like, he's not pulling ahead of the Medusa in any of these levels or GPM right now. Which is concerning if you're Blacklist, because you're not finding fights with the Alchemist timings here. You're just trading farm.
Yeah. I would actually be all in on Bleed winning this game if they had a hero that actually utilized all these heroes, or a carry rather, that utilized this incredible sustain trio that they have.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that does kind of suck. They have all this heal and Medusa doesn't use it. But, I mean, they have Chakra Magic. They're still going to be able to throw spells. It's still going to help the other 2 cores go in the fight, especially Corden, who had a very rough early game. I mean, heals are never bad, you know?
Yeah. It would feel more synergistic if either that hero was getting healed or if it was like a more glass cannon, like high damage, and then you just have this tanky trio of sustain that is able to create space for you. But, sure. I mean, maybe just everybody being unkillable is also good.
I mean, also, the sustain screws the Bloodseeker pretty hard.
Oh, yeah.
Bloodseeker is not like playing versus heals. It's a question of, like, how do you actually power up the move attacks before KP? Another reason why I think this Diffusal is a dead item. Like, how is he ever going to get Thirst in this game? So, in theory, the fight's already over somehow, but I feel like that's just on Raven. So you may as well help Raven try and win the fight before Raven sets the fight up for you. It's like backwards almost. Now this ball of Bleed, it's alive, man. Mech on DJ. He's on Dubu. Pipe for Ice. Just go high ground, right?
Yeah, I think legitimately this lineup could kind of end the game by 30. Yeah. I mean, they're certainly itemizing to do so. If you go second item Butterfly on Dusa, you're trying to do something like that.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they're smoking instead of just going bottom and at least forcing heroes back and then smoking. Or doing that play at the same time. I think this was kind of a dead smoke. They're pushing in mid. Still trying. You just want to bring Blacklist to you right now. Your catch is pretty non-existent. So when your ball is stronger, you need to bring the enemy to you for something that's too valuable for them to just give up for free. Especially when you have Beastmaster Medusa. This lineup pushes very fast. It's a very strong archetype. Kind of have to deal with it. You do have Frost Armor. That's maybe the one factor. Like, this Frost Shield can stall a lot of the push, make it very slow, and you feel like you're getting out-farmed, especially when there's an Alchemist on the map. But I don't know if you have a better option, because your catch is just... It's just way too bad.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Big upside for Blacklist. They do have a Lich, so that Frost Shield will really slow down these pushes and give us more time for the rest of the heroes to farm up, though they're all here now with the Crimson Guard. Blink Dagger, no AC yet for Raven, but as you said, the Diffusal Blade for both Tims and KP, like they've reached some point of strength. I'm not confident they're going to be able to win a fight, but they're stronger than they'll be in a bit.
Why aren't you confident?
Because the more I look at it, the more I'm super hyped about this Witch Doctor Beastmaster combo.
Sounds biased as hell.
Being analytical is not biased.
Aye. Twitch chat could have fooled me on that one.
I think this team has a better draft because X, Y, and Z biased. Tier 2 gonna drop fast, and Bleed have completely taken over the big objective side of the map, the offlane, which means they can take the Tormentor. They have better control of the Wisdom runes, though they did not get the 21-minute one. But they will get that, which is really nice. Now you got Voodoo Switcheroo on a Witch Doctor, so even more sustained and harder to kill, I guess.
Look at the smoke flank, though. But Corden,
interesting. They have to fight Amber Spirit. This is perfect if they can kill him and they get the chain stun. Bosku helps finish it up with a Sinister Gaze. Still, though, Bleed are willing to hold this fight. I mean, they just have to wait for the Rupture to wear out on Ice before they're retreating. They're going to try and sandwich them right now. Raven goes for it. Switcheroo does manage to dodge a large part of that damage. Dubu holding strong, drops the ultimate. They're going to fight around this one. This trio is just real tough for Blacklist to be able to crack. They can't actually do it. Nobody really got low.
They didn't do anything. I mean, Corden, he did not get the memo. He left the protection of his bubble sphere and paid the price.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to find some more damage to throw into this thing if you're Blacklist right now. I mean, unless you're just content going ultra late here with like Black Dragon plus the utility that KP now is building. He does have Crimson up, will have Halberd. That is going to eliminate a lot of the Medusa damage in the fight. And you don't really have a lot else going for you. I still think that's a problem with the Bleed lineup. Like your 5-man push is great, but in the head-on 5-on-5 fight, it gets pretty weird because you're not actually doing that much damage in a way. I mean, I guess Dusa just finished MKB, so for now, never mind. That is a very fast MKB. There's your damage power spike. 30 seconds still with Aegis. Tower's just dying.
Yeah, if it wasn't for this Frost Shield, they would already be dead. But they're probably going to at least lose this tier 3 for free while they have to wait out the Aegis. They're going to try and stall it up. Okay, they're going to go for this fight. They're going to fight into the Aegis that is expiring soon. 8 more seconds left. They poke and reset a little bit, trying to pull back in the Dusa. Putting through 3 seconds.
2 seconds.
Left. 2 seconds. 1 second. It's going to expire, and instantly the regen gets canceled, and they finish her off. Beautiful timing from Blacklist, and now with the carry dead, the Alchemists take a lot of damage here, but get saved. Frost Shield goes out. Bleed losing out on most of their damage with the Dusa gone, have to TP away.
That was just overextending with that Aegis. I mean, imagine that push happens 30 seconds earlier. You just missed your Aegis window with this MKB timing on Dusa. Just a little off in the timings by Bleed. Blacklist punish them hard. And that's a big kill. That's a big kill to get. You killed a lot of this 5-man push momentum. Anytime that happens, you're pretty happy with the outcome. All that heal, but no HP pool to put it to use. Also, this Frost Shield is destroying in this game. They do not have an answer. Their heroes just can't build it, can't deal with it. They're all physical. It's an entirely physical lineup here. There's no real way around it. And this spell is powerful. It's pretty much the reason you pick Lich. You have a level 10 talent that busts it up. You can even buff it up later with duration. This thing lasts 12 seconds with that level 20 talent. With 15-second cooldown. It is a big spell in the late game. If you cannot ignore it and you can't dispel it, you have a problem. Especially when it's on a hero like Alchemist, because Alchemist is generally a low armor, strength-based attack speed carry. This hero loves Frost Shield. Helps him win all these hard agi carry matchups that normally he struggles against, like these Terror Blades, these Medusas. Phantom Assassins, whatever. And suddenly Al can just go toe-to-toe because he has 12 seconds of I'm invincible versus your damage. Ha ha ha. Should have built a nullifier.
Hey, what do you think about this? Nullifier as the next item for Alchemist over the MKB to try and address the butterfly on Dusa.
I mean, he wants to be able to burst whoever he jumps on, despite the Force Staffs and the Glimmers that are coming out from Bleed right now.
Okay.
I kind of understand that. I don't think it's necessarily bad here. But that MKB timing, it would have been pretty nice as well. I mean, maybe he's just not worried about Alchemist. In a sense, I also agree with that. I don't think his job is to kill Medusa. I don't think Raven's job is to kill Medusa's game in a weird way.
Just jump everybody else and leave the Dusa for last.
Yeah, just start the fight, be tanky, absorb like a Dusa ult, a roar, kill a support, we're on the fight, and then the way Dusa's gonna die is just to some Lich spells, to get her getting Halberd, and then Tim's gonna kill her.
Yeah.
With this Diffusal Focus Fire. Like, this spell shreds. Zero does a lot of damage. It's gonna kill her over the course of 10 seconds, which in a normal fight's a long time, but again, Bleed are not doing any kind of burst damage of their own, so Blacklist are not worried about taking, or they're not worried about the fight ending very short. They're just concerned about taking the extended engagement. Another reason the utility on KP is very important right now as you try and deal with the timings. And if you're Bleed, I mean, you want Scotty on Jackie and you want the next Roshan and you want to end the game. That is what you are designed to do right now. You can go late with Corden catching up here, and he's going to get very farmed. By all means, they scale decently as well. But the way your lineup works with all these heals and everything, it does feel like if you can get that second Aegis Scotty and just go. Time to strike before the Black Dragon comes for you.
And it is coming. Carl's going to build it, next item, and he's halfway through to it already. KP, he is going to go for the Heaven's Halberd, so he is going all the utility you talked about, just Diffusal first. Dubu, Smoke's going to break on him instantly. Switcheroo, he really wants to make sure he doesn't die first, but he's going to be caught on the outside. Oh, Lotus the stun gets him away as well. He didn't use that nullifier. He didn't use his BKB, and he's already down to half health. But Raven, can he get a little bit out? BKB goes out. Dragon Knight coming in through the side. Ice. Chain Frost bouncing around, hitting him a few times, but Raven's got to be able to reset while this BKB is still up. Slight chains, they caught him. They're catching up. Bleed is slowing him down. Raven has no more dispels to be able to help him out in Corden.
I mean, Dubu just broke their smoke and then broke their ankles, man. Also a sick Lotus from Ice to throw that out.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Raven was not expecting that one. That was a very clutch timing. Just good high ground ward. Decent positioning there from Bleed. That jump, that's the support that you wanted to burst. It does not go to plan. That's a tough fight after that. Very hard to commit there.
Glyph goes out. They give it the Crimson Guard. Anything to try and delay, stall this for the 40 seconds. Because obviously, they can't fight without him. He makes up 24,000 of their net worth. It's all on the Alchemist right now.
And I like
when they get
Lotus
Black Dragon, it'll be a little different.
I mean, Black Dragon helps because you can send the illusions in, you can scout the fight, and kind of force Bleed into a more awkward position than just trucking in head on, banking it all on some clutch jump. And that definitely helps a bit. But the issue is a lot of your spells are single target. So this Lotus on Ice, very valuable here, and Lincoln's on Corden, also pretty valuable. You're just gonna have to go through these. You don't really have a choice. Everything you throw on them sucks to have it broken, but no way around it.
Wow, Aegis and Cheese. This Dusa, you're gonna have to pay more attention to her because of the Scotty pickup. But now she's near impossible to bring down. If she frontlines, you have to take her down the Aegis, and then they still might pass over the Cheese to her as well. So you might be fighting up against a Dusa with 3 lives in a fight.
surprised they didn't just give her the cheese for the backpack, but
yeah,
nice will hold on to it. He will smoke up, so trying to get the catch that will lead into an easier high ground here. Honestly, might just hope they find the Lich. It seems his Frost Shield seems to be the most annoying thing about going high ground right now. Black Dragon will be finished up here for Carl, a very big item.
There's also the factor I want to remind everybody that Sinister Gaze is not a bad ability against Dusa either. It drains 20% of her mana.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that earlier. I always forget what this spell does, but pretty solid. Now you get a refresher orb and you pull her twice.
Dang, now you're thinking.
That's the 10-head play right there. And then you gotta think about it. Lich Nyx support duo. Double refresher. Singulated.
Mana gone. It's mana overkill, really.
Oh, here's that push. All the sustain in the world. They're gonna jump the back line. Another flame coming through.
Alchemist coming in from behind. Catches the Grotto with the help of Tim's. Quickly eliminate him. Dubu probably going to be the next target here. Carl's going to stick onto him with the illusion, slowing him down. Cut over. Switcheroo is going to go out here while Carl draws the attention of all the cores to himself. And he's doing a great job of it, too. He's trying to fly over the cliff here. The Chain Frost. The Lotus Chain. The Orb is doing a lot of damage, but it's also doing a lot of damage on the original Chain Frost as well. And that's where the G's gets eaten. Carl, almost dead, finally gets eliminated. Corden does manage to catch up to him with the slight chains. Meanwhile, though, underneath the silence, underneath the stuns that are raining in, another Lotus Orb bounce back, but it's not good enough. Ember Spirit dies in return. This time around, Bleed really losing sight, I think, of that fight. Kind of let their supports to die and focused on killing a near unkillable Dragon Knight.
I mean, another really good smoke flank from Blacklist already. Like they were showing 3 heroes on the high ground, smoked Wind Ranger out from the back, instantly find the best support to catch and DJ with all that net worth and heal. Only thing I didn't like about that is that Tim's ulted him. I think it was very unnecessary. I think Alec has more than enough to burst him, and saving Wind Ranger ult for a bigger core maybe lets you take the longer fight. But otherwise, it stalled out a huge portion of this Aegis timer. I mean, if you're Bleed, you can just run it back here. No Dragon Knight for 10. And there's an open rack, so Jackie will start to poke it, but of course Frost Shield is old nemesis. Always waiting.
Yeah, he can take the range barracks, but that melee, look at it. With the Frost Shield and the Crimson Guard, he hardly puts a dent in it. Those spells do eventually go on cooldown, though. Heaven's Halberd, another Frost Shield. Delay, delay, delay. Until Blacklist comes up with another idea for an opener. But it's not coming.
So the promise of flanking is gone as Hawks are scouting everything. No way to get there without that smoke. That is a full lane. 2 sides gone here for Blacklist. They struggled to put all that gold to use. Another minute on the Aegis. I mean, you have to take this fight. Jackie's going to force it. This is Bleed's timing right now.
Illusion's dead on the Black Dragon Knight. That's not good. I mean, they can stall, but it's still 40 seconds. It's going to be a close call if they just push through and force these buildings down. 30 seconds left now, and does look like Bleed. They don't want to overextend themselves like they did on the first Aegis. They do not want to get caught as it expires.
So ironically, I think the way Blacklist want to fight are ignoring Jackie at this point. I think it's killing everybody else. I don't think you just want to go on Medusa here. You also have tools to mitigate Deuce's damage. It's not as though the Deuce is just going to destroy you. You have Breathe Fire to reduce damage. You have Frost Shield to negate some more. You have Halberd and Crimson on KP. Like, you have tools where you can ignore Jackie for a decent portion of these team fights and just try and kill supports. Take out Corden if you can find him, since he is outputting a significant amount of damage now as he's caught up with Ags plus Shards plus Spell Prism, almost level 20. This is where Ember Spirit becomes the true carry in a way. And I go back to Tim's. I mean, you got to find some big shackles. You got to find a really good focus fire on a key target. And just put it to work. You got to become that fourth core. It's the X factor.
Well, in order to do that, he needs a Blink Dagger, and he is just a bit shy of it right now. Meanwhile, Raven's going to go back for an overwhelming Blink. But after that, you're kind of looking at Moonshard and Aghanim giveaway territory.
Does have a Bloodthorn. That's a lot of single target burst.
Yeah, but for who? You've got this Lotus Orb on Ice that is causing a lot of issues for their targeting.
Yeah, they literally have only single target stuns. It's just super hard to jump the Ember or the Beast who has Hawks. I think you can jump Ice if you have Smoke. But they've been using smokes for their Vapor out. They're just sitting here waiting for the cooldown. Getting out farm.
Pushing honestly, if I'm forwards, Tim's checking out the high ground real quick. Does not get caught in the process, though, it almost.
He is a gem. And did buy out for that Blink. I don't know, if I'm Bleed, I feel like I just stack Lincoln Spheres here. Once I'm done with my core items. Like, why not?
Yeah.
I don't think Blacklist have any good way to deal with them. Just throw them all in your cores and let them waste their stuns.
Well, it seems like Blacklist are going to wait for a third Roshan, which I don't remember when Roshan died originally, but it does look like it's going to be a daytime Rosh potentially when it spawns. And that's the Aghanim Scepter, so.
Really daytime Rosh, it will be down there, but they found Carl outside the base.
Yeah, he's going to be forced to use his BKB. Resources used. Carl doesn't want to let them do that for free, but he can't really challenge them too well. Jump forward. Primal Roar catching KP. That's trouble.
That cast.
Oh, that cast bouncing around. Hit KP a couple times, and that's going to be good enough to kill him. Raven forced to use his own BKB. Chains catching up as the Scotty. Now the Lich is dead. That is a Lich with no buyback. Frost Shield was the biggest deterrent to hitting the base. Maybe Bleed does not need a third Roshan.
Try to go for
Jackie, but he's stunned himself. Oh, Lotus Orb once again coming in. The Witch Doctor cast comes out. They do manage to get a really good shackle, but the Alchemist is taking too much damage. The Medusa burned out of all the mana, but they don't have the damage to finish up her health. They all die as a result. A buyback on the Alchemist, but they have nothing left. They know it too. No Chemical Rage, no Dragon Form. They call GG on game one.
AC timing with Ice there. No need to wait for that next Roshan. And I mean, Tim's is killing Medusa there, but MKB just shreds him in like 2 or 3 hits afterwards. Yeah, it's just too little, too late. Not enough momentum built in that game for Blacklist. Again, I feel like sometimes this team is too passive or not on the same page in terms of when they want to find these early mid-game fights, right? Like if you're going to go Radiant's BKB on Alk and Raven is lingering mid and looking for that fight, then you better hit it and you hit it hard. And then I go back to Diffusal on KP. That's not helping you take that fight. It's just discoordinated. Like, where's the overall image of where you want to hit these engagements and how you want to do it? Whereas for Bleed, they're just itemizing and skilling to go at these butterfly timing, the MKB timing, and then this late game AC timing. It's all there despite Corden's rough early game. They just hit him and, you know, the 5 fingers make a fist. Bleed's fist. Striking much stronger than Blacklist since game 1 at least.
Yeah, they've been very adept at being able to put that fist into action as they are undefeated in series here in the CDBC, even being able to take on the big Talon, and now they're 1-0 over Blacklist.
What happened that game, guys? I mean, it really looked like Blacklist was playing on the defensive the entire game. Break it down for me. What happened?
I think they had like item issue and the timing is pretty weird. I didn't like the diffuser blade purchased by KP. I felt like he don't really get the chance to actually hit the Alchemist anyway.
Yeah.
Not Alchemist, the Medusa anyway. So I don't really think that is very good item choice.
What do you think, Winter?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not a very ideal situation because when I look at the drafts, I feel like the Radiant lineup, Blacklist lineup, you have a DK, Alchemist, and Bloodseeker. You have a tri-core lineup. I feel like you just need to buy farming and scaling items on Bloodseeker. He was so rich from the lane because he won his lane, and he went for this diffusal and he didn't really even use it. Like even the Vanguard, I feel like it's a bit iffy because you don't need the Vanguard to sit in the lane. You're already able to sustain with your passive, and you're just like farming all the way. So I feel like you just go greedy. You buy Maelstrom and you keep farming, and you just decide after what you should go next.
Yeah.
And you go into late game. You have DK, Bloodseeker, and Elk against a Medusa, a single core. I feel like I would like that chance, because it's either you do that or you go for aura items on Bloodseeker. You buy a Crimson, then you buy, I don't know if you need the pipe. You probably don't need. You just need Crimson, and then you get maybe a Halberd for the Dusa, and then you ball together and you try to end the game at a very specific timing with your Elk. Maybe when he gets a AC, so he has Radiance, BKB, and AC. Then you try to end the game at exact that timing. Otherwise, you just try to outscale the Medusa late game because DK is also really strong late game.
Yeah, they had some good pickoffs on the side of Blacklist, but for the most part, it really felt like they were just running away.
Yeah.
The whole time.
I mean, for me, KP is like not very suitable in this kind of draft where he needs to be more greedy. I feel like he's great when he's playing for the team, but when he needs to step up and be more than just an aura carrier or team hero, sometimes I feel like he just overplays the importance of being a core. I mean, underplays actually. And I feel like they are like focusing on this double diffusal thing too much. I even feel like even if you don't get a diffusal on the Bloodseeker or the Wind Ranger, it might just be fine, I mean, sure, you can get one on the Wind Ranger, but as long as you go into the late game and you have 3 calls against the Dusa, I like their chances.
Well, we have Doobie here as the match MVP on Witch Doctor 219, doing a lot of healing. Everyone's
that tells you how many support players are in production.
Don't always the support MVP. Come on, guys. But I mean, he did play well. He did a lot of healing. He sustained, did what a Witch Doctor had to do.
That's why his last pick, Witch Doctor.
Yeah, exactly.
That's for a reason.
If you get the chance to last pick a Witch Doctor and you win, you deserve MVP. Why not, right?
Yep.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
Yeah, it's a good logic. So what would you guys have rather seen on KP? Because like before Zeal, you were talking about how he's kind of more of a sacrificial offlane player. And I feel like Bloodseeker is not very sacrificial. What would you guys rather have wanted to see?
Maybe he could have picked another hero. Like Winter said that Brewmaster. I think Brewmaster is pretty good, but lane may be a bit tricky, but it fits him, and maybe it's more natural for him, and it might make him perform better also.
But can they win with the Brewmaster, do you think? With that kind of setup?
I think it's pretty good. You can push off the Flame Guard and you can spin the Medusa in fights. And the only damage is just Medusa, right? The Beastmaster is just banging drums. There's not much damage. Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's see if Blacklist can bang the drums all the way to the Bali Major, or if after this game, that Bleed only need to win 1, if they can win the series. Stay tuned right after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. We are back for the Bleed Blacklist series, a very intense one at that. Bleed are currently undefeated in series, so they just need one more game to remain that way, while Blacklist need a game to be able to take it to a 3-game series so that they could possibly qualify for the Bali Major. You guys, my panelists, if you weren't able to watch the first game, Zeal is here. Very awesome. And we have Winter, you know, a usual, not as awesome. But still, you're still awesome, Winter. But, you know, what did you guys think of the last game?
I mean, for them to force a game 3, I feel like they need to restructure the draft. The draft has to be more tailored to the comfort of the players. And you have to also put some importance on, can we win this game if we just want KP to play this hero, you know? Like last game, I feel like maybe it's, they just picked the Birdseeker really early. It was what? Birdseeker plus, what was the opening?
Lich.
Birdseeker Lich. After they see the Beastmaster, and you were saying that the Birdseeker is really good against the Beastmaster in the lane. So maybe that was part of the reason why they opened with that. And after that, somewhere in between the draft, they decided that, oh, we want to pick Alchemist, and maybe they just ask KP if you can play the Birdseeker and just pass it to him, you know.
Do you think it would have been a hard game to play Bloodseeker safe lane?
I don't think so. The lane is pretty free, and let's say you have a position tree with auras, you can buff up the Bloodseeker, and I think buff Bloodseeker can actually fight Medusa in the mid to late situation.
Especially if they have a Brewmaster last pick, you know. If the draft is Bloodseeker carry, mid DK and Brewmaster, I feel like they're gonna have very good chances of winning the game.
So why do you think they came out with the Alchemist as the last pick?
Alchemist is in general, not in general, but there's some games that Alchemists actually are able to fight the Medusa. I remember it was Bleed versus SMG, right? And I think it was Jackie on Alchemist. He actually like killed Medusa most of the time with the passive, because you can stick on to him and Medusa doesn't really, except for a 4-staff, he can't really move, right? Yeah. So I think maybe that's the plan, but I didn't think that the Alchemist was the problem. It was just like they have like Bloodseeker off lane and they don't really have any team fight with it. So it makes their draft really weird.
Yeah, he was supposed to farm that game, but he was coming to the fights because he built early Vanguard into Diffusal, but then he cannot fight because his items doesn't allow him to fight against the Beastmaster and Dusa. Even if he runs in, you go near to the Dusa, you get rolled, you're just gonna die in one spell. One roll, you're dead. And so the right thing to do is you win your lane, you buy Maelstrom, and you just keep scaling and you keep playing for the map, you know, you control the map. Because the Elk he was also so fat. He had a Radiance, Power Trace, and Ogre Club, 30 minutes.
So do you think that Bleed played exceptionally well, or is there any chips in their armor?
Not really. I feel like they just did what they do, you know. They gave Corden the right hero, and it's more about like how Blacklist didn't use their heroes together, you know. They didn't really understood how to win with their lineup.
Yeah, well, let's get our draft going for game 2 of the Bleed Blacklist series. Techie Zoom, Magnus Pango.
Oh, Pangolier for Corden. Your favorite.
My favorite?
That's true.
I mean, Pango is like okay, so they have 2 universal heroes, so they already won the first phase draft. 2 universal hero versus Blacklist, which has 1.
Blacklist has a very good opening. Takis can be flexed, and even if you don't flex, you have a very good pairing. The lane, Doom and Takis is pretty strong against most of the heroes.
Takis is strong with anybody.
Universal heroes.
You have so much kill threat in the lane, and you harass and trade so efficiently. it's just it's too good of a hero in the lane. And for Bleed, so same thing. So their first pick again, they chose same kind of like opening. Their first pick, but I like that their first pick they're really prioritizing Corden's hero right away. And then on the 8th pick is the win condition hero. I guess it can be like an off lane as well for them, off lane slash carry Magnus. I personally like carry Magnus more than off lane Magnus. Like, do you feel like the hero is just better as a carry, or you think it's the same? No matter where you lane, off lane or safe lane, you're going to be playing like a carry, so it doesn't matter.
I think these heroes function the same way. As long as you're in side lanes, you still need to farm, and your objective is different as an offlaner. Maybe you have another carry that is doing damage, and if
But
you're carry,
do you need that? Do you actually need that for Magnus to win the game? Can't you just win the game just off your own damage and you yourself as a carry?
I don't think it's as reliable as other carries in the meta, because without BKB and without a lot, it doesn't really have like the best mobility, and he has a ulti that has a long cooldown that gives him environment to attack.
We've seen some games, for me at least, from China, they picked the Wyvern against Magnus, and even in Europe as well. Do you think that's like a suitable counter, or at least a way to at least deal with the Magnus right now? Like a mid-winter Wyvern, like a core winter Wyvern.
I think in generally, Winter Wyvern actually counters like Magnus lineup, because it's like even if you run Magnus offlane, you have like Winter Curse to counter the initiation, Cold Embrace for, like, let's say you're running a Magnus, your carry is gonna be like physical damage heavy, right? And yeah, Winter's toolkit is very good against Magnus in general.
I mean, would you change your build? Like, if let's say you're playing the Magnus and then you see the enemy pick Winter Wyvern, would you be more inclined to actually just build aura items instead of damage items? Then you don't really care about the Winter's Curse, right, if you do that?
Auras and probably items to like find the Wyvern, or maybe have someone finding Wyvern and you do the others. Like, maybe if you're just an aura bot, then just play as an aura bot and look for chances to get the Wyvern in fights.
Yeah, and how about Morphling, right? Morphling is kind of like the counter to all the universal heroes. Do you think like Magnus worries about Morphling?
Not necessary. I think Morphling in general is good against Magnus, because Morphling does well in the lane, and Magnus doesn't really hit through the armor of Morphling as well. Disruptor.
You like that here? Disruptor with Pango and Magnus?
I think they're setting up for possibly a Naga. That's why, hence the Disruptor, but I think they are like thinking again, because they didn't instant pick it, right? They're considering it, maybe. Because what I like about Naga against Doom is you can reset the Doom. Let's say Doom is dooming other targets, and if they are dooming the Naga, you have RP to bail him out, or Pangoro. So it's like saving each other. Disrupt the Elk.
Yeah, how about Elk? Do you also think that it's okay against the Doom as Elk? You can heal through the Doom?
Yeah, you don't really care about the Doom, right? As long as you get your Chemical Rage off, you can out-heal the Doom. Yeah, I think Alchemist is pretty good here. The lane matchup is also alright. They will have like chances to like kill Techies or Doom.
I like the core Winter Wyvern even more now against all these heroes.
Yeah, they don't really have much reach.
How come we don't see it in Southeast Asia? We never see Winter Wyvern.
It's I think it's a strong hero that got popular just recently. I would say like the last 1 or 2 weeks. So maybe SAA hasn't really gotten to practice the hero a lot, because you need to have a mid player that can play the hero very well.
It's kind of a new thing, right? Like for mid player to play Winter Wyvern.
I mean, isn't it like a thing already before? There was this patch, there's one patch where...
Yeah, Wyvern was pretty good, but maybe some of the mid laners didn't play it, and they aren't comfortable to play it here.
Yep, so they just go back for the Ember. It's a good matchup against the Pango in the lane. You're going to be able to get a good start. The root is nice against the Pango. It gives your team some small catch, since you have Enchantress and Doom and Techies that don't really have very good ways of starting the fight. So for Bleed right now, they're gonna have to, I guess, decide whether they want the Magnus on. I guess the only way you can do this is you pick another support, right? You just put the Magnus on offlane and the Elk as a carry, or do you want to change that around depending on lanes?
I think the Magnus and Alchemist should be locked on their roles. They're just like looking for one hero to like finalize the draft. Probably a pause 4, because I don't think Disruptor 4 is that good against the ENG. I believe it's ENG. This ENG is
a 5.
5, and Cuckoo will be playing it.
So what would be a good support against the ENG? Something like a Mirana?
Klinks is pretty good against.
Oh, Klinks.
But I haven't seen DJ play it yet. I would like to see it this game.
Yeah, the hero seems like he's pretty strong in the laning phase itself, and later you get so much damage that you can actually kill a lot of the cores.
You can also like ignore the reactive taser, right? Your skeleton doesn't get disarmed, so it's pretty good. And I think if I'm not wrong, it hits through untouchable as well. So,
also, yeah, you don't get slowed.
So it's in general pretty good in this game. But let's see if DJ plays it.
What else can they ban? It's their last ban. Are they looking to stop this Alchemist?
I mean, they're just banning out like the supports right now, right? They ban out Silencer, pretty decent against their heroes and gives them a lot of team fight. I mean, what else? What else? I mean, there's also a Spirit Breaker. I feel like Spirit Breaker is... Oh, okay, never mind. Spirit Breaker is already banned right away in the first phase. Yeah, those are the heroes that I feel like in my pubs, they are really, really OP. I mean, Skyrath is also another hero that I mentioned in the previous game. But this game, I mean, you can still pick it, but it isn't as good as the previous game, where you had the Beastmaster. I mean, the Silence is pretty good against the Ember.
Oh, Dark Willow.
Okay, Dark Willow, so more team fight. The lane's pretty strong as well, with the Magnus.
Magnus, Dark Willow, classic combo.
You can skewer through
when
the
you
brambles.
Get brambles, yeah.
How do you like the lane matchup? The Willow against the Enchantress.
I think Enchantress does well against Willow, from what I remember. But I think it's much more a player preference, the Dark Willow. Because I do feel like Klinks is actually a good pick here. But I wouldn't say Dark Willow doesn't have its place in this draft.
Well, that's actually true. A lot of times we see Klinks getting picked up against whenever there's an Enchantress, like as a 4. Because people are just like, oh, when you come out of Skeleton Walk, it like blows up the Enchantress.
Oh,
wow,
TA against Elk. I don't like this TA.
Yeah, because you have the talent. I feel like the talent is so good against the TA, the Acid Armor talent. Everybody, I don't know. I'm not very sure if I like this pick that much.
I think the TA is gonna have a rough time because they have BKB piercing on Magnus, and eventually the Pango is gonna get Halberd also.
I mean, do you feel like he's gonna struggle in the lane itself, TA Enchantress against the Willow and Magnus?
I think it's more favored for Bleach side, the Magnus and Dark Willow. But I don't see like Blacklist like pressuring their offlane that much.
I mean, once again, I feel like Blacklist has a draft that's set up with a specific, very, very specific timing with the TA. And I guess your Doom, you're gonna try to build like team items to facilitate that timing. And in order for you to hit that timing, you have to do well in your lanes. And I feel like the lanes are gonna be hard for them, and it's gonna affect a TA's timing a lot. So it's gonna be a tough game for them, in my opinion.
So I take it that you guys definitely like Bleed's draft better after that last pick.
Yeah. I think Bleed is gonna take this 2-0.
All right, well, let's see if they do take a 2-0 or if Blacklist can pull back at their chance of going to the major. Sending you guys off to our casters.
Well, it seems like the odds are against them. The current series matchup is against them, and our panel is against them. But maybe that's exactly where Blacklist are going to shine the most, Avery. I want to see something different out of them. I just want to see them be super active. I want to see not a passive Blacklist.
Yes, I have been asking this for a while. I think it stops and starts with, I mean, everybody on the team, honestly. I'm not going to even pinpoint like a single player. I think they just need to bring it all together, make some action happen. I think this is another draft where maybe they're not on a timer, but like you're playing Enchantress Techies, it's a very early game oriented support duo in terms of you want to snowball some lanes, get some early kills so you can create pressure on the map. And this TA pick, this is a pick that wants space to operate with the traps so you can continue to do that, not a pick that's like, oh, I'm just going to auto win late game and have Raven AFK for 50 minutes, right? So if there's a time for it to come together and pick up the tempo, I think it's now versus an Alchemist Magnus. I mean, that's got to be a lineup that you want to get aggressive and punish. I can't imagine you're going to be happy trying to outfarm Empower plus Greevil's Greed.
Agreed. Fully agreed. And probably a very big factor in that is going to be Carl and his impact as the Ember Spirit, because you got the two supports to be active and win the lanes early. You can get a mid laner that can win his lane and make the rotations, then you can really get a snowball going early and give the space to KP and Raven to get some farm. But is that going to happen? Or is anybody going to be able to get a first blood out of the bounty rune spawning? Dubu is in some trouble here, and it's looking bad for him. The blood grenades make it easy. Tim secures the first blood, while Bleed get the 3 bounties.
It was a little greedy that they split up, but it evens out. I think 3 bounties is often better than first blood, so I'm not too sad there if I'm Bleed. You also forced out some blood grenade action. So economic-wise, you actually got more out of that. And first blood to Tim's is, I mean, who cares? It's not a core, so you'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. I think the first blood is more valuable if the mid laner secures it, right? Or if there's maybe some other core that can get some very potent, like, lane-winning early item or something like that. But yeah, I agree. If it goes to a support, then the 3 bounties feels better because your mid laner is winning.
He's already winning. Feels good, man.
Yep.
Feels good to win.
And how does this matchup go? Ember versus Pango. We've seen a lot of it. How do you feel like it plays out? What would you say? Is it a 50-50 matchup? Is it 40-60? How do you win it?
No, it's definitely Ember favored. I think Ember should win this lane, but I don't think it's an end-all be-all. I think Pango tends to slide out of most of these lanes. We've even seen some Pangos do pretty well. I think there's some skill in this matchup, but I do think generally a good Ember player will come out ahead. Should definitely hit level 6 first. And then just control Pango through most of the early mid game. I don't think Pango has much threat on Ember with high points and shield. Chains is annoying for him later. Until you get Diffusal's matchup kind of sucks. Once you get Diffusal, then it starts to swing a bit, I think, because burning Ember's mana becomes really obnoxious in the fights. And Pango can get pretty tanky to a point where the slights don't matter as much since he's universal. You can build a lot of stats on him now. It's going to get Empower too. Empower changes a lot of these mid matchups for Pango. Because even if he's behind, you can just farm up and be back. Sure. But Carl is having his way for now. 11-2 to 6-0. Bottle already on the way. He's going to punish Corden hard here. This is what you want to see for if you're a Blacklist fan.
Yeah, that bottle is coming in now for Corden, but this little window where he is so low feels pretty bad. We'll see whether or not he gets a water rune, and if he does, how much CS he misses for it. He's going to try and pull the creeps down with him, but inevitably some of them are going to move forward, which gives Carl free last hits. Gets 2 denies out of that. He's got to be very happy.
Real good time here. He's like doubling him up. A lot of economic damage done early, level advantage secured. So that is going to be something that Blacklist can think about. Normally when you win these mid lanes, you want to rotate to them if you're the victor. You can, especially if you have independent side laners, which you kind of do, because then you just snowball that effect. You give Carl a crazy good game, he's going to give it back to everybody on the map. So I might look to have this Blacklist support duo think about the roam, especially when you have Ench. Like, Bosku can really destroy this mid lane if he gets a good creep or finds a winner to make that move. Not the easiest lane to leave Raven in, but everything in Dota is a trade-off. You just got to decide which are the more important for your game.
And what about our top lane here? So we're going to see Tim's get gone on, glimpse back underneath the acid spray. And he is going to be bailed out. KP managed to get a heartbeat creep, so early chain lightning for him has got to be feeling really good. In fact, he is pretty even with the Alchemist in net worth.
He's doing great up here. early kill helped him out. He has fast arcanes on top of that Harpy creep. This is like the ideal pressure build for a Doom. Just max damage efficiency that's going to be heckin' annoying for Jackie up here, man, before he gets to his sustain. I think Blacklist are in a decent position to win these lanes for the next 5 minutes.
Got him with blast off, the explosion, so much damage. The glimpse saves him for the moment, but KP has more lightning where that came from. Look at more damage on Jackie. If he lands the mine, he doesn't need to land the mine. He gets him with the damage, with the pick up with the Inferno Blade plus Chain Lightning. That was just too much.
I mean, look at the Techie's base damage, man. That's what'll do it there. 69 on the dot. Nice.
That's a nice number.
This Willow only has 68. Fool.
That's why they're losing.
Exactly. You should have known your meme numbers. Double rate ban for Ice down here, just trying to build up the armor versus the TA. And a mostly physical lineup between the TA and Ember in terms of damage going into him. I kind of like the rate bans here. Universal hero, so it doesn't really matter what you go. Good investment in the long term.
Honestly, that's my favorite part about Universal Heroes right now is the ability to go whatever of the attribute items you want to. You know, if it's like, do you need the extra armor? It's great. Top, yeah, this is rough. Dubu's dead again, and Jackie is just limping along. Fortunately, he brought a healing salve with him into lane, so he knew it was going to be a rough time. He prepared for this. His salve is going to get canceled pretty quickly, and the mine is going to land onto him. Sticky Bomb plus KP's damage. He's dead again.
This Harpy creep. Winning games, MVP for sure. If Blacklist win this game, you give it to the Harpy, the 6th man of the Blacklist squad here. Just destroyed him. Absolutely destroyed.
I'm going to make a bit of an extreme claim here, Avery, but I think if Blacklist do not manage to take over this early part of the game, I'm not saying they need to win the game, I'm just saying they need to take over the game in like that 20-minute period. I'm gonna lose hope for them as a team because this is an incredible laning phase start. 6-0, winning 2 lanes very hard, and the TA lane is doing totally fine.
And they made the correct move. They went mid with their supports. They have level 5 on Tims at 6.5 minutes. We're pre-Wisdom Rune. They have a level 5.5 and a level 4.5 support. This is an auto win early game right here if you're Blacklist. It is not a question of are you gonna win it. It's a question of how much damage do you get done before Bleed are able to recover with some levels.
Bosku is going to be giving up the first death of Blacklist side, so, but it's fine. Rolling Thunder use, not that big of a deal.
Yeah, but you're taking Zench off the map when you're really strong. I don't know. This is a nice kill to get if you're Bleed, honestly. It just slows momentum on the map right now for Carl. You're taking a pretty strong support off the map for a decent amount of time here, and now Bosco has to decide where he goes. These little things matter when you're trying to run these like early game snowball tempo lineups, because Bleed can catch up fast. Alec Mag are going to find farm as Jackie returns the favor and finds his own Saturn Golem camp.
All right.
I guess this is just guaranteed now if you play Alchemist.
Oh, missed the blast off. Looks like there was a line that Tims did not expect you could go down to. Either way, they pretty clearly have control of this lane enough to be able to get the kill on whoever shows up. In fact, Jackie, he's under a ward right now. He is gonna die, I think, because he cannot get Chemical Rage up in time. Carl's gonna loop around from the side, hit him with a slide. Jackie at best could deny himself the neutrals. He's not gonna do that. Instead, they're gonna make sure to give it to Carl. Great pickup.
Do you find Bosku again not even needing Rolling Thunder? Another kind of bad death for him. This is like where you can just be destroying the map, right? So the fact that Bleed are taking Enchantress out of the picture is a pretty big win. Of course, finding Alchemist much bigger, but that was pretty independent of what was happening around mid. Did secure double damage for Carl. Decent payoff here as he has Orbital Corrosion and Blades of Attack already out. This is going to be a heavy hitter that you're going to have to skirmish through, trying to clear through stacks for Jackie, but Carl might have other ideas.
Well, if he hits him with the brambles here, with the rolling thunder landing and the curse crown afterwards. Oh, he got him after the slight and managed to kill him. Now that's a big boy kill.
Yeah,
They go
that's
straight
good.
into farming the ancient stack off of that.
Just not respecting where all these heroes are going to be right now. Maybe thinking he's invincible with that DD.
Is under attack.
Pays a big price, and suddenly the catch-up mechanics going to work here for Bleed. Big stacks, big cleaves, big Grievel's greed.
What you'll find laying around.
I got another joke for you.
Okay.
No, I'll save this one for later. He'll know when you hear it, though. He'll know.
You can't do that.
I can't do it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I will do it.
Dire's structures are fortified.
All right, well, Carl, he's back into action here, and he's going to try and take this mid tower with the Enchantress creep. So this is a bit of what you were talking about. Use the Enchantress creep. Start taking down these towers. Let's see if he gets caught again, though. Nope. Bramble doesn't land. If it landed, might be able to hit them on the Terrorize. They do manage to take the power rune away from him, though. That's pretty big. Corden picks that up, and the mid tower still alive.
Bleed bringing a lot of numbers to these mid engagements. Just to try and hold that triangle, hold the one part of the map they really need. Downside of this is KP is absolutely free, so is Raven, and they are farming a lot more space. As Octarine is finished for KP. That is a fast-ass Octarine right there. Jack, what the hell are you doing there, son?
Dire's
What in
middle tower
tarnation?
is under attack.
Yeah, you had to know Blacklist was going to put a priority on this mid lane.
Tower has fallen.
There's no way you can just be standing there as an out. Absolutely none. That is a terrible death. Gonna cost them their fastest farmer, mid tower, a lot more space for Carl now. Are getting more ancient stacks by ice, but the space is now open to invade. Yeah,
They're losing
it's
their
gone.
other ancients, so that one feels kind of bad.
This map is closing. 5k gold lead for Blacklist. Still in position to just rack up the momentum here if they want to.
DJ trying to ambush Tim's. Slowed down with a sticky bomb, so he's not able to commit. Ice, meanwhile, completes his Vanguard and has level 4 Empower, has been stacking up Ancients. Let's see if he clears it or if he leaves it to the Alchemist. I think he's going to take it.
It is more efficient for him to take it than Jackie here. Jackie's gonna have to find something. Find a mine. They just need Diffusal Pango. They need Diffusal Pango and then start skirmishing and finding some kills with their ults. Let the other two cores farm it up. Third tier 1 goes down here in 12 minutes for Bleed as Blacklist complete the trifecta. Now both Ancients open. That is a lot of farm that Raven can occupy, and I want to see him occupy it. Get some traps down in this triangle and dire ancient area. Start farming their ancients. Just make this area impossible for Bleed to invade because they cannot get around the traps right now. It's way too early. There's no threat on this TA.
Are scanning.
Just control everything. Choke them out. Put them in a sleeper hold.
See if Bleed are able to get out of this chokehold or not. As the smoke is going to cut across here, Carl, Bosku, and Tim's. A trio on the march for blood. And it's either Corden or it's going to be Jackie who gets spotted here. It's going to be Corden. They run into him. Swashbuckles away. Nice reaction. Gets out the Rolling Thunder. Great reaction there from Corden. Spares his own life and gives the heads up to Jackie that there are intruders around here.
Decent amount of space. Big move from Blacklist that does not connect. Buying time for this Radiance to come online. Perhaps for Bleed to smoke on their own accord, because that is Diffusal finish for Corden. Another important reason for him to get out there, and that is going to be the smoke into Raven.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
This is a very important kill for both teams.
Radiant
But the scan connects.
Oh, it gets red.
You might even want to bait this out if you're Blacklist.
Yeah, I think they do.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
they're
is
expecting the
under
smoke to
attack.
continue, but Bleed gave up on it. Decided it's not even worth trying to go around that tier 1, find this TA that deep. Tier 2 top took a crap ton of damage to this Ench creep. Carl will just come back up here. So the objective assault continues. Radiance finish for Jackie. Does he have the room to operate it though? That's a big question. There's only so many camps. There's so many players.
That's true.
Dire's top tower is under
App's
attack.
getting smaller and smaller. You have to fight for scraps at some point.
Dire's top
Wisdom runes
tower
are up.
has fallen.
Nobody
Radiant's
wants to forget
bottom
about those.
tower is under attack.
What about an early Roshan? Kind of awkward because they're heading down. They get the initiation onto the Magnus, they terrorize, and Static Storm. Immediate response there. Glimpse back another hero, and that should be enough for Ice 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 to get out. Dubu, however, he'll die.
Radiant's middle tower is
Walked
under
over a
attack.
TA trap. Not much you can do about that.
Nope, these TA traps are going to be really annoying just based off the advantage Blacklist had early. It's going to make the support's lives very difficult to try and force these engagements. And yeah, early Roshan, I don't mind it with this Deso.
Yeah, Deso, might
just
as well.
go do it. You can even just tank it with an Ench creep. Even 2 heroes should be able to kill it here.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Let's see if
attack.
Blacklist force it? No, or even just wants to kill some more wolves. No, just the small ones. He doesn't like the big one.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Says that one's
Alright,
too
weird.
scary.
Maybe he wants Bosku to take it for the extra damage later on, after they're done doing
That's
Roche.
true. Bosku probably told him, save it for me later, friend.
Look at that attack speed slow. The Ghost putting in a 28 attack speed slow and then untouchable on an extra 120.
Pretty efficient here. Not even costing Blacklist much map control. Is Lead are still just clumped, trying to get whatever they can for this Radiance out. It's going to be a very slow game for them. Maybe the one thing they have going for them is that KP did not go to Midas. Because I feel like he would be absolutely filthy rich right now.
Oh yeah, Octarine, but no Midas bots.
Yeah, if there were one game to just go greedy on Doom, I think it was this one after that start. He would have had it so damn fast.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
That's the thing about Doom. I don't think it costs you too much tempo. That's the disgusting part about this hero. So his net worth just ramps up so fast. It's like, okay, you got this fast blink, but you probably would have had Midas blink by like a couple minutes anyway.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be missing
And
a little
your
network.
timing would be, because you're looking to like take control of the game with this Aegis, but you're looking to end the game with the second Aegis, right?
Yep. But if they get some good play action with it, I don't mind. I think anything that makes Blacklist play faster is
That
good
is
with
true.
me.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So, time to smoke. Find some more stuff on the map. Bleeder being annoying in this bottom lane, cutting waves, hiding in trees. Ice is out. And they're just giving them the rope.
I like that. They instantly glyphed for it. It's not like your buildings are going to be taking any damage anytime soon. So anything to stop this little split push, this stall out that Ice 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 attempted.
I mean, they did get Jackie into the back lines here. This is going to be nice for him. Another whole line of creeps to farm out that are pretty safe. Doesn't put him in danger.
Structures are fortified.
That move alone is pretty decent, but Bleeder have a 2-man smoke of their own. This Cord and DJ kill squad. DJ rushed Atos for some extra lockdown.
That's nice.
Maybe just looking for the Ember, looking for any solo core, being extra greedy on the map, but Blacklist are just grouping up with the Aegis. Nobody to be found. Happy to just force objectives here. We'll look at how far into the map right now, especially with Jackie finding Satyr, Troll Camp, triple stack, hard camp down here somehow. I don't know where that staff was from, but he's very happy about it. As Jackie takes top position here.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And he's gotten a lot out of this
Dire's
bottom lane.
middle tower is under attack.
Yes, but Raven's gotten a lot out of the Ancients on Dire's side, and he now has a BKB complete. So, Aegis BKB, do you ever think about going high ground when the enemy team is trying to dodge you like this?
Not this early.
Got him with the Doom.
It's a good Doom. Should be able to run him down.
Nice driving, but the blast off lands. Tim's good read, and just that small disable will ensure the death on Corden.
Got the TP cancel on DJ with the hoof stomp too, something he's gonna have to think about. That is an AoE stun here along with that blast off for Blacklist, so being aggressively ratting with the Dark Willow, not really an option either. And Harpoon for Ice Ice Ice. Normally an item you want to be aggressive with and snowballing the map. I don't know if it's that good in a defensive sort of situation like this. But we'll see if it pays off. Could be good in high ground defense situations with Blink Harpoon. We saw that last game, right? Where you all end up in the fountain.
Yeah, that's true.
Can make some magic happen. They know he's up here?
Dire's middle
Well, they do, but ships in the night.
Oh, slips right on by.
I think you go high ground second Aegis. I think that's what you build for. I think doing it at this point is just too inefficient. You're going to get glyphed on, you're going to get outspammed, you're going to get diffusal poke. It just gets wacky. DJ is very dead here.
Got him. Yeah, I'm never really sure about that because, by not going high ground, in some ways you are giving the enemy team kind of what they want, right? Which is the game is not going, we're not in danger of suffering like a really big loss for basically another 7 minutes, right? Which is enough time for your next round of items, enough time to maybe come online. But if you do try that high ground, especially against the Magnus, right, you could just end up throwing your game.
Yes, high ground is very difficult. You want to be sure when you're doing it, you have a very clear idea that the enemy has no good options versus that play. Or you can do this thing where you poke it and bring them all back or bring some heroes back and instantly you'll already be making a play somewhere else. I think that play is also fine, but then I think you're basically poking high ground without the intention to commit. I would like to see the pickoff game continue for Blacklist as well. You have this bots Blink Octarine build on KP. Benefit of this is you get it faster than with that Midas, which means you can be everywhere on the map, just constantly picking people off, or at least proposing a threat that will build a net worth lead. As the lead is building slowly for Blacklist, will prompt a 5-man smoke from Bleed to try and stop the bleed.
Oh, this is going to be... Oh, the Slight managed to get him with the skew. No, never mind. BKB goes out. They already have the Doom out onto Corden. He cliffs himself, hits the RP onto 2, and Ice doesn't have a TP out, so he's dead.
I don't know if that was intentional.
Interesting set of events for sure.
Downside of having no real lockdown for this BKB Ember. He just runs in, and what do you do? I mean, you can RP him, but if he gets BKB off, you can't chain stun him, and then I don't think he has the physical damage to necessarily burst him yet. Maybe in a little bit, but for now, Carl is indeed invincible.
Now, he's got the damage. Oh, no, he doesn't. He left the DD for Raven, came back, gave him the bottle, so Raven's going to have the DD for the next 2 minutes.
They just keep playing up in Bleed's face, keep playing around the traps. Very hard for them to run into you, as we saw. Blacklist solidify their position, waiting for that second Roshan. If you're Bleed, you got to gear up for it. I don't think you can just give it to him for free.
Yule Scepter for the techies. Wow. Why do you think that is? Exactly, because we see a lot of different... you don't necessarily need the mana regen on this hero. I think you could just as easily have gotten Pavis, so why do you think he went Yule's specifically this game?
I mean, he's going Yule's Aether Lens. There is one reason you do that in this game. It is for the Magnus Skewer. Just as the build we see, it's just the best item build you have. You don't have an insta-stun to stop these Blink Skewer plays, right? Get Aether Lens, you get Yule's, you have the cast range to use it. you just spam click it or have it ready on the jump, whatever you want to do, and second mag blinks in, he gets duels, fight's over. So I kind of like that
Particularly
idea.
since this build of Magnus is not Blink BKB, right? Because you go Vanguard Harpoon, now you're going to go Blink Dagger. Like the BKB is so delayed that you have a serious window where the Ul Scepter is going to be effective.
You get a lot of time out of it, a lot of mileage. They're just running them down.
Remnant after Remnant, willing to use 3 Remnants to catch up because they know Bleed can't fight back. They don't want to fight back. Not against a DD Templar Assassin, which now gets popped.
I mean, Dubu, Disruptor, barely newer.
Was that the joke?
Yeah, that was my joke.
Wait, did we wait 20 minutes for a Disruptor I hardly newer joke?
I mean, that was pretty good, though. He died. You know, it fits.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But the suspense was probably killing you. Wondering this entire time what it was.
No, it's the joke that killed me.
What would be the follow-up to the beauty that was with the witch doctor?
The fact that you have the gall to say beauty.
What an encore, honestly. If this goes to a game 3,
you are absolutely shameless.
I'll have to outdo myself again.
Have you
like tall order.
Lore master with puns? Is that what's going on here?
I'm just expanding my skill set, expanding my horizon, you know?
I see.
There's nothing wrong with branching out.
It's the third week of the CDPC last week, everybody. So, be sure to tip your waiters and waitresses. Thank you. Avery will be here all week.
What does that mean, man? I mean, I will be here all week.
Oh, jump into RP. Amazing, but he's BKB. They can't really do any damage to Raven. They just got to run, but the slight chains, and now KP is going to catch him from behind, too. He hits the Doom straight up on Ice.
The terrorize.
Hits him with the stun as well, but the Templar Assassin is taking a lot of damage. Too many instances of damage. Now the Alchemist is back into play. The Templar Assassin is dead, and Jackie is free to take the fight now. They're going to run after Carl, who's out of remnants, so he might be dead. The Unstable Concoction hit him, but Bleed are going to call it quits. They don't want to go up into the blind high ground.
I don't know how that works out for them, honestly. I feel like Raven should have been way stronger there, but I guess RP buys enough time on that BKB. And how the hell did he get that harpoon range? Does this guy have an extra souped up bolt gun or something? There's no way he should have gotten that harpoon on the Templar Assassin there, man. Looked like he had needs ones or something. That was ridiculous. But it works out for him as they drag the TA in, force early BKB, and then just clean him up on the backside with the physical damage post refraction. You have to respect Pangolier here. We're seeing the damage totals. He is going to be the one who carries this game with Empower. Empowered Pangolier with the universal stats is a scary beast, right? He has way higher base damage than he used to, which means these swashbuckles hit really hard.
Well, yeah and no at the same time, but yeah.
No.
Well, the swashbuckles are a set damage.
Yeah, but he's
so
like going in and swashbuckling you know?
yeah. And then the right clicks afterwards hit a lot harder because he's universal. Yeah. Well, you said they had to contest the Roshan. They've done that, but now they have to keep contesting the Roshan. Oh, they're going to smoke up. And look at this aggressive ward. They're going to get some vision out of this. Ice gets the skewer back, but it's on the hero that they wanted. The RP, and he actually caught the Doom. And Jackie gets the chance to get off his BKB. Chemical Rage, the Doom goes off, but the damage has already been done. He got off what he wanted. KP did manage to get out, though. The Terrorize hits the Ember Spirit. The Blast Off trying to stop him gets denied. That big explosion, but the damage is too much. The mines hit all of them and Bleed fall over dead.
What the hell was that? Just blast off? It was a host stomp. Oh my KP. He went in, no HP, suicide mission for the boys. Says I'll see y'all on the other side and just sets up the dream.
Oh my God.
The side blades. Dear God. I thought KV got destroyed on this, but he lives, and boy, does that living come back to bite Bleed in the ass, man. I think the fight's over here. The blast off got canceled.
Here it is.
Oh,
Three-man stun, and then 2 mines laid out. Boom, boom.
Oh my god. Detonation.
Dire's bottom tower is
Full
under
on.
attack.
Does KP redeem that first go? God damn. That Hofstad might have just gotten them at game 3 because that fight was looking real bad. Gordon's out of mana. Your Doom jump fails. You got terrorized. That looked like an easy cleanup for Bleed. I mean, it was a sick RP from Ice.
I can't believe that RP worked out. He jump skewers Enchantress, and then he skewers her directly into the jump from the Doom and hits the RP on him too. Like, that was, I mean, it was a little lucky. RP, little lucky, yeah.
I mean, obviously, he's skewering his guy to the Alk, and KP's jumping the Alk. So
sure.
It was lucky timing for sure, but they're both thinking about the same thing, which is this fight is centered around Pango and Alchemist right click right now. And both teams are just gunning for it. They're trying to jump the Pango and Alch before they get spells off, particularly ults. And if you're the rest of Bleed supporting crew, you want to bring the heroes to the Pango and Alch so you set the fight up in a nice manner. That's kind of what these fights are about right now. And to me, it's like if Carl can get in there and disrupt some of that by just going in, being the tanky frontline BKB Ember that they don't want to go on, maybe dodging an RP. Aegis on Raven will also help him do that now. Those are the kind of fights that Blacklist want. Just like crazy jumping, forcing the issue. Don't let Bleed set up something or let Ice get a good skewer RP. Particularly if you can find the Magnus, that's just a free go. Disruptor will go down to the Raven trap. Now you have 3 minutes with this Aegis MKB timing. Is this the high ground? Is this the window? You have Yule's Aetherlens on Tim's. I mean, you technically have that skewer
hit
counter.
that high ground, though.
Yeah, but you're not gonna. I mean, I don't know if you'll get a better opportunity, but this is like your window to do it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I mean, the problem for me is that the creep wave dies to Swashbuckle and you get disarmed.
Well,
and so that stalls you off. What happened there? What happened to his harpoon grab?
You just misclicked the wrong unit.
Did he hit a creep? He actually hit a creep? Oh, no. Whoops.
That said, the Yules was not there for Tim's. He was out of range. That's the problem with this build. Even with Aetherlens, Yules is just not a great cast range, man. It got nerfed into the dirt 550. It's very hard to get this off on the mag, even if you're staying there, because if you go in that close, like, you're almost in range yourself. You might just get AoE RP'd. I mean, this build is good if you land it and terrible if you don't. So Tim's really needs to watch his positioning and make sure if he wants to play this dangerous game that he's the fastest shooter in the West.
The rune of regeneration.
Well, next round of Tormentors is going to be coming up soon. Seems like Blacklist may be setting up to take Bleeds away.
Yeah, why not?
Still a minute 45 on Aegis, though.
They're just going to push all lanes and farm it all up. Continue to scale. They have Shivas on KP. It's going to help with the armor differential here. You are wasting this Aegis timer in a sense, but if you weren't confident going high ground, then in theory you're not. You're just going for round 3 with like even more tankiness and scale, even more Ember items. Ags is going to make him just able to go in freely, disrupt that fight. Hard to argue with it in a way, but you are going to give Bleed some timing to get some big core items. Double Basher comes out for Corden and Jackie. A lot more lockdown now, particularly off those swashbuckles. And you're going to get BKB on Ice Ice Ice, which is another big one, because then it just guarantees a Blink RP on somebody. And you don't really have a counterplay. Like, somebody is getting Blink RP'd, skewered probably into these Bash Bros over here. There's no save.
This game is stalling out. How bad is this for Blacklist? Because they're not going high ground with the second Aegis. Are we gonna wait for third Aegis? Is that gonna make a difference? The problem is still there in some ways, right? Which is how do we breach that high ground?
I don't think it's too bad yet, but if they lose 1 to 2 fights, I'm gonna put it somewhere in there. It's not exactly 1, it's not exactly 2, but somewhere in there, it does get a little weird. And Bleed are confident enough to just smoke out with that Aegis exploration. So again, if you find the RP here,
KP,
there's no save. He just
went.
went.
RP. He didn't get off the skewer. They got the terrorize on him. They're going to keep the chain stun. He's dead. Blacklist.
Did they see him there?
Their smoke broke.
Yeah, but he must have seen him. I don't think Ice just blind jumps in the exact spot like that. I would love to see the fog on that play, but it's just a bad kill to give up now, right? Because you're still in a dominant position. Now your team's going to 4-man smoke. You're going to try and make up for it with something else on the map. No RP. Also pretty good window. When that spell is down, you lose a lot of the AoE control for Bleed.
I mean, Bleed is not splitting up, though. They immediately jump in, do manage to blow up Dubu at the start. Jackie is getting a little bit low here. He has to back away from Raven. Ice tries to help men in that regard. Pulls Raven back, gets one more hit in 60 HP. He lives on just a sliver of HP, but it's good enough for now as Corden gets Yulst up in the air, trying to reset that Rolling Thunder. The physical damage, though, the Slight will finish him off. A triple kill for Carl. Apparently, they don't need KP. They can win it 4 versus 5.
Oh, absolutely. If there's no RP, the BKB's still lasting a decent duration here, and they make him work. It's particularly Raven. He's just unman fightable right now. Until you have Abyssal, that's a hard 1v1 for Jackie. Oh, the Yules! It's there!
Got him on the Yules. He couldn't get the skewer back, and Ice. A desperate attempt to skewer him away, but Jackie is going to die next to him off of that failed initiation. Corden, he's even going to die as well. Just like that, it's over. Blacklist. Whew. Apparently not a problem that this game was stalling out, because Blacklist could just end it in one fell swoop.
Cut the snake off at the head. The Yules was there to do it. No skewers for thee. Victory for me, says KP.
Says KP. I mean, Tim's was the one hit the Yules, but yeah, it works out better with the rhyme, I guess, if KP's the one saying all that. I mean, good for Blacklist, man. I was not lying. I really would have lost faith in this team if they could not get that momentum going. And they stayed solid in it. They didn't rush the high ground. They took over the game like they needed to do, and then eventually they got an opening. Eventually you're going to find one when you have that big of a net worth lead.
No, they played that game pretty well. I mean, it's still a little clunky, but pretty damn well. There's not much to fault in this game. It's a very greedy, slow draft from Bleed. They were kind of getting these late game items, but Blacklist just win that one fight. That's all it takes. The game just ends. Carl is scaling like a beast. And I mean, Tim's he owned this game, right? The Yules at the end to seal it. The team fighting 9-0 and 17. To not die once on techies, I can tell you from personal experience, that is a tall order, my friend. That is a very tall order. So very impressive game from both Tims and KP in this off lane, and just set up a lot of stuff for them overall. Very clean early game as well. They snowballed Carl, the most important thing in this game to have happen. He was looking real good in this game compared to the last time around. Solid performance. They strike back. We're going to game 3.
We are indeed, and I wonder who the panel favors going into this game 3 of Bleed versus Blacklist. It's going to be a spicy one.
Bleed's track record, I am pretty convinced to be along the side of Bleed. Although, I mean, Blacklist take this game pretty convincingly. I was quite surprised at how polarizing the game was.
Yeah, I was surprised at the lanes. They came out firing in the lanes. They were able to get a very huge gold lead. I was quite surprised that the Doom and the Techies, they played really well in the lane. I feel it's not that easy. I mean, it's Disruptor. Disruptor's generally weaker at the start, but they still did a really good job at taking advantage of it. And obviously the TA and Enchantress as well, winning their lanes, making the game really, really easy from the start.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of confused with the Dark Willow pick, right? if they pick things, at least the lane will go better, and there's someone opening vision with the clings, and it will get easier initiations on the calls.
So you think they just should prioritize better laning supports here? Because Disruptor is also weak in the lane, Willow the same.
Yeah, they, like what I say, right? Blitz, side lanes need to go really well most of the games for them to find success in the game.
I think we can all agree also that the Doom pick is much better than the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, it's easier, you know, it's just straightforward, very straightforward offlaner. It's pretty hard to fuck that hero up.
Yep.
I mean, obviously KP played well, you know.
I'm also surprised, like the TA versus Alchemist matchup.
Yeah, it worked out.
Felt like this Alchemist couldn't fight the TA at all.
I mean, it's because of the lanes, right? Because the way the game started, right? They lost both side lanes, and then you lose control of the map. You don't get bounty runes, and
You
you're
don't
losing
get
the
farm, yeah.
you don't get the farm. Then you just fall behind. Like TA is very similar to Elk. Like, you're both so snowbally, and every small little bit of advantage you get, you just take over the map. You farm so quickly, and then you make the other guys so poor because you're taking his farm.
Yeah, here's our match MVP, Tim's on Techies, not dying a single time. I feel like on the old Techies, that would have probably been a bit impossible since you deal damage to yourself. But this time, he was able to do it. It's quite a feat. He performed very well. Wouldn't you guys think so?
I mean, would you say that this hero is the best post 4 right now for the lane itself?
For the lane and for the game, you can see why it's always like first 2 ban, right? First game is ban, then game 2 he shows 9-0, 0 deaths, big impact.
Yeah, that one play at the top with the bombs and everyone just exploded.
Yep.
Yes, exactly. Production knows what I'm talking about.
Production is a techie spammer.
That is true. Our support. I mean, production supports us, right? So it just makes sense. Yeah, but who do you guys think is better to win next game?
I think they need to like. I think it looks more like whoever who has a better draft gets a better advantage in this matchup. So we'll see like who is the better drafter, Misery or Ninja Boogie.
That is, it's a good one there. Who is the better drafter, Misery or Ninja Boogie? We shall find out if Bleed will remain undefeated in series coming. The game coming soon, right after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. We are back for the spiciest game of today, the spiciest series, in fact. We got Bleed versus Blacklist. This is our first 3-game series of today, and quite frankly, I think it's the most interesting because, you know, there's a lot of major stuff on the line, if you know what I mean. But I got my panel over here. I got Winter and I got Zeal. What do you guys think of last game?
3 sambals.
3 sambals? That's
Very
spicy.
spicy.
It wasn't that spicy though. It was pretty one-sided.
Yeah, but the series is okay.
That's true.
Fine. Not
This
the game.
series-
Maybe not the game, but the series.
Yes, I agree with you there. What do you think, Zeal?
I think I didn't expect the Blacklist to come back strong after what happened in game 1. So I'm interested to see this game 3.
That's true. Post-draft, we were all like, oh, it's probably going to be 2-0, you know, this and that. But
Yeah, but the
They showed
lanes.
up.
Yeah, the lanes are too difficult to play. I didn't really consider that because they both are on both of the side lanes. Blacklist had better supports for the early level, so they were able to just straight up snowball for that. Just feels like my pubs. You lose the lane. Like seriously, you lose the lane. You don't control the bounty runes. You don't control the wisdom runes. You just slowly lose it. Sure, it's hard to push high ground. You can defend and drag, but your opponents are just gonna starve you.
And eventually
Take everything away.
was that Winter? You gonna joke?
No bounty rune, no wisdom rune, nothing for you. Just to carry, hitting some leftover camps.
The map's just shrinking.
I mean, if they want to even add salt to the wound, they'll just kill all the neutral creeps, leave 1 creep there.
Oh no!
That's a grief.
That is a grief. You always lose your lane though, Winter. So you lose in every game then.
That's why it's every game in the pubs.
Shots fired indeed. Did it look like your pub, Seal? I'm sure you're a winner though.
Nah,
right?
I'm not like Winter. I don't lose.
Yeah, you don't lose. We got a winner over here. At least we have 2 sides,
Yeah, he
2 different
plays
sides.
Underlord in his pubs, you know. Easy win.
See. Easy win. Brain dead hero.
Yeah, brain dead.
Why aren't we
Like
seeing the
Cactus.
brain dead hero anymore? Why aren't we seeing Underlord?
Maybe players are just not. They don't enjoy the hero as much as like Doom. It's
But
much more.
don't you
brain
feel
dead.
like it's more about the team as well? Underlord is more about like, I feel like the difference between Underlord and Doom, it's more about like Doom is easier to execute as a team, you know. Underlord, you need to abuse the Fiend's Gate to make the hero.
Yeah, Underlord is much more like structured, a team hero. You know, you need to use the Porter to get more advantage on the hero, and maybe teams in C doesn't prioritize the hero as much.
I mean,
for
wouldn't you say
execution.
that like when you're playing with a better team, then Underlord becomes a better pick compared to Doom?
Yeah, that's why gaming is playing it, right? Gaming Gladiator.
You need your other players to also remember, or we have this spell in the game.
Right.
Not just the Underlord to remember, you know.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get our draft going for our 3rd game of this series. This is what you guys said before the break, that it's going to be a Misery versus Ninja Boogie game. Who is the better drafter?
Misery is already learning from last game, banning Tekis and Doom, both
And
quite
there's
branded hero.
no Enchantress as well. So the laning phase is going to be a lot more simple this time for Bleed. So what's available for first pick here?
Magnus. KP used to play Magnus like last week, right?
I mean, let me ask you this question since you're off laner. I was talking a bit about Bat Rider as an opening pick. Because what I feel about Bat Rider right now is you pick the hero, you go to the side lane, you just max your Firefly, and there's camps you pull, and you pull the wave, and you farm the camp. So no matter what, you're gonna farm. So I would just pick the hero. If I have nothing to pick, I would strategize in picking Bat Rider early, because I feel like that hero is a hero where I pick the offlaner out early, like Beastmaster or Doom, and you don't care if you get countered because you can farm anyway.
Yeah. What makes Bat Rider interesting is because it can be run on multiple roles. You can
Multiple roles support? Really?
Yeah, Post4. Tundra is playing it a lot.
Oh.
So I'm surprised.
So what's the
there's no
idea
Bat
behind that, like Post4 Bat Rider?
The frame break gives slow now, and you don't really prioritize like Napalm, even if you're core support. So you have like good levels and good laning. And since you're a universal hero, you get more trading heroes. It's
okay, count the universal heroes right now in the first 4. Okay, we already have 3.
Yep. The more universal hero, the more easier the game
Has
goes.
Tundra found success on the Bat Rider support?
They won 2 out of 3, I think.
Okay, that's not bad.
If I'm not wrong.
Viable.
Could be more than viable. Soon. Yeah, when people figure out, like, sometimes it takes a couple of maybe weeks for players to just get comfortable. Because if you have one Bat Rider player, it's not enough to abuse the early Bat Rider pick. You need to have a few players really comfortable with the hero.
That's
then the
true.
drafter can abuse it.
That's really true. What do you guys think about these openings?
Silencer, Void Spirit. Silencer is a hero that Bleed has been running really successfully. It's very good against. I mean, the Pango came out after, so you can tell that a lot of the prioritization on the mid heroes have been given for Bleed in this series. They've been picking Corden's hero out very early, but I'm not so sure about the Void Spirit. I feel like this is like his weaker hero out of the Pango, Puck, and Ember. And if I want to pick a Corden hero early, I would definitely prioritize those two, like at least the Pango and the Ember.
But it's a universal mid hero though.
I know, but it's not for him, you know. I feel like it's not suitable for him. I don't think the hero is weak. I just feel like the hero is not a Corden hero.
For Void?
Yeah, Void Spirit.
He's played it quite a lot though.
Yeah, but he has DJ, you know, so he's still winning the games. But it's definitely not because of him, you know. Like his main weakness, I feel, when he plays a Void Spirit or any other mid hero that needs to be a semi-win condition like Storm, is he over-rotates. When he plays Ember, Puck and Pango, the moves by those heroes that rotating around a lot, it's natural for those heroes because you don't need to farm so much. But for Void Spirit, you need to understand, oh, I need this item, or I need to really get my Echo Saber before I move again, you know. I'm only going to move if I get a really good rune, like a Haste rune, or my team is getting dove on the tower, I'm TPing in to come over. But generally you see him moving a lot, and sometimes I feel like he's also like calling for smokes to go around the map very early. And if you don't get a kill, sure, you get a kill, fine, you know, it's worth it. But if you don't get a kill, it hurts your game and your progression a lot. And especially if you're a Void Spirit, because you need to farm on that hero.
Right.
I would like to see like Bleed get the Magnus again. This time they have Void Spirit to buff for the Empower. It's much more better than Pango Magnus.
Oh yeah, you mentioned the last draft. You said that when you pick Magnus, you really want to have like another secondary hero to abuse the Empower.
Yes.
You don't want Magnus just to be your sole damage dealer.
And Void Spirit abuses it very well because it's universal and he gets more damage from Empower.
Wouldn't you want to see something else more fun than Magnus though? In a perfect world where you could pick any offlaner you want in this draft, besides Magnus, what would you choose?
He will say Darkseer.
Right? I love Darkseer.
He's a Darkseer spammer.
He's so cute, you know? When he uses his surging.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about Darkseer. What is his place in the current meta right now?
Darkseer is actually, maybe sometimes it's like situational, and that's why I don't see team picking it that much. But it fits the meta quite well actually. There's a lot of brawling, you need an aura buyer, and Darkseer naturally buys a lot of aura. And Darkseer is also good against like illusion carry, which is the flavor of the meta actually. TB, Medusa, like even TA sometimes here and there. But Darkseer is too inconsistent.
So they're just better heroes.
Yeah.
Better
like
offlane heroes.
Just Devour. Bat Rider, maybe Phosphor?
Phosphor Bat Rider, yeah. Why not? Bleed tends to pick a lot of the European teams' ideas, you know, in their drafts.
True. But
the
does
coach is
DJ...
European.
Does DJ play bad?
Well, I mean, we'll find out. We'll definitely find out. They have, at least we know that, I mean, Ice plays bad.
It's a Cuckoo Mancer.
Yeah, and a Cuckoo Mancer,
Oh.
which is very good against Bat Rider in the lane, right? So if it's a Phosphor Bat Rider, I guess the Venom will ultimately outtrade you with the Gale.
I do believe it's a Bat Rider offlane though, and maybe some DJ Earth Spirit. They ran it before. Earth Spirit Bat. Face of Void against Bat.
I mean, the Earth Spirit still feels good, the silence against the Void, the Pango. It's a good hero that can go to the backlines to get to the Venom first in the team fights. I mean, other than Earth Spirit, what would you want? Let's say you order Bat, you know. What else would you want on your lane?
I don't mind having a Skywrath, double slow, like you have slow and he has slow. And the silence is pretty good against their heroes too, yeah.
So you have kill threat. You want a hero that allows you to have kill threat.
You also lack of burst damage, right? On the Bleed side, it's only Void Spirit, and thing about Skyraf is the duration also really
it's annoying.
ruins your game. Yeah.
And you don't really like to get any cleanse on that hero, Dispel.
Mm-hmm.
The bleed also are kind of lacking. I wouldn't say like a tank or like just like a meat shield.
Ogre. They lack an ogre.
Yeah, how come we never see ogre? Is it just a trash hero?
I think the hero is just
Dumb luck.
undiscovered yet.
Do you think that he can be played as an offlaner?
I think it's too. Maybe when the other offlaners are nerfed, maybe Augur gets a place. Because you see heroes like Magnus, all this just does much more than Augur, you know. You only have like a single target stun and a multi-target slow and Bloodlust, which is just Beastmaster. Just pick Beastmaster then.
Yeah, so what is this Magnus? Is he the carry, or you feel like he's the offlaner and the bat is the post for? Is that good against the Void in the lane?
It could be offlane Magnus actually. It lanes very well against Faceless Void, and
when you say lanes well, is it just because you empower, you have more damage and you're just out-CSing?
Yeah, you're out-CSing him, and but Faceless Void has a better teamfight compared to the Magnus. But I like Blitzdraft so far because they have like a lot of threats to this Faceless Void, and also the Empower with Void Spirit, right? What I mentioned.
Yeah, the Global is like a very big tool against their cores, the Void and the Pango. They probably have to get I guess it's okay for the Pango to get a Manta. I'm not sure if, as Faceless Void if you want to get that item. But you're definitely going to need a BKB this game. Wow, they ban out the Axe. Alright, that's interesting. So does that mean the Magnus is a carry? Because Axe kind of counters Magnus.
Could be. We've been seeing like Bleed prioritizing last pick on support, right? For 2 games already. This might be a Magnus carry and bad offlane. And last pick DJ again.
I mean, I feel like they generally do that if they are first pick on the first pick corner. On the second pick, I feel like if you look at the stats, I'm not sure, but I feel like based on what I'm seeing, that's what I feel more. They've been doing that more on the first pick side. Because on first pick side, since you don't have the overall last pick, I feel like you're just picking your cores at number 8. And maybe your first pick at number 5 and 8 are going to be your cores, and then you can pick your support later. As second pick, I think overall, like it's still good to have to be able to pick, last pick a core as at least your win condition hero.
What do you think Blacklist lacks here? Like
damage?
Offlaner. What hero?
Frontline damage hero. Underlord.
Do you think Tide Hunter is good?
Yeah, Tide can be nice too, but I prefer Underlord because then you can deal damage into the Chrono. And the root is nice against the Void Spirit.
Ooh.
Tide Hunter.
Tide Hunter it is. So why do you feel like Tide Hunter is better than Underlord since you're suggesting Tide?
So Tide has been always good against Magnus because you can always pick up from the reverse polarity and you have Ravage to counter initiation, and Blitz hero doesn't really pose a threat to this Tide Hunter. Like these 4 heroes doesn't really threaten him.
So the laning phase is going to be very easy if it's a Magnus carry, right?
Yeah. Basically, nothing really threatens him.
So do you then feel like Bleed should pick they're picking another carry to win the lane? I was actually feeling maybe more on Ursa because Ursa is nice against the Void and the Tide. And Slug can kind of be like both ways, you know, because if you get caught in the Chrono, it's kind of annoying if you don't get either your shard off or your ulti off. It can be a problem. But then you now have a save. So if he chronos your teammate, you can save your teammate.
Yeah.
So I presume you still like the Bleed draft more?
Maybe. Let me think. I think I would prefer Blitz Draft. It's more, there's a lot of like
tools. You have
tools
more tools
to win the game compared to Blacklist. Blacklist is playing off like 2 big ultis. Yeah.
Long cooldowns. I do like Bleed's draft, but I also feel like it's a bit greedy.
I mean, let's just make it simple. Who's going to win the lanes? I feel like so far what we've seen, whoever does well in the lanes are just going to snowball. They're just going to win the game, you know. If you're looking at the supports, so for Bleed, there's Silencer and Bat. I'm not sure about Bat, but I can feel like Bat can be really strong in the lane. And whereas for Blacklist, they have a Venom, which is also a pretty strong support in the lane. I'm not so sure about the Wind Ranger post wall.
Yeah, I agree. honestly, on Blacklist side, right, they only have damage inside Chrono is just Faceless Void and some maybe Focus Fire if it's placed properly.
They actually don't have much.
So if Raven doesn't do well in lane, they really like damage in the Chrono. Yeah.
You guys have your Cuckoo Mancer mug, although this time Cuckoo's not in the mug. It's Omni Knight. But you should take a sip of that.
No, Cuckoo Mancer can't carry this game, I feel.
I mean,
He's playing against a slug.
That's true. Well, we'll have to see, as the spiciness levels of our first game wasn't very hot, and the second game wasn't that hot either, because they were kind of one-sided. But we shall find out if the spicy level of Game 3 is indeed hot, as I send you guys over to our casters.
Oh, we are definitely cooking with some spice here in this Game 3 because, hey, Bree, we already saw one signature hero pick up in a Game 3 last series. We had Yopash's Invoker. This game, we're going to have the ever grateful to see it, Cuckoo Mancer. What do you think?
You love it, you hate it, but it's coming either way. You can't stop the Veno train. And you know, since we're in a Game 3 and everybody's pushing themselves to the limit, I came up with a third joke for you, Captain.
All right. Am I going to hear it now or later?
Yeah, this is a good one. This is a real good one.
Okay.
All right, what did Veno say after a swift victory?
I don't know. What?
Veno vidi vici. That's actually pretty good. Right?
Okay, all right. That was creative. That was unique and creative, and I definitely didn't see that one coming. So well played. I'll give it that.
But will it be I came, I saw, I conquered for Mr. Cuckoo Mancer? That is the question. It could be death.
Do you
and despair.
think? I feel at least 10% of the reason he's playing support now has got to be because Venomancer is now a support hero.
Oh, you think that was it?
I hated the Cuckoo Mancer when it was core, but when it's support, I'm all about it, especially since it is now forced Bleed to run a support Bat Rider, and they had to make a swerve in the draft somewhere, and that was how they did it. They support Bat Rider, and then they drafted Slark, which looks like a damn good Slark game. But really I think the Venomancer got something out of him, you know?
I feel like they were always going to play support bat, or they were always open to it. I think support bat is better than offlane bat. I'd rather have 4 bat than 3 bat any day. I think it's just better. Just build some auras. You're going to farm just as fast. Your lane's good. I don't think there's too many downsides to it if you're confident in your scale. Because I think this hero's really good on lane. It's hard to beat this hero on lane. He just has too many stats. It's too tanky. You gale him and he just runs at you. What is this, man?
Look, he just hit you with a flame break, bounce you back, hit you with a blood grenade. Almost enough for the kill, but not quite.
But this is the support bat. I've been trying to figure out how to beat this hero on lane. It's really hard. It's insanely hard because almost no 5 trades well versus him. And he outstats you, he out HPs you. His spell is an insane trade mechanism. It also is a great kill mechanism. He uses blood grenades really well. It's just a very tough hero to beat on lane, which means he almost always guarantees his offlaner farms, which is pretty powerful in certain lineups, right? If you're that's why I say if you're confident in your scale and your mid late game, there's not a lot of downsides to the 4 bat as long as you can execute it, which is not true for every 4 player. It is kind of a weird 4. You have to know when to fight, know when to farm, which can be tricky, but I think DJ will be able to figure it out.
Nice skewer back immediately. Uses the time walk and the time dilation and tries to go to work on DJ. Hits him with the flame break on 2. I will say one way you don't beat it, and that's by using your venomous scale to try and get a last hit on a range creep and missing. That is definitely not how you beat the Bat Rider support.
I mean, the Cuckoo Mancer, give it, then take it. You must rest with both outcomes here.
What about some of our other lanes? This time we've got the Void Spirit versus Pango. Ember did walk away with the W in that laning phase. How does Void Spirit fare?
Not nearly as good, I think. I think Carl's going to do perfectly fine against Corden here. I also think Void Spirit is one of Corden's weaker heroes of the like 4 or 5 he plays. So if you can get him on this, you're probably happy no matter what. I think Carl's going to be mad chilling here, and it's probably just going to be some trade lane. Maybe Carl gets the edge. He has a slight edge. Maybe he can make something happen with like the first 6 and just roll them down. But otherwise, I wouldn't expect much. Big question to me is, what does KP's acceleration look like in this game? Because Tidehunter is not an offlaner we see a lot. This hero can be really clunky. He's in kind of a rough game matchup-wise versus the Slark, who can kind of, like, he eliminates your frontline potential a lot. Especially since it's a decent Slark game. He's going to go Hammer here. Decent regen item. Gives him some tower taking. I kind of want to see him scale too. Like, I kind of want to see an Ags at some point. Maybe you want Blink to deal with the counter RP. I feel like KP wants a lot of items in this game, and there are no easy choices.
Yeah, I also don't feel like I'm not in love with a lot of the aura items, particularly as you said, because this frontline potential is kind of ruined by the fact that there's a Slark and Magnus, to be honest. Like, that also kind of ruins you when you try and frontline, you just get skewered way far back. Nice block there of the pounce, otherwise Tim's might have actually died. So, well played by KP catching that one.
Normally this Wind Ranger Tide is a lane that can play aggressive with Gush plus all the right clicks and stuff, but they just got out-traded on some of these early waves. I mean, KP is still free farming. He's top net worth here. Still having a pretty decent time. But this isn't like the aggressive nature of this lane we used to see back in the days. See what happens as it plays out. They get some pressure on the Slark. If they just go for more ancient stacks, that's another way you can play Tidehunter. Just mass stack those double ancients in your off lane. You can do it with Magnus too. But it's hard to leave the lane super early for either of these heroes, so none of them up yet. And just coming down to the mid lane differential as Carl puts in some decent work here on Corden's HP.
This is almost more fun.
Yeah, he is handling him right now.
I wouldn't say handling him. Say he's...
Yeah, well, okay, what would you say?
Say he's like softly giving it to him. But I don't think so. Handling, that's...
What, like lovingly? Gently? Lovingly?
Yeah, he's just giving it a couple taps here or there. He's checking in on him, seeing if he's all right.
Yeah, little love taps.
But
Bosco in some trouble. DJ trying to catch up, but the Venomancer is a good answer to Batrider. Maybe it's not as good of an answer to support Batrider, but you could still see the problem. Batrider relies on movement speed, and Venomancer is very good at taking it away.
He's a decent aggressive deterrent. This is one way you can play this Veno. I prefer to be getting kills with the hero because I think he really likes the XP, but this is another use for him as Tims will live.
Barely.
But barely for the Wind Ranger.
6-minute power runes coming in. Bosco's already made his rotation to try and safeguard it. DJ will probably do the same while stacking. Man, big stacks.
Yeah, these are the stacks I was talking about where the Mag's going to have them and the Tidehunter's not. So they're just relying on KP to create his own momentum in this game off the hammer rush. Try and just take it to the towers, take it to Jackie down here. Is still top of that net worth chart, having absolutely free time. Level 3 anchor smash up, level advantage. Could be a lane Blacklist. Try and kill the Slark before he's 6. They have some room to do it in.
Another power shot lands. Jackie, he's getting low, but he did have some tangos. He's got a flower to eat through. So he's got some contingency plans.
Stacks continue. DJ will probably get another ancient stack into 7-minute wisdom rune here. There's just none on the Dire side. It's gonna add up to something at some point in terms of advantage, because you have Magnus lineup, so anybody can theoretically take him for bleed. I could even see DJ maybe just farming this hard stack on his own. This is something you can prioritize with the early Firefly points. Bosco will get
nice deny on the
middle tower is under attack.
Nothing is free in life except death and taxes. 2 things which the Cuckoo Mancer is very familiar with.
don't think that's the phrase, but sure.
Hey, you want to hear another Benno joke? I don't have any more.
You know, you asked that question with the same kind of... you give me the same kind of dread of when the Joker asks if I want to see how I got those scars. You want to hear another joke?
That's not that bad, man. Come on.
Roll attempted. Oh, got him on the silence. Pango cannot get off the Rolling Thunder, and that'll save Corden's life. Or at least save him some astral steps.
I mean, it's 0-0. Is this are we sure is this a Southeast Asian game? This is the two European teams, right? I mean, I know there's a European coach, but I feel like I'm watching.
They think that's what he's told. Misery's taught. Listen, guys, I've been watching a lot of Tundra games, okay? Kills are not important.
I mean, I bet that's exactly what he did day one. He came in here. All right, listen up. DJ, get out of the basement. Ice, stop messing around. I'm going to teach you guys how to play Dota. You guys are killing people too much, okay? You guys need to hit more creeps, hit less heroes, talk less. You'll win some games. Jackie goes down first. I mean, I guess he didn't listen to this.
You think they just do like creep rotation drills?
I mean, this really is taking me back to European nature right here. I feel like I'm watching Entity Tundra or something. This is just grand old time. The silver ball.
Oh, rolling on in.
You can't run. You can't hide. Actually, you probably can. There's nothing to bounce off of here. As everybody will skirt away as the kills continue to be difficult to find. I mean, there's ults up top. You have Chrono, you have RP. Someone gets low. Potentially just all in them.
Sure. Carl chases away the Void Spirit, but there's already Dubu to replace him in lane. So maybe we'll see Corden make a rotation as he is sent back to base. See where he TP's out to.
Blacklist are
trying to go for the shackle onto Jackie. Post Dark Pack doesn't land.
I don't know what Bosku's going to do down here, but I guess you can just play up to the tower, which, okay, never mind. That tower's just gone. It has been hammered into oblivion. So Hammer definitely paying off for KP here. Already did his job. Going to give him some regen stats for the rest of the game. He is very, very farmed on Tide. Pretty much what you want to see out of this hero. I don't think this hero plays too well from behind.
You know, I always feel like, I don't know if you feel this way, but whenever I watch KP's off lane of late, I feel like his itemization rather is very hit or miss. Sometimes I hate his item buildup, like the Diffusal Blade on Bloodseeker, and sometimes I love it. I think it turns out really great, and I think this is the one where it's going to pay off, or at least that's what it's looking that way, right? I mean, you already said the Meteor Hammer has kind of paid for itself with that tower kill.
Oh yeah, I think his itemization has been all over the place for this team. And I don't think that speaks to KP as much as it maybe speaks to like the team understanding of what they're playing for in the game. Because itemization is a team skill. It's a lot about how your team views your overall purpose in the game, who you're playing through, what timings you're trying to hit. This is like what determines what players buy. There's some individual ability to determine that, of course, which is a large factor. But overall, like, your team doesn't have a plan, somebody's going to itemize wrong. That's how I see it. And so some of these games, I felt like the plan just isn't super clear, and then KP ends up being the one that's just like caught in the middle. Oh, what do I buy, guys? Because offlane has the most flexibility usually in itemization. You have a lot of room you can go. The 1 and 2 are pretty straightforward. 1 and 2 are almost always just optimizing their own game in terms of damage, farm rate, and kill potential, and scalability. But offlane is like, you can scale, you can auras, you can pick off, you can wave shove, you can do all this crazy stuff. Global Silence for Carl. Is it enough damage off the burst? It is. That's +2 on the board for Dubu. So that's where I feel like sometimes KP just gets caught in that no man's land. This game is another one of those games where like, you can build a huge variety of items on Tidehound in this game. It's not straightforward what you should do. You could rush, like, you know, Arcane Boots Ags and just play off minus armor with the Pango. You could go auras with Greaves or Lotus type items versus Silencer or Bat Rider, which are also good. You can go just blink into like Shiva's Refresher and just try and scale versus the Mag Slark. You can go this Meteor Hammer back into the auras, back into a blink to try and do a hybrid of everything. Like, it's not 100% obvious, right? It really depends on how the team feels about the Void Spirit and Pango scaling. You're gonna steal some stacks. That feels pretty good.
I'm gonna tell you what I think you should go. Meteor, Guardian Greaves, Blink, Ags, throw in a shard somewhere in there. Maybe Shivas or something like that. That is what I think I would like to see this game. Because I'm not convinced Pipe or Crimson Guard is gonna help you out this game.
No, I don't think either of those. I think Greaves is the one where I would maybe look at. Lotus Orb seems pretty good. I think you do want to blink at some point. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of net worth. I mean, it's easy for us to sit here and talk about that, but that's like 20K. So get on that, KP.
Well, I mean, it's 13 minutes in. The score is 2-1. We could get to 50 minutes and we wouldn't be cracking 10 kills in the game. So
that's true. I mean, this is a high-pressure game. It's a high-pressure game 3. Generally, when you see teams close the ranks, play a little more passive, try and not force things as aggressively, so you're not the one who threw the series. You know, that's always a smart move.
Well, for the last 2 seasons, 5 wins has secured you top 3 in Southeast Asia, and it will probably do the same this season as well. So if Bleed manages to win this series, they're probably going to the major. And if Blacklist managed to win it, they put themselves in a very good position of being 4-3, which is probably in the top 3 with a tiebreaker. Season 1 did end with only a 5-2 score to be able to get you in. So it's possible, but it's a good start, right? Because I think their other series is actually easier for them, potentially. It's Army Geniuses. Jump in, Global Silence going to be used. That's going to be Raven dead, not even having to use the lasso. So that's going to feel pretty good for Bleed.
Just found him lurking in the hot tub. What can you do? Global Silence will guarantee that void kill every time till he has a dispel, and that is a long way away for the hero, especially when you went that Midas early. So Blacklist are going to look to scale in this game, right? There's pretty much no way around it now. I don't think you're going to be able to just run with this Tidehunter and take those type of fights. So whatever gears you up for that, I think, is now on the menu for KP, which is probably going to be the Greaves finish here into maybe like Blink Shivas, Blink Ags, or whatever you want to do in that regard. Maybe not too much changes, but there's a big question of, are you confident scaling this game if you're Blacklist versus the triple melee and power lineup with the Void Spirit Magnus double universal combo where you've seen just be a terror in the late game, and a damn good Slark game for Jackie, right? He has very good targets to just leap in and start poking, getting the stacks up.
I would be okay with it if I know my Wind Ranger is scaling, because I think part of it for me is the fact that Blacklist, if they go late, what do you have to work around the Chronosphere? Not much. You have Swashbuckle and you have Tim's. And so if Tim's isn't scaling into the game, then you really don't have much at all.
I agree. I don't really like that Tim's has just not found that much farm in this game compared to DJ.
Yeah.
Look at the CS difference between the 4s right now. Tim's is sitting at, what, 18? DJ's at 71. Like, that is a ridiculous differential, and it shows in the net worth. And the thing is, that's what you want to do on 4-bat. You want to abuse this Firefly to farm up and build auras for your team. That's your big contribution in the game. It's not necessarily about your spells being crazy. It's just the amount of gold you can get as a 4. Whereas Tim's is just, it's not hitting creeps. And the thing is, he's not hitting creeps in a game where there's no kills. So, like, what are you doing? Right?
Yeah.
The heck is the question. You're not killing anybody, and you're not hitting creeps. I mean, taking a dip in the hot tub with Raven down bottom, I mean, just farm some camps, right? Even if you have 20 more CS, that's a decent amount of net worth on these heroes. It's not that he farms crazy fast, but it'll add up here.
Honestly, if he queued up a Midas, I wouldn't hate it. He's not. He's going raw to Atos, but try to hit the shackle shot. It does nice. He's going to be able to skewer away. Global Sound's going to be used. They commit for Carl. They got him with the last word as well. Carl in big trouble, and he's going to die. They even use the lasso. But a 3-man Chronosphere with the power shot lined up. That's going to be 1 core dead. Raven. Can he go for more? Jackie, nice shackle shot. Ravage, going to be able to combo off of that one. Jackie does manage to get off his Shadow Dance, though. So the Slark is going to be able to slip away into the night. Blacklist not able to chain that quite as well as they hoped.
Raven just deciding to back out there. Probably didn't feel like they had the damage for that kill. Maybe they didn't. Decent turnaround with the Chrono. It's going to be good involvement for him. Get a big Void Spirit kill. Push him down that net worth ladder. But not much more. Just clunky team fights all around. Until you have more of these blink daggers and stuff, I think getting these big team wipes are going to be difficult. And
managed to get in front of the pounce. No bashes, though.
There's a bash.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Jackie, he gets out. KP in the front lines here, but with the Guardian Greaves, he's pretty tough to bring down. As you could see, healed up a decent amount. Ice goes for the RP, hits Tim's, pulls him back in. This other support is also going to die here. Cuckoo Mancer goes down. Tim's, he's slipping away until the Harpoon. It grabs him and brings him down. Blacklist now slipping away on their 3 cores. Rolling Thunder on out, though, with the Meteor on top of that one. Good hit, but not good enough, it seems, as despite Carl's attempts, his Rolling Thunder is not enough to break apart this 5-mana bleed.
So this is the Slark Tide interaction. Like, you're just feeding stacks off him and he doesn't have the threat back. If you don't have Chrono, if you don't have enough damage to threaten Jackie these exchanges, these fights are not going to go your way. You're just going to get picked apart one by one between the Magnus and the Void Spirit as well, just being able to find these supports. That's a death sentence. I mean, Blacklist just getting caught in no man's land. Bleed get the punish. They're up 3K now with the Magnus and Power lineup. I mean, they're in control of this game. They're in a pretty decent position.
I think it's always scary when you are losing fights against offlaners that build Harpoon. Because, if you're losing fights when they have Harpoon, it's only going to get harder when they get a Blink Dagger off of that, whether you're talking about the Omni Knight, you're talking about the Magnus. Like, they didn't go some early game team fight aura building items. They went a build that is only going to scale harder and harder later into the game.
And that's where the Bat Auras pick it up. Like, even DJ just with this casual drum blink build, he can get whatever he wants after this, but the single drumming glimmer between the bleed supports helps this kind of greedy playstyle work. Really does count for a lot. And if you're a Blacklist, you haven't been able to use KP's Greaves that well. Like, those were Greaves fights where he's your most farmed core, and the impact is just not there because there's no one to fight around him. The lineup's pretty greedy here. You just need more farm on Pango, more farm on Faceless Void before the damage kicks in. So again, the game has to be pretty slow here for Blacklist. You just got to keep farming. I do kind of like the conceptual idea of Anchor Smash versus these Universal Heroes. This is a percent-based damage reduction, which seems pretty nice. If you landed on the Mag, you landed on the Void Spirit, you are taking a huge chunk of that out. That part seems pretty cool. If there weren't a Slark in the game, I think KP would be having a great time.
Bosku gets picked off here around the mid lane where Bleed currently 5 stacking to be able to take the mid tower. And Chronosphere is up for Blacklist Rivalry, but they don't seem super... Okay, never mind. Maybe I lied. Raven's going to TP here. The tower's already dead, though. I was going to say, they didn't seem like they wanted to fight.
And Blacklisters unsure of what they want to do right now. Because again, Tims is not farming. He's like running around with KP like they're going to be able to kill people, but here's a 3-man smoke that maybe they can pick someone off, but I honestly don't know if they have the damage between the 3 of them. It's pretty close. Like, these are tanky heroes on Bleed, especially the cores. See if they... I mean, if they want to Ravage Corden, I think they can get the kill.
I think that's what they're going to have to do.
They don't even find him. There's another move that's using up a lot of time here.
Are scanning.
Do have Blink on KP now. It will make these team fights easier. You can just start with the Ravage, followed up with your other 2 big core ultis.
Ravage on 2. Great setup by KP. The shackle shot to follow it. It is just the 2 supports, though. That is the downside of that.
Yeah, but that's too tempting not to take.
Sure.
And it's a high net worth bat. These are high level supports. Big find, especially for Tims. Tims is committing a lot of time to these moves. He needs a payoff in them. That's a decent chunk of gold and XP going his way. Ags finished for Jackie. This is the scary point for Blacklist. This is your third item, Slark. He has Echo, Diffusal, and the Ags. He's going to get that Depth Shroud next, and he's going to have Empower on top of all of it. It's pretty scary. If you can kill him in Chrono, you're really happy, conceptually, as Blacklist. If you can, he's just whittling away at your frontline Tide. And there's not much return threat.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the mobility now. He'll get the BKB at some point. He will get the shard at some point. Like, all of those things make this Chronosphere less and less likely to be effective, and higher pressure for Raven. KP's going to get picked off here as, okay, the skewer bank didn't quite work, but it doesn't really matter.
It's just food. He is quite literally food in the form of Agi and Intelligence stacks. As the Tide Hunter
infinite scaling.
I mean, they talk about the watermelon. It's supposed to be the tanky watermelon, not the delicious kind.
Bleeder can take Roche. Nothing Blacklist can do about this one. Not without their Tide Hunter, not without all the big team fight items. Looks like he's going to go Sanj into, I assume, Heaven's Halberd next, which will try and answer the Slark. It's not going to be a perfect answer, but there never is one for this matchup.
It's a good Halberd game. Don't blame him for this item choice. I mean, at some point, it's not even about the Tides items. It's about his other two cores. Ooh, nice core step.
Fast kill. And I guess another thing about this support Bat Rider, you never really feel that bad about lassoing just kind of whatever you find, right?
Yep.
Because it's a support ultimate. It's not one of your core ultimates.
I really think this hero just he functions better as a 4 than a 3. Maybe if you want to play a mid and you have like some snowball high damage mid, I like it. But the 3 Bat, I have like zero faith in it. I just don't ever see it scale out in the game. But here, there's a lot less pressure on you. You can just play for the lasso. You can play to be obnoxious in the fights. You can be tanky. You can build auras. You can do all this.
Dire are scanning.
There's also nighttime Slark. Gotta be careful about these engagements. You're gonna lose vision on the map. It's gonna be harder to fight. Don't have the vision. There's a lot of big ults in this game for Blacklist, which means you want vision so you can get the big jump. Take those fights on your term. If Bleed continue to fight during nighttime intervals with Global to back it up, that's just really damn hard, man. Like, even if you get a big chrono on Jackie, you Global during that, you can't put any damage into it, really.
Radiant are scanning.
Not to mention he has Aegis for another 3 minutes here.
Yeah, that is a bit of a problem.
Was under attack. Dire's bottom
A
tower.
problem that's going to turn into them losing towers very quickly. Blacklist. Oh, they're going to smoke across. This is going to be really bad. They're going to run straight into Jackie. Global Silence gets used. Force staff up to the high ground. BKB. Okay, Carl's going to be kind of okay here. They're going to be able to kill the Bat Rider nice and easy. Jackie is getting some stacks, but they got the Chronosphere on too. Let's see if they can kill Corden with it. The Ravage goes off. The damage rains in, and they do manage to get Corden. Ice is still big, though. Half health. Skewer is away. They can catch up to him. Renovatos, they get a bash. They got a bash. No TP away for Ice. Big fight for Blacklist, and most importantly, Raven. Being able to jump in and find that Chronosphere was perfect.
Venom wards, huge payoff for those Venom wards on the side of that fight. That is a massive chrono. Both cores and both jump cores for Bleed. In a fight where they should have all the vision in the world off Jackie with Aegis frontlining. That is not easy to accomplish here. Blacklist find a way, get a big fight into that Aegis timer for Bleed. They're going to get nothing out of this.
KP, Heaven's Halberd. That'll stall out the damage long enough for his team to get here.
Force staff comes in, Bosku. Oh man, nullifier. That's gonna make short work of him. KP dropping the hammer on him, or at least trying to, but
just no
he
escape.
actually is gonna get diced up. He gets an Ogre Seal Totem over to the other side of the cliff and
escape.
does manage to blink away. He's out, but he has lost 27 of his attributes.
No,
and he may
no
still
escape.
die as Jackie catches up another Diffuser Blade. So make that almost a clean 30. Jeez.
Almost got lassoed on the Pangolier as well. You gotta be careful. Just continuing to feast off this tanky boy. When there's no chrono, there is no fight. That's how it feels right now. That is probably gonna be a paradigm for the rest of the game. So you really have to make these chronos count if you're Raven. You cannot whip them. You cannot miss the really important timings in terms of fighting with that spell up.
Structures are fortified.
Do you know the term whale fall, Avery?
Radiant's top tower
Whale
is under
fall?
attack.
Yes.
I can't say I do.
Okay, so a whale fall is what happens when a whale dies and the carcass floats to the bottom of the sea. And whales are so massive that the carcass ends up forming a whole new ecosystem for these creatures to be able to feed off of. An entirely just new ecosystem appears out of just this one body. And I feel like that is the Slark versus Tidehunter matchup. KB, the Tidehunter, oh, the Ravage in return, managed to hit the Gale on top of 2 as well. They're gonna try and go for the kill on DJ. Nice use of the Depth Shroud though. Big help from Jackie. That's going to help the Bat Rider almost get away until Carl's able to chase him down with a swashbuckle, and they got him inside of the Aegis of 3. Wait out the Aegis, wait out the Aegis. 2 seconds, 1 second. He has the ultimate, but he's blocked. The pounce, he's not able to get away. They got him trapped in, and will finish him off post Aegis.
Another huge chrono by Raven. Just locks the Slark in place, gives him the time. Ooh, these jumps from Bleed are not working out, man. You think it's a whale fall? Well, the whale's falling on you with the hammer. There's no feasting tonight. Blacklist are turning the series around after that game 1, and I mean, this game 3 is looking spicy, man, because this Faceless Void is kind of a beast versus the Slark. That's the one thing they have going for them. The chrono really messes with this hero, and there's no chrono save. So the damage during that duration is guaranteed for Raven here. He can continue to hit the big ones. He's scaling pretty well.
And he's about to hit the really big talent, right? The level 20 talent is massive for this. You know, when you need to kill something inside a Chronosphere, the level 20 talent does that for you.
They have been finding the better end of the exchange between these big ultimates. Like, the RPs have just not been there for Ice. Whatever the reason, maybe there's Venom Wards messing with them. Maybe he doesn't want to go in versus the Rolling Thunder and the Tidehunter who can get rid of it, but you got to try and find this Faceless Void. I think he's your best target. Like, that fight, you get a solo Tidehunter, it's just not going to win you the engagement. It's not good enough at this point. So bigger ults have to come through from Ice. We need to see some sort of action happen where Bleed get a lasso that results in a numbers advantage before these big ultimates come through as well. Probably trying to abuse the nighttime Slark vision. Just hasn't really felt like Jackie's going in starting lane and then something good happens as a result. It's like Jackie goes in starts lane and then Bleed all die.
Yeah. Look at KB's build. I love that it's just so clearly itemized to just minimize the Slark's impact on him. You have Heaven's Halberd, now he's got a Ghost Scepter.
I can't blame the guy. Tired of giving them stacks away.
Gotta stop the little fish from feeding on the big fish, you know?
I think I prefer to see 4-staff than Ghost, just because then you can help your team when Slark goes in too, but...
True, but he could build an E-Blade. Might be a scale, like better scaling.
I was thinking about that, yeah. I was wondering how good of an E-Blade game it is, but I don't know how good it is. It could be good if you save someone during RP. Like, he could E-Blade his Faceless Void in RP or something. Might turn a fight. Yeah, there's some.
It also builds out of Kaya, which if he gets to that point, you have E-Blade and Aghanim Scepter, then your Gush is hitting pretty hard. Just an idea.
We'll see what he does with it. I mean, casual Ghost Sifter's not too expensive. You can always sell it back for half, and if it like wins you one fight, then it just pays off. So definitely nothing wrong here if he feels like the item is going to have that impact. And we have a second Halberd for Carl. Maybe an even more interesting choice, right? Going for the utility on this Pango instead of just the raw scale. It brings Blacklist up to 2 Halberds that Jackie's going to have to play around or deal with in these fights. It buys a lot of time. The more time you buy for this Blacklist lineup, the more chance you get of landing good Chrono and good Ravage. And I think that's pretty much their game plan. Just wear out the clock. Have supports that are hard to kill. There's no nullifier on Jackie. It's on Corden. So these cores kind of have to go in together to kill these supports right now between the 4 staffs and the win run.
Spotter on the side. Cuckoo. He's going to die first. The Ravage does manage to catch the 2, though. The Bat Rider and the Void Sphere. Once again for the ARP. Managed to hit 4 or 5 inside of that one. The Chronosphere does go out, and now Jackie's in trouble. Jackie, is he going to be able to get off the Destro on time? The Halberd comes in. They manage to get the taunt and stops Raven from being able to get the final blow onto the Slark, and he is away. Now it's just a catch. How many heroes can they grab out of this one? Are they going to be able to fight back at all? Looks like it's going to be Ice. He's going to die, and Dumbu, the important bounty. The big fish or the little fish, the one that they really wanted to get, Jackie does manage to slip the net.
Did cost double support buybacks here for Blacklist. Something worth noting as you're fighting for this next Roshan. That's an expensive fight. Not necessarily
that bad. So
for
bad that Roshan isn't up right now.
Yeah, that's good if you're a Bleed fan right now. As Jackie's going to continue to look to poke and bob this. Does kind of trap himself. This is awkward,
He does.
Man.
He doesn't have another bounce for a bit.
hell?
Okay, this is trouble. This is a dead Slark.
That was not the play. I mean, it was a play, but he left off the map back into a Meteor Hammer. That didn't do him any service. They're going to go through the portal for the nighttime Roche, set this up. And the big thing about that kill is if you respawned here, you would have had 30, 40 seconds with no Chrono and everybody up on Bleed. You could make a play. But now your Slark's dead. By the time he's up, Chrono's back up. So you missed this opportunity. Blacklist are going to lose nothing off this exchange. Continue to scale out here. Ag's done for Carl. These are big scaling items coming through. They're getting tanky. They're getting obnoxious. You're going to have to look for these supports in the next fight. That is Bleed's MO. No buyback on the 2 supports is what they earned out of that exchange. You have to abuse it here. Give yourselves a number advantage.
So interesting to me. I think the Heaven's Halberd was a pretty cool idea on the Pango, but he's really doubling down on this survivability over damage. Because he's thinking about AC next over Basher. When you already have the Aghanim Scepter done, Basher is usually so valuable.
Yeah.
But he still thinks that, like, just outlasting, I guess, the Slark is more valuable.
I mean, if his idea is that if Raven gets good Chronos, they'll win the fight, then he can just go in frontline. He doesn't have to position or be afraid of getting RP'd or something. That's one way to think about it. Like, these items definitely help his Faceless Void more than a more individualistic item of choice would, though I will say Basher often ends up providing you a decent amount of utility as well. Sure. Especially on this hero, it's guaranteed.
Yeah, especially when you already have the Aghanim Scepter plus the 15 talent that allows you to spam Shield Crash.
Yep. It's just guaranteed you're going to be stunning people, potentially in BKB. That is pretty valuable in its own right. He's tankier. It's just a question of if you think you're the one getting gone or not. All of these items are going to be great in this game when you're just playing versus a Magnus type lineup that depends on the physical damage at some point. Poke in the high ground. You've seen many of these go very poorly with this Link Harpoon Skewer, so you got to be wary.
Searching, but not finding him. Corden does manage to TP back in time. Grouping up with the rest of Bleed. We'll see what they do with this period of time where they're probably loath to actually take a team fight into this Aegis, but how else do you create, some space and farm for yourself?
Dire
I don't think you do. I think you either get down the sides of the map or you give it up. You can't abuse Slark vision right now. Gem on Jackie. So if you clear out the vision, you get down some of the sides of the map. You won't lose too much net worth advantage here. Just a question of what are you building and how are you going to deal with these future fights? Because you need a better game plan right now. None of these fights have been going away. I don't think going in and poking people with the Slark is effective anymore. There's too much utility, too much kiting on Blacklist, and your chance of getting punished with a big chrono are pretty high since you're the only save. Like, you're the depth shroud. There's nothing to save you if you get chrono. Unless you're just fast with the ultimate. Raven's Hunt.
Is he going to be successful in that hunt? He is not, DJ. He gets out, Corden, he gets out onto the map, and once again, TP's away. A little bit more farm for him. He's working towards a Daedalus. If you can get to that, the 25 talent, you really start racking up some heavy burst damage.
Is this level 10 Faceless Void talent really not worth getting?
Guess not.
I don't know if I agree with that one, but...
I mean, at this point, the time dilation, definitely not.
No, 0.5 seconds on backtrack duration? I think that talent's worth a single stab point at least.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Like, the chances that you backtrack more HP in that than a single stab is pretty high.
Yes. Sure, but how many times do you get off the time walk and it's not enough heal for you? I feel like usually the bigger threat is being bursted down in the first place.
Yeah, but I mean, if the fights go long, they add up. I don't know. I think sometimes players overrate the stats, but I can see he's just trying to survive the burst situation. Every little HP point matters. Sure. I mean, you watch him get RP and live with 1 HP here, and I'll look like a complete fool. Could happen. Never know. There's that skewer.
Skewer back and RP. They really committed on this Aegis. Again, that was an Aegis. He's got BKB. He's got Chronosphere on the second part of the fight, but they're going to be able to lasso, control him up, pull him back into the phone, the global silence. No, he gets off the BKB, time locks off some of that damage. KP, he committed in deep to try and bail him out, and now he's the one in trouble. Rolling Thunder will help clear that out. So Blacklist playing for each other, playing for everybody to get home safe. And they will. No man left behind. No man left behind. Ooh.
I wonder if pulling him there was good. I think if he just sat there and they all right-clicked him, he might have died.
Yeah, it was close.
Either way, it's a successful base defense for sure. And a very scary prospect for Blacklist for the rest of this game. How do you go high ground versus? Especially when you don't have Aegis to bail you out. Just need more farm, need more items, need more control. Hex on KP. That will be his choices game until Refresher comes out. That is a lot of control here. Especially if you can just chain it off of something. If you get a good Ravage, there's no Dark Pack, something like this, you get the Hex afterwards. You can kiss these cores goodbye on bleed side. We are getting into that late game territory where all these cores are pretty damn massive. And that means Empower is starting to hit hard. You're looking at the base damage on these core heroes, particularly the Void Spirit, which Corden's he's had a pretty solid game, all things considered, especially with how rough the early game was. He was pretty poor. He's had to catch up. I mean, he's 8-2 now. He's got 260 base damage. This is where this Mag Void starts to be terrifying. You just do so much damn damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
5.5 damage a level. It's just crazy.
That is too much.
It's a lot, yeah. It's the future.
So much damage.
Yes, but how much
Dire's bottom tower
is it compared to the halberds that Blacklist have as a third gets picked up on Bosku here?
Okay.
Is 3 halberds too many halberds?
No?
Dire's bottom
I feel like
tower
that's never actually a thing. They're going to go for the enemy tormentor as well. So they're really trying to get whatever little bit they can out of this. It's going to get the Magnus his, which is the weird shockwave one, kind of whatever.
Yeah, that one's okay, I guess.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they were looking for that blink hex on ice. Lucky to escape. The farm continues. The late game tension builds. We're gonna get to refresher territory, and these are big ults to refresh. Double chrono, double ravage, double RP. Anything's possible.
I mean, I think fights are a little bit too hard to play at that point for Bleed.
I mean, unless you get the jump. I think once the refreshers are out for the Faceless Void at least, or if you get to refresher shard off Roche, then yeah, that fight is just impossible unless you find the jump on the Faceless Void. Which can always happen in this game. Like, you can have Slark Scout, you have a global that can mess with things. You just get that one blink RP skewer into a lasso chain or a remnant pull. You can blow them up. You have Daedalus on Corden. You have a lot of physical burst damage that can come out. Bloodthorn on Jackie. The single target burst is there for Bleed. You just need to be able to hit somebody without these big ults messing with your go. And Blacklist are waiting. They're waiting for you to come. And the smoke is coming.
Bleed will do just that. A smoke up from them. With Ice leading the charge, spotted Carl, tries to go for it. Harpoon, skewer back, hits the BKB out of Carl.
Oh, DJ,
and
what have you
somehow DJ jumped forward at the same time.
He was looking for Tim's on that side and just guessed wrong and got caught out. That's a Bat Rider down, does have buyback, but the rest of the team is going to have to take this without him because I guess you can TP outposts. It's going to be slow. Just what is your vision mechanism? Single ward. They're going through the gate. They know what's coming. It's Roshan to the top. Bottom part of the map. You fools, there's nothing down there.
They're scrambling. They're scrambling, and of course we know that Roshan is nowhere close to spawning, but these teams don't know that. They gotta play as if Roshan is up right now. Another misclick there of the Harpoon from Ice Ice Ice.
It's just gonna instill some fear in him.
Yeah, are you afraid of when the enemy misses?
You're talking about the whale fall. Well, he's got the Harpoon to slay the beast.
It's true. You drag him down just like that whale carcass and let the smaller fishes go to feast.
It looks like Bleeder's gonna not even contest this Roche. I feel like fighting into the Venom Tide Void is a bad idea, which does sound like kind of a bad idea, to be honest. I don't know how you do that one. But then it poses the question of, that's going to be a refresher shard Roche, right?
Dire's structures are
Yes, it is.
So, how do you deal with that? Double chrono? That's a game ender, man.
Yeah, buyback's really the only way, I think, reasonably, that you deal with that.
I guess. It's going to be a costly hold. And you just choose to throw corpses at the net worth.
I mean, they're going to have the money for those buybacks. This late Roshan is now playing to their advantage, where they're getting a ton of farming time out of this.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Bleed have a net worth lead in this game.
Yeah.
Does not feel like they're favored at all in the 5-on-5s right now, but if you find a massive RP, they do have a lot of gold. They have a lot of damage. Now, a lot of that net worth is on DJ, right? And his net worth is nice. He's got some auras. They don't count as much now as they did at the start of the game, but they're there. So Bleed continue to farm like this. They can wear out the map. Anything can happen with the one-click of a reverse polarity here. So that comeback potential is something you have to think about. Going high ground is something you have to think about with these skewers. But that will be Aegis Refresher Shard on Raven. With level 25, he has Backtrack. Something else that could play a big deal in these burst situations. You get a lucky Backtrack proc on a Void Dash or a couple hits. Sometimes the best skill is a little luck, my friend.
Yeah, RNG is going to be a big factor because Corden also has his level 25. So he's got the huge amount of damage on his Astral Step crit. So if they get a chance to control the Faceless Void, he's going to Astral Step on him, and he's going to roll the dice on his Daedalus proc. And Raven's going to roll the dice on his 20% backtrack, and we'll see which one comes out. I mean, we may not even be able to see it just with so much action in the team fight, but it'll be there.
I didn't know you were into astral stepping on people. That's good to know. I mean, I'll make sure I see it for the viewers.
Thank you, Avery.
Always there.
You're focused on the important things in this.
Never miss a moment. Satanic finish for Raven. He is very tanky, 4,000 HP with that backtrack and Titan Sliver to go with it. Refresher Shard waiting when he comes out. He's going to start the siege.
Yeah, last time he went for the siege, it was with a minute left on the Aegis. Here, 3 minutes.
And Lincoln's just stops that harpoon in its tracks. Gonna get the
lasso though. Pull him back in, trying to blow him up. The global sounds of BKB is going to be used. RP immediately has a response to Ice, focusing him, pounce. He does manage to get the time walk away. A lot of abilities used, but now they got the skewer back onto the Tide Hunter here. They're pulling them deeper and deeper. They manage to get the Chrono Spirit. They go for the Void Spirit. They're locking him down. The Heaven's Halberd, though, it saves him for the moment, maybe. Oh, the Depth Shroud goes out as well as the Glimmer Cape, and they manage to hold against one of the first Chrono Spheres. But the second one could come in soon. A Hex goes out, trying to get away. Skewer back all the way back to the fountain. They cannot pursue there. Back to the buildings they go, or maybe back to the Slark. In and out, Jackie goes. Glyph is going to expire soon. Raven plays for it. Another skewer back, this time on a 2. The lasso to follow it up as well. They have the Astral Steps coming through. Not quite enough damage though with the Scythe of Vice Spirit on the Corden. Corden almost trying to does end up falling, but the skewer back into the fountain. That's going to be KP dead inside of the fountain, and the Faceless Void is going to die as well.
He has BKB. He has Chrono.
He has
Chrono
BKB.
in the fountain.
He refreshed. Got it, but the skewer BKB goes off. He close spheres. He time walks out. DJ can't stop him, but that damage is done. They used double Chronospheres, and while they did take Elena Barracks, they did not clearly win that engagement.
I mean, they got a Corden buyback, but not the game ender that they were probably looking for there. These base skewers have been the bane of both these teams, these series. They just can't deal with them outside of that one Yules we saw last game.
And now what do you do without Chronosphere? You have 2 minutes with no Chronosphere. Bleed or going for it?
I mean, why not? This is your moment. There's no Ravage for 30, no Tide Hunter for 30. You gotta push something here. You gotta get something out of this Void Sphere buyback right now. He has Shield too.
DJ Smoke, DJ's going. He'll take whatever he can find. That's going to be a Venomancer. Global Silence to cover it just to make sure they get this kill and don't get punished. Corden, they really want to make sure he doesn't die. They get the damage onto the Faceless Void. They need a little bit more control. They still got him with a Nullifier as well. Looks like he's locked down and he's dead. Can they get the buyback out of him? How much can Bleed get in this period of time?
5 seconds till Ravage is back up. You used RP. You're pretty low on a lot of heroes. You have no Slarkle. You have no buyback on Corden. Remember, you don't want to counter Felicity either way. Be another Glyph. This is getting scary, man. You cannot linger too much longer here. You have Hex and Ravage up for KP. Sure, you don't have Chrono, but there's other control lurking around here. Ice is running back to the fight after healing.
But is Blacklist willing to take that leap to buy back, not knowing for certain that you're going to be able to get a kill out of it?
I mean, this is game 3 potentially for a major. You've got to be willing to take risks. You've got to be willing to go for the plays that you think are correct. If you think it's the right move, you commit.
Well, they seem to, at least for now, think it's maybe the right move to chill, but it does leave an opening for Bleed. As you can see, Ice. He wants the skewer back. If he can get the right kind of opening.
I mean, if you're stalling this much, you're definitely happy holding that buyback because you can't get Megas off top anyway. Another decent lasso.
Got the lasso. The Ravage is going to be forced to use the BKB. Also goes out from Carl. Carl trying to get away. The Rolling Thunder does manage to go out, but KP may be left behind here. Nullifier is going to be used on that Ghost Scepter, and there it is. The big whale gets taken down. The Nutrient soaked up by Bleed, and they'll take him for everything he's worth. That's going to be 2 lanes of barracks, and another hero down for Blacklist. Another 4 versus 5 for a full minute.
And this is the level 25 Slark talent, so those Essence shifts, they are staying for a very long time here. That might have a large impact. You get the extra armor, some extra survivability in these chronos. Could make the difference. You do save Raven's buyback. I mean, I do think that is worth more than a lane here. But that was expensive. 13k gold needed now for Bleed. They got so much out of that failed high ground attempt from Blacklist bottom. They got a dream and a hope in this game, especially during a window where Corden has no buyback for 4 minutes here. Imagine if Blacklist were in a position to be aggressive and try and abuse that. You get 1 chrono on Void Spirit, that could just be the game during this time.
Yeah, certainly. Level 25 on the Magnus. Went for the RP stun duration. Trying to lock down that Faceless Void for as long as possible. You already talked about the Slark one. Any other new ones?
I don't think so. You have a level 25 Pango for Rolling Thunder, but I don't know if his Rolling Thunders have been that game deciding.
Yeah.
Just feels it's all about the chrono, all about if you can go on the Raven or if Raven goes on you and what happens during that interval. I wouldn't mind some Aeon discs for either team. I think just getting Aeon discs up, getting the combo breaker, running in and making some space, baiting out some jumps.
I'll take that.
Feels pretty nice here when you're trying to get good position. Only downside for Blacklist is the fight repositioning has been a nuisance between the lasso drag plus the blink skewer. They're just dragging these cores or these supports away from the Blacklist ball. And it's difficult to reset because you either have to jump in with them and commit to the fight, or you just sacrifice a hero. That's a hard decision to make in the heat of the moment. It's definitely not easy, especially with the range on these displacements. They're so big.
Are scanning.
It's better just to get the clean jump, and that's what they're looking for. Smoke up 4 heroes, might bait Carl top. And the bait is successful. Can you get the fight off it?
Global Silence goes down to stop the Rolling Thunder to allow everybody to get away. But are they actually going to be able to get away? They got a scythe onto him. Oh, that caught him on the edge. Sick. Can they save him? A shackle shot over the top and a Ravage just to make sure that is a guaranteed dieback. Now a skewer away. Ice is trying to get some distance. Still has the RP. May have to use it just to keep his own life intact. Throws it. Skewer down. Blink away. Oh no! He gets hit by the Venom Gale just in time, and it stops the Blink Dagger out. He dies as well.
Strikes again. How the hell
look at DJ. Look at DJ. He tried to go for the cut onto the wave. Tim's immediately there with a punish.
He has no TP.
And DJ has no TP out. He's dead as well. Uh-oh.
He has no buy either.
Bleed. That's 2 dead with no buybacks for a minute and a half.
The line has been drawn by KP, of all people, says go down mid. No buy for 80. You can throne here. Is that all it took? That was an insane RP by Raven, by the way. Like, I don't think that is any closer on the edge to catching the one hero you want to catch. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. That is a bold move for sure, and it might pay off in a big way. You're going to force buybacks here. No buyback for the other 2. And you don't have RP for 25. How far do Blacklist push it?
It's very clear. They're going to have to play for the skewers back. Blacklist, the most dangerous part of the game is hitting the throne here. They're going to go for Megas first. Jackie trying to collect some stats where he can.
The thing is, by the time you're up with the other 2, Chrono is going to be close to back up. It's like a 10-second differential.
Tries to go for it, sight. Stops him. No skewer here. Global Silence.
just to make sure that they don't lose Ice. They can't afford to lose anybody else.
That's Megas for sure. And I think Blacklist are going to chill. I think the throwing potential when everybody's up, it's too risky with the skewers, especially when you don't have Chrono for 10 here. I mean, you want that Aegis. You want the Aegis so when you end up in the fountain, you have another life. That's what I'm feeling here. Nothing wrong
Also
with
the
that.
refresher, both
Yeah,
the
big.
one from Roshan, but also the one that can be bought by the Faceless Void.
There's a question there too. Like, do you give that refresher shard to KP here? Yeah. And let Raven buy his own? Because he's close to having that plus buyback. Here's an option there.
This is a bold move. Gets close to the Roshan pit. He tries to actually go for something here. Bounces in and out. The chase isn't there.
Right, they're looking to take this fight. This is not the high ground defense fight. This is the open area bold fight with no buyback on 3 of your heroes. This is crazy.
They're really going for it, and they do manage to get the Venomancer. Hold him in. Lasso, right-click him down. RP on to 3. KP responds with the Ravage. BKBs are around, and the Depth Shroud does go out, helping out. Faceless Void in some trouble and burned out of all of his mana. That's going to be life number 1. Bleed going for more. Finishing up. Wind Ranger trying to catch him. Scythe use on the Slurk. Got him inside the Chronosphere. Evans Halford, where are they? They don't have enough. They're going to be able to get more Chronospheres, and that is surely going to be enough to be able to bring down Jackie. He falls, but he's got a buyback. Corden trying to leap away. Astral Step 1. Blink Dagger up in a second here. Dissimulates. Jumps away. DJ, he'll be caught, hit by the Venomous Gale, and locked down by a shackle shot. But the back lines, they do manage to kill Carl, and Ice is looking for more. Skewers forward, trying to create a target while Jackie goes in with his refresher. Pops his BKB with the Chronospheres down. He's going for the Depth Shroud. They're fighting underneath the shadows. They're going to be able to take out Bosku. Now the Rolling Thunder going on through. Stuck on the wall. He's not able to get through. There's a hole there. Ice is in some trouble, though. Surrounded by 3 heroes. He is certainly dead, and Bleed are going to have to fully retreat now. They are scrambling. Scrambling for what, though? I don't know. It's going to be a 3 versus 4, and they do not have the most important component, which is Ice's skewer.
That is out for 100 seconds. That was an insanely bold fight to take. Maybe feeling like if they just let Blacklist wait for all their cooldowns, it would have been impossible, but honestly, not the worst go. They got 3 buybacks of their own and an Aegis out of that. Another sick RP by Ice, somehow just getting like 3 cores in it off of a leap from Raven. Didn't get anything off the first life. I don't think you can ask for anything better here in the clutch. It's just going to have to be one more fight for Bleed here. Do Blacklist push the advantage? No Magnus for 70. You have to think that they feel pretty good about pushing this with Chrono up in 40. This is a large window, especially when you still have Raven buyback here if anything goes wrong. And you have Refresher, double Hex, double Ravage up for KP. That is a nasty amount of control. A double RP is just too much.
Chronosphere.
Yeah, he catches
hitting 3 heroes, locks down the other 2 on the second one.
I mean, Carl, unfortunately, getting hit in that as well, but it did its job. You get this Slark death, you get the Slark buyback. Now you have free reign. You can take the mag, you can take the Slark. Void Spirit, Gordon does have his backup. So that is probably the one guy you need to be wary about committing on. They're going to go for the jump.
Tier 5 items, Mirror Shields on Faceless Void and the Pango. You've got a Fallen Sky on KP as well. Global Silence goes in. Corden trying to make the commitment, immediately stopped by the Chronosphere. They have the Depth Shroud, though. That's going to help on the Ravage. Top the second Ravage is going to control up Corden. He dies. Immediate buyback. The 2 carries, Jackie and Corden. They have to do it alone against 5 with a throne that is rapidly dying. They're just kiting him out and finishing up the throne. Blacklist, they'll finish this one off, and they will take game 3 to be able to put the first dent in Blacklist. Clean armor until this one, 4-0, becomes 4-1.
Bleed do indeed bleed here. I mean, what a series from Blacklist. After that game 1 that looked so rough for them to come back in game 2. Not only come back in game 2, but play this game 3 that we thought was going to be tough because of the Slark pick. That was a very slow game from them. They managed to just eke out these team fight wins, go late game with Refresher or Faceless Void. I mean, that is where Raven shines. Like, he's a slow carry, but if you go to the late game versus man, he's very experienced there and will 9 out of 10 times beat you. Massive chronos from him in these late game scenarios. Not easy to do versus Slark nighttime lineup with a lot of blink just control that was destroying him, but it goes back to Aegis control. If Blacklist do not get these Aegises, I don't think they win this game. And it just paid off massively. Raven having 2 lives, 2 chronos. This is one of the scariest late game heroes. Blacklist make him pay big. Might just be getting him a spot at the major. Whew.
Yeah, what a crazy, what a hugely important series for both of these teams. And as a result, Bleed are going to walk away bleeding for the first time 4-1, Blacklist International 4-2. But I'm sure our panel has so much to be able to talk about in a crazy series, a crazy game 3, a 61-minute finish.
I think that was one of the spiciest matches we've had all season. Probably my favorite, in fact, of all the ones that I've seen. But guys, did you expect it to end this way with Blacklist winning?
No. I'm surprised. Like, they went, it was very good, like, chrono from Raven entire game. He was getting the Slug, he was getting everyone, basically.
That's true. I don't think I could say that a single chrono was bad. They were all pretty good.
Yeah, even on the panel, Zeal mentioned about like how hard it is to play Magnus into the Tide and the Void. Like you can't really land any good RPs, you know, it's very, very difficult. Maybe he could have, do you feel like if you go for like Aura build, like would have been better for him this game? And you just play around, because if you don't win the game at a specific timing with the Slug, late game against Chronosphere, it's probably gonna be way too difficult for the Slug to win anyway.
I think their draft should be planned for that, but I think they didn't execute as well as I thought they would, because in theory they have like many good pick-off spells, right? But I don't think they apply the pressure well enough for Raven to not get online in the end. So look at this chrono, like all the chronos he gets is always on 2%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, right? Against Global, against Bad Rider, all these heroes, he's still able to find very, very good chronos all the time.
Would you say you have any favorite players on the side of Bleed? Anyone who performed exceptionally well?
I think Ice played well. Like the RPs is getting like, but then again, it's a very tough matchup against Faceless Void Tide. Even your best RPs might not be well enough to win the game.
Yeah, you need a lot of other things to happen, like the bad to. I feel like as the Bad Rider, you really need to have to just save your lasso for the Faceless Void in the fights. And you need to land a good global as well. Ideally during the chrono, you stop follow-ups. Like with the Magnus alone, it's not enough to win the team fights. Everybody has to do their part as well.
Ooh, that little moment right there was also intense.
Yeah, the throw-in moment.
I don't know if you want to call it that. Oh, this game overall, I would personally say is one of the best. Would you have to agree, or?
In terms of chaotic,
yeah.
Yes.
Because it really looked like,
It depends how you define best, The best game for watching.
Yeah, for watching.
So it's not exactly like my game, like my kind of best kind of game.
It's clean gameplay.
It might not be like a high kill game, It might be like some 10 kill score game at 20 minutes, but both teams, they are doing everything correctly. Yeah. Everybody is predicting all the movements exactly like how the game should be. Those are my kind of good games.
I see. Yeah, well, for me, I found this game particularly interesting because at the start, you could really feel the tension, and everyone was playing kind of scared. The first blood was after 8 minutes, which is kind of unusual in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, it's very similar to like in tennis when the game goes to a tie-break and it's the last set. Everybody plays the rallies very conservatively because you're just afraid to lose. That's why you always hear people say, "Oh, the mental part is very, very important." Because when it comes down to the clutch moments, you're just playing not to lose instead of trying to win the team fight.
Exactly. That last chrono right there was beautiful with the shackle.
Raven God.
Raven God.
Yeah, late game Chronosphere. Oh, look at him, man. That was the first time I've seen him so happy.
That's true. He literally jumped for joy. The happy boy.
Yeah, and despair for Bleed.
Despair for Bleed, indeed. They're no longer undefeated. And here is our match MVP, Raven God on Faceless Void, 10-10. What a king right there, hitting beautiful chronos every single time. Would you say that Raven just outclassed everyone?
Yeah, I believe it was a very difficult faces void game, and he surely performed outstandingly. Carried his team on his back.
Yeah, what do you think, Winter? Who else besides Raven do you think was a shining star?
It's more. I feel like he's definitely like the very obvious one. You know, he did a lot. He did a lot of work for his team. And I mean, from Bleed's side, I feel like the game should have not went so long to the point where the Void could have done so many things. Like they definitely needed to win the game a lot faster than that, or at least have a very. I mean, they have a very big advantage at some point, you know, but they just couldn't convert it.
Yes, and Blacklist, this game we're able to take down the undefeated Bleed for a final score of 4-2 in total. They're sitting at 4-2, while Bleed is now 4-1, so they're no longer undefeated. So kind of huge win for Blacklist. They can still go to the major. But up next, we do have SMG versus XERXIA. So stay tuned as we will have that game right after a short break.
Welcome back, everybody, to our final series of Monday. You saw Army Geniuses take on Boom in the morning. You saw Bleed take on Blacklist just now. And now you're going to see SMG taking on XERXIA. My name's Tsunami, and I will be guiding you through our final series of the day. And I still got Zeal on the panel along with Winter. Zeal, I'm sure Sophie already welcomed you, but how did you enjoy your first paneling experience?
It was kind of enjoyable, like talking to you guys and watching the game with you guys.
He's lying. He told me he'd rather play.
Well, yes, that is consistent with any time. But let me tell you, Zeal, we have an established pedigree of panelists coming onto our show and then going on to do great things. We just saw KP do great things, and he was a guest panelist last season.
Yeah, hope I follow the trend he set.
I think you will. I have high hopes. But for this series, let's see on your analytical research, how familiar are you with these two teams? SMG and XERXIA. SMG did quite well last tour. They were able to finally break their curse of never attending an international LAN and finally showed up in Berlin. It wasn't a great performance once they showed up, though. Got eliminated in groups, and now they're coming back into this tour, having made some roster changes. How do you feel about SMG in tour number 3?
I felt like they needed more time to gel together, and I felt like they have like a little bit lesser voice in the team. So therefore they are a bit lost in their games, and their drafts has been very wonky. They had like weird last pick Skyref when there's no lockdown. So I'd like to see them improve on the drafting side and maybe mesh well with each other more.
Yeah, after all these role changes and roster changes, it does seem like they're a little bit lost, which, Winter, we had you give a hot take on whether mid one offlane or mid one mid was superior, and I don't remember which one was the hot take and which one was the conclusion, but in your actual opinion, where do you think mid one belongs?
Doom.
Off lane. Okay, well, yeah, because the thing is that back in the day, Carl used to play Doom mid, and okay, so, I mean, he could have done that mid.
Yeah, I mean, I was very surprised that he decided to change roles.
Yeah.
I felt like he was probably one of the best, if not the best offlane. Okay, fine, maybe Jabs is the best offlane in SEA.
Sure.
But mid one definitely could have rivaled that, I feel like he found his place. Like, initially in Tour 1, he was not really playing that well, but I felt like after the first tour, he really improved a lot and he knew how he should be playing on offlane, and he found certain heroes like Beastmaster, Doom that fit his own playstyle really well.
Right.
And I felt that was such a very big thing for the team to have, and then they suddenly switch roles. So I'm not a very big fan of that,
It was very much his style, though. I feel like if you put his offlaning into another team, it would not work that well. It managed to work with SMG because he's the CEO.
Yeah, CEO style, yeah. He has to be the CEO. He has to be the one leading the company. He has to be the one setting the directions. But the direction, it was a very good direction last tour, Right now, I'm not so sure.
It may have been a good direction in Southeast Asia, though, because once they show up on international territory, then they got completely obliterated. And so maybe them finally seeing what international opponents was like, they were like, we can't do this style anymore.
Yeah, maybe you can ask my friend here.
Yeah.
He screamed against SMG a lot.
So before the patch hit, SMG actually just dumpstered us like many games in a row.
LGD, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, and then after the patch hit, I talked to them. They said they haven't won like a lot of scrims because the patch hit like 3 days before the major.
Yep.
So maybe that changed their playstyle a bit because we did see mid-one play like some Meta off lane.
Really?
In the major. Yeah, I think they were trying too much things at once, and the patch got them.
That's a fair point. I didn't really consider that because SMG wasn't at Dream League, and so all the Dream League teams, I saw them panic mode as soon as the patch dropped because it was like literally 24 hours later.
Yeah, but back to that point, you said that they were trying a lot of different things. Do you feel like it's because they don't have somebody to coach them and to sort all the data stuff? Because every other team has like somebody to sort the data out when there's a new patch coming on, and so they had to do everything themselves, so it's difficult for them.
Maybe they have no people that tell them like this idea doesn't work, so they are just like going.
He's the CEO.
Based on the CEO.
Who can tell him that?
So the CEO is just like, yeah, the old CEO just got kicked, right? Because he go against the CEO, the new CEO.
The Fnatic CEO. There's a hostile takeover situation there. Meanwhile, they will be going up against XERXIA, who was our Div 2 promotee and had glimpses of greatness. If you can believe it, Blacklist have only lost, well, they've lost 2 games, but one of them was to XERXIA. And we interviewed Raven on the next day, or the next time that we saw them, and he had no excuse. He was just like, XERXIA was the best team in the world on May 22nd, and that's why they 2-0'd us. Because since then, it has not looked that great. XERXIA got 2-0'd by Talon afterwards, and then they got 2-0'd by XERXIA on last Friday. So it seems like they're kind of back to it being a Div 2 promotee team as opposed to like, oh wow, maybe these guys could go to the major. It's more like, oh wow, I hope these guys don't get relegated again. You watched their journey, Winter, throughout Div 2.
Just a couple of games. I felt like it was normal. Nothing really impressed me a lot. Some of their players have been playing, like especially for Tihi, he's been playing for such a long time. JG, he used to be like one of the potential upcoming talents from Philippines, the new mid laner, but he didn't really do much. And people attribute it to some of the teams that he's been joining. They don't really have a very good future, but he's still joining them because he wants to play with friends and whatnot. And right now he's just not a new player anymore. He's already a seasoned player and still hasn't really achieved a lot of things.
For what it's worth, in their Talon series, he was going toe-to-toe with Makoto.
Yeah, I think laning-wise, I don't really feel like he has a big issue with that. It's more about like how the team functions, like how are they playing the map. Like in the game that I watched them play, I feel like they don't really know when they should be fighting. They have this draft that's really, really fast, but they are not buying the correct items to abuse those timings. In the previous series, we mentioned when you have like a tri-core draft, like DK, then you have Bloodseeker off lane, then you have Elk. You should try to coordinate your items to come online the same time. The Elk is trying to buy Radiance, BKB, AC, so your other players should also do that, and understand this is the time you want to go. And I feel like that's one of XERXIA's biggest problems.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they'll be able to, because do they have a coach?
Yeah, Seri. They have Seri from Thailand.
Oh, I'm not familiar with this player.
He's around. He's
Tango spammer.
So he's
an off-laner. Yes, he's off-laner.
Okay.
Yes.
Were you always an offlaner, Zeal, or did you have different roles?
Early in my career, I was playing mid, and I transitioned to offlane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you miss mid at all?
Sometimes, you get more net worth. You get to be more.
It means being the boss, the CEO.
Yeah, you
but
get bottom refuse.
Mid1 has proven that you can be the CEO from offlane now. Would you be cut out for a CEO position? Do you like being the voice of a team?
Sometimes. Depends.
If it was, so I'm assuming if it was a Chinese team, then you probably would not want to be the primary voice. But
yes.
If it was a Southeast Asian team,
maybe I want to be a voice in the Southeast Asian team.
So are you the voice in your team right now? That's the main question.
I'm kind of like a secondary voice, but all of us share the first voice. I'm like half of the biggest voice.
So everybody makes decisions.
Yes. Whoever is stronger, traditional teams, whoever is stronger.
The first 15 minutes, generally, the supports are the ones talking the most.
Yeah, and the offlane. So, how to open the map, I'll be the one speaking up, how to move around the map.
How about for drafting? Would you ever want to captain a draft?
For this upcoming season, I think I'll be trying to draft, but if we don't do so well, maybe we'll get a coach somewhere.
Sure, yes. Well,
he just revealed some of his draft secrets in the last panel. So.
Oh, really? Well,
maybe
he's also
4D chess.
Perhaps marketing yourself. Yeah, exactly. Play all the sides at the same time, then you're bound to come out on top. What was the history of Seri?
Yeah, Seri Perry.
Seri Perry.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that does sound familiar, actually.
Yeah, he used to be playing in a lot of Div 2, tier 1.5 teams in Thailand. Then
he was in UDV.
I think he also
in UDV?
No, he also tried out for Fnatic and a couple of the stronger teams before.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that he wasn't in the.
And you know what? I'm gonna tell you a hot take that he shared with me.
Okay.
After he became a coach, he told me, "Oh, I didn't realize now how hard how hard it was for my other teammates to play around me last time. Now that when he's a coach, he could see himself. Like when some of the players behave in a certain way, he could see himself. So he realizes, oh, now I know why you were telling me this before. Now I know.
Fun fact: Winter was the coach of Seri Ferry.
You were?
I mean, I played with him. Yeah, and I was also the coach in one of his teams.
Well, so no wonder he confided that in you then, because you were like, did that ever happen to you where once you became a coach, you would look back at your player days and be like, oh, I can see why it was kind of difficult in some ways.
But that was 10 years ago. No?
Have to really go back in the history books for that one.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has times where I feel like players go through a period of time, or sometimes you're hard to work with. Then you realize you're hard to work with. Then you become easy to work with. Then after that, you realize, fuck, I need to carry all these fuckers. Then you become hard to work with again, and then the cycle goes
this
on.
Little bell curve kind of thing. It happens with like parents also. Like their kids will become parents of their own.
Why am I being so nice? Those fuckers still make me carry them so hard.
Sometimes you need the tough love. You can't always be the best friend, even though that's ideally the ideal team environment. Not 100% sure what we're waiting on, seeing as how we are like 50 minutes past schedule for starting the game. But we will bring the series to you soon. In the meanwhile, Zeal, I didn't know that you were on a new team again.
Sorry?
I didn't know that you were on a new team.
Yeah, I just went back to MAG, which is Myth Avenue Gaming.
Yeah.
It's currently at Division 2 in Southeast Asia.
Whoa. I didn't know this.
So we are playing online. We are not boot camping anywhere.
Well, that's typical for Div 2, though. Unless if you're Alliance. Alliance camps for Div 2.
I mean, come on. Western Europe, Div 2.
Western Europe, Div 2.
Western Europe, Div 2 is like
everywhere.
Div 1.
Yes.
Would you consider jumping regions to across the ocean rather than just China and Southeast Asia?
If I get the opportunity to, I might try.
Okay. How was, so you've had 2 stints in China. You did eHome and you did LGD. So how many years total were you on Chinese teams?
Only this should be like the second year, like half of the year. I was in eHome the entire last tour. Yeah. So after that, I came back to C to play Division 2. Then I got poached by LGD. Then I'm back here again.
It was the same team, right? When you
yeah.
So
I came back to the old team.
I see. What's something that you enjoyed about Chinese Dota and something that you are enjoying more about Southeast Asian Dota?
In Southeast Asia, it's more loose, but I do like the stricter part of China. And sometimes the team is much more like the dynamic, and the structure is better. But I like playing C, sometimes.
Yeah, the structure can get stressful, I imagine. After, like, what was your scrim schedule like on LGD? Because I've famously heard that, like, at least pre-TI, they'll take away all your phones, they'll block you in a room for like 8 hours. Xiaowei is watching you through the windows.
So back at LGD, I think the drafts are just, the scrims are just 2 and 4. 2 and 4, so 2 series per day.
Okay, I see.
And we'll do replay after the series, after our dinner.
How many hours would the replay analysis be typically?
Depends on how bad we lose.
on a bad day, how long would a replay analysis take?
Maybe 1.5 hours. But we'll keep talking about it.
I see. For a scrim. Well, let's see what kind of game we're going to get with XERXIA and SMG for game number 1. Let's see if these guys are keeping it loose.
Becky's Venom, 1.5 hour game.
Yeah, this is
3 hour replay session.
Yeah, it's almost double the game length because you watch it at 0.5 speed. Doom and Beastmaster banned out, Enchantress and Phoenix banned out by SMG. First pick Techies, that's normal. But first phase, Bounty Hunter Bat Rider. That's not that typical.
Is that a Tinker draft coming?
This looks like a 9-panda draft,
Yeah.
Niero, Bat Rider, and Bounty Hunter. Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, the Phoenix ban, it's not something common. It's because Bombi is a Phoenix spammer in SEA. It's particularly just for him.
Yep.
Yes, that does seem targeted.
I think T played a very good Bounty Hunter last time they played. Was it against Blacklist? He was playing really good. And now he's first picking Bounty Hunter.
I mean, is the hero still that good right now? Do you feel like it's just like their comfort, they really like?
I think it's his comfort, and I think he felt like the game that he won, he did a lot. So now he feels confident on Bounty Hunter, so he picked it here.
This was their first phase in their Blacklist series, and then they picked Pango, Willow, and Templar Assassin as their other 3 heroes.
Yeah. With Bounty Hunter, you need heroes that can help with your weakness, which is lack of team fight. Bounty, you just run around the team fight track and throw your shuriken toss, hit some Jinada. So it pairs really well with the Willow and the Phoenix. No Phoenix, so I guess Willow might be a replacement for them here.
And it also gives like good vision for Barada to initiate on, right? And it's also a good dual lane. The slows.
Yeah,
and
how strong is the lane right now? Do you still go like the flame break build like you told me?
If you're off lane, there's 2 ways of playing bad. But I think nowadays the flame break build is much more better. Like you get 1 point in flame break and you get Firefly, and you get napalm a bit later, because you aren't really like giving away magic stick charge, and the slow is good enough for you to keep up with your Firefly damage.
Yeah. How about the lane against Veno? Do you feel like the Veno can deal with the Bounty Hunter since they picked the Veno after seeing the Bounty?
I think Veno can be annoying for Bounty because the slows and the watts doesn't, you can't really deal with it with Bounty. But I think this might be a Bounty 5 from XERXIA, because I remember it being only Teehee played it. I don't think Bombi plays this kind of heroes.
Yeah. Especially because, last time it was Bombi playing the Willow. How do you, we've been very hot and cold on Batrider as a hero, Zeal. We find that oftentimes if he's sent to the offlane, he gets a lot of farm, and then he does nothing with it. He'll get like Octarine, BOTs, and by the time he's like online, so to speak, he's not really doing anything with the team.
So I've been experimenting on this hero also on the offlane. So I believe sometimes Octarine might be a bit, because your lasso cooldown is actually pretty low after the changes. And I think like rushing items like Blink or like Aura items is much more better than Octarine, because you can't really initiate on with Octarine, right?
Yeah, okay, thank you for saying that. I thought I was crazy seeing all these Octarine builds constantly, but everyone was doing it, and they were all being useless with it. How do you feel about the Vanguard into Octarine breaking in general right now? Do you like it?
Me myself, I don't really like it,
okay.
But I see every offlaner like to go for it, but I feel like sometimes it can be a bit. And I believe some items might be better, because this patch, I think the patch encourages you to fight or get more pick off, because you get more gold. But if you are buying Octarine, maybe you won't be as strong as you are with other items.
I think the only hero I've thoroughly enjoyed seeing it on is Spirit Breaker rushing the Octarine. That's really fun to watch. The rest of it, I'm not so sure.
Doom?
Doom, okay, fine, yeah, Doom's also good. The thing is that with Doom, though, oftentimes I feel that sometimes you like having the Vanguard against certain teams, and then you break it, and then you're trading cooldowns for tankability. Anyway, second phase wraps up. XERXIA picks up a Rubik and Ember Spirit, SMG Bloodseeker Pango.
Yeah, very, very interesting heroes. Both of those heroes are very, very strong in the patch, especially the Bloodseeker. Like in Europe, it's mostly like first phase.
It's also Bloodseeker Venomancer, the old combo. Yeah, a lot of move speed when poison.
Yeah,
good combo.
Constantly thirsty in team fights.
And it's also Rubik against Veno, right? It's another classic matchup. You steal the wards and be annoying in the map. Mini Venomancer.
I mean, there's so many things that you can do as Rubik this game. You're very good against the techies as well. You can stop the blast off. There's a lot of nice spells to steal, like you said, the Veno.
Which lanes do you think these supports are taking? Because Teehee has been the only player of Rubik and Bounty Hunter. Bombi hasn't played either of those heroes.
He's probably like, what Zio said, he's probably the Bounty Hunter player.
Okay.
And then it'll be like a Rubik plus Bat, I guess, off lane. And the Ember is also like self-explanatory against the Pango. You're just really good against Pango, the root. And you're really good against the Pango in the lane as well. And in the previous series, we saw how important the laning phase can be. Like if you get away with a really good lane,
the game gets natural.
Yeah, then you have Bounty Hunter, so the game can actually snowball so quickly for you.
Yeah. And like I said, in the Talon series, JG is no slouch in the mid lane. So I think mid one should be careful.
Yep, so XERXIA ban out like the Naga and LC, so they're protecting the Bat Rider in the game, whereas SMG they chose to ban out like Morphling and wow.
Oh, Lone Druid.
Lone Druid.
So is this mid one Lone Druid? And
what's the Pango support? Oh no,
Pango off lane.
That would be new heroes for both of them.
I did see mid one experiment this Lone Druid mid a lot in pubs.
I mean, this matchup is like 9-1, 8-2, 9-1, right, against the Ember. Like, Ember cannot play this lane.
Yeah, Lone Druid is pretty good against Spirit heroes in general.
Is this like an all-in draft with a certain specific timing with the Lone Druid mid? Like, this hero is... it's very, very rarely we see teams pick this hero up.
I feel like I don't really see Lone Druid fall off, though. Like, even if you don't hit your timing, you still are a pretty solid late-game hero.
Yeah, on XERXIA side, they don't actually have damage to burst him down. Oh, yeah. It's Sniper.
Right, this is the damage, right?
There's damage for the bear.
I mean, there's...
Sniper mid?
There's a Pango. Pango is a really good hero against Sniper.
Yeah, it breaks the formation of the Sniper, and even heroes like Rubik hates playing against Pango because it breaks the formation.
Very, very interesting draws.
Yeah, this is very much off the beaten path for both teams. Young God has not played Sniper single time this tour. Why Sniper above all the other traditional carries that we say?
So I think what XERXIA was looking for is some range carry. So last time they run TA with the Bounty Hunter, so Medusa is banned, so maybe Sniper is the replacement. And so they picked up the Sniper, which is also good against Rupture and the Lone Druid Bear.
Would you swap the lanes and put the Sniper against Lone Druid and Ember on the safe lane? Since the Ember against Lone Druid matchup mid is like so bad for the Ember.
Oh, it might be, it can be. Then you put Bounty on top, then you have like good side lanes. Yeah. It can happen.
I just assumed JG would be playing the Sniper, but maybe he's just more, or maybe Young God doesn't know Ember
but
that well.
Because the matchup is actually really bad. That's why I'm not really sure if they should just continue in this trajectory and just get trash in the lane. And you are playing against a Bloodseeker Venom attack. The game can be very, very quick if you lose your lane that badly on against the Lone Druid. I mean, what's the build now? Do you still go like what, Deso?
On Sniper?
No, on
Lone Druid. I think Deso is pretty good with the Lucky Shot. You can push the momentum and get an early Roche, tier 2s, because there's many objectives right now.
Sounds like a fast game then.
It's SEA. We don't have fast games here.
It's SMG.
It's SMG also. We do not have fast games with either of those variables. There have been so many times that I'll see, both from the draft and from the first 15 minutes, I'm like, oh, this is a stomp. And then like in other regions, it would be a 22-minute win. In Southeast Asia, it's like a 45-minute win. So
Lone Druid at least, man.
I will see, man. We'll see. I have no high expectations one way or the other. All I know is I will be enjoying the cast with Seek and Strike and Jonix Fire.
Thank you, Tsunami. Yes, indeed, Jonathan. Winter thinks it might be fast. We did just, we're an hour late on the dot, thanks to that last series, and of course those servers getting back online for us to get started here, but it is a Lone Druid, alongside a Bloodseeker and a Pangolier. This one might be fast if SMG can come out of lane swinging here.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think SMG's the kind of team that plays with their tempo really well. So I wouldn't be surprised.
They really used to last patch as well.
They used to last patch, yeah. And it's been a consistent upswing. Maybe now, we're seeing a little bit glimpses of SMG of old, where some miscoordination kicks in and deep dives come out.
The stress late into the game.
I don't think it's even late into the game sometimes.
That's true. Sometimes
every now and again, it's a bit early in the game.
Some miscalculated risks.
Yeah, but I don't think that presents itself here for SMG. I think mid one is just a big win condition to play around with. And, you and I were having a chat about this Lone Druid, right? Like, universal hero type. Look at his starting items. 3 branches, 2 circlets. I love doing this on any universal hero I start off with. It feels great. Like, it's just a whole bunch of stats, decent amount of damage, and you can kind of stay on that for the Lone Druid. Go maybe down the line if you upgrade. I don't think I've seen a Lone Druid game go long enough for you to have to upgrade your circlets on the main hero. It's been heavy investment on the bear.
Yeah, very true.
But you know, the classic rate band stacking feels even better now. Heck, even a bracer stacking might even be better at this point as universal type. Oh, bump up.
He's been real successful as well on the hero. Been playing a lot of pubs on him, as they are going to give chase a little bit, but can't really chase too far uphill. Vision. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of fast games as well from mid-1. Of course, that's in pubs, you know, on the bear. I think this hero really gets out of control, but you never really want to take it too late as a lone druid now, do you?
Yeah, it's not the comfiest. At the same time, in this matchup, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to go late game. Bloodseeker scale is pretty nice. Your Pango is always going to have is always a way to find the back line. I think the one concern is just control, which is where things can get a little bit dicey as the game goes on. Still taking a look up top here. Chidori on that Bloodseeker, along with John Yuel on the Veno.
Oh.
And John Yuel already dropping pretty low. We talked about this potentially being that lane duo. Again, you can't necessarily run down the Batrider here. And they do kind of shift things out, putting Bombi on Rubik up top. So you don't necessarily chase him down either as the Venomancer. It's a weird back and forth lane. As the levels go up though, Richie, I do feel like this lane just feels better for XERXIA. Like, this is a Batrider who doesn't need Napalm, who can just keep clearing out the wave. He's got the Rubik to help hold down. It doesn't feel like SMG has too much presence up top.
Yeah, and I think after missing out on the D-Ward, Zhao's going to probably struggle here for creep equilibrium, given that Bombi's free to now pull it. Missed out on actually checking around for the D-Ward. Down bottom, Masaros on the Pangolier. So, bit of a different hero as they do spar for first blood up top lane. Chidori is a couple of right clicks away from going down, but it's going to be Zhao who draws first blood here versus Bombi. And Chidori fast enough to be able to make out of this alive. Did not have the point in Thirst when that fight started. So, a bit lucky to get out alive, honestly. The pitiful attack range of the Batrider doing him a big service there.
Yeah, just managing to get that space. Does get a salve off as well, so he's going to be able to stay in that lane. And overall, I mean, that kind of kill, after we were expecting this to go a little bit better for XERXIA, it does take a few levels. In the first few levels, I mean, you can kind of harass out pretty well on SMG and just try to sustain. So we're seeing that in play. I think back to the bot lane where, you know, we kind of took a glimpse just a little bit on Young God and Masaros. Like, this lane is probably the one lane that isn't going to be pressured on XERXIA. You should be fairly free to farm on your sniper. At the same time, Masaros shouldn't be too bad off here.
Right.
Like, as a Pango, 5 branches plus your Ring of Health, it's a lot of HP, decent damage. You're, again, usually with a Techies lane, you want to be aggressive. It's just gap closing onto sniper fields difficult, and they don't have the sentries. I believe they were taken away by Teehee, so you can't really hunt down the bounty hunter either.
Yeah, mid lane's going pretty well as well for mid one. On the bear, able to tank quite a bit and use 2 units, right, along with your phenomenal damage now on the base hero, to be able to really do well here in terms of CS. 7 denies already, so we might end up actually starting to see a little bit of a level discrepancy start playing out. As Afu, he's got pretty good attack range on this year. They did never nerf him, even as they gave him increasingly more damage over the patches.
Yeah. This is one thing that I always complain about when I'm casting with Mike. I'm like, Techies is too much right now.
Really good attack range. He's up there with like Oracle and AA.
Yeah, in fact, I think maybe higher than Lina, if I recall right at the start. Around Lina's range. I believe Lina's 675 or something. Maybe 700.
I used to know off the top of my head. Techies 700, so it's certainly above average. As Chidori top lane now. Oh, one last auto attack will do him in. Out from Rapido. Closing the gap on him. That's a level 2 Firefly. We're talking about how we tend to see that more from the Batriders these days, which is why this Blood Right into Gale just isn't really as scary anymore against Rapido. He does have mobility to easily evade that kind of a combo, if you could really call it a combo.
Yeah, it's some synergistic use, but not really a strong combination. It's hard to just punish the Batrider. And again, this is the point where you expect Rapido to kind of have a good time and just not be contested. They're starting to get some stacks going now with the space for Bombi.
Yeah,
so we can build up the resources here.
It's pretty big. You know, those are big stacks, and they do get scouted by SMG. We'll see if they ever try and contest that later on, but if Ember is missing for a long time, you likely know where he's going. And it's a good thing that, honestly, that they are making those stacks. Mid one, it constantly, I mean, just out-denying him. 12 denies here. It's 3 full waves. Really starting to add up.
Yeah, it's a painful lane. This is what the panel was talking about, right? Maybe you would have been better off just having Young God play mid, have JG play the safe lane Ember, just because this is not a fun matchup for the Ember. You can't harass out. You can try to clear the creep wave. Every single time you come up to melee range, the bear and the lone druid's there to punish you.
There's just too much HP on this bear.
No,
you know?
way too much.
Normally you just kind of whittle down your enemies, going for that early Whitestone and whatnot, but it would be way too difficult. They're going to try and go for another kill here on Chidori, and I believe they'll have him. Bloody Right or not, nothing for him to last it with 3 heroes. It's going to be Teehee making the rotation. That really makes a difference here. Does he have to walk back to lane? No, he'll have TP just off of cooldown, but I mean, just goes to show you, they're really stringing together some kills now.
I like this recognition from XERXIA. The fact that you can leave Young God alone. And there's no threat from Masaros until he has his level 6 up, so you're free to farm that lane. No worries as the sniper. I do feel like shutting down the Bloodseeker is maybe not the best target. Again, you have to put your eyes on mid, because mid one, he's about to hit the level 6 now, so he's going to have that additional durability in the true form. If he janked him earlier, it might have worked out.
Looking for an, what is it? It's Ensnare, isn't it? What's the entangling clause, pardon me. Not called Ensnare, he's not a Naga Siren. No Root, that's a little bit unlucky. Has he named his bear? Do you think mid one's named his bear? You already
I do not think so.
He did not name his bear.
Spirit Bear.
Who's there's a C player who always names, he's an offlaner, always names all of his summons after his teammates.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
He's not going to forget this.
Jaja. They still have vision on him. Last auto attack is going to go to the Spirit Bear. A Panda.
Yeah. Not the biggest kill to find, but you're more than happy in mid one to just get that farm game kicking. Again, for XERXIA, like this attention towards top is pretty nice. You're slowing down Chidori, but you and I had that conversation again while the draft was going on, that Chidori is one of the less farm-intensive cores.
That he is.
He is willing to sacrifice, and it's mid one who tends to become that win condition. The lone druid in this game can be that condition as they get their entangling claws off.
They do. They've got a sentry as well on the high ground, continuing to chase. Bear still has plenty of vision. Josh right now just out of roll. Still hit him. Still hit him. Okay. Thought he was outside of sentry range, not gonna lie, but a big push now coming 7 minutes in here, John, and this tier 1 tower is still being attacked by the 5-minute wagon. Alongside a bear already up to level 3. It's got level 3 demolished. That bonus damage really starting to make a big difference now.
Yeah, just makes ripping through these objectives so much faster, and this is the bear without the full Deso up. You have the Blightstone to help the cause. Just goes so quickly, and the side of XERXIA just aren't ready. I mean, what are you going to do with your supports here?
That's true. A Rubik bounty. I mean, JG can't even, make that Teehee can't really even approach mid one without simply being in risk of dying, just straight up. It's going to be troublesome. That Mask of Madness online very soon for the Spirits Bear of mid one. Top lane, Chidori is struggling, but still finding at least a decent amount of levels, is well behind the farm of Rupido. I think mostly to be expected. It's actually going to be a really early Lotus as well, queued up from Rupido. I thought maybe he was going to consider that early Octarine or the BOTs we tend to see, but wants to be able to ensure that he's able to move around liberally in these fights without the threat of the Rupture.
Yeah, I do like the Lotus. I think there's a good cause to provide that utility for your team. The side of SMG do invade the stacks. You mentioned they scouted it earlier.
That's problematic, right? I mean, it just shows that XERXIA, they simply don't have map control. Second rune now, power rune that spawns in, that is. Gonna go for the Spirit Bear. Stun does not connect onto JG. Managing to avoid it.
He did. I think he did connect in the stun. It's just a level 1 blast off.
Okay.
So it's not impressively long, but he's just applying pressure. That's enough to already have JG play safe in the jungle. Give a free lane once more from mid one. Like, all these things for XERXIA, it comes down to that choice again to head up top, because you're suppressing Chidori. Sure, that's nice. The Bloodseeker's not gonna have a fast game, but now it doesn't feel possible to take mid one out.
Well, fight's coming. Mid one running you down now with the DD rune, diving under the tier 1 tower. From behind as well, Teehee did take the Twin Gate, so there are some rotations coming through from XERXIA. Chidori has level 6, so he's holding on to this Rupture, Pig Pull, and a 10 Wand charge. Rapido, yeah, first Rupture of the game, into the Blood Right, down he goes. Easy kill there. Kind of does double duty there, that kill, doesn't it, right? Relieves pressure onto Chidori and takes down the most farmed hero in the game. Well, outside of, I guess, mid one, who's already 1,000 clear of Rapido.
Yeah, it's a massive kill. It's a first hit entangling claws.
Really going to take the tower as well?
Yeah, why not? You've got the bear. It doesn't take too long to melt through these objectives. And again, there's no defensive play XERXIA can pull off here. Your Ember's not ready to fully commit. Your Sniper still wants to farm. You've got a Rubik Bounty Hunter support duo that aren't close to level 6 at all. This is pretty painful time for XERXIA. This is when their lineup just has to kind of hang back and hope for the best, because you're opening was your level 3 spikes while everyone else was still at 3. Like, it feels better for XERXIA, especially in the Bat Rider lane. Even the mid lane, arguably. You could have run down with JG if you collapse your supports there instead, punish that lone druid somehow, or even just kill the bear. I think even just killing the bear in that laning phase is massive, but they prioritize elsewhere.
Really good neutral item as well for the bear, this Spark of Courage. Giving you that additional armor when you're below 50% HP. And of course, that 18 damage as well is pretty big. So it's a really nice item for him to have here. Really just going to start really farming up a Storm.
Yeah. Oh, not like he hasn't already. And I think for the side of SMG, they didn't even have to sacrifice too much in their side lanes. We talked about how independent the sniper could be. Rupido, he's doing well. I'm sure you've suppressed the Bloodseeker, but not by much. Chidori's recovered now.
Yeah.
So all of those early game moves from XERXIA isn't lining up for a great launching point into this mid game now. As we exit that laning phase, like you look at the itemization coming out from the side of SMG, Masaros with the Vanguard's going to feel pretty happy about just running up to the sniper at this point. You're not going to have the damage to really melt him that quick. He's going to be safe in his roles for the most part. They still keep invading that jungle. Like, they're not able to clear out these Ancients.
Are they going to... Let's see here. SMG eager to contest this. The Techie's Mine's going down as well. They're going to make this a bit faster. We'll see XERXIA keen to defend this, trying their best, but these Plague Wards are scouting out the supports rather easily. Masaro's here as well, ready with the Rolling Thunder, as a Xiao taking a lot of the damage. Rapido with the Firefly nearly gets blown clean on through as the Bear's got to be telekinesed back by Bombi. SMG, I mean, just kind of by forcing it and ruin the efficiency of what was a really nice stack. They're really just kind of flexing here. That's an easy kill onto Bombi. Bear secures it there. Also spread the plague on over to Tiki. Dust is available. Oh, the bonks actually put him on the high ground, but Masaros will chase him down. Finds a double kill actually going over to mid one. This is starting to get pretty ugly.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rundown. JG with the right moves, cutting off the creep wave. So a sustained push onto mid, not likely. Hold on.
Oh, the load is not fast enough. Chidori not strong enough either to go diving. As the Blood Rite is going to force Rapido to take a bit more damage, but nothing too unrecoverable. JG caught farming on the other side of the map. No points in Savage Roar yet, so couldn't look to set up for a stun.
Yeah, he does Remnant all the way back on top, but not going to be punished for it. SMG with map control, taking over bot, still having room up top. Like, everything's in their side right now. 2 to 6, 3K lead up for XERXIA.
And losing that mid-tier 1 tower ended up being such a big deal, right? SMG, they take the top and mid-tier 1 tower in reverse order. Yep. Not really too much pressure on the safe lane tier 1, which is normally the tower you take down. But Masaros has just been parked here, preventing Sniper from doing too much damage. Showing up to a fight. He's got his full Vanguard now, nearly into the defusal.
Yep.
Like, you know, they're not going to be able to really get on this bottom side of the map too quickly on the side of SMG. They certainly have much more liberal access to much more of the map right now than XERXIA.
For sure. And we're seeing that again show up in our graphs for the most part, as Masaros has an inkling. They did see Teehee on that ward, but
Rapido also saw, was scouted actually, as Afu was going to kick things off underneath the tower. There's the lasso onto the techies. Ought to be a solo kill here, as the mines are not going to be enough damage. Underneath the tower, the Masaros in trouble. Gets off the Rolling Thunder. He's got 60% damage resist. Now he's going to get off the roll. Unfortunately, a bit too slow, as Young Gun is still going to be able to blast him underneath his tier 1 tower. Got a bit too greedy there from SMG, as the Rainbow TP's coming in from XERXIA in time and put a stop to this unrelentless aggression.
Yeah, and this is, you know, one of the things we see from SMG. Sometimes a few heroes are pretty far forward, and the rest aren't quite in the same position. Like Chidori's playing up top instead. They're not lining up. They might at least find some punishment. They can get claws out.
There it is. Yep. I heard, I mean, what, how many times? You hit him 4 times? About average, right?
Yeah, about average.
About average entanglements there. Big kill on the mid one, and most importantly, it's going to be now the first 2 damage on his Desolator. He's got that item completed. As we're seeing now, Chidori also finally finished up his Maelstrom well into the BKB already. So his farm is actually starting to recover despite having a really difficult laning stage. I mean, that's just the nature of this hero, isn't it, with Blood Rage?
Just farms really fast. And it's really hard to stop it. Again, SMG made a lot of space across the map. They connect up top, they take that tower, they forced an issue down bot, freeing up the top lane once more for Chidori.
This Lotus, I think it needs to pay off, John.
It does. I think you have more play now in XERXIA with the level 6s up, so track being in play, the spell steal in play as well. You can get a little bit more done, and they'll smoke off the back of this. They need to find something. Like if you catch mid one or Chidori at this point, it feels a lot better.
Might have to settle. No, they don't want to settle for Masaros. The smoke's going to look in a different direction.
Tower is under attack.
Behind the tower here, that's just Teehee. He's going to at least see a couple of supports, but mid one's already starting to really tear through this bottom tier 2 tower, and this smoke is not going to pan out for XERXIA. They're going to head into the top part of the map and find no one. No one's home.
Yeah. They don't hunt in the right direction. SMG, Chidori really just dodges, heads down onto the triangle instead. They take a free objective. At this point, SMG must be wondering, where is XERXIA at? And they're probably just guessing top.
Yeah, maybe the twin gate could become a potential issue for them, but the tier 2 taken down already, and you can already see the SMG supports. Zhao's already channeling to capture this outpost here, the one you can take anyway. Ooh. I mean, it's only 6-7, 4K net worth lead. Doesn't really, I think, properly sell how one-sided this game currently is.
Yeah.
It's a lone druid. It's early game in a very, fight, comeback, gold-heavy kind of a meta. So we can still very easily see this swing. But right now, I mean, it is certainly a position SMG have been in before. It is their game to lose.
Yeah, we've seen them in this form before. And again, I've got hankerings of classic SMG. The SMG not from Tour 2. In a few of their games. It's not showing up yet. I think, again, the coordinations here, they're not overextending outside of that one push down bot. They're clearing up the map well. For XERXIA, you hit this blink timing on Rupido.
He's going to try and force TPs back. There is, JG with a Maelstrom starting to do a bit more damage. That's already half HP to your tier 3. Holy moly.
Yep. Lone Druid.
That is scary. Oh, but a resummoned bear, I believe. Yeah, mid one did not let it die. Had to resummon it, so didn't feed the 300 gold. Kind of a big deal, honestly.
And that does put it on cooldown, so now they're going to have to play a little bit safe in SMG.
There's going to be a lasso. They do find Masaros. Oh, Teehee in position with the track kill. Also the little stun in order to prevent the Rolling Thunder from actually coming out. Nice kill there. Rapido showing off the brand new Blink Dagger is going to really start to force back SMG now. Feels like they can breathe again.
Yeah, this has to be the play. You're relying a lot on Rapido to make these big plays, but we've seen him deliver on the offlane before. And you can snowball back into this game pretty damn fast, even on just solo pickoffs. As long as Teehee's around with the track, then you're always going to benefit. Right. You're just going to snowball really hard. SMG has to watch themselves splitting up across the map. Even support kills with track is... It'll
catch you up.
Take a lot
It'll catch you up.
For sure.
For now, SMG kind of forced back onto their own side of the map, and XERXIA moving confidently again here. Just kind of hunting. No lasso for 40 seconds, so kills are going to be a bit difficult. Still important for them not to overextend, especially now that there's that full defusal from Masaros. There's plenty of damage coming through. I think there's, yes, indeed, a full mechanism online for Afu. And mid one's bear is hunting with not much else that's new, but is about to pick up a basher here already. Smoke breaks on the bear of mid one as Teehee also breaks the smoke. It gets this track onto Miracle. The spell stolen is going to be Rolling Thunder, so Bombi is in hot pursuit right now. Actually, Masaros is in hot pursuit of Bombi. Silenced up here, in trouble, ruptured, and killed off. Down he will go. A 1-for-1 trade is they will be able to at least get through John well.
Just a support for a support. They know Teehee's around though.
Oh. Bad time to try and take the gate. Gate is closed for bounty hunters anyway.
Yeah.
2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, it feels pretty all right for SMG. You don't really manage to get too much out there for XERXIA. I don't think there was a track. There was a track thrown out, so it's not the worst thing in the world for XERXIA, but also not the ideal circumstance. You kind of want to play hit and run right now on XERXIA's end, right? Like, just find one hero, get the lasso off, back off, reset, farm, go back in when lasso is ready, because that is basically your team fight.
Well, here they go again. Actually, Young God joining this one. They're going to be able to sneak past the Observer Ward. There is a lot of vision here between the Techies Mines and the Plague Wards. Young God shooting in the shrapnel. It's going to let SMG know there are enemies in the vicinity as the mines are going to be stolen. They found an enemy, and it's going to be Afu, dead for 30. Does not have buyback here as they're fighting on the dire side where he could try and TP back into. Rubik's throwing down these proximity mines, but SMG doing a good job here, keeping XERXIA at arm's length. They're really struggling to get past all these mines and Plague Wards, and now SMG, they're going to smoke up and try and nip them from behind. This is punishing XERXIA chilling underneath the ward. Teehee once again crucially breaking the smoke here, but Rapido does not have Firefly. Mid one's Bear already down to half HP. Might end up going down, and does. Young God with a 300 gold bounty there for that. Have they let him steal Rolling Thunder? They have a second time, but Chidori with the BKB right onto Young God here. A bonk, and down he goes, killed in the river alongside the Bear of Young God. Is Rapido able to at least fly over the cliff? They managed to find Teehee as well, as Chidori fighting versus 2, maybe bit off a bit more than he could chew, is going to end up dropping. Masaros picks up at least the Rubik, his 3rd kill of this engagement, as the Techie's Mine awaits JG out of the sleight of fist. He will fall. Rapido managing to TP away. XERXIA, they do a really good job trying to sneak in there under the cover of a smoke, but simply overstay their welcome there. SMG outmaneuvering.
Yeah, it's just a matter of how does XERXIA jump into that group of 5? They can't. They have to wait there. They find that pick off, which makes SMG aware that they're in the area, and they just flank around. They get their own smoke out, and they just get the flank. It's a little bit unfortunate. Stuff like flame breaking forward actually brought the pair a little bit closer.
I forgot. It's daytime.
It goes. There goes Roshan switching off.
Does.
Should just stay down bot. Hopefully they didn't do damage to it. So
is that what triggers it?
I believe if you damage it on its journey for some reason, sometimes it gets really angry and decides to not move.
That's very good.
Or it moves back. I don't know what the specific trigger is in code.
Right, because you cannot attack Roche if you're outside the pit, but you can still damage him with spells.
Yes. So it's a little bit awkward, but no awkward things here as the first Aegis does go the way of SMG. And again for XERXIA, it's just really hard to execute right now. If it's a 5v5, it just doesn't feel like you can take that fight.
Yeah.
Like you blink lasso, that's a 1.
And now this feels really tricky because Chidori, I think, is an easy kill for them, honestly, even with the current amount of damage, which is going to start to really scale now. That sniper, you know, found a bear kill in that fight. He's been getting tracks and honestly finding good farm here on this Young God sniper. Into the BKB next is going to make a world of difference for him, as Teehee is, pardon me, able to steal away the Wisdom Rune. That's a small but notable win here for XERXIA. TP cancel, Dust does not provide vision. They didn't actually see him trying to TP away. Oh, Teehee awfully nearly dies. But Aegis on Chidori is kind of a big deal, right? Because with BKB, he no longer really becomes a realistic burst target. No. You know? I mean, you can kill him, no problem, but you're going to have to expend everything, and he'll probably have BKB by the time he respawns.
Yeah, I can't see them trying to kill off this Bloodseeker, really anyone without the lasso.
Exactly.
Like, it will take the lasso to find that one pick off, and once lasso is down, I mean, you're just relying on what? Lift back chains?
Lift back, yeah.
Stun people? Maybe your bounty hunter is lucky and they don't have detection. He gets a double shadow walk hit off.
That'd be nice.
That's not really feasible. SMG's been disciplined enough to bring multiple dusts.
That they have.
So, again, it's just harder to execute XERXIA's game plan right now. There is a point where it bounces back in. The high ground's where this lineup really shines. You've got Ember who can just control the map for the most part. A sniper who can stay pretty far back on the high ground defense at least. Your only jump right now on SMG is also the Pangolier. So if the Pango can't blink in, then the sniper can just clear out. I think this could lead to a pretty long game, Richie.
It could, yeah. Especially because there's just not a whole lot of armor on the bear right now. I mean, 11 armor, and then he gets +7 when below 50% HP. It's not bad, but you are against Sleight of Fist, a sniper, the bounty hunter as well, with a good amount of physical damage on the Zenyatta, if you're unfortunate enough to be that close. So it's not easy, too easy anyway, for the bear to just run up high ground and start hitting these buildings. That being said, it seems like SMG are set to do just about that. I think this is also where the support difference makes a little bit of a big deal, right? Zhao gives really good vision, and SMG have been making great use of that, but, much in the way of initiation, as he is going to get initiated on a pretty decent target here. He's going to get a good amount of gold, pardon me. He does get popped here with the track bonus gold. Teehee now in a bit of trouble, got a little bit too close to the bear, and finds out that its bark is worse than its bites. Or its bite is worse than its bark, really. 300 gold there, going the way towards, once again, the sniper, as there is an assassinate on its way for Chidori, and that's just the Aegis. Okay, there's no lasso, though, John. I don't know if this is so easy to keep fighting for either side, really.
Yeah, they just back off in SMG. They've taken the tier 3. They forced out the Fortify as well, but it does refresh.
He did have BKB. He lives if he wants to BKB there, doesn't he?
Yeah, he would, but they respect the high ground hold. Again, it's a sniper. You don't really want to get slowly cut down by this guy's pelt gun.
Yeah, that's true. I was just a bit surprised. You know,
it's also risky because you already used the bear respawn, right? So you don't want to take a fight, the bear dies, then you're just stuck in the middle.
I see that. I see that.
And they just play their respects. Again, SMG's kind of learned their lesson where they overextend last time.
It's true.
Maybe a little bit too cautious, arguably too cautious, but I think it's still a good position. They'll smoke back with a respawn.
Caution,
and this is where they go.
Has certainly been kind of the word of the week here, for at least in our last series, extraordinarily so. Bleed did take their first loss, so truly anything can happen. SMG as well, hoping to recover from a tougher week one, where they did lose 2 games in a row to kick off their 2 or 3. But for now, once again in a position, this time, John, without Aegis, be threatening for the high ground. There's a fear. They didn't really throw anything else, and Masaros, he's in. We'll see what he can actually find as the Techie's Mind's at least not doing a ton of damage to him. Mid-1 immediately onto the racks as they are going to be able to throw a couple spells here both ways. From the side, T, he joins the fight. There's no detection, so he actually spooks Chidori into popping BKB. All right, SMG with a bit of a kind of throw everything at the wall and to see what sticks approach to piercing high ground. Not too effective, John.
Not very effective at all, Richie. I would have to say, the fact that Bombi has not died and is just constantly using these proximites, it's starting to get annoying. You're dealing with enemy proximity mines, you're dealing with shrapnel, you're dealing with a sniper.
Well, that's an SMG mine that's going to at least alert them to a smoke move out from Rupido. He does get the vision. He is going to be able to catch mid-1. Still gets the true form off, so that's a lot of bonus HP. Oh my goodness, they just blow Techies immediately, but Rupido down for the count as Jaja trying to fight through this one. Gets bashed. He's going to fall as well. Zhao dies to the physical damage of Young God, who's going to BKB and TP out of this fight. After, no, he's going to cancel. He wants to fight, and he's winning versus Chidori and the Spirit Bear. Mid-1 trying to catch up to him. Mid-1's lost the bear. Another one summoned, but they're on to Young God. He voluntarily canceled this TP, did he not?
Yes.
Oh, Johnny's gonna come to regret that as he is gonna go down. Mid-1 had another bear, and this bear finds the roots, finds the bashes, and finds the way to cut through XERXIA in this fight. That's a huge fight for SMG to take.
And they find the opening. It's XERXIA trying to come in, as you mentioned, a proximity mine to detect that smoke. And the quick senses from Mid-1 to just instantly go into that through form, meaning that the lasso just doesn't do anything again.
Yeah.
Like, it's your all-in play, it's your all-in control to pick off one target. And right now, this Lone Druid with 3 Iron Branches, 2 Circlets, and the true form is just too tanky to deal with.
I'm really
quite fair, at least.
This is, well, that's going to be a kill. Nice counter initiation by Masaros here, Mid-1. They will force back the bear, at least for now. This time, Rolling Thunder not stolen. I can't really blame Bombi for trying, as they are maybe going to lose the bear here. Flame Break, it's going to go down. That's no bear for Mid-1 for a minute. That's not the... It happens. I mean, he was really desperate to get the barracks and a very strong defense from XERXIA. Even though he dies, I'd say they owe him a statue in his honor because he did get the double stun off the Shadow Wall. So really good stuff.
Yeah, 1,200 gold coming the way of XERXIA off the back of those bears. A lot of gold, but it is spread out across, I believe, different heroes. Has it been Young God twice? I believe Young God
at least twice.
Yeah.
So that last one would have been Rupido's.
Yep.
Not sure where the 4th one. That one's unaccounted for here.
Yeah, it's not too bad when it's split across that way. And SMG again, they've been taking some of these fights. It's not translating into any more objectives, but they are exerting control. They're getting this item growth. Like Mid-1, once the AC is up and running on the bear or on himself, you're going to feel pretty happy. I think that's the one falling point of that Spirit Bear. Has been melting, even though you get that +7 armor. It's just not quite enough with all of this physical, all of this attention dragged onto the bear. XERXIA, they'll take out this Tormentor, and now they've got the... Okay, this bounty shard could make a big difference.
This makes it weird.
It makes it easier, think about it. It makes it easier for, say, some angles to come out for Rupido.
Yeah.
Right? It makes it easier for you to just keep getting those double Shadow Walks as well.
The problem with this kind of ability is, like, quite famously, it's like picking a Riki and a Marana and a Bounty Hunter. It's just more invis. Like, there's already a gem, but if they can maybe start the fight off correctly here, which they can't quite see, he at least, you know, finds the smoke and tanks 2 ultis. Not too bad. Should at least allow XERXIA to move out, potentially set up for the next Roche. This is going to be an awkward timing, though. Top or bottom here? I suppose bottom's the easier side to set up on, or the safer side to set up on, but SMG are not going to let that happen for free as they're chasing after Rupido. Does at least get the blink away, and it's going to be difficult for this support duo in particular to do anything about that. Away he goes.
Yeah, just runs off, but they save the creep wave. So they can force the high ground. Full AC up and running on Mid-1, handed over to the bear.
Greetings and salutations, armor.
Yeah, it's just going to be really hard to melt through that target now. And they play it safe. They don't really force up the high ground again. Just take control down bot, drag XERXIA down here so they can't farm, and just keep that control.
Roche is gonna spawn top, but it'll very quickly run down bottom. That'll be pretty funny. He's gonna literally hit the ground running. This guy.
Roshan's such a temperamental person, you know. He's got cycles in him.
It's like horses, you know. They're born and they just are immediately walking.
Yeah, that's it. No need to learn.
Well.
And he just wants to go walking down. I'm sure SMG would like to walk down a Rax as well, but again, playing it patiently.
Too dangerous.
It is very.
You need this Aegis or a couple more, maybe like one more item and then Ags on mid one, I suppose. But it is starting to get really difficult here. This sniper's physical damage, I would really like to see him get the concussive grenade.
Yeah.
I think that item, I mean, the mobility, it's a defensive item. It's fairly cheap. It just seems really strong in games like these, personally.
Yeah, it is. Like, it gives you enough to save yourself. It makes it a lot tougher for the side of SMG to get Masaros to do what he needs to do, right? With a jump in, with the rolling thunder.
Thinking about going top. And actually, from behind, planting a deep ward is Teehee. Not a bad go here. Unfortunately, SMG are not really highly incentivized to fight around here. Good Lotus Orb is going to prevent Rapido from really jumping in on that latent toxicity as well with a nice stun after the Lotus Orb cast. They are immediately on to John Well. Bear ratting down bottom, but the kill is happening here as the lasso does catch Masaros mid-leap. They've stolen Shield Crash as well. Rapido, though, is still going to be killed off. I believe I heard, a rupture indeed as Chidori joins the fight. Finds two just like that. Teehee and Bombi both go down. Mid one is going to be able to secure the bottom melee barracks, but it's going to be JG, who for now is going to be able to make it out alive. Struggle there for XERXIA. I could see them why they wanted to take that fight. For SMG, didn't really make sense for them to want to fight there, but simply are just better in the fight, honestly.
Yeah, they find the angle in. It's a little bit scattered from the side of XERXIA. That quick Lotus onto Masaros,
oh, yeah, that's big.
That probably ruined it. You know, they got the Lotus off, they managed to get the latent toxicity and the Noxious played before the Lotus of Rapido came up, and that just cuts off your initiation. You still get the lasso, but you're not in the position to drag him back. Your team is not ready to kind of follow through when you're that far forward as well. And it just allows this space for mid one. Granted, the sniper still deals a lot of damage onto the bear, but you take a Rax, now you can take that Roshan safely on the side of SMG. That is Aegis and Cheese ready to go. SMG's going to have a lot to play for. At this point, they can look for a different lane. Just leave the range Rax, go for another lane that you can just secure for yourself. Perhaps the mid, as top still has that tier 2.
Age is still on Chidori, and it seems like they're going to be going top as they will take the gate to the opposite side of the map. John, do you think I'm in this camp where I believe this mid one, not necessarily mid one, but this lone druid hero, he's on a 2 Aegis timer. I'd say like you don't bust high ground real good with this Aegis. I think your game is real hard from here, but that's a phenomenal start as Rapido taken out of the equation immediately. I don't know, what do you feel about that, this hero after the second Aegis?
Has been denied.
I don't think it's too bad. I think in certain matchups it can be atrocious, the sniper being one of them, but I feel like you have enough covered from SMG that it's not as bad. Yeah, you can see just how fast that melts.
Moly.
Did they Blood Rage the bear? Yes, they did.
Yes, they did.
It is a machine gun.
Yeah, that... I mean, they're going to be able to go through high ground here pretty quickly. There is no Fortify, by the way. XERXIA, they were not getting any more free Fortifies. Top lane, free kill. Masaros finds Teehee. I think Teehee was trying to just go for some wards up here, something like that, or maybe find a little bit of extra farm as he tries to get his full Solar Crest online. Not going to be able to find it here for free anyway. Oh, has Rubik stolen true form? He has.
That's pretty funny.
Very tanky lad.
That is a very tanky lad. I wish he'd turn green if you have the Arcana, you know, like a green bear. That's one thing as well with like the mines. If Afu did not have the cosmetic, you'd be very confused why you were dying.
What do they say? If it's brown, lie down. If it's black, fight back. If it's green...
Gangrene?
Yeah.
You just get
oh no. The gangrene bear.
Yeah, the gangrene bear.
Oh, yikes.
That's exactly what it is.
That'd be rough.
I swear to it, like if Afu never had this mine cosmetic in that fight up top, you would just be very confused. It's
yeah.
Like, which mine is mine? Which mine is not mine? Mine?
Mine or your mine?
Mine? Like, That's what happened.
That's extremely effective communication.
Yeah, that is. That's exactly how he plays CS. That's how he went 7 points.
Okay, kind of close there, but careful. The Locust not in time, so in trouble is Rupido, but they're going to be able to keep Apu alive for now. Mine's going off just about everywhere as JG chases for the kill, but Chidori, he's into the base as well, and he's nuked through. The sniper dead already.
Oh no.
On the first that's maybe just the game. There is no buyback. Jaja is easily one right click before Chidori eats him alive. They buy back on Rapido, but he doesn't have lasso, and he's not going to have a mid lane of barracks here. By the time I can finish the sentence, Jonathan, JG's getting into it, but that's it. Blow the horn. Megas have been secured. SMG, they got what they came for. They may lose Chidori here on the Aegis, as he is going to be telekinesis back into the base, killed off by the right clicks of a Rubik, but JG, it cost him his entire life. Now the likes of SMG running right back on in to close out this game, as that's Rupido who just bought back. Bombi gets a swashbuckle off, but I mean, 2 versus 5 basically here, as the bear definitely counts as 2 heroes. And mid one, he's out of this game. SMG, they've always looked at their best, John, when they played tempo on mid one specifically. Now this lone druid is going to be able to lead SMG into a victory here in game number 1 versus XERXIA.
And it played sharp. They're still trying to defend, but
there's no way, Jonathan. Come on, Jonathan. GG is called. Throne will fall. SMG take game 1.
Yeah, they look sharp, right? They play around his tempo really well. XERXIA, there were a couple of things that probably could have done better, right? Like, you force out this lane of Ember Spirit versus Lone Druid, and it just doesn't feel good for J&G. You get these rotations out early, sure, you're enabling Rupido, you're slowing down Chidori, but he's still able to farm. He's able to recover. They don't make use of this weakness of the Lone Druid in the laning phase. Like, first 3 levels, maybe first 5 levels are awful for the hero when you gank him up, and they just never did, and that led to mid one getting that tempo, the Deso timing, just runs down to his objectives, and for the lineup of XERXIA, there's just no team fight. Like, outside of Lasso, that's it.
There really wasn't. No, not a lot of team fight, and in the single target, I just don't think there's any way of ever beating a Pango, sorry, not a Pango, a Bloodseeker and a Lone Druid. You know, they're just going to be able to get on top of you, and the Sniper, you know, proved to be not a challenge at all.
No, not at all.
Well, SMG are going to be able to kind of dismantle here XERXIA in game number 1 off the back of a mid 1 Lone Druid. We're going to throw it back to the panel, see what their thoughts were on game number 1 in the series.
I think the pieces were there for XERXIA, especially with that last pick Sniper, but this may be the shortcoming of a team that's not very experienced, because I think a veteran team would have done the lane swap like we suspected, because you heard from the cast, the biggest weakness of Lone Druid is like the first few levels. But if you gave him the most favorable matchup imaginable against an Ember Spirit, even if you do rotate on him, I think he'll still be fine, because Ember Spirit is just going to be so screwed all game long. They pick the Sniper, but they just don't send it mid, and I think that may have been part of the downfall.
I mean, the tower went down first catapult. That's how bad it was.
Yeah, that was brutal.
7 minutes, I think, the tower went down.
And yet, even with that, you said it was going to be a quick game. Southeast Asia's median match duration for this tour is 43 minutes long. And this game, which was probably as close to a stomp as we've gotten, was still 35 minutes long.
I blame the Pangos item.
Really?
Yeah.
I do believe the Pango could have went from like Greece earlier. Okay. Then they could have pushed their tempo faster.
At least get the Blats. I don't know.
I think Greece will be fine.
You think the Diffusal was too greedy? It wasn't his job to kill people. It was his job to...
I think his job is just to roll and provide aura for the bear.
Mm-hmm.
But he played fine this game.
So from my perspective then, the trade-off I would say is who kills Sniper? Because Bloodseeker kind of struggles to get in on Sniper. Lone Druid obviously is struggling, and your supports aren't...
You don't have to kill the Sniper if you hit your timings very early with the Lone Druid and you have all the aura items. You just group up with the bear. At that point, the Sniper, he doesn't have enough damage to just straight up kill your bear when your bear is killing the tower.
Mm-hmm. I see.
And also for dealing with Sniper, I think Chidori went for the Blink Dagger.
He did, yes.
Yeah, to get close against the Sniper.
But that seemed like a backup plan. I was like, we did not hit our timings. I guess I'll get a Blink Dagger.
I mean, do you feel like his lane went too poorly for the Bloodseeker against the Bat Rider lane? Like he was crushed pretty hard in that lane?
I think this lane can be more favorable for the Bloodseeker, but I think maybe they did something wrong. Maybe the Gale they didn't save the Gale for the Firefly when they want to go on it. That's why Rupido had a good early start but the mid was too dominant for JG to recover.
I mean, what do you expect, right? You put an Ember against a Lone Druid, that's nothing. There's nothing the Ember can do in this matchup. Like, no matter how many runes you pick up, you're just not going to be able to defend your tower.
And then Lone Druid rotated up top, so he took his mid tower on the first catapult, and I'm pretty sure he took the top one at like 7 minutes.
Was it like 15 minutes that they got
tier one,
6 towers or 5 towers?
Yes, all tier 1s and 2 tier 2s. Which shows that mid one, like you said, Zeal, he's been practicing this Lone Druid. Seems like his practice paid off.
Practice paid off. MVP.
9-0 and 11 score MVP for game number 1. A solid last pick.
Yeah, no bounty hunter first pick against this team.
Yeah, it is comfort for XERXIA, but it's...
You have to realize sometimes comfort doesn't win you games. That's the hard truth, man.
It kind of showed, right? XERXIA is more like reliant on JG having a good game. So, like in their previous series, when JG has a good start, like the spots will come in at 4 and 6. But this game is Ember against Lone Druid. He can't really do anything even if the support rotates. So, well done for SMG. They picked the Lone Druid to shut down the Ember.
I think, they will look back at this game and either think we should have lane swapped the sniper and Ember, or we should have
not picked bounty
hunter. I think that may be the lesson that they take away from this, and we'll see if they apply that lesson in game number 2 after the break. The Bali Major is upon us, and as we are now entering week number 3, we're going to start locking in some of those slots, which 2 Bali Major attendees have already been confirmed out of China. As of yesterday, I believe, on Sunday, LGD and Aster are now locked to be showing up to the Bali Major, but those are the only teams so far. Everywhere else, no locks yet in any of the other regions. I think in our region, 5 wins is going to be the magic number, which Bleed could have achieved, but they did not.
They bled today.
They bled today to Blacklist. And I've been told that the story for why we missed out on the interview is they were just so hyped up on that win that whenever we were like, hey, can we go to the interview, they were celebrating too much and were not able to read the Discord message in time. Unfortunate for them, but it was a well-deserved victory and a well-earned celebration because that just makes our major contention that much spicier to figure out who's going to make it. Meanwhile, these 2 teams, I don't have particularly high hopes that either of them will be able to make it. For them, I think it's more fighting to not get relegated, which this series may have strong implications on that because both these teams only have 1 win right now.
Snappic, Rubik, and BLCK. BLCK is pretty good against Doom. Rupture goes through BKB, stops Doom from chasing. Pretty good opening, I guess.
I mean, I think more teams in SCA should adopt this BLCK. I mean, this hero is really, really something else right now. I mean, you told me about like why BLCK is so strong because you can actually remove the Lincolns. Before you couldn't remove the Lincolns on a lot of the BKB heroes.
Yeah, and you can have your support like cast a spell and like even through BKB Lincolns, and you can pop the Rupture.
That's a good reasoning, especially against Pango, who just has the inherent BKB, so to speak.
Yeah, he's a harder counter to Pango right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh no, Pugna.
Why is that an oh no? I like Pugna right now.
I mean, not a fun hero to play against.
Yeah, I think he's strong right now.
Yeah, he's very, very strong. You need to have a ways of either killing him or you need to have like some Dispel from Enchantress or some Oracle to remove the Decrep.
I think after Techies, he's my second favorite 4 position right now.
Disgusting.
I've seen it just, like you said, those are the counters, but I just don't see them be popular enough that people are like, oh, I have to justify countering Pugna.
In SCA, people don't really play much Oracles.
Yes, exactly.
So your Pugna can work here.
Yeah. The question is, do they want to use it as like a mana battery for any particular hero, or is it just all-around good, it does everything 4 position?
No stuns, not everything.
Okay.
Well, Medusa is still in the pool.
Yeah,
like, if you wanna.
That's what I was leading towards. But like Medusa has fallen off the face of the earth, at least in Southeast Asia. I'm still seeing it occasionally in other regions, but here, after last week, when Elder Titan beat it twice, everyone was like, I'm never playing Medusa again.
It's a hard counter, man. What can I say?
I don't think they are going for Medusa. Looking based off their bans, they are banning no heroes to cover the Medusa pick.
Mostly like Earthspirit. Okay, Earthspirit is a partner counter. But why do you feel like they banned the Bano? Just a strong hero in general, or there's something that they want to go for?
Maybe it's just something that SMG plays a lot, and it's again is Veno plus BLCK.
The combo you mentioned.
Yeah, and Poison Sting actually reduces healing, so it's also good against Pugna.
Oh, the Blood Mist, yeah.
So we'll see what SMG goes for the position 5. Because I remember another hero general plays is Crystal Maiden.
Don't you feel like he needs to be like some Spirit Breaker hero to go onto the Pugna? Like some melee hero?
I haven't seen them play Spirit
or even
Breaker
like
before.
Clockwork Pause 5 against the Pugna. Those are the heroes that I like to play against Pugna. I mean, I get it, you know, like CM's like the flavor, you know. With BLCK, you are very strong early. A lot of harass in the lanes. Extra mana means extra spam. Just generally really, really good synergy in the game. I mean, the one thing I don't like with CM this game is I don't like playing against the Nether Ward.
Yeah, the another one could be very annoying against Crystal Maiden because you can't really cast the spells.
Yeah, you use your Q and W, that's it. No freezing field.
Use the Void.
Okay, so they ban out the AM, so does that mean it's a Medusa?
Yeah, it does kind of seem like that.
I don't think they have enough like cover bands to pick a Medusa right here. And it's gonna get counted on 18 and 24 also on the draft.
But how about their final pick? Do you think that's still okay for them to pick it there? Just delay it till the last one?
Yeah, if they are able to delay into the last one.
At that point, it'll be very obvious, though, because they'll have to do probably another 2 bans to protect the Medusa, and then SMG can just last ban Medusa.
How about then not using the bans, That's something like I like to advocate to my teams, We just have a discussion about, okay, what do you want to pick? But you don't want to make it too obvious because there's only one hero. So you try to use the ban to mislead the enemy team.
I think you can do that if you're 24th pick. If you're 23rd pick, then that's still a big gamble.
It depends on what heroes are available, and like if you feel like the Medusa counters in the pool, you don't really care. Like let's say the PL.
Yeah, or if it's in the wrong role, like they have to do some role swapping to make it work. Yeah,
it might be okay for you to do it even on the 23rd pick.
Maybe.
I like this Pango pick because it's the Medusa.
And they just pick it now.
So what I like about the Pango, it disrupts the backline, so partner can't really life drain that well. Oh, and that's Medusa picked with Snap.
Snapfire.
The hero Bombi plays a lot. Another Bombi favorite hero.
Yeah, it's very similar to the Phoenix. Right? You have a lot of team fight presence. But again, like Snapfire and Pugna support duo, I feel like you need the cores to have a lot of initiating tools to set up for these 2 supports. You don't really get to do much together. That's what I don't like about these 2 heroes together as a support duo, and they go for the Shadow Demon, which is very nice against the Medusa. You get to create illusions and you get to purge and remove away the D-Crab.
Mm-hmm.
What I like about Pugna is, let's say you're against Darkseer, you can't really pick Darkseer against Pugna because you can just suck the illusion off, right?
Yeah.
But SD, you have 2 illusions to suck, you can't really do it.
So would you say that's his job in the team fights? His main job is to remove the disruption illusions more than healing the Medusa? Like he needs to really pay attention to that first in the fights?
Maybe he should. He would like to survive as long as possible, but I don't think it's that easy to survive against Pango. And him staying behind healing Dusa will make him an easy target against their lineup.
So if he just waits for just the disruption, it will actually make his life a lot easier to play in the team fights?
I think so.
He's gonna need like what? Glimmer, 4 staff? I mean, Aether Lens if you can, if you have money. He's gonna need a lot of items to survive in the team fights. And there's also a silence from the Berserker that can be very annoying for you. The last phase bans, SMG is gonna remove Void Spirit because right now, XERXIA, they're gonna have to pick the last hero, which will be your Soul Initiator.
And JG is not last pick again, like versus possibly Pango offlane.
Most likely.
I mean, there's no Lone Druid if he goes back for the Ember.
I think XERXIA might consider playing Tiny or
Tiny
Ember.
in 7.33. That hero's dead, CL.
I seen JG play it a lot, so that's why I'm thinking about Tiny. But if it's someone else, maybe it's some other hero.
Was it recent?
I believe he played one recently. I'm not sure.
Then how about a Puck instead of a Tiny? Like to never mind.
Oh, it's pretty good too. Not only Lift to watch out for.
So they need an initiating hero. There's nothing left, right? So
it's Ember.
It's only Ember.
It's only Ember.
But aren't you worried mid one's gonna bust out some cheese?
I feel like SMG very tactically left Ember in the pool to be like, yeah, go ahead, JG.
Like what? Some Huskar mid? Like what's the worst possible lane for the Ember here?
Mid one does play a lot of heroes.
I think Huskar would be the best one.
Yeah, but look at the lineup. If you have a Huskar there. Everything looks really weird with the lineup. Like, can they keep the Huskar alive? There's only disruption, but you pick the SD to disrupt the Medusa. Like, I feel like Huskar, you want to pick Huskar with a lineup that can save you in the team fights.
They can also put Pango mid and finalize the draft with Darkseer.
Your favorite hero?
Yeah, it's sort of good against Pugna as well and Doom. I mean, Doom works both ways. But
you kind of force the Doom to doom you in a way. Like in that matchup, the Doom has to doom you.
Batrider's also still in the pool. Which could be good in offlane or mid. I feel like it would be good against the...
Oh no, Nana is back. Nana is back. Oh,
the DNA.
Black Ember.
This is a vintage Tour 1 matchup, except Moon was always playing it. This time Mid
Oh
one's
my
gonna
god,
run it.
the lineup is like all about the lanes, you know. If they don't do well in the lanes, I'm not sure how their lineup's gonna be able to
I think Slark's
function.
good against Duso, though. I like that matchup.
Yeah, but the overall composition, I feel like in the team fights, you only have a role, and you're gonna play up against a Doom and a Snapfire ulti, Medusa, Stone Gaze. It's not easy, you know. They have literally no team fight except for the role.
But Snap can't really drop his kisses on the course, right? They're too mobile. And I favor SMG drafts more because I think they have all the right answer against this Dusa lineup.
I remember them losing a lot with this kind of lineup, so no, we're gonna see a game 3, man. This is garbage draft. All lane,
you're just
all lane, no substance.
Yeah, but like, how much team fight is there really gonna be in this game?
I mean, there's a Doom, there's a Pugna, there's so much team fight. You have to deal with all of those things. There's a Stone Gaze.
Zeal.
Let the game do it.
Let the game do the talking. Let the gameplay speak for itself. But the people who will be speaking on top of it will be Jonix Fire and Seek and Strike.
Thank you very much. We're also the ones that are going to start the game because we do have a little bit of pause yet again at the start of this one. Jonathan gives us a little bit more time to look at these two drafts and kind of come up with our thoughts. I'm a little bit more of a fence rider on this one personally, but I'm a little bit more convinced on Zeal's side here. I do think the Shadow Demon is a pretty decent counter to the Medusa, especially because, of course, he no longer has a Soul Catcher, which is a pretty fun ability. It's now Disseminate.
Yep.
Which essentially on damage sponges like Medusa is just an AoE damage increase. It's really good against this kind of a hero. Once her illusions become unkillable, you get that effect as well on the disruption illusions. He's not my favorite. We were talking before. I prefer the ET, but you know, to switch it up a little bit to keep the palette clean. I like a Shadow Demon every now and then.
That's fair. I'm not sure how Disseminate would work with Mana Shield because of the way it blocks damage.
Really? I believe it still...
It just works normally?
I believe it still works. It's got some really weird interactions because when I tested it with TA Refraction, it also had some really funky interactions there as well.
So that's the one thing. If it works properly, then I can see it working pretty well.
It's a big if.
It's a very big if. You're not going to get value as well from the Medusa illusions once you have this Pugna Shard. I think that's a concern down the line because these illusions will just burst down. So you're not able to utilize the Medusa against herself. Once the Shard comes out and with Tormentors, as long as XERXIA has control over their own side, it will eventually come out there. So I'm not sure. I'm keen to see just how much Disseminate will do, but...
So am I.
I just don't know. Sometimes these barriers causes these spells to act a little bit
It's so weird, right? Because she doesn't take damage, technically.
Yeah,
she doesn't
technically
take
she
HP
doesn't.
damage.
Yeah.
But it has to run a calculation, not a calculus.
Yeah, we'll find out. You'll find out for us.
I shall find out.
You know, it's not too much happening in here anyway. Give us the test, Richie.
Oh, yes.
Let's find out. Again, not too much excitement here on XERXIA. Standing on the high ground with Rupido and the Young God. Michael Phoenix, I'm sure, misses saying this name. It's his favorite name to say.
Oh, yeah?
Rolling R's. Rupido. He loves that. Let's see. No big excitement over the runes so far. Maybe a little bit more coming out for either side. XERXIA taking one. SMG taking one. Does it work as intended?
It does work.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Are you sure? Okay, try again.
It did just work. Oh, it's because I forgot to do that.
Okay, yeah, okay. It works as intended.
It works as intended.
This is going to be interesting. It's an interesting solution.
It is an interesting solution, and I don't think it's necessarily the greatest solution, but it is kind of the second best thing this team has against this kind of a hero, considering Bloodseeker generally doesn't do a lot against her, because one, she doesn't give you that much HP if you even kill her, and two, she doesn't move a lot in these fights.
They lane swap, just to avoid the Ember Slark lane. This is interesting. They lane swap now, but not in the last game. Maybe looking to correct from some issues last time around. Mid one should have a decent enough time. Although I suppose the Dusa can just harass out with a Mystic Snake. Doesn't feel good for mid one. At the same time, you're a tanky hero that the Slark can gap close on and just build free essence ship stacks in lane.
It's true. He was really expecting, I think, to go into this Ember Spirit. So this first point's an essence ship, not doing a whole lot for him yet. Let's see if that eventually does begin to change. And yeah, as we do hit another pause, I'm not super convinced that Disseminate is like the be-all end-all to this hero. I think you're probably still best off, you know, maxing your first and third, and then finally getting your second skill when you can. Maybe an early point is not bad just for that shared damage. But I mean, it's 20%, and it is dealt back to the target of the cast if it's an enemy. So it's on face value, literally just a 20% damage amp, which is like pretty significant, you know? It helps you cut through a hero that much faster. I think a single skill point's like not bad. I'm just not convinced how much, you know, multiple damage. Jaja, oh, I thought he was stuck there actually, in between the creeps to take a bit of damage.
Yeah, this top lane again with the Flex coming out with a lane switch. JG playing that Ember safe, along with Teehee on the Pugna. Maybe not the most synergistic lane in the world. You can gas down the line if you have Root, you can try, or chase down with Decrep and your Flame Guard. But I don't see you zoning out the side of SMG too badly. Masura should just be able to farm. Retake can lock down bot as well. Chidori on the Bloodseeker this time. And Jonuel on that Rubik up against Rupido on the Doom. And Bombi on that Snapbar. This lane does feel a little bit better for XERXIA. There's a lot of aggression, a lot of magic damage can come through. There is a save from Zhao if he does get the lift back, but for the most part, I don't see the side of SMG getting aggressive here. This should be a free farm lane for Rupido to hit that timing on the Vanguard, and we'll see beyond that. Maybe he goes for the Octarine Rush. Maybe he goes for more utility with a Blink BKB. It's pretty open in Doom right now.
I'd like to see Bombi as well go for more points into this Scatter Blast. Just try and really get through that Chidori HP pool rather quickly. Nuke him down, use that Vanguard, maybe even the Octarine like you're talking about, and really start to deal some damage. For now, the Ring of Health is already on his way for Rupido, so he's able to tank through this pretty much no problem. Rubik is going to maybe start to struggle a bit more to find a purpose in lane, but a couple of denies here, a couple of wave pulls is going to make Chidori's life that much easier.
Yeah, just try to provide some relief for the Bloodseeker. It's a bit of a rough start for him. Down bot, 7-1. Much smoother time for Monsters coming out, although not too many denies coming out for Rupido here, so you're still soaking up a decent amount. And I guess, well,
good telekinesis, didn't catch him in time to prevent the stun. Mid lane, Young God, he's fine. Not a problem here. We'll stick down bottom instead, where it is Zhao getting chased back underneath his tier 1 tower. Chidori, though, he's going to be able to you know, sustain himself just off the Thirst HP regen pretty decently. Mid one's been doing a pretty good job here, I have to say, landing these pounces, which is where he's getting these agility stolen, basically, every time he hits the pounce. Not bad, you know, it allows him to actually get a couple of right clicks in, does make things a little bit scarier for Young God, who's not a bottle builder, right? So doesn't really benefit, neither is, I guess, a mid Slark is from mid one. So he's going to be able to benefit from that a bit easier, has a bit more flexibility.
Yeah. Just to block.
Yeah, he doesn't want it to bounce over to the wave, and he gets the deny. That's pretty smart. Good laning from a guy who, you know, has been away from the mid lane for a bit of time, identifying how important those flag bearer creeps are.
Yeah, just controlling the lane. It's pretty passive up against the Medusa, so you're not really looking for big kill ops. Again, this lane swap is paying off elsewhere. You are having a much better time for JG here. Masaros is still not zoned out fully, and that's really just down to the support duo not doing much.
Right.
Especially since you don't have Decrep. So the one major play was maybe Decrep, Flame Guard, chase down. They do get the damage off into Masa though. Still not enough.
Not enough. Repeater, by the way, down bottom, he's actually taking this heal creep. So he's just he's holding on to this. What's the other, what is it, the hill troll do? Oh, hold on. He tanked a couple of tower shots here for that. 2 stacks, I believe, of the Shadow Poison is not going to be enough to get through him, and instead, it will be Afu taking a death.
Just playing on ultra low HP here up top on the side of SMG. A nice pickup for XERXIA. Not the biggest kill in the world, but you get that bonus first blood gold for JG. So you get the ball rolling on December. I do want to see JG still play, you know, a pretty fast game on Ember. Even though you're safe lane, you just itemize like you're on mid, get aggressive early on. He even has the bottle coming out just for more regen, just to use that level 6 as well. So we'll always have that reset play. Always good to see that.
Yep, very keen to just bully away here on the Medusa whenever he can. That'll reveal his ward, given how quickly Bombay TP'd on in. Cookie for the mid lane's not going to connect, and there's no snake to chase after that kill either. Would have been a really good time in here if he could kill mid one just before level 6. Big move there is Mid1's cutting down his own trees just to make sure Bombi can't stay too close. Uh-oh.
Zhao
in trouble as they do try and contest for these minute 6 runes. Both supports from SMG already in position to contest. This is kind of punishing for Afu though. He's taking a single death, John, still level 2 on the Shadow Demon. But for now, of course, contesting runes and securing runes is going to be far more important. Especially for, once again, you know, Slark, I've seen him excel a bit more in the mid lane as kind of a tempo-based carry, basically.
Yeah, and I think that tempo will still work its way here for SMG with this kind of start. And you're not
the river. John Noel is going to be in a bit of trouble here. Stonegaze committed. Out of mana is going to be Young God. Has good timing there on the Shadow Dance. Mid1 looking to give chase. Has another pounce. Will connect on this. Oh my god. Yep, that's what 100 damage will do to you. As you can see, Bombi looks like he will also fall. Does get off the stick charges, but it's not nearly enough here. Mid1 rewarded with a double kill and as much permanent agi stolen as well. Nice bottle refill as well, courtesy of Zhao. That's what you want to see on the mid lane, Slark, really?
Yeah, they kind of gave him that kill. They go for that chase on Zhao. And you pop Stonegaze, you're just out of mana.
Yeah.
You can't do much in the do so when the mana's gone. 430 HP. Laughable. It's the nature of Medusa, right?
SMG, though, they're going to get bitten here to their Wisdom runes by the looks of things. Teehee's been playing phenomenally so far. There is, however, rotations. Mid1 is here in position and is going to be able to not actually get the rune. Afu steals the one down bottom as Mid1 diving a tier 2 tower here, Jonathan. Really considering going for this kill.
I like that. I like that cheeky play. Still not safe here.
Nope, they are going to be able to punish eventually. Afu with a well-timed teleport, so I spoke a bit too soon. Both sides end up getting their own Wisdom Rune at the end of the day with a very aggressive rotation out from Mid1, but he's going to TP back to the mid lane, and he doesn't really miss out on much.
Yeah, you've already got Young God going into that jungle to clear out a couple of stacks. Ancients are nicely stacked up down the line, probably not the safest yet for Medusa to clear out. And that is something XERXIA has been focusing on, as you can see from her stats coming out from the screen. 7 camps stacked up.
Moly.
And they've got to play with that. It's Medusa. They need to maximize the map efficiency because SMG's timings are aimed at the mid game. You know, you talked about tempo from Slark. It does feel like we're reaching that point. I'm expecting it by minute 15, 12 to 15. That's when you should see that activity really kick into gear. And that's where maybe XERXIA's not quite ready because you've got the Doom who's going to be sitting back and farming. Rupido is going for a Midas as well. Queuing that up first.
As Zeal said, you know, they got to let the game talk here. We'll see what ends up happening because, you know, I tend to agree with them. I think these cores are just a bit too mobile. Without something like a global silence, you know, to really prevent them from using a lot of their mobility. It's going to be difficult here as Young God forced to pop the ultimate again. 320 maximum HP on this guy, by the way, as Mid1 is simply going to pop the regeneration rune and get back into battle. Focusing onto this kill here, onto Jaja. It'll only be a little bit longer here. John Noel, in the meantime, is going to be slow to a bit of a crawl as Afu, caught by the Searing Chains, is going to go down. Mid1 still holding on as well to the Dark Pact and a pounce here. He's going to actually prevent himself from getting stunned, courtesy of Zhao's really sharp telekinesis. That's another kill there. Pounce already utilized means that nothing to stop JG from activating the Remnant and getting away. A 2-for-1 trade.
What's Young God still doing here?
Yeah, Mid1 wants this kill. He's back on full mana, but he's only going to help Mid1 steal a stack. Oh no.
Yeah, that was the concern, right? Like they swap lanes, but this core matchup of Slark versus Dusa, no matter what position they're in, Slark will always kind of feel good. Even though he doesn't have Diffusal, just these free stacks you can keep building up for yourself. Even early on, it's massively impactful. Making moves up top right now.
Dusa not really a hero that is known for her early damage. Survivability, yes, but less so when you're going to be losing. Well, eventually the armor not going to make too big of a deal, but you just see how much damage Mid1's already doing here. My goodness. Ward taken down pretty much instantly from Bombi. Heads up play here as Mid1 is looking to get a bit more aggressive. Snake, Cookie both connecting. Mid1 activating the Shadow Dance as Afu tossing in a couple of Shadow Poisons from the wings as well. The Masaros joins for the kill. Actually prevents Mid1 from getting the permanent agi stack. I don't think he'll mind too much, but JG now joining the fight here. There's a Doom as well ready to be used. Rupido quite tanky. I think it's going to cast doubts on SMG's ability to take this fight. They're going to be able to get out just fine. forcing a TP, kind of a big win here because it's going to open up more space for Chidori to continue just farming very comfortably here. He's almost got a Maelstrom already.
And they've just left the Bloodseeker alone. They're forced to respond around the map here on XERXIA. Not that it leads to a massive net worth lead just yet for SMG. Both sides have been doing a good job of just having equal distribution among their cores. Although Young God is suffering pretty hard, but it's not too bad. You're like 100 gold off, with 300 gold off the top. So it's not a massive gap. I think for SMG, they're taking these movements without initial items.
That's a good kill. Easily killed off here. They're going to give the kill to JG, even the solo XP. Not bad. I just was paying a little bit of attention here to the flavor text of some of these heroes.
Yeah.
I was looking at, because Zhao unfortunately at first stole a split shot, which didn't really do anything at all, of course, and immediately stole a different spell as he's trying to defend down bottom. But if you read Split Shot's lore, it just says Medusa magically splits an arrow into 4, right?
Yeah.
That's just what it magically... And then compared to the flavor text of these other heroes, and it's just like night and day, magically splits an arrow into 4. Mid one can magic the pounce, and yeah, it doesn't need magic really. Easily picks up on it with the pounce. What's Pounce say? He leaps forward, leashing the first hero he connects and applying S-shift stacks. I mean, I guess that's not really too flavorful. The first one I compared it to was Bloodrite, which is very poetic. He baptizes an area in sacred blood. You know
That's not even... I'll be frank with you, Richie. This isn't even our flavor text. Isn't the flavor below the...
That is technically true. This is just the description.
It's just description, yeah. Some of them are flowery. Some of them are just, it's just magic.
It's just magic.
You don't need to think about it.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
He does a magic and he hits the heroes, okay? It's Medusa.
Yes, I mean, you read Rubik, again, Spell Steal. He studies very damn fast in the middle here. Studies the Trace magical essence.
Wow, you're right.
He studies so quickly. What a nerd. As they might find a fast kill up top as well.
They ought to, immediately dispelling that Decrepify. No chance for Teehee to really do anything. He's going to be killed off by the supports here. As that's John Well flying around here with the green remnants. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not really. I guess you're right. This is usually a bit more straightforward.
What are we getting on something? Some of them are just pretty plain, you know, nothing too strange.
Yeah, but then you got like Lucky Shot. Pangolier rolls the dice and lets fate decide. That's still one of my favorite Reddit posts, you know. He rolls the dice, the disarm dice, the disarm dice.
What if he actually did show an animation of dice rolling before he Lucky Shot them?
That'd be pretty cool. I mean, before, when it was like a 50-50, if it's silenced or dispelled.
Yeah.
Do you remember that, Pango?
I remember that one.
Yeah, that made a little bit more sense. I mean, I guess that's why they just say, it's magic. He magically does that.
It's just magic,
so
man.
So that people like me who read into the lore, you know, we can't be properly bothered.
Nah, it's magic. That makes sense. And this game is making a lot of sense right now as well. Great start for SMG. Diffusal up and running for mid
time in here, right?
Yeah, this is what we're looking at. 12 to 15. This is when they're really active. XERXIA are smoked up here.
So to say, right? You see JG. He saw actually he's going to leave a remnant bottom and look top, maybe to just delay this push a bit more, buying precious time for the carry Medusa to try and get recovery. Who is being chased down in the jungle now, in a little bit of trouble. Good TPs coming on in, but mid one eager for a kill, even if it's not going to be onto the Medusa. Oh, is not going to be able to get one onto Bomb. He popped that wand. He's A-okay. Bottom tower goes down in the meantime. Rupido not TPing over, even though if he has the Doom, eager to continue farming and scaling with the Hand of Midas into the Octarine core here for Rupido.
Yeah, that's a nice pickup. The Midas again. I honestly still prefer the Octarine first if I can get White Midas. So it's kind of paying off for Rupido. They're not being too active in XERXIA anyway.
Yeah, they might be forced into some action here, though. You can see Rupido rotating in through the river. That's going to be 5 heroes mid here. They have Doom. They do not have Stone Gaze. But they do need Young God in the fight here. DD Root makes it easy, trivial, really, for mid one to be able to pick up the tower. As they use the Demonic Purge onto JG. That's going to prevent them from throwing out Remnants. Your Remnant speed is dependent on your current move speed. And with Demonic Purge, you're not really throwing those boys too far or fast. SMG will smoke immediately here. I think they're going to be aiming to make use of the last couple of seconds of this double damage rune. Mid one, we'll see how aggressive he wants to be. Young God has no Stone Gaze here for 15 more seconds, but it seems like he's not going to be the target. As Rupido instead, farming confidently with the cover of the ward. He's going to be rudely interrupted now as the smoke will break. The disruption catches him just barely. Mid one already in position, and the damage, it's immense, John. He is not going to stand a chance here. Telekinesis on back. He is very fast, but He can't outrun this. Mid one will be able to claim his third stack of permanent agi off of him.
It's a nice little one to pick off. I mean, the Doom's worth a lot of gold. Rupido is #1 in that worth. A good punishment coming out from SMG. And again, they're just working their way up to this point where they're just going to be hard to manage. At the same time, Young God is getting some relief now. He is just allowed to farm up. He's clearing out the stacks. He's got his Yasha up, Falcon Blade up and running, Manta style next. So the Dusa is eventually going to be an issue, at the least. And you can kind of rely on that. You know, I wanted to raise this point with you, Richie. Have you read the neutral creeps flavor text?
I didn't know they had flavor text.
Yeah, so the speed aura that you have right now in Rupido, the Kobold Foreman's cruel efficiency.
Oh yes, I did know this one is cruel efficiency. Yes, very true.
This is cruel as well.
That is cruel. Using an ulti there to kill a support, I mean, that's when you question Mark. It's cruel efficiency. Honestly, it's cruel efficiency. I mean, it makes sense. He does carry a whip, right?
It is true.
That's a good point.
I believe the War Stomp from the Center Chief is a bit weird.
Center Conqueror.
Young God?
Center Conqueror.
No, they're not going to commit.
No.
Truly, no?
Big pull. Like, maybe want to go for a bit more. Mid one doing a really good job here. Really conserving the usage of Shadow Dance as he'll tuck himself into the tree.
Look at those two solutions. 0 care in the world. When they have mana. Yeah, they don't have mana right there.
So, like, oh, hold on. All right, Saros rolling around. He's got a Fusel, so the inhibit pretty good at stopping Teehee from running too far, but doesn't really have a whole lot of things to bounce around, so he'll just make it out alive, no problem. Mid one, he's going to see the ward, gets the D ward as well. Does give him a bit more confidence. This time XERXIA quite eager to try and defend the tower, but SMG eager to play around it as they do have a ward behind. Oh, good save, prevents a follow-up stun as Zhao's now joining the fight. Careful though, mid one in a lot of trouble, maybe used to pop the Shadow Dance, and he's simply going to TP away. No AoE stuns available here. He's going to get out scot-free after forcing plenty of rotations. He's like faring pretty good this mid one guy. He's pretty good at mid. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? I didn't expect that in his name, but he lives up to it. I don't remember ever seeing him in mid. Surely not several years ago on a Western team.
No, certainly not. Oh, a little disarm there onto Young God as Masaros rolls the dice, finds the disarm, looking for another kill, only finds himself doomed, however, as Doom is stolen and thrown back, actually. It's onto Young God. He's taking plenty of damage, but it mostly just keeps him out of the fight. Chidori thinking about going for a bit more, but while Masaros is still doomed up, they're not going to be able to find an opening that easily, especially as mid one is without Shadow Dance here for 30 more seconds. XERXIA continuing to stick around as Young God worse for wear here on mana. I am surprised he comes out this far. He's getting his ass beat as well by the Ancient Black Dragon here. Mid one though, may have been a bit more than he could chew. Still has Pitbull if he wants to get away. JG a bit shy on mana though, pops the stick in order to try and get a bit more aggressive. Instead finds himself encircled and killed off by 2. Overextending there, he will fall. But it does allow Young God to live.
Yeah, Young God gets to back off. I think that does make it somewhat worthwhile. You sacrifice your safe lane Ember to get that done, but your win condition should still be the Dusa. It's kind of been a struggle for XERXIA to build up that lead. They've taken a lot of losses. Again, this is the moment where SMG should be active.
Jaja, Teehee is gonna get, maybe not that far away. Yeah, dispelled and killed. It's gonna be 4 stacks now, permanent Agi. Masaros picks up that one. I had a good spell as well here that had some really good lore text. Let's see if I can find it again. I lost it because look, I mean SMG, they're just being relentless here, John. Masaros up to the high ground, no respect for that tier 3 tower as mid one picks up well actually Masaros steals yet another kill.
Yeah. And again, they're still moving under gunfire, right?
They are.
There's gunfire from the Snapfire, so they take it out. Now I guess they're still moving. They're never not moving under gunfire.
Never not moving under gunfire. The double negative. The double negative. And they're still hunting. They know exactly where XERXIA are going to be looking to try and find some recovery farm. They will be picked up by this ward, but swift D-ward action now out from SMG. Pounce, not in time. Mid one is not going to be able to find it. He's going to go through the gate, though. Okay, this is an interesting move. They're going to link up with Chidori. I was taking a look at the Dark Pact. After a short delay, Slark sacrifices some of his lifeblood. You know what I mean? Just so dramatic.
It is dramatic. It's kind of edgy.
I love it.
I love the one in the Centaur. Centaur Conqueror. The Centaur Conqueror's powerful hooves. His powerful hooves.
So there's the Searing Chains unleashing fiery bolas that wrap around poor Masaros. The Doom as well easily puts him down. 2 dead. just like that from SMG. Could be 3 here as mid one is going to be forced to leap away. Searing Chains will catch him. There's going to be a Lotus Orb though, courtesy of Afu, who's trying to slow him down. There's going to be some annoying Duso illusions here now. They're going to be able to at least outmaneuver them. Afu left worse for wear here as the illusions not really cutting it for now. They'll be put down. This Bombi Snapfire has some really good ones as well, honestly. Snapfire feeds a potent cookie to Mortimer, or an ally.
Potent?
A potent cookie.
A very potent cookie.
I like that.
Potent what? Potent in what way? Why does it make people jump? What's the flavor text? The help of secret mixture that pairs BD's baking skills with her passion for black powder.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense.
It's just straight up gunpowder in those cookies. That should be in our hot takes. Gunpowder cookies. None of that's legal, but it'd be an interesting one.
This is really, I guess a lot of the newer heroes have some really fun ones. I do really like this Ember one though. Unleashes fiery bolas as he is going to be at least sneak out of this one.
Fiery bolas that wrap around the nearby enemy.
Yeah, that one's pretty good, actually.
Fiery bolas. That's yeah, there's some good flavor around. Well, not flavor, good descriptive text around.
Yeah, just I guess ability descriptions or ability text. I don't know. I never really focused too much on how different these was. There's Telekinesis Shard. Pretty good one, though, for the Rubik. Let's see. How crucial of a save is this against a team like this? Not like top tier, I would say. You're not against a Disruptor or anything like that.
Yeah, not the best, but you take any save you can find, to be fair.
Definitely.
You've still seen some big plays from well-placed pullbacks on allies, especially, say, through a cliff. Just buying time, maybe waiting for a cooldown, or even just, say, resetting mid one in the middle of a fight. I think that's one potential that's up there. If you're near some weird cliff areas, drag your Slark into a lack of vision.
Yeah, that's a good point. Up and down cliffs. I mean, this is a Dire team that does struggle a little bit with mobility. You do have the Snapfire and the Ember who don't, really care about cliffs, much more the Ember in that camp. But Dusa, I would say that's a really big problem that she has, right? Is she doesn't really build any mobility items. And when she's not Stone Gaze, does not really move that fast.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So they're gonna start Roche up here. It's just Chidori. Mid one secures the tower.
It shouldn't be too long for them to clear out the Roshan. XERXIA not in position to contest. I am wondering though, how long SMG can afford to kind of play this tempo game. Because as we do approach the late game, that's where things start to get a little bit scary. Like you have scaling with Slark and Bloodseeker for sure. But into Dusa, into say Ember and Doom, like down the line, say Ember Ags plus Doom Ags, I think you have some issues trying to lock these heroes down.
That's a really good point.
You have some issues trying to take these team fights.
Doom Ags just seems like such a hard counter to this Slark.
Yeah, it's just, the SMG is still on tempo, and they take that Aegis, they rotate top. They've got to keep playing fast now.
This is going to be a big kill for them. Rapido does not have a Blink Dagger. Has this haste aura, though, this speed aura. So his cruel efficiency now, trying to sneak him through these trees, but an even crueler mid one finds himself doomed now. The globs raining down here as Young God joining the fight, looking to try and turn. Chidori is the one with Aegis here. Currently, is going to be killed off. Mid one. Oh, barely alive. No, taken down as JG perfectly times it, punishing the disruption. Now the follow-up out from XERXIA as the stun finds two. JG rewarded with a double kill. Young God finds one as it's Chidori, who still has a BKB and a TP away. Chidori actually wanted to farm this camp here. Rubio is going to one-up him by Midasing the creep. Chidori, yeah, he's just going to have to get out of town here. Ranabeito's not doing anything, but that was a very good hold from XERXIA. I was shocked that they were able to turn that.
It's a great hold. It's a disastrous engagement coming out from SMG.
And cruel efficiency from
Very
Rupido.
cruel efficiency coming out from Rupido. The issue right now for SMG is this catch. Like, yeah, they see a target, they try to chase, they don't have catch. Like, you have to rely on mid one either landing this pounce or trying to get a good roll off, because that's it. Those are your options. You don't have a blink on Masaros as well. So finding the angles is a little bit tougher. We've already got the Ember Axe, and we can see that in that replay what exactly broke down. Like you see Rupido, he instantly dooms up the Slark. Mid one's out of the fight, and then the roll comes from a million miles away.
Yeah, Chidori just not really doing much on the first life, unfortunately, either, right? Drops the Rupture against Rapido, who's just not dead. Honestly, John, I don't really think SMG can fight if there's a Doom on the Slark. He's just too much of their damage right now.
Yeah.
Diffusal or not on Pango, Ags or not, just doesn't seem doable.
No. you have to find a way to protect. One is jumping in. No Doom right now.
There's a BKB. There's a Doom in 8 seconds, though. I don't know if mid one has timed this. We'll see. I don't know if Rapido can live long enough. The stun creating a bit of space, and Rapido will make it out alive. Rod of Atos with the Lotus, and of course plenty of spells, as mid one can always choose to sacrifice some of his lifeblood to purge just about anything here, including those fiery bolas.
Yeah, some of those fiery bolas gone. I am curious as well. Mid one, I mean, he assembles the Ags, but still has the Ags queued up. So I'm hoping that's not a double Ag.
Oh, he eats a creep. He's in. Oh, that is going to be a very easy kill onto Apu. Does manage to at least get the Lotus off and tries to get off a spell. Rubs it up as Rapido finds another Doom. I believe that one is onto the Pangolier. Young God as well, splitting the fight in twine here. He does have that Stone Gaze active, but Chidori just a bit too fast. There's a lot of heroes missing HP here, so that Thirst really making him pretty zoomy. He's out of this fight, but that's mid one dead again here, John.
Yeah, just get that control.
Magic damage.
You just need to Doom up the Slark. You just need to lock him in, and
he wasn't even doomed.
It's just a tough game when there's a lot of AoE control in XERXIA. And again, it's down to those team fights. That's where SMG just can't do much. You've got Rolling Thunder, and that's basically it. Like, that's all you have to offer, whereas you've got Doom, you've got the Chains, you've got the Stone Gaze, which makes it awkward for two big melee cores to try to just focus down on the Dusa. You have a lot more going for you on XERXIA here, and for SMG, it had to be this hit-and-run style. Look for pickoffs, keep running them down.
Oh, these are pretty sneaky wards here. They're trying to get Rapido to commit on this. He's got a blink, but no Doom. He has an ally here in the form of Teehee. They do see Teehee coming. Mosaro's the lift in time. Good telekinesis. They're committing on this, John, but there is a BKB, and honestly, not a lot of damage here. They're going to give it a go, however. In comes JG. That is going to be enough to give pause here to SMG, as now they signal for retreat, but mid one's in the pounce, perfectly connecting now. There's an Ag Scepter as well, a very hard counter to JG. Out of mana, gets the Force Staff, which is going to be able to break the leash, as Chidori now unleashed in the fight, takes down Teehee. Masaros with the roll, picks up a second kill, as Young God at least has a Stone Gaze, trying to make it out of this fight. Turns 3 into Stone, has now gotten his Mystic Snake stolen, though. Not as hard as a counter as it used to be when it actually stole mana, but he's going to be chased down here with this Ag Scepter as well. The mobility now truly online for mid one here, as there's going to be the inhibit purged off by the match side, but out of mana, out of time, nothing he could do. Big stun onto 2. The kiss is raining down, but Rapido, he's just too tanky. So Chidori lifesteals far too much. Masaro's even going to stay alive. And that's SMG setting a trap, and XERXIA running into it. Really fantastic ward set down by the SMG supports at the start of that. I have to highlight that. That was great.
Yeah, they had a vision. They play on top of that vision really well. XERXIA just overcommits. They jump in. They didn't have all their spells ready.
They're the confidence ones because they actually had wards down as well. It was just SMG kind of more better positioned, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't walk under that vision. They flanked from the rear. And that just gave them the angle and the opportunity to kind of whip their way around here. And for XERXIA, again, it's not the worst thing in the world. It does give SMG the lead back. They are up now 3K 18 to 14. And you have to respect that fight from SMG. Again, their team fight might not be the best, but they catch JG out in a very awkward position. Like, he is far away enough. Like, the team was pretty spread out that you could think of that as like a series of pickoffs rather than the actual team fight.
I get you.
And that's where SMG, again, that's where their lineup shines. I think XERXIA has to have a decent understanding of their positioning relative to each other in this match. Like, not too close, but also not too far apart.
Young God is going to just push this mid wave. Does feel and look like bait. And in all fairness to XERXIA, it is, as they are smoked, actually heading towards the top lane. Pretty good vision set up a bit further up on this cliff, I believe. Is it? Yeah, it's on this cliff. We'll see if they're going to make a play. Afu's the only visible target here. Smokes do break, but they think it's Afu. Masaros is going to counter-initiate here, yeah, but he's alone, so he's simply going to just TP mid-roll. He'll make it out alive. Afu, of course, not as lucky.
Speaking of flavor text, just a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see Stop Rolling Thunder's flavor text is just halt?
Halt, really? That is good one. That's a good one. I think it's funny, the abilities that they decide deserves, descriptive text, and the ones that don't. For example, activate Fire Remnant is select the Fire Remnant to arrive at.
It's like, yeah, they don't
a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, like what, and the flavor text, with blazing speed does a spirit fly.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
You know, Arcane Supremacy could just say, give Spell Amp and cast range, but it's Rubik's mastery of the Arcane that allows them to have a larger cast range and increased potency.
And this guy's just a major nerd.
Select Fire Remnant.
Select Fire
Radiant's top tower
As
is
they
under
smoke
attack.
up here, they're going to have to... JG's going to have to select something for this
Oh,
flank.
mid one though, in proper position here, has himself a power.
Oh, there you go.
But they cancel the TP away. This could be punishing. Young God is behind the trees, makes it out alive. The rest of his team, well, at least JG, not as lucky. This leash, it's punishing.
It's very punishing. It's the reason why SMG gone for it. Even though they don't get in the lane, down the line, you're still going to be able to run down that Ember. They bail out before taking any further losses on XERXIA. So, you know, you're giving Young God a room to still build up into the Scotty timing. That's when it gets a little bit awkward for these triple melee cores to try to run up to the Dusa.
Very good point.
I think that's gets a little bit scary in trying to manage the Dusa. He's just really durable.
It also, it does give the SQ illusions like that much more damage.
Oh, that is true.
You know what I mean? Like, it does make it really annoying. It's a bigger problem for SMG, I have to say.
Yeah.
Right.
You do have the Pugna Shard, so I don't think these Dusa illusions
very good
much
point
for you.
No, you're completely right, actually. You're completely right.
Like, that's where the back and forth is. You pick the Shadow Demon into this, so you know your illusions are probably not going to be doing too much.
That's a good point, but you did pick this cleanse, basically, or this purge into Decrepify, right? So you can also see the value in that against, as you say, 3 melee physical damage cores.
Yeah,
right? So it's this nice back and forth. And I think for now, I'd say it still probably benefits from SMG here. I mean, I think this cleanse is simply just going to be too strong. So, okay, BKB in time. Chidori is going to be purged himself. There's the Doom is dropped. Masaros that frees him to roll on it, but the kisses are raining down now onto Apu. Finds himself in a bit of trouble, but the Demetic Purge now onto Rubido does keep him at bay. Oh, blink on back from Masaros as he picks up the kill versus T. He doomed up, but still quite speedy, is going to be Chidori, who didn't pop his, well, he did pop his BKB. He's actually in a bit of trouble here, looking for the damage, finds a bash, and nearly fully healed off the Doom damage. The Young God fighting versus his own illusions as the illusions have been one tear right through JG. Oh no, Young God pops the Stone Gaze, is gonna be in just such an awkward position. He's dying to his own illusion. Shao
oh my God.
Mid one in the fray, as it's Mid one who's gonna be able to secure the kill. They just danced around the Medusa. She couldn't even make a single step.
They found the right targets first. They take care of the Doom, they take care of the Ember, they take care of the Pugna. With the Pugna out of the picture, the illusions get to town.
Yeah, they really do.
You can't stop it. You don't have illusion burst on XERXIA outside of the Pugna with a shard. And now they get to go for Roche number 2. Aegis Cheese on hand. A 12k lead coming out from SMG. 24-15. Let me tell you, these boys moving under gunfire.
Yeah.
They're dodging bullets really well. They're throwing back these bullets.
They really are. Mid one's about to pick up a 50 cal as well as a DD in the river. Afu will ping that out. That's still good for another minute. That's a very, very potent rune for him. He's so tanky as well, right? With the Mage Slayer, Vindicator's Axe as well.
Just doesn't melt to the magical burst that you're trying to pump out here on XERXIA. And he's got the Lincoln Sun.
Yep.
So he is protected from that Doom. That's the one big
point.
That's the one big killer spell that XERXIA's been pumping out.
Yeah, and
killer app.
They're going to kind of struggle as well, aren't they, to pop Lincolns. Doom's going to have to switch up into something else other than War Stomp. He can no longer use the Centaur Conqueror's powerful hooves to stomp the ground.
Can't. Those hooves not powerful enough to break a spell block.
No, they aren't. JG is also being hunted. Chidori's gonna continue pushing. He has himself now a full nullifier, so he's not as dependent on the demonic purge. For now, though, in trouble with a force staff over the cliff. Mid one giving chase. He can actually activate the Shadow Dance. Really wants to make this DD rune work. Sets to work now on a Tihi. Oh my goodness, he's just absolutely blowing it up. Chidori now is gonna be hastened by the lack of HP, as Young God's already out of mana. That was just only Masaros. Finds himself doomed for his trouble, as Rapido is going to get ruptured up now. Oh, Chidori finds the bash. Had the damage, I believe, for the kill, especially with Mid one moving under gunfire to pick up the kill. Bombi, speaking of gunfire, blast Shunwell back to the fountain, as he's going to be able to at least force himself up to the high ground. A 1-for-2 trade, but SMG, I mean, they are dictating how and where these fights occur.
Yeah, they've just got control. And these are pretty scattered out engagements. Like, the team's not grouped up in XERXIA, so they're not able to mount. They're very messy. Like, you're not able to leverage your fight control that we talk about here because it's over such a wide area. They need to be able to back each other up on XERXIA. They need to be able to punish this kind of scattered jump in from SMG, but they're not able to. They're trying to work the map. They're trying to get some farm, and SMG is just capitalizing on it in a very big way. Like, they're hitting these item spikes, they're hitting these timings now where it feels really difficult for Young God to handle all of this by himself.
Yeah, especially because he doesn't have the BKB yet, right?
Nah.
Problematic, doesn't have his own way of getting out of these pounces. I mean, that's generally, a huge problem for this Ember in any case, but it's just so difficult. Mid-1 now moving stealthily under gunfire as he has himself that deal. The Invis rune Teehee is going to be able to pick up, pardon me, the wisdom, but at what cost? As it seems like, yep, the cost of his own life, and maybe even the Tormentor. And this is going to sting a bit. I think we were really looking forward to getting free shards here on the side of XERXIA.
Yeah, you'd really want it. Like, Snap Shard's still pretty good. Everyone's shards, honestly, pretty good. Even the Doom.
Level Death, I think. Yeah.
Level Death's always fun on Infernal Blade.
There's a ward here. There's maybe thinking about giving chase, but nope, they'll be fine because the rest of SMG are up to the high ground. You get a Fortify out. It's a big wave here, though, John. So even the Fortify is not going to be able to clear everything. Mid-1 getting a bit aggressive here. Does have himself his ultimate as the Doom is going to connect onto Chidori. So there's not a lot of follow-up as Mid-1 is the one actually here with the Aegis. Does actually get forced to use Shadow Dance. Masaros using the Rolling Thunder here seemingly as cover as it will connect now onto JG. The blink on back here. JG in trouble. The cookie forward, but it's not going to do much. It's at least Rubio who's able to secure the kill onto Chidori, but he's blinked in for this, and there's just no way out for him. In trouble now, and at least turning Afu to stone is going to be Young God, but he's stuck off the high ground, low on mana, without any ult. Masaros in his face, rolls the dice, gets the disarm 10 out of 10 times as Young God blown apart. Cookie does nothing, as it's going to be actually Afu off to a double kill off of these illusions, which finally expire. Buyback finally comes through here, out from XERXIA, as with Chidori down, SMG still confident in this fight. Mid-1 going back in is going to whiff on Leaf number 1. Second one finds a spark now onto JG. There's 45 stacks of essence here. The telekinesis onto JG as Mid-1 rips him a new one. That's a dieback on JG.
That is massive. That should just be the Rax. Aegis still stands for Mid-1. And this is why you don't run into a Slark when the fight goes that long.
Jonathan.
147 Agi.
300 base damage.
300 base damage. It's like he's a universal hero.
Honestly, who's level 2 in lane?
Yeah. It's level 2 in lane. It's kind of ridiculous.
He bought Bracer, boys. Get back.
That's exactly it.
Oh, no, this is just not what you want to happen here. Is they're gonna?
He's moving under gunfire.
Kill. He does not. It's a lot of gunfire, and he actually doesn't have cover. He does not have his shadow dance here. No. Oh yeah, he's okay. Mid-1's gonna turn. He's gonna try and punish you for that one, but he's not gonna go in that crazy. Aegis expiring in 5 seconds. SMG make the call to retreat.
Yeah, they play it safe. They don't overcommit. Tier 2 still stand on mid and top. They back off. I have to say, I always enjoy it. I don't know if I'm a sicko or something. I always enjoy it when Rubik takes a life drain or a mana drain. And then the one target's being life drained by both of them. It's just unique. It's fun. It's fascinating. I don't know what that says about my character, but I enjoy it.
Interesting. I also don't know what that says about your character, Jonathan.
There must be flavor text for this somewhere.
I'm sure there's flavor text for that.
Yeah.
The double life drain. It's just too much for some people. Oh, Masaros has Lincoln, so we're very unlikely to see a Doom. We will see a chase, though. That's Lincoln's broken, however, with the Lotus, right? So now Rapido maybe trying to find the Doom. Will connect it, but that's already Masaros on the way out. Oh no, the Snapfire Kiss is just not doing enough as Rapido is in a lot of trouble here. Chidori tears him down. Afu is falling quite low, but JG not able to pick up the kill there. Mid-1 has picked up the shard now with the haste. He doesn't even need to use either of his save abilities. Oh my goodness.
Melt JG down.
They almost killed him. Triple kill for Chidori as he does eventually find Teehee in the fight. JG comes down from the Yule Scepter into a world of pain, and Young God is going to be next. BKB offers him no protection. That's a full team wipe. After XERXIA thought they found an opportunistic kill here on the SMG. There's just no way. John, these fights, they feel impossible.
They're close to impossible right now. Not with this itemization. Like, they don't have the Ags. If you have Ags on Rupido, these fights would be simplified. You jump in, you prevent them from going onto the Dusa, you buy Young God space, you buy space for JG to dance around. Instead, they see the Pangolier, they pop the Lincolns, they force the Doom out on a Pango who's already rolled.
And just so you know, like, how big of a counter Shadow Demon can be to the Medusa, the Medusa illusions that Afu made did just as much damage to JG as mid one. Just to kind of put that in perspective as far as what that means, right? I mean, we've seen how strong mid one is in this game, but
it's those illusions, you know. It's like picking Luna into an enemy Shadow Demon.
Oh yeah,
that's always painful as well.
The TI6 classic.
Oh, that's an experience for you to have.
And well, I think the experience for this XERXIA team is 2-0. It's SMG focusing onto the tier 4 towers. No buybacks here supporting the side of XERXIA. No fortifiers either. Just a single tier 4 tower stands in between them and an exposed Ancient. A 0-2 defeat at the hands of SMG. Rupture is on Rubido. That'll prevent him from blinking any closer. The throne exposed. That's the Rubik life drain, of course, being put to good use. SMG feel no need to really throw this particular game. Will back off Fu. That's going to be a demonic cleanse for him as the stuns onto JG. Nullified. Rubido on the way back in. Finds the Doom onto one. It's a good kill here. Onto Chidori. Has buyback. A Doom stolen though. And Young God going to be doomed up. They're doing their best to keep Masaros at bay. And so far so good. But mid one saving him now with the Depth Shroud. Afu makes the jump on in. Those going to be some hard hitting Dusa illusions. And look at the damage. Oh melting him down into the fountain. Young God can do nothing here. As at least from the Fountain T, he can do a little bit of life draining. Not going to do too much, but at least clear the illusions and buy XERXIA a bit more time. But for what, John? All the buildings destroyed. 4 versus 3 now. The whole just seems about impossible without Stone Gates, especially as Afu catches the Medusa. The cookie's stolen, and look at the mana melts. Oh no, the Manta style not doing enough as Young God exposed through the shield. Will have to throw in the towel. GG, well played. SMG find the 2-0.
Yeah, really good fight coming out there from SMG. They play around these timings well. The adjustment from XERXIA is there. You know, they drag away this Ember lane with the Slark. They switch lanes up. They try to play around that. We saw some good team fights come out from XERXIA. You know, they understood the weakness of SMG for a while, but after some time, the boys who are moving under gunfire just had the momentum and speed, right? Like, they just keep going. They catch XERXIA when they're just a little bit declumped, and suddenly it's just a series of pickoffs. It's not a 5v5. It's just one pickoff after another with XERXIA streaming in one by one. Like some forced dooms out from Rupido onto Masaros a couple of times too. It's like there's pressure to make a play, but that leads to making the wrong play.
Exactly. I'm really impressed actually with this SMG. I think the SMG we saw last tour was one that was, in a way, playing very similar to how I saw them play in this series, right? Between the mid one Lone Druid, really setting the tempo in game one, kind of determining what objectives they were going for. I would argue a very similar playstyle here for the Slark, obviously much more kill focused than objective focused, but a strategy and a playstyle that SMG seemed very comfortable playing into, and one that XERXIA just could not outmaneuver here. It was the boys, as you say, moving, or the word I like to use, maneuvering, under gunfire here, because they looked really clean, honestly. I think this is the SMG a lot of us were expecting in Berlin. Didn't end up happening. You know, the SMG we were expecting to see in week 1 of Tour 3, and maybe now they finally hit their stride.
Yeah, perhaps. I'd like to see them maintain that momentum. But this is like peak SMG for me, and you know, it's always fun to see because they play a really fast game.
They do.
And it's always fun to see fast games, so maybe it continues through for XERXIA. They're not a weak opponent. They had some shining moments, but they just get caught off guard by SMG.
That they do, and they're going to suffer a 2-0 defeat then to wrap up our Monday for week 3. I'm not really sure what this means for standings and for major chances, though, for SMG, but I'm going to throw it over to a panel who is much better informed than you or myself could ever be. Over to you, Neil.
Well, technically 5 wins is the magic number to get into the major, but that's because we have 3 slots for winning and 2 slots for relegation. So XERXIA are now 1-5 currently, but I don't think that necessarily locks them for relegation, but I think at the minimum they're probably staring down the barrel of tiebreakers for relegation because they have 1 more opponent remaining, and it's Bleed.
Tough match.
Tough match, man. Tough match.
Bleed is gonna try their hardest.
They're gonna try super hard for that match because Bleed's only opponents left are Army Geniuses and XERXIA, and those 2 matter immensely after losing to Blacklist earlier today. And so XERXIA are probably not in good shape. And as much praise as I would love to give to SMG, which they did look fantastic this series, again, it is against an opponent that is currently 1-5. and their one win was a random win against Blacklist. So yeah, it would be great if we can continue to see this SMG, but I don't know how easy it will be to replicate this kind of performance against better opponents, especially because it was this point, this like 23-minute mark when Slark got doomed, that winter you were like, oh, you pick 3 cores, you pick a Pango Bloodseeker Slark, and this is what's gonna happen.
Yeah, but I feel like a lower level Dota, like tier 1.5 teams, if you want to keep the game simple, just try to focus on drafting good lanes, you know. Like I feel like what SMG did here against XERXIA, they just pick heroes that are really good in the lanes. Last pick some Slark, and you force the Medusa to go mid, and Medusa didn't really understood what she should do in the lane. And the Slark just popped off like this, like by just having a good start.
I will say that I am proud of them for lane swapping though, because that was our criticism in game 1, is they just rammed this.
I mean, arguably the game 1 matchup wasn't wasn't as easy, you know. This matchup, this matchup is a lot easier. Yeah, but you see, like in tier 1.5, tier 2 Dota, like laning matters so much to the point where one team just loses the lane and they don't really know how they should be playing on the map to actually slowly recover and come back into the game. So I feel like if you're not sure what you need to do, just have to try to focus on drafting good lanes, you know. Like XERXIA, I feel like a lot of the drafts, they're not really focusing on like having good lanes. They're more like player A is comfortable playing Phoenix and Snapfire, so we have to pick this heroes for this person. Okay, our post 5 wants a bounty hunter, you know, so then he's playing some bounty hunter. Try to keep Dota simple, just draft good lanes.
Why can't you just be comfortable on strong laners? Why can't we just all be
our man here is going to give you a very good explanation. Like, he doesn't like playing Doom, and Doom is the best off-lane hero.
That's true.
Then the hero's gotta get banned, right?
Yes, okay, they get bad. But at the end of the day, if you are, quote, a lower team, then even if the hero is bad, your lane is still good. Doom will never be a bad laner, the way that he's just structurally built, right? That's why you like Darkseer so much, right? Darkseer's never going to be a bad laner no matter what, right?
Yeah, he always finds his way.
He always finds his way. But if you got championships on the mind, then sometimes you need to put yourself in difficult situations. Which here, perhaps the difficult situation was Young God going mid. Yes, maybe the mid lane matchup wasn't as brutal as it would have been in game 1, but it still would have been pretty bad for JG. And they swapped him out. And maybe this is just a testament to Medusa is not as good of a hero as we thought she was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, teams I have learned how to like play against it. Like there's more than like 6, 7, 8 heroes to play against Medusa. Like even like this Shadow Demon is doing so much by disrupting him in fights.
How much do you think has been learned about Medusa versus how much was balance patching on Medusa? Because you were knee-deep in the Medusa meta in Berlin, and everyone was panic mode then. They were like, how the hell do we beat this hero?
I think now Medusa is kind of like figured out much more compared to Berlin, because I think during the Berlin, teams don't get enough scrim time against Medusa, and we chose to ban it most of the time. And nowadays, when you see Medusa, people have like answers like Elder Titan sleeping the Dusa and mana burning him, Shadow Demon, Darkseer. There's like so much heroes. It eventually happens to most of the heroes, right?
And then I think the mana shield nerfs also helped bring her to a balanced state. The fact that at level 1 she was getting 200 mana off of mana shield, and now she gets 0.
Now her laning is a lot weaker.
Ultimately, it does seem like the hero has balanced now, which is good. I love balanced heroes. I love them when they're right in the middle of 50-50. And someone else who's in the middle as well is our interviewee. It's Mid1. What's up, Mid1? How's it going?
What's up?
What's up? I'm chilling, man. On the topic of mid lanes, welcome back to mid, my friend. How's it feel? Yeah. What's the vibe? Do you like returning back to, in my opinion, your home, or did you enjoy your stint in the offlane?
I mean, I don't know how to feel anymore after playing so many roles. I don't know.
You don't have a favorite after all these times. I would have felt like there's one that you always were like, this is my first love.
I would say mid is still my first love, for sure. I started as a mid laner, but I'm just saying I've been through a lot of roles and I have no idea what to feel anymore. So yeah, I'm just playing.
And what do you feel about your new teammates right now? How would you rate your new teammates' performance so far, Masaros and Januel?
New teammates, they are great. It's just I think we need more time to gel together. Like we had like only a week to prepare for the DPC. Like we didn't have much time to get to know, understand each other. It was a very short amount of time. So I think we are getting closer to each other, like gelling with each other, so we understand more and understand what we want to do in the game. So yeah, so it's better now.
Zeal, you got any questions for Mid One?
Hello, Mid One. I have a question. Who's the second voice of the team? Like, since you changed to offlane to mid, right? I assume the voice is different now, since maybe you need to focus more on your game.
I don't know. Second voice, as in like the big team fight.
Yeah, something like generally the map movements.
Who's the second in command in-game leader, I suppose?
I feel like generally everyone does it right now. Yeah.
Okay.
There's not much second voice, I would say. Yeah.
Do you like that dynamic? Do you like you being the primary voice and then everyone else kind of equal share? Or do you like having a right-hand man?
I think it would be the best, like everyone sees the same thing and everyone has the same voice. That would be the best. I would say that's how I view in the team. Yeah.
What about even for you? Would you, so then if everyone is saying 20%, would you also like that if you're also 20%? Or would you still want to be a little bit more than 20%?
I mean, if everyone has the 20% and seeing the same thing and this is what the team wants to do, then yes, I would prefer that way. But if we are not looking at the same thing and everyone has 20%, I would say no for now. Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. I know that it seems that the patch heavily affected whenever 7.33 dropped. Obviously, that had a big impact on your team's, I guess, pool. How much have you recovered since 7.33 dropped? Was it mainly roster changes that have helped out, or is it time spent scrimming and stuff like that?
I'm not sure how to answer this because I was an offlaner.
True.
I mean, like personally, I can adapt to the patch very fast. Like, but for others, maybe it takes some time. I don't know. For me, I don't know how to answer, to be honest.
That's fair. I'm glad to hear that you had the adaptability, though. And then I guess the last question that I would have is, next opponent is going to be XERXIA. This series, you guys looked amazing. I was wondering where this SMG has been the entire time. How are you looking forward to your opponent with XERXIA?
Just execute them. That's their name, right? XERXIA, execute them.
Well, you stay moving under gunfire, is that what it is?
I don't know. I don't know if that's my team name. I have no idea. Still moving under gunfire, not on my list. It's not me.
Well, you've been exhibiting it, though, because you have stayed moving under gunfire regardless of the circumstances. So congratulations, Mid One, on this series victory against XERXIA, and good luck against XERXIA tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Catch you later. Not as enthusiastic after a win as I would have thought.
You know why?
Why?
It's more tiring playing mid. Offlane, you just buy aura items, sit in your lane, wait for your team to come to you.
Zeal agrees. This time maybe he has to use too much brain power, man. That lone druid game, he had his plate mail and hyper stone in his backpack. Too much thinking.
Yeah. And I feel like he also, maybe he doesn't admit it, but I feel like he's definitely talking a lot more than all his teammates, judging by how he's been imposing himself like in the team and like his character. I feel like he's going to be a strong voice in whatever team he is in.
Do you agree that in a perfect team, everyone should have 20% of a voice?
No, I think 20% each is not good. I feel like there should be one clear person that talks a little bit more, maybe 30, 35, or even 40, and the rest should split with the remaining.
Why is that, though? Because I think from an outsider's perspective, I can see Mid One where if everyone's on the same page together, which never really happens.
But that's like in a really, really perfect scenario. I'm like a realist, I understand that people are not going to think about the same things. We are not the same. We come from different cultures. We come from different countries. So you need somebody to have a strong voice organize everything, and everybody just chips in a little bit. And I feel that would bring a lot more stability.
Zio, would you like a 20% split every way, or you prefer one person? Or would you like to be 20%, or would you like to be less than 20%?
I prefer to be less than 20%.
Okay, yeah, see? Same thing with me also. I mean, I never played in a team, but like sometimes like I like someone doing the thinking for me. You tell me what to do. I don't care. If you are so smart at this game, then you tell me. Some people who were smart at this game won today, so let's take a look at today's results on May 29th, at the beginning of Week 3. First series of the day was Mansion Army Geniuses taking on Boom. Army Geniuses has had kind of a cold streak for their past few series, so this was a step in the right direction because they lost against Talon, they lost against XERXIA, and they lost against SMG. And so this was their first win in 3 series. And so it's a step in the right direction. It was a 2-0. Although troubling times for Boom, because that means that they are 1-4. They have the same score. Oh, sorry, XERXIA's 1-5. Boom is 1-4 right now. Are they going to get bounced back, Winter? Back to Div 2?
I mean, if you ask me at the start of the season, I would say that they still play like a Div 2 team, like overall.
Second series was Bleed versus Blacklist Rivalry, which was a very, very intense series. If you didn't catch it, highly recommend at least Game 3. That was a very, very fun series to watch. And Blacklist, in my opinion, upsetting the undefeated Bleed squad. And that means that our first place is now up for grabs because Talon is 4-1, Bleed is 4-1, and Blacklist is 4-2. A lot of permutations that can come out of that. And our last series, you just saw it. It was SMG versus XERXIA. So let's take a look at the standings and where we're at in all of our teams put together. Bleed 4-1, Talon 4-1, Blacklist 4-2, which we were already fairly sure that Blacklist would be contending for the major, but now we're in a situation where we don't even know who first place is going to be.
That's good for the region. Like everybody is... I mean, everybody's more
It's good for the competition of the region. It's not good for getting points to qualify to TI,
yeah,
though.
Okay, fine.
Because that's what, like, if Talon don't get first, it's a very, very tricky situation for how many direct invites SEA gets to TI.
Yeah, but this is going to produce better and stronger teams in the future.
That's what I said last year also. Last year we were in the exact same situation where freaking Fnatic and Outsiders are 1 point away, and I was just like, oh, this is great for the region. It's more intra-regionally competitive. And then 1 year later, we're in the exact same situation. Eventually, though. Eventually, if we do this enough times. Yeah, and then at the bottom of the list, it's Boom and XERXIA. Boom's next 2 opponents are SMG and Talon. So they may be sticking around at 1 win.
I think Boom might win like one of the series versus SMG, right? Was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're probably not going to win against Talon, but against SMG...
They might have a chance, not, I would say. It's a 50-50 matchup.
Today's SMG was really good, though. If they can play like this every day, that would be great.
It's much more of like the draft, right? They exploit the JG on the mid. They were picking like heroes to counter his Amber, and JG is the tempo of the team. So maybe if they do something like that to Boom, we might see. If they don't do it successfully against Boom, Boom might win.
That's true, because I look at Boom and I actually don't know who the game winner on Boom is. There's Natsumi, Yopaj, FBZ. Equally, I feel like they're all equally responsible and irresponsible at the same time.
I think Yopaj is probably the one that I would slightly give him more responsibility.
Okay. Well, we will perhaps get a chance to watch them on Wednesday. Actually, I know we're going to get a chance to watch them on Wednesday. We are going to be seeing them going up against Talon. That is going to be our second series. Our first series of Wednesday on May 31st is going to be SMG taking on XERXIA, which XERXIA, their last series was also a 2-0 against XERXIA. That was last Friday. And then before that, they beat Army Geniuses. And before that, they beat Boom. So XERXIA's on a bit of a win streak right now, which may prove useful going up against SMG. And then, yes, second series is going to be Talon versus Boom. Talon has to be trying incredibly hard for that one, because first place is back on the menu. Initially, I thought them losing to Bleed meant that Bleed was going to roll through undefeated, but now they have a chance to scoop up 500 DPC points if they continue an undefeated streak. And same thing for Bleed. Bleed also needs to play very clean against Mansion Army Geniuses as our final series of the day. We talked about the other two series, Winter. Bleed, Army Geniuses. Give me that one's not a 50-50, but give me a percentage between these two.
I think Mansion AG has a pretty decent chance to upset Bleed, I feel
give me the numbers.
If you want a number, I would say 7-3, I think.
7-3?
Yeah,
really
7-3.
Zeal's not convinced.
So how would you rate this matchup?
What's your percentage?
7-3 on the other side.
Oh, for Army Geniuses, it's a 7, huh? You're really hot on them after that Boom series today?
Yeah, maybe they get some momentum after today,
They need it, because it does seem like they've been lost. I remember when we covered them, I noted that I think 3 of their players have played a different hero for like 80% of their matches. They played like 10 games, and they've played 7 different heroes.
Yeah, I just don't think DJ and Ice can do it every game. And at some point, you're gonna have to look at Cordon. When is it your turn? And then you're gonna already lose the game, and it's too late. That's why 7-3.
Maybe on land, but in Southeast Asia, I think Corden is still, he's not fully core done. We still see glimpses of Michael Corden, and maybe we'll see it in the series tomorrow, on Wednesday. In the meanwhile, though, are we shouting out our lovely platform of ePulse? Because if you are interested in competing on a regular basis, well, I highly recommend you do it on the ePulse platform. You can scan this QR code to get 7 days free of Prime, which Prime is especially important right now if you want to participate in our quick matches, which is a fun way to potentially participate in a tournament, but do it a little bit more at your leisure. You can sign up and play in the quick match and work your way up through the tournament and get big prizes. If you don't have Prime, I believe it's $500 on the line, and if you do have Prime, well, it's potentially $1,000 USD. So you can scan that QR code and sign up for it. But if you're just here for the show, then I also appreciate your company. Hope you've enjoyed this day of Southeast Asian Dota action, and hopefully on Wednesday, we're gonna start figuring out who's gonna be going to the major. So stick around and definitely tune into that. We'll see you on Wednesday.